Are we live? Oh crap. Did I mess something up? No, I think we're live.
Did I mess something up?
Oh, there we go. Mute that. Alright. Here we are, lads. The last stream of 2022. And this is gonna be a big one. Holy cow. I am dedicated to this. That timer, this stream is going on until that timer reaches 0. Because, hopefully if I do this right. Yep. So, oh, okay. So good, we're live. Is that going? Yep, so we have a countdown timer for 2023, at least in my area. So, well, there we go. Alright! I'm excited. I'm really excited to do this. So I'm actually going to give a couple minutes for people to flood in, if given the chance. So yeah, how's your day going, chat? You excited for this? Excited for this big marathon? Like, oh boy. Okay, get that going. If I remember right, that switches the camera. Right? Yep. Oh man, I'm excited. Big old marathon of looking back through 2022. Oh boy. This is gonna be quite the ride. Oh man. Oh boy. So yep, I am a man of my word. This stream is going all the way until midnight. Until it marks the new year of 2023. And until that time comes, we are going to be looking back through all of my past content that I made in the past year. And oh my gosh, there is quite a bit. So yeah, this was the first year that I actually dedicated myself to actually doing content and edited content, writing stuff and whatnot. So yeah, I really think this is gonna be fun to revisit all this, see the reception, and hey, Super Chick, I see you in chat. Welcome, glad you can make it. Well, yeah, this could be quite the journey, going back through all the videos I made in the past year, because, oh my gosh, I feel like there's so much that has changed in the last year. I've just grown so much, I've covered different topics, and I just really think this is going to be fun. So yeah, oh man, I'm so excited. But I'm also nervous, because I remember these videos, looking back on them, some of them are kind of cringe to revisit for me. So, this is definitely going to be an interesting journey. So, alright, chat, you ready? You ready? Alright, so my first video of 2022, oh man, oh no, my Persona 5 Strikers review, oh man, this is okay, so this is probably gonna be rough, just cause, oh man, there's gonna be, oh man, this is the first time I got into content creating, so, there's just so many things I just don't think have aged that well, oh man. Even the thumbnail, this is back when I thought showing my face, on a thumbnail was actually a good idea. Now it just doesn't work. Oh no, it just doesn't work. Oh man, I'm nervous to get into this, so hopefully the audio is fine. Hopefully you guys will be able to hear it.
Hello everyone!
Oh my gosh. Okay, are you guys able to hear that? Are you guys able to hear that fine? Am I too loud? Is that too loud? Just let me know. Here, let me change that to live chat so I can see all the messages. Alright. Oh gosh. Oh boy. Oh boy. This is gonna be rough. Man. Oh my gosh. Back then, I always thought it was a fun idea to show your face in a video and just interact with it, but now looking back on it, I'm just this doesn't work. I don't know why I did this. Again, it was just me getting into the swing of content creating. Like I said, this was my first ever scripted video. Before this, I only did live streaming. So this is my first time I actually took the time to write down a script, write down my thoughts, and review a game. And for those of you that don't know, Persona 5 Strikers actually came out in, correct me if I'm wrong, 2021. Early 2021, so the game was a year old at this point, and I want to point out, I pulled off, I think, an all-nighter to try and edit this to get it done in time, because it was being released on PS Plus at the time, and so I just wanted to get it done in time, so it would have that kind of continuation, so it would have some relevance since it was coming back. So that's why I freaking grind this out, and oh my gosh, this is like this is how my room originally looked. I remember that couch. We got rid of that couch. Hey, the Kitten Core, welcome, man. Glad you can make it for this big old marathon. I'm so excited, but also nervous to revisit some of these videos. When are you going to make a video about the core for Amphibia? I'm probably going to bring that up in my Season 3 video, my Season 3 review for Amphibia. Yes, there is a script for that in the works. It's just, the shirt matches. Well, yeah, that's the standard for me. Either I'm wearing this, a novelty t-shirt, whenever I'm outside, or I'm shirtless. And of course, I can't freaking do, of course I can't be shirtless on YouTube or else, like, TOS. So, yeah, of course I can't do that. So, it's always this. I always wear this, or else, you see me just wearing the shirt that I wore to work at the day. So, oh man, I feel like this is gonna be hard. This is gonna be hard to watch, just because this was so long ago. This is my first time ever trying to do a scripted video. Oh gosh.
Hello everyone, I'm Rex Warmer. Welcome to my review of...
Oh my gosh, my voice. Oh my gosh, my voice. Has my voice really changed that much in a year? Because to be... oh my gosh, man.
Persona 5 Strikers. I recently just finished the game and had a great time with it.
Do I like TMNT? Of course I do. I always been a fan. Hilarious. You look 5 years younger. It's the beard. It's the beard. I think this is a time where I really try to grow all my facial hair, so that's probably why. Oh man. Yeah, I really like TMNT. I've always been a big fan ever since the 2012 series, and I just recently not too long ago got into Rise of the TMNT, and man, the animation, the writing, it's like so freaking good. But oh man. Oh man, this to me is a hard watch, just because this is the first time I've ever done this, and I love to me too. My favorite version of the TMT is 2012. Yeah, I really want to revisit the 2012 version, but they just haven't put the rest of the series out on Netflix. Like, they only have like one season on Netflix. I'm just like, give us more, please. Let me get back into this freaking cringe.
However, I have mixed feelings about the game after looking back on it overall, and overall, I think that there are problems that I have with the game personally that just aren't.
I want to point out, if there's any moments to where you notice that I'm not looking at the camera, it's because I had this set up on, I think it was either, was this at the time when I was on that laptop? Yeah, no, I think I already had my monitor. Oh, hey! You want to freaking stop by, enjoy the stream? Hey! Puppers are here. Oh boy. Hey, no. Stay out there. Say hi to the stream! Say hi to good old Marathon! Oh man. You gonna stick around, or are you just waiting for food? Yeah, I got a little neat cameo for my dogs. I mean, for our dogs. Alright, so... Oh man. I really hope I never get the mindset to ever do an intro like this again. Like, just watching this now, oh my gosh, this intro is just cringe to me now.
Talked about enough. So, here I am making a video to bring these issues to the light.
So yeah, if you're ever wondering why I'm not looking at the camera, I'm looking slightly down, it's because I had the script on my monitor, and I didn't have the time. I wasn't dedicated enough to actually memorize the script of what I had to say, so... I think the only one who thinks that Marcy and Leo should be a couple. Marleo, dang. That's an interesting ship. But yeah, if you're looking and wondering why every now and then I'll like glance down for the camera, that's why. I had the script on my monitor because I couldn't memorize the script for the life of me. Oh man.
A few things before we need to get across before we get into the video, because I think it's valid to know this before you get into my thoughts.
Oh my gosh, I forgot. When I first started my videos, I remember making the music unnaturally loud. It's like you could barely hear me. Oh my gosh.
Number 1, spoilers.
Oh my gosh, this like default text. I think this is at the time where I only had the free version of DaVinci Resolve. So I literally was just getting to the gist of things. I didn't have that much to work with, so... Oh my gosh, so yeah, I had so many disclaimers going into this video.
Obviously, I won't be able to discuss all the topics around the game without bringing up things that are later into the story, so spoilers from here on out. And not just for Strikers, there may also be spoilers for Bayonetta, Devil May Cry, and Doom, so you have been warned.
The freaking Among Us sound effect, I thought that would be funny, and it still kind of is funny today. But yeah, this is my discussion about Persona 5 Strikers, just from a standpoint from someone who has experienced a lot of other action games, and which is why I thought this video would like really be a lot of fun to cover. Just because there are a lot of things, like, the whole thing I took away from Persona 5 Strikers when I first made this video was, it was a great Persona game, but a freaking underwhelming action game. Like, holy cow, I remember it being really boring. And I see a lot of people, and I think the reason why I want to make this video is because I saw a lot of people just giving praise to it, and I'm just like, I feel like it doesn't deserve it, so that's why, so that was the motive behind making this video.
Number 2, negatives. This is a review of how I look at the game. It's just unfortunate that a lot of it will be negative. Yes, there are problems.
Oh my gosh, it feels cringe for me. because every time I hear myself take a breath after like saying a line, I edit the breath out so it can actually feel like a continuation to where I'm not just like gasping for air every now and then. Oh man.
Process that I go into, but be prepared for the majority of this video to be negative. And I really try my best to make you understand where I'm coming from and understand why there are so many negatives.
I feel like that's the whole point of reviews at times, so I think that was important for me to disclose at the time, but I feel like that's just second nature now for people to go into a review, so...
Number 3, I am a tryhard.
I feel like that's such a freaking ego thing for me to say I'm a tryhard. Oh my gosh, I don't know why I said that. Oh my gosh, what is it with me? Why could I make that text box bigger? Whenever I do text box XGs, I make them the size of the screen so you can actually be able to read it. Holy cow, man.
I have quite the experience with mechanics of action games. I have around 50 hours of playtime throughout the Bayonetta games.
Oh my gosh, this is me literally just flexing at my experience.
150 hours of Devil May Cry series, specifically 5, and 300 plus hours of my life poured into mastering Doom Eternal.
Yes, please go play Doom Eternal. It's a freaking best action game, and it honestly deserves best action game at the Game Awards, so...
So, please be aware that when I'm discussing balance and mechanics in an action game, that I have this experience behind me, because
I remember this edit. Oh gosh, this is so crazy.
telling you all the negative...
It just pops out of nowhere. It doesn't even, like, crop out or anything. Because I didn't know how to crop it around a specific, like, area like
or
that.
due to this experience. And finally, number 4. This video is not meant to attack anyone, only to get my...
Yeah, this is the big thing. This is the big thing I still disclose to this day when it comes to my videos, just because everybody seems like they could just be, like, negative around, like, the most, like, fair things. Like, I don't know. So, like, I guess that's why I had the obligation to say this, so... I think I actually finally got rid of that shirt. I wore that shirt forever, like the Dwight Schrute shirt, but I finally got rid of it just because it's so freaking old. So
thoughts and issues across regarding my thoughts about the game. A lot of talented people put a lot of work into this game. I understand that, and I respect their work, especially with the challenge of dealing with the pandemic.
Oh my gosh, it's just so weird hearing my breath in it, because nowadays I would just see that in my editing software and just edit it out because it just feels so breaking to the experience.
I can't imagine how hard that is. This is not meant to be a message to the game devs or anyone who enjoys the game and disagrees with me.
Please go check out Crystal. She's generally a really great content creator. She's really dedicated to her work, and I'm actually in her Discord server, and I still do not know to this day if she knows I mentioned her in these videos, so I haven't got a copyright strike yet, so like, I don't know.
At all. The only purpose of me doing this video is that I just want to address that these...
Okay, note, throughout this whole video, you're gonna see like stream footage, and you may notice that the camera angle in my face cam is a different angle, because at the time I didn't have my monitor. The only thing that I had to stream with, and what was like originally here, was my laptop. The laptop I'm currently using right now for chat. That was the only thing I had to stream, and I had to make it work. So the whole reason that like the angles like that is because my laptop was the only thing I had at the time. I just literally just had... Was this when I got my PS5? I don't remember if... But... Yeah, like, I think this is the time when I still had a PS4. And that's basically all I had down here. Just my laptop and PS4, and that's what I had to stream with. And then just this little camera that I still have to this day to get that angle. So it literally just sat on my laptop, and that's my streaming setup. Nothing too fancy, but now I have like a whole PC, all these cables and wires, a capture card, so it's definitely different.
These are problems that I have with the game as an action game player, not necessarily problems that everyone will have with it.
Yeah, everybody's gonna have a different experience due to different problems with different games, so that's
now, with all out of the way, let's get into the review, and I hope you enjoy.
I feel like one thing I've always been consistent at is editing around music. Because that's just the most fun thing when it comes to editing, especially when it comes to music, like AMVs and whatnot. Music is so dynamic to edit around with, and I always try to take advantage of that when it comes to my videos.
Now, before we get to the negatives, because trust me, there's a lot of them.
Oh my gosh.
Things that
I remember that. Oh my gosh.
Before we get to the negatives, because trust me, there's...
Oh my gosh. That's right. I think at the time, my laptop was the only thing I could edit on. And my laptop cannot handle editing. So I literally had to do everything up on my computer, on my laptop, until it just crashed. And that happens every 5 minutes. It took forever to edit this, because this would always happen. DaVinci Resolve would always just, like, crash, just because, like, my laptop couldn't handle it. I think it wasn't until I actually got my PC to where this problem actually went away and actually got the video done. So wow, that took me back. That was a struggle. That was a struggle, man. I'm glad I have my PC and like a full software now.
There's a lot of them. Let's go over the things that I really enjoyed about the game. Number 1, the story. I personally wouldn't do anything towards the story. To me, it's a perfect continuation of Persona 5 story and characters.
I still stand by that statement. It still was a great continuation of Persona 5 without actually being a sequel. Still just like an add-on to what made Persona 5 so great. So
the concept of the Fan Thieves going on a road trip both for their summer break and to stop corrupting people across the country is just a fun and perfect idea for this game.
It really was a cool idea. I really liked the concept that this game had, especially when it came to like other aspects of what happened after the original game. So I just always thought that was cool.
There are also just a lot of wholesome and enjoyable moments with all the characters, more than the base game from how it felt.
Yeah, I feel like that was the game's biggest benefit. So we got to know all these characters, and it's just because we're not learning anything. Like the only really new addition to it is Sophia, and her arc kind of consists of like the bonding of these characters. So yeah, it was great to see like great wholesome moments out these because they feel very scarce. And I mean that in the most polite manner, scarce in Persona 5, the original Persona 5, but I feel like that's like necessary to the game itself because you had to like manage time like when you had to hang out with everybody, so that was important.
I really like the theme that the game has about growth, change, and trauma, which are all topics that I can personally relate to, which is probably why I like it so much.
Yep, that's exactly why I like this game so much. It has really compelling themes when it comes to like growth, change, and just all that kind of philosophical stuff. So. It's one of the reasons why I still like this game. Like, I still like the story of this game, but I still refuse to play it just because the gameplay just doesn't stick with me like other action games. Yeah, sorry if you hear that. My dad's working at the garage, so.
Number 2, the new characters introduced. All the new characters are really well.
This is the biggest criticism of the game. They literally spoiled the new character addition or like a big plot point in the intro. That was the biggest criticism.
Make going through Striker's such a treat. Zenkichi was a great and hilarious character to join the.
Oh my gosh, I remember. Zenkichi was so freaking funny. Like, he was just, like, the dad of the group without actually being a dad. Like, holy cow, it was funny.
Cassie had great chemistry with the original characters of P5, and I generally started to care about the relationship that he had with.
Oh my gosh, I went through all this so fast. I still feel like I do that to this day. I go through my lines so freaking fast.
His daughter, since both of them had to grieve the loss of Zenkichi's wife. The coolest moment, however, was when he awakened to his persona Valjean.
Yeah, that was still a really cool moment. I think I might have been spoiled about this since I saw it like on Twitter or something, but yeah, it was still a really cool moment for his character.
Truly well earned and epic moment for him. All the villains were also very interesting.
Yeah, this is another thing I'm not sure how I feel to this day because a lot of people have pointed out that these villains are basically P5, the original P5 villains just dumbed down. But I'm just like, they still serve the purpose of the story, so it fits
especially with how all the characters can relate to them with their past, especially Mario-san with Haru. That hug that they had after the change of heart, that just hit me in the feet.
Oh man, I still remember that. Oh man. That was like the biggest moment of the game. That was the biggest memory of the game to me. Just like, Haru actually got to shine as a character.
Well, the star of the show was Sophia.
Sophia was so freaking well written into this game.
From the moment she is introduced, you get interested in her since she literally seems to appear out of thin air. I'm not joking. Unique design was.
Oh my gosh, did you hear that? I think that was my dogs barking in the background. Oh my gosh, man. Like, if it was like me this day, I would wait until the dogs are like asleep or something. That's why I'd wait until like the dead of night to actually do this, so.
It's also very well done. It felt unique to this game, but still managed to fit in the world of Persona perfectly.
Oh man, this feels so cringe to have like that image not zoom in or close in or something. Like, oh my gosh, why did I do this?
I love the direction that they went to make her an AI companion to the Fan Thieves, which is why I find it cool to see her grow and be curious, not as an AI, but as a person, as she learns what a card is and what makes her special.
Yeah, I really liked that when it came to her character. It's one of the things that made Sophia so unique.
It was so adorable for her to be so interested in the world, and the moment where she defies commands of Mr. No Say and says she wants to find her own path through life, just incredible.
Yeah, this still was a really cool music. Oh, the music in this game was so good.
Number 3, the music. Oh my gosh, the music.
I forgot. This is a freaking custom-made meme. I thought this was I thought this would be something that somebody has already made. So I literally googled like a satisfied soundtrack meme. I couldn't find it, so I literally just made it myself.
It's amazing. I absolutely love it. They really went all out with creating original songs for the game.
Oh my gosh, just still hearing all like the gasps or breaths I take. It's so freaking cringe. Like nowadays, I would just edit it out.
The new songs introduced have just the same amount of energy and effort as the songs of the base Persona.
Daredevil was the best game. I mean, the best song to come out of this game, and they freaking should have utilized it more when it came to combat. Fight me.
Games. It's awesome. but I do have some problems with some of the songs that we'll get into later.
Yeah.
Despite all these great things I find in the game, I still have many problems with it as an action game. So, let's get into it.
Oh man, how to make or break an action game. I feel like this is like the Under the Mayo coming out of me, because I remember Under the Mayo growing really big at the time, so I'm just like, I'm gonna do my own take on this, so let's see how it goes. I'm probably gonna be like, I'm pretty much gonna be like Mayo in this situation, so... Yeah, look at me.
Now, before we jump into the problems I have...
Oh my gosh, the reason why you're seeing the menu pop up, this is the time where I still was on console. This is all console footage before I got my PC, oh my gosh.
Strikers,
this is
let's
so
go
long
over something
ago.
real quick. What defines a good action game? Well, in
Yeah, good action game. That is
my experience, it's all about the player.
The player, freaking Chad. This is literally just a Google image I saw. This is literally just a Google image that I searched online. I literally just typed gamer image into Google search and just popped this up. I'm just like, what's the most Chad gamer image I could find? And this is the one that I used. Like, I still do that to this day when it comes to certain topics, but oh my gosh. Oh man, dude. Like these were like simpler times, man. I just had a lot of raw footage and just stuff. Oh my gosh, man.
The player is what defines and drives an action game at times. So what does an action game have to do for the player to be considered good? Well, through my experience, I came up with a checklist that all action games should follow to achieve.
Oh my gosh. This is the reason why I'm not sure if I want to do like actual face footage for this stuff, because this was, oh man, looking back on this, like, oh my gosh. Yeah, this is just like a random stack of papers that I got from school. I literally just wrote this out and just thought, oh man, this is gonna freaking just top this off and like sell my point or whatever. Now looking at it, it's so freaking cringe. Look at my face! That's like the most cringe face you could ever see.
1. Encourage the player to understand and master the moveset.
I still stand by a lot of these points though, what makes an action game really enjoyable. I think I really do stand by these points. So
your main moveset is where you're going to be using for the entire game, so it's important to understand how it works, both its strengths and weaknesses.
Yeah, so it's like, what can you do that's bad, or like what's good and how you utilize it. That's what makes it actually good.
2. Encourage the player to understand enemy behavior and work around it in a meaningful way. Enemies have strengths and weaknesses just like you, so it's important to understand how the enemy behaves around you.
Yep, Bayonetta to me was a really big example of that, because the whole idea of the game was you understanding enemy behavior, like their attack windows, so they could actually dodge, get which time to go in more, and get more combos. So yeah, it was like a good point. Yeah, I feel like I made my motives behind these points are different now from when I first made the video, but I really feel like I stand by a lot of these points when it comes to what makes an action game enjoyable.
3. Make the player understand how to manage their resources, if they exist.
Yeah, not all action games will have not all action games will have resources. Like Ultra Kill, you have infinite ammo, but I guess the weapon mods in Ultra Kill could be considered resources, but other than that, you don't really have resources. So that's why I mainly put if they exist, because not all action games are gonna have resources, you know.
Resources can have a major impact on how a fight plays out, so it's important to know how to use them effectively.
Gosh,
but not to the point that the player wants to completely rely on them.
So like no exploits or anything.
4, and most importantly, encourage the player to keep...
Yeah, this is how like kind of scrubbed I was of the game. I literally could not get footage of me making the actually being good at the game, so I literally had to look up like Devil May Cry 5 footage of people actually being like actually impressive at the game. So please go check out Dunguri. He's a freaking godlike Devil May Cry player. Please go check him out. He's awesome. He does sick montages, so please check him out.
Playing. The reason that action games can be insane to watch is that other people are inspired to learn and master the game by playing it for hours and hours on end, to the point that you question if it's even a real person playing or not.
It's very true. People will master this game to the point that like you're just like can you really do that? Like that's the whole point of action games.
Now that we have this checklist,
yep, there's my I'm pretty sure I still have that copy somewhere. Yep, I can see right there on my shelf. Holy cow, I still have my PS4 copy of Doom Eternal. Holy cow, that takes me back. Because I remember vividly, I think it was the day before shutdown. It was the day before shutdown or something, where I went to a GameStop in a mall to get my pre-order. Because for Christmas, I got a pre-order of Doom Eternal. That's how I have the game. And holy cow, like the moment it shut down, I grind this game out for like so long. I think Persona 5 Royal as well. So those are the two big games at the time. So yeah, so PS5 version of Devil May Cry. So yeah, this was around the time I had a PS5.
Let's use examples of both good and bad action games.
Okay, I feel like this is me kind of stretching the truth a little bit, because I actually have not played Devil May Cry 2 yet. So, but I just know it is freaking terrible. I've watched videos talking about it, and oh my gosh, it looks like a freaking mediocre action game.
And see how well they do with this criteria.
Just freaking, yeah, this is me just trying to do stuff that I think would be funny, and just me stroking my games like my fishes. Like, I don't know why I thought that would be funny.
Let's just get the bad stuff out of the way and use this on the textbook example of a bad action game. Devil May Cry 2. Let's get this over with.
Oh my gosh, I forgot. I just looked up like Devil May Cry 2 memes. I'm just like, what's the one that could like actually get a laugh out of you? And I just do this. To be like, yeah, this would be just like really stretching the truth because I still haven't played Devil May Cry 2. I just watch videos and talk about it. Like just watch videos and like listen to people talk about it. I'm just like, oh yeah, I'll use this example of a bad action game to help support my case.
1. Encourage a player to understand and master the moveset. DMC2 doesn't require you to use your moveset at all since guns are just ridiculously powerful.
Yeah, that's the big thing with Devil May Cry 2, that I hear guns are just just stupidly strong.
2. Encourage the player to understand enemy behavior. The enemies in DMC2 are nothing more than targets. You don't have to understand their behaviors at all, so you can...
Yeah, this is me stretching the tooth. I said but this is actually a video from somebody else playing the game.
Just destroy them from a distance with your guns. I mean, there's literally a boss where you can do...
Maximilian. I have a lot of mixed feelings about this man. Like, I love him as a creator, but... Oh, man. But I'm just like, this definitely supports my case when it comes to guns.
Do nothing but shoot it to death.
Your life bar's barely moving. We're gonna be here for a long time.
Yep, this is literally him shooting it to death. He's not doing anything else. Yeah, 10x speed. This is like, I literally spent this up 10 times to get this. And he literally just shot it to death.
Yes!
Yep, I thought I put that because that's literally how long it is when I edited this. It literally took him 3 minutes just to shoot it to death because he could do anything else.
Yes!
3. Make the player understand how to manage your resources, if they exist. The only reason...
Another stretch because I don't know too many resources. All I know is Devil Trigger is a constant thing throughout the Devil May Cry game, so I just figured...
Resources they have in DMC2 is your Devil Trigger bar, which you only use to get to certain areas. It doesn't serve any other purpose unless you're trying to get somewhere faster or want to do extra damage if you weren't doing an insane amount already. 4. Encourage the player to keep playing.
Oh yeah, like this is just me really stretching the truth because like I still haven't played DMC2, so yeah, this is definitely like some hot takes for not actually playing the game.
I don't know a single soul who played through DMC2 and said,
wow.
So yes, the freaking cutoff right there with like that was me actually saying, wow, let's do it again. But I'm just like, oh wait, let me just cut that off and actually do the meme because I feel like I can get away with this with like without getting copyright strike. So like this
Let's do that again! No!
This is literally how I vision like all DMC players when they like see newcomers trying to do the DMC franchise. They're just like, oh yeah, DMC 2, wow, you can just shoot everything to death. Let's just keep going and do that again because it was so fun. DMC's like, no, that's not peak DMC.
Unless it was for a clickbait challenge video.
Oh yeah, that was like, yeah, it was a big thing that I pointed out.
Boring story, boring repetitive gameplay, an overall experience that no one should go through twice willingly.
Man, it feels good to be mentioned every...
Oh my gosh. Oh no. Oh, this freaking skit. Oh my gosh. I forgot I did this. I'm just gonna let it play out and explain how or why I did this after it's over. Oh my gosh.
No, then...
Die, you McCreven children!
Apocalyptic! Oh, make it stop!
Die! Smoking sexy style!
Oh gosh. Oh my gosh.
My work here is done.
Oh my gosh. That was so hard to watch. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. I don't know what I was thinking when I made this skit. Oh my gosh. Like, just look at, so, like, the whole thing, like, okay, so the reason, so I'm not that much of a sellout. I wouldn't ruin a shirt just by having to say try hard just for a skit. I actually got this through school. So, like, we have, like, a rule at my work that if anything's, like, left behind but at the end of the school year and nobody wants it, we're allowed to take it home as long as we have the principal's permission. So, So a lot of the shirts that I saw were like actually white shirts, and a lot of them actually had tryhard. So I'm just like, oh wait, let me see. Like I have a tryhard shirt. So let me emphasize that like I'm actually like good at action games. Like let me continue to flex on myself. And the reason why you see my hand struggle here is because I was confused on whether I should like to go like adjust my glasses like this or like do the nerd thing. So that's why you see my hand struggle here. Yeah, straighten my... So, yeah, the reason why I straightened out my shirt here is because I saw what was on the camera on my monitor, and I looked at my monitor, and I noticed that you couldn't read the tryhard, so that's me stretching it out to, like, to emphasize that it says tryhard, and then this is me struggling my hands, so, like, I go to do this, but then... Halfway through, I'm just like, nope, I'm putting my hand down doing that, because that was, like, what I thought would be good in the moment. Oh, man. And, like, oh my gosh. So, yeah, all those sound clips I got online. And so, yeah, the big scripted thing, like, about this was, like, halfway through, I would just smash the ground with the chair. So I actually wasn't hitting something. I was just smacking the air with something. So, yeah, I just got this, like, stand, and I still have it. For some reason, I still have that stand. Well, it's probably just because I just use it for other stuff, so... yeah, that was the only scripted thing. Everything else was like improvised, like how will I react and whatnot. And then the voice that you're hearing of him getting beat up is just like going like into my mic. That's literally all it was. I didn't actually get anything like online or anything. I'm just like, let me do like a freaking most like notorious like man in danger or something. Like it's oh my gosh. Like this is my first time ever like putting a lot of effort into a skit, but oh my gosh, it's so hard to look back on this. Oh, man. Like, it's funny now, but I don't know what I was thinking. Oh, man.
Now that we've gotten the bad stuff out of the way, let's use this list of criteria on a great
part.
action game. And personally, one of my favorite games of all time. Dude.
That's always fun. Just messing around with sounds that, like, fit, like, music and what you're trying to say. That's always the fun part of editing.
Doom Eternal. 1. Encourage player to understand and master the moveset. The entirety of Doom Eternal relies on you understanding what weapons will work better on certain demons and what weapons can...
I feel like a lot of what I say about Doom Eternal in this video still remains to this day to be true.
Deal with enemy weak points. If you're not doing this, that's okay. But you're not using your moveset to its full potential, which the game does a good job in encouraging though.
Because like I'm just like, oh yeah, let me just go in and spam like blood punches, just because I really like blood punches. So, but I got punished for it. 2. Encourage the player to understand enemy behavior. If you don't know what the enemy is capable of doing in Doom, you're as good as dead. Yeah, especially on Nightmare. Holy cow, you could die super fast on Nightmare if you don't know what you're doing. Try to get in close to an incubus, boom, instant area effect. Unaware where an archvile is, more demons spawn. Yeah, this would be pretending like, I don't know where it is. Of course I knew where it is. I'm just like trying to pretend to be like, emphasize the point. And the fight goes on for longer. Now aware of how far Dread Knight can attack, Yep, look at my health. Your health. I was at 170. Look, half of it is gone. Gone. If you're not paying attention to how the enemies behave, yeah, this would be intentionally playing bad, like a normal, like a first player or something. The game will punish you for it, which is a good thing since it inspires you to learn how to deal with. Oh my gosh, this skit! I forgot I did this skit too. Oh my gosh, this would be just like, oh yeah, you need a brain or actually be like good at the game. Oh no. Note. Okay, note. Okay, side notes. I said note in the video. I didn't write anything on that paper. That was me pretending to write. Oh my gosh. Don't get too close to Mancubus. I think I had like a lot of these script like planned out for like the video because I remember I think I just took a day where I had to house myself. So yeah, if you're wondering how I got away with like shouting "Die, my creative genre," like and nobody was noticing it because I was the only one at home that day. So I'm just like, oh man, this is a perfect opportunity to like record and do this. So yeah, I think I literally like scripted out a lot of these skits. I did record them all in a day. So. Yeah, it's me actually like playing the game. Yeah, not getting too close. 3. Make the player understand how to manage your resources, if they exist. In Doom, you have many resources to keep track of. Your ammo, your grenades, blood punch, armor, a lot of things that also refer. I think this is like the first instance of me like going like with hyper editing, like cut after cut after cut after cut. Learn to manage your ammo by not consistently using the same gun over and over again. Yep, still applies to this day. Which goes back to understanding your moveset. You learn to manage your armor by identifying small groups. This is this is the best place I can find an example. Like so enemies as an opportunity to set them on fire and gain some of your armor back. Look how much armor that gave you. Like that's so much armor. All this management of resources isn't just something to be aware of in Doom. It's implemented into the combat, making it just as important. This is me literally just trying to be Under the Mayo, just because I thought Under the Mayo was the big cool guy of the day. So I'm not sure about that anymore. Mayo has kind of gone off the rails a bit.
4, encourage the player to keep playing.
You have no idea how many playthroughs I've done to Doom Eternal just because I freaking love the combat loop that much.
Doom Eternal is a bit more than a year old as of the time of writing the script.
So yeah, yeah, that's how long it took me to get this video done. Was it a year old? Yeah, I think so. No, it wasn't. I think it was just under like a year and a half. That's how long it took me to edit this. I literally, like, it took me like almost a year to write the script after after Persona 5 Strikers came out. And then it took me another half year to actually figure out the editing. Holy cow, man.
And players are still dedicated.
Yeah, at the time I still was, like, doing college, so.
Playing it every day. Why? Well, it's because it feels like
I
there's
forgot
always something
I used that
creative
meme.
and fun to learn every time you go through the game. I personally didn't like the microwave beam mod when the game first came out, but a year later, it's now my default plasma rifle mod. Why did I have this change? Well, it's because I kept playing.
Yeah, you never, never underestimate how much you can learn or want to try different for every playthrough. Because oh my gosh, you can learn so much if you try like different things every time you play. It's so fun.
I started to experiment with stuff that I haven't used before. It's that kind of innovation that action games need to do to keep the player interested in what the game has in store for them.
Oh yeah, I forgot about this. Oh, sorry. Oh my gosh, I remember this. Note, this is not an actual remote. That's the remote to my heater. I literally have the remote here. Oh my gosh, let me see. So I'm not sure if I actually had a remote on me at the time. So that's probably why I used this. Oh my gosh. So yeah, this is the remote I used. And it's the remote to my heater. Because I didn't have like a spare remote on at the time. Like, oh my gosh, man. So much of this was like improvised, but like just made for like the skits. Like, oh my gosh, man, this really takes me back to like, oh my gosh, like I just focused a lot more just having I just focused a lot more like expressing who I am rather than actually talking about smart stuff. So I don't know, gotta be carried away there. Yeah, trust me, like the Doom soundtrack, freaking what happened to Mick Gordon is absolutely terrible how they treated that. Oh wait, can you switch that back? Oh man, all right. Oh man, yeah, let me go back. I'm not sure if you saw that.
Oh,
sorry. Yep, there's a heater clip.
Gotta be carried away
Heater
there.
remote. Oh my gosh.
So now that we established this is the kind of criteria that defines
There must be stuttering on this, and I still do that to this day. Anything that involves like an S in the word, I still struggle. Like with like saying it for like a script.
what a good action game is. Let's see how Strikers holds up against it. Now, I'm not gonna lie, I was all about the combat when I first started the game. I had fun learning all the characters' movesets, understanding their strengths, their weaknesses, and the style of how...
Yeah, the most fun parts of the game was the first world. The first world of this game was so fun. After that, it kind of just becomes a grind just to exploit weaknesses and stuff. It's just like, what can you get away with? Like, rather than, it's like, actually being stylish or just doing stuff, it kind of just gets boring after that.
The characters attacked and were designed were fantastic. Yusuke was fast and filled with grace as he used a katana to the point that I just started to call him Virgil.
Yep.
Dude, that's literally the Yamato. Look at this! Yusuke, you are literally Virgil.
Like, even looking back on this, how can you tell me that's not Virgil?
That's literally Judgment Cut. Like,
I forgot I did this. I did this to emphasize that, yeah, it's really similar.
tell me I'm wrong. That's literally Judgment Cut.
Yeah.
Okay.
This is around the time when I was like, obsessed with playing Devil May Cry 5. Please go play DMC 5. It's so freaking awesome.
1, 2, 3. Dude, that's literally Stinger! That's literally Stinger!
Million
Weapons
stab.
launcher. 1, 2, 3.
I seriously think they got inspiration for Virgil designing Yusuke. Like, come on.
Oh my gosh, that literally looks like Rabbit Slash. He literally looks like it has the exact same air moves. Dude, that's literally Homebreaker!
Yep, Helmbreaker.
Dude, that's literally Homebreaker!
Ryuji was slow and brute with how hard he can hit with his bat. Makoto was chaotic with how she uses her bike and fists in battle. Overall, the moveset for these characters were very creative, fun to play with and learn.
It's just that the game does a very poor job of encouraging you to actually do variety and stuff when it came to utilizing your moveset.
With all these crazy characters and moves, I was thinking this was going to be the next action game I was going to play for the next few months to learn to master, like Devil May Cry or Doom.
I think I bring it up in this video. After I made this video, I never touched the game again, which is unfortunate. Like, if the action was just better, if the action was just a bit more better when it came to implementing like unique movesets and actually utilizing some of your like abilities and whatnot to like different moves, like, oh yeah, if I do this combo like a square square triangle, like I could actually get like an advantage. If it did more of that, and like it would have been so much more. It would have been so much more fun to revisit.
However, all these fun movesets get overshadowed with how the game handles weaknesses for enemies. For those of you that don't know how damage works in Strikers, most enemies have a weakness to a certain element that the character specializes in. For example, Yusuke specializes in ice.
Oh my gosh, oh my gosh, I forgot I did this. Just like a random arrow combined with like a box, like you can barely see it.
Nuclear, on fire, reaching electricity, etc. When you strike an enemy with these attacks, it will break their armor, and give you the chance for a follow-up attack, or as the game puts it, a one more. Keep doing this, however, when you break the enemy's armor all the way, it'll give you an opening for an all-out attack, an assault move that uses all your characters for.
I seriously feel like I'm always out of breath when I came to doing this. I don't know what I was doing. Oh, you know what? I record this in the middle of the night, so I was probably just exhausted from the day, so...
Massive damage.
Bruh.
Yeah, the all-out attacks do not do that much damage when for how many resources you have to pour into it. It's honestly still kind of pathetic looking back on it. It's like it should have been like if you're putting in all the resources that you have to like getting through the weaknesses and breaking that armor, it should be worth a lot more because you're risking a lot of your resources, because your resources is how you can do damage, because the freaking base moveset doesn't feel like it's just tickling the enemies. It doesn't do it that much. So if you're like pouring that many resources into trying to get the all-out attack opportunity, it should feel a lot more rewarding. So yeah, that's kind of pathetic damage. Like literally, look back.
Alt move that uses all your characters for.
So yeah, look at the damage right here. Look how much damage.
Massive damage.
Yeah, that's literally like what a tick. I literally could have done that with a base attack because that's pathetic. Like all-out attacks should have been way stronger against bosses.
After the attack is finished, if the enemy is still alive, it'll stun them temporarily for some follow-up attacks to try and finish the job. The attacks that allow for these Slasher series events require a special resource called SP, which we'll talk about later. What makes these attacks unbalanced?
It's so weird just hearing me breathe. Oh my gosh. Like nowadays, if I hear like a breath in my commentary, I cut it out to make it more cohesive. It's so weird.
Compared to the moveset that every character has, is that the standard moveset does so little damage when...
So yeah, so like, if you don't know what I'm talking about, in the game, you have these like these, so there's like these attacks like Bless, Fire, and whatnot, that's in your base moveset, but they just don't do as much damage as if you just, do the SP. Like, it feels a lot more rewarding to do the SP damage, which is why it encourages you just to abuse SP as much as you can. So, like, what's the point of the base moveset at that point? So I think that's the point I'm trying to make here.
Compared to the attacks that use SP. Now, you may argue that you could do these attacks for free mid-combo in your moveset, which you are right, but when I played the game, it just felt like these attacks didn't do as much damage as attacks that require SP.
They seriously just did not do that much when it came to damage or, like, breaking armor or all-out attacks, so... it just felt really, unimplemented.
And when they finally felt like they were doing a similar amount, it was near the end of the game. At that point, I just felt ridiculously powerful compared to everything else that it didn't even feel like a challenge anymore. Now,
When you get to the end of the game, everything just feels broken. There's no growth or in between, just like, it's either just like a tickle enemy, or at that point, I just feel extremely strong, which I know how it goes for a lot of, RPGs, but when it comes to action games, I feel, in my opinion, that's not how it really should go.
I was just abusing the broken stuff to get by. This reminds me of another action game falls into a similar trench.
Oh, I forgot I brought this up. I forgot I mentioned Doom 2016 in this video. Let's hear what I have to say.
Doom 2016, a game that I still love despite following this similar philosophy. Sure, the first parts of the game are literally hell to go through when you first start.
Yep, literally hell. That was me trying to make a pun.
But later into the game, you unlock so many exploits that you can take advantage of that you can just absolutely plow through the demonic horde.
Yeah, there's a lot of freaking broken stuff in 2016. There's literally a freaking rune or like a perk that you could get that allows you to get BFG ammo as if it's normal, as if it's like normal ammo, which just makes it doesn't make the BFG like a weapon that I have to be cautious about using. Like, it's just like another gun, which just makes it all the more broken. And the super shotgun was broken. The ballista mods were like freaking busted. And yeah, 2016 was, and the rockets. Oh my gosh, remote detonate on the rockets. You basically could double your damage. There was a lot of broken stuff in 2016, but it's still fun. So I think that's what I'm trying to say here.
Super shotgun is ridiculously powerful against everything. Remote detonate rockets completely delete entire rooms. Gauss cannon can melt through anything.
That was literally a line of enemies that I just deleted with one button. That's how broken it was.
Even the biggest of enemies. All these are things at your disposal to abuse.
So that didn't look like it was a lot of
Gauss
damage?
cannon can melt through anything, even the...
So this is a boss health bar, and that doesn't look like a lot of damage, but against a boss, trust me, that's a lot of damage.
Of enemies. All these are things at your disposal to abuse. But here's the difference between 2016 and Strikers. In 2016, you were never really encouraged to use the OP strats. They were kind of just there if the player wanted to use them for fun. In Strikers, you are encouraged to use exploit strategies.
Yeah, the game encourages you to abuse SP attacks because it feels like it's the only way to actually do decent damage. So
The only times where I actually felt like you're doing anything to the enemy was when you spent your SP and used those elemental attacks. The game encourages you to get into that loop of just using the same SP attacks over and over again, since that is what leads to the flashy 1 more sequences and cool looking all-out attacks. So, you see the problem here?
oh my gosh, the breaths. Please, pass me. Why did you edit out the breaths? It's so cringe.
The game encourages you to abuse your resources for the big damage, but once your resources run out, you don't have a
Yeah, you literally had no options when you literally had no options for good damage when after you use up your SP. You're like you have your base moveset, but your base moveset does nothing because this game doesn't do anything to work around it.
full idea on how to handle yourself without it, since the game never gives an idea on how to take advantage of your moveset to the fullest to get as much damage as you can without your resources.
The reason why I was rushing through that, I was literally running out of breath because that line was so long.
Even the tutorial section is pretty vague when it comes to describing each character's
I had to go out of my way to figure out what it is because it's just like, oh yeah, it's like it's different for every character. And it's just like,
movesets. It just gives you generic button pressing orders, but without any preview or anything to show you what exactly it does.
yeah, it doesn't show like what specifically can the moves do, what kind of properties they put on the enemy, or anything like that. It's just really it's pretty freaking vague.
What the hell is this?
I forgot I did that. I was just like, if I'm doing anything around action games, I want to do like a DMC meme, and I found this meme. I'm just like, this fits pretty freaking perfect. But yeah, look how generic this is. It's just like, just do this. Like, it's just kind of boring.
It really made it confusing to learn the movesets because I was constantly wondering whether what I was doing was what the game said was the right sequence or not. This is why I say the game should introduce a skill list.
Skill lists are so freaking good. They should be in every single action game, please. Like, they are so helpful for learning and like understanding all the moves that you have at your disposal. It's so freaking good. Every action game should have a skill list.
A way of looking at each move a character could do with the game.
Gosh, yeah, this was hard for me just because I was struggling to find colors that you could actually make it like bright enough to where you can actually read it. So like, I don't know, it's so hard to read. So yeah, so like skill list it shows you what the move looks like to make sure you actually do the right move, and it tells you exactly how to do it so you can actually like implement it and do stuff. This is why I say every action game should have a skill list.
Showing exactly what it's all about. Like, some moves I had no idea you could actually hold the button to extend certain attacks.
Yeah, I literally had no idea you could hold the button to have Haru keep shooting the gun until at least halfway through my first playthrough.
Until at least halfway through the game, and the game never gave me a good indication that it was a thing. I had to figure that out myself, which isn't a bad thing.
Yeah, it's never a bad thing if to find stuff on your own, but I just wish there was some kind of system that encouraged you, that like acknowledged you to figure out like, oh yeah, you can do this, but figure out how to like implement it safely into combat.
It's just that I would appreciate it if the game had a more in-depth view on how all these characters work, and overall made their movesets more effective in combat, because how much damage your SP attacks do, there's never really a need for your moveset. They kind of just disappear after a while.
Yeah, SP attacks are so abundant that like the only good way to do damage, your base boost that just kind of disappears. They're all dead.
Now, I can't be mad about the design of the enemies in this game.
I will always appreciate the enemy design and art in the game. I will never not associate that. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh, this was like in my older room. I think this was back when I only had my laptop and I was doing my P5R playthrough. Oh my gosh.
It's crazy to see how they're able to take all the personas and shadows from the base game and turn them into enemies that all have unique animations and attacks that can be applied to the combat style of the game.
It's something I'm still impressed that they managed to pull off in this game. It's really impressive what they did.
What I am frustrated about is how the enemy's behavior was implemented.
The enemies give you like no chance whatsoever to actually learn anything, in my opinion.
Specifically with how it works alongside all the characters' movesets. If I had to put all the problems I have with the enemy behavior into one phrase, it would be N-lag.
N-lag does not exist in this game. You don't have N-lag, the enemies don't have N-lag, N-lag just does not exist. And in any action game, there's some form of N-lag. This game does not have it.
What I mean by that is that there's none of it, for you or the enemy. Let's look at how other action games handle N-lag. Take the Virgil fight from DMC5, for example.
Yeah, this would be like
anytime that Virgil throws out an attack, there's going to be an opening for you to go in to start a combo and get in that sweet damage, since Virgil is stuck in N-lag from his attack. This behavior recognizing N-lag is even encouraged since it will reflect all your projectiles.
Yeah, it encourages you, oh yeah, you can't shoot it from a distance, but if you have to
and counter you if you just attack all willy-nilly.
So yeah, you have to think of like, okay, what's the perfect time for me to go in, but he can't punish me.
This isn't just for the enemies, it also applies to your character as well.
You don't know how many takes it actually took me to get that shot of Dante pointing to the camera. It took too long.
Biggest example being Dante with Real Impact. Real Impact is out that one of the most powerful moves in the game. Well, if you miss the star ability attack, you're
Yep, you can literally see in my control cam, I was mashing trying to escape just to prove that, yeah, this is end lag, you can't do anything.
stuck in end lag are open for the enemy to attack you. This gets the player in the mindset that if they want the massive damage from the move, they...
So yeah, this is like a common thing in Devil May Cry 5. You could do enough damage to actually stun the enemy, and you could just do anything you
have to be 100% sure that it's going to hit, or else you're the one that's going to get the beating.
Oh my gosh, I forgot. I forgot about this bit. Oh no. Oh no, I forgot about this. Oh no. Oh my gosh. Like a peek into like mindsets, like or like the dream. Oh my gosh. I don't know how I came up with this skit. I don't know how.
Okay, so he's stunned.
Your mindset. Oh my gosh, that's the most generic name for like a thought process I can think of. But I can't think of anything different, so I can't really argue.
Right now, meaning he can't do anything to me. So I should take advantage of this, do as much damage as I can.
The way I say can. Oh my gosh, man.
Meaning that if I want to use a big move that would normally be risky, he can't do anything to stop me. So you know what?
I'd just be freaking cranking the volume all the way up just to emphasize this. Yeah, let her rip.
That's a lot of damage!
Oh my gosh, the freaking that's a lot of damage meme.
Now, there are actually games out there that don't really involve end lag, like Bayonetta. The enemy is always doing something in this game, which means very...
I still really want to revisit Bayonetta. At least like maybe Bayonetta 2, because I remember 2 being the most fun. And like actually like learning the game, because I remember I really freaking mashed the first playthrough, but now I actually kind of want to go back and learn through it.
Little end lag. However, the game has a mechanic to deal with this behavior, and that's witch time and dodge offset. Witch time is a mechanic that if you manage to read enemies attack and...
Yeah, I made this video with the mindset of like people who have no idea what these games are or how they work, so let me just explain how they work.
Dodge at the right time, time will slow down around you, giving you an opportunity to assess the situation and make your next move, or to just give the opportunity to even flash your combos.
Which is usually the latter, like any Bayonetta player these days, just do witch time for like style.
Dodge offset is a concept to me that strikers had. It would vastly improve both the game and the character's moveset.
Yeah, this is like the biggest take that I took away from this, that I went into this video. Like, the enemy behavior doesn't, like, implement to you to actually, like, improve your moveset. It's just like, okay, let me dodge. Oh, yeah, the enemy's gonna attack. Let me just keep attacking. Oh, wait, the enemy's gonna attack me. So let me just dodge, and then just go in and attack again with the same moves over and over again. It was just really kind of boring to me, and that's why I brought up this example of Bayonetta.
Dodge offset basically allows you to dodge an enemy's attack mid-combo, but still allow the rest of the combo to not be interrupted, such as doing the punch-kick-punch combo. But to give you that window of invincibility to dodge an enemy attack, you could do punch, kick, dodge, punch.
Yeah, I feel like this is a lot more useful when it comes to fighting more than one enemy.
Notice that the attacks are the same.
So yeah, dodge offset.
Animations from the normal combo.
So yeah, just to emphasize that this is the same combo. It's just that I got dodge in the middle of it to keep it safe.
I'm still able to get a dodge in the middle of it. Strikers has a similar dodge mechanic, but it feels like you can rarely pull it off.
Yeah, if I remember right, if you dodge perfectly, you could do like
even if you do, it does an elemental attack.
Yeah, these things, yeah, like, the only way that, like, your elemental attack could actually do damage is if you use SP. Like, nothing for your base moveset to, like, none of the elemental stuff that is in your base moveset does half the damage that SP does. It just really encourages you to use your SP.
Which falls back to the moveset versus SP version problem. So the majority of the time when fighting a boss or mini-boss, you're throwing out as much SP moves as possibly can, since it feels like it's the only way to do good damage. And once you run out, you have no way of getting it back if you don't have items, and are stuck
outside of items, it was almost impossible to get the SP back unless you left.
Doing small attacks as the enemy behavior never gives you the openings or options to get in those big glitter and combo moves. So you're always dodging, which...
So yeah, there is, like, some moves that actually do equal damage to the SP versions, but it's just that they're so late into the combo, and you're always at risk because you can get hit during that combo, that, like, you could almost never do them unless you just ran away, and it's just kind of boring.
Reset your combos, making you mostly use your weaker starting moves, meaning less overall damage. Now, let me ask you something. Does it sound fun to be constantly dodging and just slowly chipping away the boss's health since you have no more resources and the boss's health is still at 75%? No.
I think this happened during a stream, and I was just so freaking upset. I was just kind of fed up with the game system at this point.
It's not. I legit gave up on numerous occasions just to turn down the difficulty so that I wouldn't have to be put through this torture.
Yeah, it's really bad. It's just really poorly implemented. Like the only way it actually feels like you're doing damage or actually being good is when you're doing SP. But like, what you do when you what do you have when you don't have SP? That's the problem. That was the biggest problem I had with this game.
Look, game, if you're going to give the enemy this kind of behavior of always attacking with little windows to do damage between your attacks, then I absolutely expect a way to deal with it, which you just do not provide.
Like, he literally just did an attack and he's doing another attack. There's no such thing as end lag or opportunity to actually get me to do damage or actually get those, like, moveset elemental attacks. Like, it's just not very well implemented.
There was one fight in this game, however, that had amazing enemy behavior that really made me feel like, yeah.
I still stand by this. This is the best fight in the game.
This is an action game. That fight being...
Wait, that one looks like... Joker?
Yeah, the Shadow Joker fight. Shadow Joker is basically this game's version of Virgil.
Yeah, your rival fight. This is probably why this is the best fight in the game. Rival fights are always so cool in action games.
This is your rival fight. The moment where you fight something that's on the same level as you, moveset-wise. You understand the fight since you have to understand your own moveset to understand your opponents.
And that's what made this fight so cool, just because he's doing the moves that I'm doing. So basically, I understand my own moveset, which makes me, like, want to go in at certain times to actually get, like, punishes and whatnot. And that's why this is the best fight in the game.
Since you have this knowledge of moveset, you know exactly the perfect moment to go in and do good damage while it's safe. This was such a sick moment since I thought I was going to do this with all the characters that Shadow versions of everyone were introduced.
Yep, Atlas, yep.
You serious?
But those fights just...
Yep, they happen off screen. Biggest missed opportunity to me. Like, why not have, like, a side quest challenge where you have to do this with every other character? Like, I get it, like, for the story, it just had to be Joker, but please, like, yeah, it's like a big missed opportunity. Do this with all the characters, just like a side content thing. It would have been, like, so cool to get you to actually understand all the characters' moveset and test your knowledge of the game, but they didn't do that, and that to me was a big, just, drop of the ball.
just happen off screen. Come on, game. That was such a missed opportunity to give the player a true understanding of every character's moveset, since if they wanted to understand how the enemy works, they had to understand their own character first. This is the kind of thinking that all enemies should give you in an action game.
Yeah, so, like, I know how this thing works, I know my moveset, how can I work around this in a way that actually benefits me without actually being too much at risk? That's what action games, in my opinion, really need to do.
It's a shame that this game just doesn't do that a majority of the time.
Oprah joke. I feel like I did this a lot when I first started this channel. Like, you need SP, you need SP, you need SP, everybody needs SP. Man. You got a car, you got a car, you got a car.
In this game, you have two major resources, your HP and your SP. HP, of course, is your health, and your SP is what you spend for special actions such as buffs, debuffs, and elemental attacks.
I seriously do not remember using a single buff or debuff in this game, just because they were just not really that good.
As we talked about before, enemies have a weakness to certain elemental attacks that require SP to be used. Because of the fact that these are attacks that allow you to get the big damage from one wars and all-out attacks, it really encourages the player to use them a lot. What makes this such a bad thing is that there's not really a way to get it back. Sure, you can farm SP items in reality, but that just encourages the player to rely on them as much as they can since the game doesn't provide any way of getting it back.
Every time I went to the shop, I would look to see if I could make these items because they were just the only way to actually do anything.
It makes the player feel like they have to have them. Take this moment from one of Crystal's videos.
Yeah, I feel like I use a lot of Crystal's I feel like I used a lot of Crystal's videos just because this was the time where I really got into her channel and I just thought she was really great, so.
Pineapple shop? That's disgusting. Hey there, pal. Interested in trying some chilled pineapple?
Can I help you find something?
Oh, I was gonna say no, and then you put the 10 SP on it, and now I gotta say yes.
Okay, looking back on this now, I clearly see this as a joke, but I can see why I did this to emphasize my point. Like, she didn't want it until she saw the SP of it, and I feel like that's kind of the point.
It's all you.
So, you see what just happened here? She had no incentive to get the item.
I don't know what it was with me doing memes in these videos when I was first starting out. I don't know what was up with me
At all. But then she noticed that it's an item that would give you SP. After that detail, she felt like she had to have it. This is where the problem is. Sure, items in action games are not really a new concept.
Yeah, but like, a lot of action games have like items. Like Devil May Cry used to have a lot of items. DMZ 3 still has items. Bayonetta 2, they still have items. Like just for like certain things like health and buffs and stuff.
But they do have their drawbacks. In Devil May Cry, if you die and don't want to restart the last checkpoint, you can spend a gold orb to instantly revive without having to spend orbs.
Yeah, so yeah, this is like the big trade-off. Like, you get another chance, but
The
there's
drawback for this, however, is that at the end of the level, your score multiplier will be decreased, making it hard to get that sexy S rank.
60 X-ray. What was I thinking when I was writing this script? I was just trying to fit as many jokes in there as possible. What the frick?
By having this penalty, it gives the player the idea to at least try to not use items if they want that high score. But in Strikers, there's no penalty whatsoever, giving the player the impression that they can spam all they want since items are the easy way to get back health and SP. The only times
Yeah, items were really freaking abusable, like, which is just a Persona thing, so I see why they did this in this game, but it still kind of took away the experience from an action game player standpoint.
you get your SP back completely without items is by leaving the jail, which leads to another problem. Take the situation from my streams. I just got one of the 3 cores of the jail, I head down the tower and there's a mini-boss, so I fight through it. But with how the game handles the weakness system and damage, I
Yeah, Alon's SP is all gone. Yeah, it sucks.
pour a majority of the SP I have into the fight.
I'm surprised how well these points kind of aged well, at least in my viewpoint. I really feel like I still stand by a lot of these when I look back at this game.
So I thought, oh, I'll just go back to the checkpoint to get all my SP back by leaving. But guess what will stand between me and the checkpoint? Another mini-boss.
I seriously struggled on this boss for so freaking long, and it was just so irritating just because it's freaking Jack Frost, the cutest thing in Persona.
I didn't have any items to give me back to SP, I needed to take it down. So I was stuck trying to beat it with the character's boost sets that do almost nothing by comparison. But I felt like I had to get through it since the checkpoint that would give me back all that SP was just beyond the boss.
Yeah, it's really just like, oh man, like you just feel like you're nothing without your SP, because SP is the only way to do damage. Because your base movesets were just so freaking weak and not very well implemented.
If the game gave you some way of getting SP back without items or leaving, this would be a different story. Now, you may be saying, Braxswarmer, there are ways.
So yeah, there's a lot of mixed footage. I want to say there's a lot of mixed footage that I used for editing this. I think I actually played through the game, like, a lot of the side content to get like extra footage that I would need for like certain points, but a lot of it actually came from my stream. So yeah, if you're interested in that, please go check out my streams.
Ways to get your SP back. Like Futaba can give you some back every now and then. And there's also the bond skill that allow you to get your SP back by doing baton passes and all-out attacks. And yeah, you're right, but even these methods have their problems. With Futaba, sure, she can give you your SP back during a battle, but that's not the only thing she does for you.
Gosh, I feel like I think I actually struggled to say butts there. Oh my gosh, I was so freaking nervous when I was doing all this.
She could do anything from healing you, giving your SP back, and giving you a buff or debuff to the enemy. But let me tell you something, what she decides to do is completely random.
Okay, I'm not so sure about that. I'm not sure if it's random. I think somebody figured out how it's like different. So
it's not guaranteed that she's going to give you your SP back.
Yeah, but I still stand by what I said. What I said here, it feels extremely rare.
I want to say that she only did the ability to give me back my SP maybe 4 times throughout the entire game, and that was with her fully upgraded with the bond skill.
So yeah, this should have been, like, full recovery, I think, just a lot more. Like, if you're relying on this, if you're making a game that relies this much on resources, actually give it a way to where like resources are actually like manageable, or actually like have a decent way of getting a decent amount back.
Even when she did use the ability, she never gave me enough SP for those elemental attacks that—
Yeah, this is something I found while going through my footage, so this is why it wasn't in the script. So yeah, so like, take this for example. So like, 21, most skills at this level cost 24 SP points. If I was at 0, I couldn't use the SP skills. So yeah, so no matter what, she would not give you enough SP to do anything, or anything significant.
I'm basically relying on at this point. Now, for the bond skill with the baton passes and all-out attacks—
yeah, it took me like a couple playthroughs to realize, oh wait, that actually says one more is not baton passes.
yes, it is good. It does feel like I have more SP for longer with it. But the problem I have with it, it was just introduced way too late into the game.
It literally is the last thing you unlock in the game, which to me, it should have been like a default thing.
It legit is the last bond skill that you unlock in the game. Had this been introduced much earlier—
I literally unlocked everything. This is the last thing you have, and like I keep saying, this should have been a default thing. If this was a default thing, the game would have been so much more fun.
into the game, or heck, just been a default mechanic from the start, a majority of my issues with resource management in this game would instantly go away.
It's so weird. It's so bad hearing me like stutter through my words. How would I like get this through this stuff? Oh my gosh.
There is one character that breaks the spamming norm with resources to me, and that's Zenkichi.
Zenkichi was the most interesting character to experiment with it, because he actually felt like an action game character.
Zenkichi to me is the only character in the entire game that really encouraged management of your resources. Zenkichi's moveset is different from the rest of the cast as he doesn't really specialize in any element. Instead, his special moves will actually heal himself if they successfully land, which can be done by both his swords and his guns.
Yeah, like if you look at his like health bar, it's slowly going up as I attack.
But the balance for this, however, is that he can enter Fury mode. This is essentially a free buff that gives unique properties to his sword, such as setting projectile waves as he swings his sword around for a more area of effect
It was generally really freaking cool. I really like Zenkichi.
attack. The trade-off for this, however, is that while in Fury mode, your health will slowly start to drain. By taking the focus elemental attacks out of the picture, you're instantly more focused on managing your health and your SP.
I feel like I really like this because it reminded me of Doom. Like, you had to, like, manage more of your health, of, like, actually, like, killing the enemies, of, like, actually getting in there and play aggressive. I feel like that's why I like this so, like, Zenkichi so much. It actually had, like, that Doom kind of playstyle.
Such as you can spend your HP for more damage, but can gain it back by taking advantage of your moveset. So, by giving this buff that does extra damage, you're encouraged to use it. But when you start to see your health go down to a critical level, the player thinks, oh man, my health is low. I gotta get out of Fury mode and use my normal moveset to get my health back.
Freaking sweaty, just trying to stay alive. This to me is what makes action games fun. Is you gotta think and, like, actually, like, be aware.
So you can get the damage in again. If every character had this kind of balance and gave the player this similar mindset, the game would have been so much more interesting to learn. But with how much your damage output relies on the SP system, you might as well say that in Devil May Cry you can only do real damage while in Sin Devil Trigger, and when
Yep. That's basically how it was. Like, your Devil Trigger bar was your damage. Like, your basic kick and strikers might as well not exist.
you run out, all your base attacks do next to nothing. Now, you may say that attacks in Devil May Cry do kind of feel like they do
I feel like I talk about this just in defense of Devil May Cry's base moveset. Just cause, like, yeah, you may argue that, oh yeah, like, your base moveset and strikers doesn't do much, but neither does your DMC5 moveset, but there's another system that helps trade off.
next to nothing.
That's my point.
But they do matter just something in the long run. The stylish meter. As Dante and DMC5, you get a certain bonus to combat if you manage to get your stylish rank to triple S, which is where you can enter Sin Devil Trigger for free for a short period of time and get that massive damage. But to get
that was me trying to do Swordmaster because I'm too dumb to actually switch from Royal Guard.
break of smoke and sexy style, you have to have a great understanding of how the stylish system works in order to take advantage of this technique. Strikers just does not follow this method. You can just use powerful moves all you want since everything regarding SP is just broken. Your main moveset should be your focus of getting overall damage, with your resources being a bonus if you need them. Like how
Yeah, that's really how it should go. Like, it works in action games, it works in fighting games, and any other game. Like, that's just how it goes. Action adventure games, that's just how it goes. In this game, they just did not follow that philosophy.
popping Devil Trigger and Devil May Cry can give you
Yep. So
multiple that could be used to nullify certain attacks that would normally be unblockable.
So yeah, I could probably say. So yeah, like I did before this clip, like I did Devil Trigger as he was doing that attack and actually armored through that attack. So
All I can say about resources in Strikers is, you rely too much on them most of
yeah, the game might as well be built around built around these items.
the time, which an action game, in my experience, shouldn't really encourage.
Yeah, I think I remember this point. Good engagement, but not enough of it. Like, you're just like, oh yeah, let me see like what this game's all about, but it doesn't actually engage you with that much.
As stated before, the player is what drives an action game, and there are many elements that the game can do to keep the player interested and engaged. One element that really helps to keep the player engaged in the action is the music that plays alongside.
Oh, I see. So this is where my argument about the music comes into play.
Not to say that music in Strikers is bad, it's just that there are more songs that would be better suited for the action that was chosen in my opinion. I mean, What You Wish For is a good song by itself.
Yeah, like, do you listen to this and think, oh yeah, let me go like ripping and tearing and like go fight and anything? No, it's just kind of just a chill song. So.
But it sounds more like that random song that you would hear at school dance, right?
Yeah, this was the time where I kind of was obsessed with Back to the Future of the day, so.
Rather than a song that you
well, I mean, I still kind of am. I just got DeLorean, like
listen while ripping and tearing through enemies in an action game. Overall, I just still get the feeling in combat that makes you want to get in there and be aggressive to enemy like other action game songs do. For example, Moon River.
Yeah, please go check out all these songs. All the songs that I used for this video were really fun to edit around, and they're generally really freaking good. Go take a listen to them. They're awesome. Moon River something. Especially for this like, look how well this was the action. It's so fitting.
Devils Never Cry.
Oh yeah, Devils Never Cry. I was honestly tempted to... Wait, no, I brought up other people. So yeah, what I'm trying to say here is that the music should better fit the action to actually encourage you to, like, actually, like, yeah, get in the mode, like, I'm aggressive, I'm playing an action game. Like, that's my point. This is where I thought having a music character was actually good. Yeah, I don't think it's really aged that way.
Devil Trigger?
What makes a good, like, video game song to me is, like, a song that you could play to somebody who has never played a video game but still like the song. And Devil Trigger to me is that song. Like, you don't, like, it doesn't have to be, like, you can listen to it and no one would think that it came from a video game. That's what makes it a good song. That's probably why I freaking love this guy. This is like the monster you get to play.
The song that broke the internet, Bury the Light.
Yeah, Bury the Light freaking broke the internet. It was everywhere when it came out. I still love this song. This song is so good. Show me. I don't know why I didn't have the idea of doing this. I take a week to actually this happened. Watch this. He just died. These bits may have switched up a bit too far, but hey.
And one of my favorites, Hell on Earth.
I love this freaking guitar riff. Like, holy cow, this guitar. Midgard is such a good I'm not surprised at how, it might be different when
All these songs are meant to encourage the player to really get in there and have a blast fighting an enemy. Now, I may argue that there are song strikers that do have this effect, such as Daredevil, which is probably one of the best action game songs that I heard in a while.
It really is. Like I would ever say, Daredevil was the best piece of music to come out of this game. It was played so little in the game. I wanted to hear it more because it just fit the game so well in the action. I'm surprised this didn't play with this second song. This cutscene is muted. It's a different song actually plays when you watch this in the game.
It's just a shame that it's not played as much as the other songs throughout the game.
I want to say, when I played it from memory, it played only like 5 times throughout the game, which if you ask me, is a freaking crime.
Which leads to my problem with the music choice. You see, there's an option to change the music that plays during combat in the pause menu, which you think would be great, but it isn't. All it allows you to do is choose from different pools of songs, not the specific songs themselves. One pool is the game's original songs, like What You Wish For, and other songs I can't really name since I really feel like they never changed in combat.
I really cannot name you another song aside from What You Wish For and Daredevil. I really do not remember that much of the soundtrack, just because it wasn't that memorable as much as compared to Daredevil, which is a shame.
The other pools are simply titled Persona 5 and Persona 5 Royal, which basically just changes to the original version of Last Surprise and Takeover.
Which isn't a bad thing, but still, I would much rather prefer like Daredevil and some more of the original songs that actually fit the action.
That's it. So your choice of music in combat is limited to only 3 songs. Compare that to the 20 that are in Devil May Cry 5.
Ignore the DMC2 soundtracks. Yeah, we don't talk about DMC2. Like, yeah, but this is my point. There should be, like, a preference. Like, everybody's gonna like different types of music and, like, get them into, like, the mood or anything. That's why I feel like all other action games should try to do this. I'm really surprised at how well my points have aged from this video for, like, being almost a year old.
Sure, you can get more songs by buying the DLC pack, but not only would that give into Atlus's DLC problem,
yeah, Atlus does stupid stuff with their DLC.
but only would give you songs from the previous Persona games that, remembering off the top of my head, wouldn't fit very well with the action in this game.
Yeah, there are some upbeat songs that help with like RPG fights in the game, but again, that's not necessarily action. Like actually encourage you to like go wild or anything. So
Another element that helps keep the player interested to keep playing is creativity. What I mean by creativity is allowing the player to take their moveset and create unique combos and special ways of dealing damage. I mean, look at the combat Doom Eternal, a game brimming with creativity in its combat.
You could be so freaking creative in this game. I feel like people are still finding ways to play it.
We use the Shield Soldier as our test shot to show off how creative Eternal can be.
I think this is one of the first sequences I actually scripted for this video, and I was pretty proud of how it turned out.
Despite that this is only one enemy from the entire roster of demons in the game, there are multiple ways of going about killing him. You could be straightforward and do what the game tells you and shoot his shield with a plasma rifle to turn it into a bomb. If you manage to charge Heat Blast, you can have the same effect. If you don't think you can handle having to aim at the shield, you can use Microwave Beam mod that doesn't need to aim but still gives the exact same effect. You can use the meat hook to bypass the shield and kill him for armor.
Which is what I usually do when I keep playing this game.
You can also bypass the shield by just chainsawing him, which will give you ammo.
Yeah, my point is, like, there's still one intended method to fighting this enemy, but there's different ways you can go about do so, and that's what inspires creativity. I feel like that's what a lot of action games should do, and Persona 5 Strikers, it was just not existent.
Or you could be like me and throw a rocket over his head and detonate it to put him in stagger state, giving you a free glory kill and health. Now, compare this amount of creativity to the amount you have in Strikers, which is very little.
Yeah,
you just spam elemental attacks for the damage, and when you feel like you have no other options, you just use your moveset as much as you can without being hit. Sure, your moveset has different moves that all look really cool, but it's not like they actually do anything different or special towards the enemy.
Like, there's no stylish meter that, like, accompanies it doesn't do that much damage to actually progress anything, like, like, the base moveset just doesn't do anything to actually feel like it's, like, enjoyable to the experience.
You're just doing different moves for the sake of variety, since half your moveset will never see the light of day without all the mechanics of the enemies basically making it possible for you to use that half of your moveset. You feel like you're forced to use the same small moves in your moveset since those are the only moves that you can actually use without being hit and still feel effective in the combat.
So yeah, my point is here, like, the enemy's behavior is like there's no end lag, so they keep attacking, like, attacking, like, there's no windows to actually, like, do those big combos and whatnot, so you're just like, attack, oh, the enemy's gonna attack, dodge, let me reset my combo, attack, you're just doing the same small, attacks for, like, the entire game. Which,
all in all, limits player creativity. The only real factor that gets me interested to keep playing the game is the fact that I have the PS4 version of the game.
And I hate to say it, but after this, I never touch the game again, which is a shame. I might go back to the Platinum, though. Maybe.
And that means there's the trophies that you can go after. I haven't played the game that much since I beat it, but from what I have heard and seen online, along with what I've experienced so far, there is some endgame content that's kind of worth checking out.
There is, but it's just that I just feel like this game is kind of hard to revisit outside of the story. It's just kind of, like, the story is fun to revisit, the gameplay is just really freaking mid.
More quests and side missions for you to do, a secret hidden boss, and also the merciless difficulty as part of the New Game Plus. So, with how the game
that just tells you how little I touched this game. I didn't even start Merciless.
handles its combat, it's interesting enough for me at least to revisit it to try and get the Platinum. But after that, I'll probably never play it again.
Yeah, I'd never play this again, unfortunately, after I finished it. Like, it keeps.
Which is a shame when you compare it to my history with DMC5 and Doom Eternal.
I was literally one trophy away from getting the Platinum for Doom, and that was a freaking multiplayer trophy. Please remove multiplayer achievements from existence, please. Nobody likes them.
Both are games that have the majority of the trophies in it, but still play from a day-to-day basis. Sorry, Strikers, but you just do not hold up in the replayability department.
Yeah, like, it's just kind of a shame. Like, action games should all be about replayability and just, like, advancing and learning whatnot, but yeah, this game doesn't really encourage that. Okay, this is gonna be interesting, because I remember looking through the comments of this video, and a lot of people saying I edited this to the point that they actually cry at the end. And actually, I think I actually cried while editing this bit, because...
So with all these flaws, all these problems with the balance of the gameplay, with how everything seems to be against you, is Persona 5 Strikers a bad game?
No.
No, like I said when we first started, despite all these problems with it, I still had a fun time going through the game.
While the action is really freaking mid, I feel like the story is really why I enjoyed this game so much. The story is so freaking good. Or for being like a spin-off or like a continuation, it's really good.
The character interactions with each other were great, the voice acting was spectacular.
Yeah, the voice act. Yeah, give credit to the Persona 5 voice actors. They are so dedicated to the roles. They just come to love these characters for years, and they're so dedicated to it.
And the art style is amazing, which is standard for a Persona game at this point, let's be real. Even after considering all these problems I have with the game, I still gave the game an 8 out of 10 the moments after I finished the game on stream, and I still stand by the rating.
I'm not sure if I still stand by the rating to this day. It might go down to a 7 if I replayed it, but yeah, I can see why I gave that rating at the time.
This truly is a fun action game that everyone, specifically the Persona audience, can get into. However, when you have a long history of action games like I do,
yeah, like, I'm just basically selling, like, this is my perspective for somebody who has played other action games.
You really start to see the flaws that it has. The biggest letdown I just had with the game is with it immediately jumping into combat and showing you how crazy the game could be. I was thinking, holy crap, this is going to be the next Devil May Cry that I'm going to learn from the
How can I deal with these specific enemies? Like, it's that kind of stuff that I think with the mindset of an action game player. I'm just like, oh
Action
man.
was nothing else. This game is my life now. This thought eventually got to the point that I started referring to this game ironically as Persona May Cry.
Oh my gosh, I forgot that's what I called this game for a while. Persona May Cry. Just because, oh my gosh, it had a lot of things to do with Devil May Cry, but just did not succeed as much as Devil May Cry did.
But after playing through the game all the way, it's sad for me to say that it didn't really live up to that title. Overall, I do think that Persona 5 Strikers is a good action game. It's just that there are a lot of things that are holding it back from true action greatness. If there was just some concept of end lag, not relying so much on the SP system, and overall the gameplay was more polished.
Oh my gosh, I forgot. I literally did this live because it was just that stupid how abusable the freaking mechanics are.
This would without a doubt be the best action game of the year. But on the Persona side of things, this is one of the best sequels to a game that I ever played.
I'm not sure about that, but I can see why I said it.
Persona 5 Royal is one of my favorite games of all time.
And that still stands today. Persona 5 Royal is a freaking incredible game. It still remains one of my top 10 favorite, not even top 10 or top 5, maybe even top 3 favorite games of all time. Please go play Persona 5 Royal.
So this game had a lot to carry on when coming off of a statement like that. And man, did it deliver. The ending to me just defines what this game means to the world and future of Persona 5. The game closes with everyone going their separate ways, and most likely for the last time. With how many Persona 5 spin-offs exist now?
Yeah, they really have done quite a bit with Persona 5 these days. Like I said, they have like the Persona 5 Dancing, I did Q2, they get a release and a spin-off. All that's left really is a fighting game, and then I feel like it's kind of like the checklist for like what they can do for one Persona property.
With P5 Dancing, Q2, a reboot of the original game, an anime, and now a unique action game.
Yeah, I forgot about the anime.
To separate from the pack, I would dare say that this is the last goodbye for the fan thieves. This game to me officially starts the way for Persona 6.
I heard rumors that Persona 6 is on the way, and I heard like the announcement behind it for like Persona 5's 25th anniversary kind of sucked.
Persona 5, man, it's been one crazy ride. But like a wise man once said, a part of the journey is the end.
I feel like people need to live by this quote more, because nothing lasts forever. That's why people are still attached to Gravity Falls and Amphibia. Just let it end! It's not coming back!
Thanks, fan thieves. You really have changed all our hearts.
Yeah, people were saying that this made them cry. Yep, my end screen. My end screens were so cringe back in the day. I had no idea what I was doing when it came to end screens. Yeah, I was saying more to encourage me to make more videos like this, because I'm pretty sure I was doing this from a break while I was on break from college. Because I think... So, yep, that's the first video I ever made for 2022, and that's like the first ever like scripted video I ever done. I'm surprised at how well my points aged. My points aged. I'm not sure my editing or like my scripting styles aged that well. But yeah, like but yeah, a lot of people in the comment section of this video were saying that they actually cried from the ending, and I'm just like, yeah, I can still see that. But yep, so yeah, you can see this like throughout January up until like summer, there were a lot of videos. And then January up to here, not a lot, because I had to deal with college. So the reason why I was able to do this for a while is because I had took a break from college, so that's why. Oh man. That's got a lot of notifications. Alright. Okay, so that's video 1 down. Holy cow. I'm surprised at like how well my points aged across. My editing was kind of okay, so yeah. Alright. What's the next video? Oh, this video. Oh man, the hot take video. I remember me being scared of making this video, but I feel like I had to make it just to speak my voice. Because you could fight me or defend me all you want. Final Fantasy VII Remake is a freaking overrated game. Like, still to this day, I still just have a very strong dislike of FF7 Remake. And I'm pretty sure, like, this video was to highlight all that, because I just could not get around I could not understand the praise for this game, the way I see other people praise it. I really don't. So let's see how well this video is aged. Like, a freaking thumbnail of Sephiroth. Like, I really want to emphasize my thing about Sephiroth. Like, you could, like, yeah, fight me. Like, Sephiroth, aside from the ending, Sephiroth did not need to be in this game. Sephiroth was just there for the nostalgia factor and to be, like, the freaking logo or product seller.
Disclaimer. This video is made from the perspective of someone who has not played the original Final Fantasy VII, but does know of its existence and certain plot points / elements. My only hands-on experience with Final Fantasy VII is through the remake, so please keep that in mind.
And I feel like if I was to play it at the original FF7 at this point, I feel like I'm just giving it to what Square Enix wanted. Just get people to play the remake, but to play the original. and that's just gonna make the money. And I don't. The whole thing about Final Fantasy VII Remake to me is that it's a pretty okay game, but all the business practices and what actually goes into like marketing it and what they're actually doing with it for as like a business, like I just freaking don't hate. I just freaking hate it.
And also, spoilers for these titles throughout the video. I hope you enjoy.
God of War. I remember talking about God of War in this video. How did I bring up God of War? I have no idea how I got out God of War.
Final Fantasy VII. The classic JRPG that came out in 1997 for the PS1 became an instant classic to gamers and is still praised by some people as being the greatest game ever made.
Yeah, I don't. Yeah, at the end of the day, those people, those are the people that are kind of fueled by the nostalgia factor.
So, Square Enix, being the money grubbers that they are, decided to take advantage of FF7's reputation and announced in 2015 that they're in the midst of creating a remake of the 1997 classic.
Yeah, like I just really, you can really tell, I just do not support what Square Enix is doing with this. It's just freaking, they're really just doing this for the money.
Afterward came 5 years of extreme hype and anticipation as fans couldn't wait to revisit the game that changed.
Yeah, this is why I'm so mixed about Maximilian. He freaking gave Final Fantasy VII his game of the year of 2020, even though there were still incredible games like Do Eternal, like and other games I could think of I just didn't play because I wasn't that interested.
Their lives. And in April 2020, the game was finally released. And what a time for such a big game to come out while people didn't have much else to do, am I right?
Yeah, I forgot I made this meme. Like, that was pretty fitting. Like, what else are you gonna do while you're stuck inside from a freaking pandemic?
The game instantly underwent tremendous amounts of praise, was nominated multiple times for Game of the Year, and won the award for Best Soundtrack at the Game Awards.
And if you ask me, this should have freaking won it because of how freaking mistreated Mick Ward was for how his hard work. Like, this freaking deserved to win. At least, I'm still upset about it losing Best Action Game, but come on, please give it to Mick Gordon. He's a freaking legend.
And the winner is Final Fantasy VII Remake.
Like, I feel like I remember a lot more from the Doom Eternal soundtrack than I did the Final Fantasy VII soundtrack. I'm sorry.
Unfortunately, I personally wasn't interested enough to pick up the game myself at launch.
Like, who else would pay freaking $60 for this crap?
But look no further than PlayStation Plus.
That's the only reason I play this game, and it's the only reason I'm going to play the other games, if it's free. That's the only I refuse to pay Square Enix for any of this.
The game became free to PlayStation Plus users during the month of March after the game was nearly a year old. I couldn't turn down an offer like that, so I felt like I had to play it now, and it honestly is not what I expected. And not in a good way.
I forgot. Okay, that to me is something I would edit today. Holy cow, that edit aged well. Oh my gosh.
I know I'm probably gonna get a lot of hate for this video, but here's why I think FF7 Remake isn't Game of the Year material.
And yeah, I did get a lot of hate for this video. There was like somebody in the comments saying like, oh yeah, like I can freaking make a 50-page script about why the combat in this game is good compared to what you said. I'm just like, do it. You think I had the time to write this? Do it. Yeah, this is like, I'm pretty sure this is like the most disliked video I put on the channel. I think it has like, it doesn't have as many likes as my other videos, but yeah, it has a big dislike ratio, just because a lot of people, like, but yeah, I really just do not like, the game itself is really okay, but yeah, other than that, I really don't have much else to say. It's just kind of mad to me. Just all the business practices behind it is just really what pisses me off. I really did not care about the story whatsoever until like the last hour, the last 3 hours.
So, as a newcomer to the series, I never played the original game before jumping into the remake, so please keep that in mind. So, without any prior knowledge of the original game, except for certain things like the main theme and a little bit of what exactly happened with the story,
I did get spoiled about, spoilers for Final Fantasy VII, by the way, right here. I'll give you a second to mute. I did get spoiled about Aerith being stabbed by Sephiroth because a freaking teacher in high school brought that up, and I was like, why? Like, I didn't even know what Final Fantasy even was, but once I saw people talking about it, it's like, oh, that's what it means. Wow, that was a spoiler. It's just a high school professor, like a high school teacher just saying, oh yeah, let me just see if I can, let me just use this example, like how people can care about video game story. I'm just like, well, not everybody here has played Final Fantasy VII because I'm not that much of a nerd or a weeb, so I'm sorry, but...
What did I think of the remakes?
You gonna stand there and pretend you can't hear the planet crying out in pain? I know you can!
Some of the dialogue, I swear, looking back on this, some of the dialogue in this game was kind of weird.
You really hear that?
Damn straight I do!
Like, even like the voice acting and like interactions with each other, it just felt a bit strange or off.
Get help.
Oh!
It was okay.
I forgot! Oh my gosh. Okay, that kind of fit well. Oh my gosh. Oh, that kind of worked.
I thought the characters were charming, and I like how the first moments of the game really set up who they are and what their personalities are like, but after a while, the story just lost my attention. The story for a solid portion of the game just feels really dragged down, relying on fanservice that is kinda annoying.
This game is just so carried by fanservice. I actually want to make a video about how some other games succeed in fanservice where this game kind of fails.
Annoying to the point that I'm gonna make a bigger point on it later into the video.
Yep.
I was just going along with the game since I felt like I had to, since I've heard so much praise about it.
Yeah, that was the only obligation for me to play this game at all, because I had no interest to it, and I just heard, like, yeah, oh yeah, this is a Game of the Year game, everybody should play it, so I'm just gonna play it, and I just did not like it.
It felt like I was just doing random tasks going from point A to point B just because I was there at the right time. The only time where I actually started to care about these characters and the stories at the beginning of the game was when the plate fell, and that's a total 2/3 into
Yeah, chapter 12 out of 18. It took so long for me to actually care.
the story. It seriously should not take that long to make me invested in the world and characters of a game.
It really shouldn't. You should be invested the moment the game starts, and this game just did not do it for me.
The only real character that managed to keep me somewhat attached was Aerith.
Because Aerith, it was like the one one character actually had like interesting writing to me as a newcomer.
Which shouldn't really be surprising since she's such a fan favorite to the game. Aerith was the one character that got me to keep playing just because she was so strangely nice in this crazy and harsh world. I wanted to know what her life is like with her adopted mother, what struggles she went through as a child after losing her biological mother.
Yeah, oh my gosh, I really need to pay attention to like my music, because oh my gosh, I can barely hear me talking over the music how I edited it.
Mother, the only family she had left. Other than that, none of the characters really stood out to me.
Like, I honestly forgot these guys' names, aside from Tifa, because I know freaking a lot of people love Tifa just for reasons. Specific reasons. Like, I seriously do not remember these guys' names. Oh, Wedge. I literally had to look at it to actually remember it, just because these characters were that forgettable to me.
Cloud was just a confident merc whose arc is kinda boring and predictable as time goes on.
I don't get how people say Cloud is like the best protagonist in gaming ever. I seriously do not get it.
Tifa was sweet at first, but started to get on my nerves with this thing the game seems to do with her and Cloud, and
fan service, dumb fan service.
was just the serious waifu of the game.
I forgot I made this.
I mean, there's seriously a scene where it seems like they really...
Yeah, like, look at this. What purpose does this shot... What purpose does this shot... What is the purpose of the shot? Other than to show off her legs. You seriously could have just done that from, like, the side or anything to emphasize her anger or something. Like, you seriously had to do it specifically at her skirt and her legs. What was the point of the shot?
really want you to look up her skirt. I shouldn't need to say more. And after the whole Italy incident, I can see why.
Oh my gosh, I forgot. That was a last minute addition to the script as I was making this, just because I think it would be funny just to talk about, just to emphasize that, yeah, she's kind of just that.
The only reason that I say the play falling is what got my attention is that I finally saw how much all this mattered to these characters. Tifa lost the diner that she might have considered her home for who knows how long.
And I think if I recall, people were saying this actually occurred in like the first 2 hours of the game, which just brings up another problem. Which just brings up another problem to me as a business practice Square Enix is doing this game. This whole game, this like 30-hour game, is like 3 hours of the first game or something like that, and it's just kind of dumb. I'm just like, just give me the whole game. Like, you're talking to somebody who invested 150 hours in the Persona 5 role, and I say it's one of my favorite games of all time. I can take another 150-hour game to get a whole experience. I don't want part of experience that's just another part of a better experience. Just give me the whole game. We could, like, Final Fantasy VII people have waited over like 15 years to get this game. I'm sure they can wait a couple more to get a whole experience.
Barrett's afraid and enraged that he might not see his daughter again, and that it's his fault for not protecting her.
Yeah, he genuinely was my favorite character. Because of, like, his relationship to his daughter, he literally, like, this moment made him my favorite character. But that was 2/3 of the game. I seriously did not care until now.
I really do like to see these emotions that the characters are going through. It's just that it took too long for me to care too much about it. But it did get me interested in seeing what happens next. But then the game loses me again, because Sephiroth comes to play and just really makes all a mess.
Sephiroth did not be in... I will forever argue, Sephiroth, aside from the ending, Sephiroth did not need to be in this game. He was there for fan service and to help sell the game.
Okay, I get it. I might be missing something since I haven't played the original, so I'm probably not completely informed on his motives and backstory, but Sephiroth really made the game confusing to me. He seems to appear in these visions that Cloud has, which could be a form of...
I would like to point out these happen every hour to remind you that Sephiroth's in the game for nostalgia purposes.
PTSD as a soldier, but later on we see that other characters can see Sephiroth, implying that he's actually alive and real.
This was so confusing to me.
But we then see that Cloud has another vision, and we literally see that Tifa's watching Cloud have the vision, but no Sephiroth to be found. Nani? So...
Oh my gosh, I forgot all these freaking meme methods, and they freaking got it aged well.
Oh, is Sephiroth real in these moments? Is he just a very good rendition of Cloud's imagination? It's just so confusing. I know that Sephiroth is one of the most iconic villains in gaming history. I mean, you don't just get into Smash while not being an icon.
No way, Sephiroth!
you! No
Yeah, this to me is like a big reason why Max is kind of carried by nostalgia.
way! Sephiroth! No way!
Sephiroth?
Yes, these are all Final Fantasy VII fans just reacting to like Sephiroth being in the game.
Sephiroth! Sephiroth! Sephiroth!
Sephiroth? Sephiroth?
Sephiroth!
Oh my god, Sephiroth!
I remember this edit. This edit was actually so freaking fun to edit.
Sephiroth! Sephiroth! Sephiroth!
Sephiroth? Sephiroth?
Sephiroth!
Oh my god,
man.
I know, I got it. I got the concept.
Like, people were just freaking out. I was like, okay, I get it. It is Sephiroth, and it's freaking nostalgia, so please, just calm down.
I really have to ask, what's the point of him being here?
He really did not offer anything to the story until the ending. That's why I forever argue he did not need to be in this game at all until the ending.
It feels like he was just thrown into the story at the last minute because of his icon status so he could just boost the numbers of sales for the game.
That was the whole point he was there.
It feels like he's just a walking advertisement. Hey everybody, look over here! Yeah, it's me, Sephiroth!
This took so long to edit. I swear I spent a day on this.
You know the iconic film from that classic game that came out over 20 years ago?
This is right. This is around when this episode came out. I just thought this is like peak meme material.
Yeah, they're making a crappy remake of that game, but you should still buy it because I'm in it, even though I don't serve any significant purpose to the overarching story at all. But you should still buy it regardless, since I'm in it, and you love me!
I was just so upset. Like this is just the only reason people like this game.
Okay, fine, I'm cool, I'm fine.
So, the story of this game really didn't strike my...
I forgot the freaking... Like, I forgot about the freaking cat dude.
But from what I've learned...
I forgot he's in the game. I forgot that, because everything about this game is, like, almost forgettable.
This actually isn't the full story of the original. Other parts are going to be released in the future, which is another problem that I'm going to discuss later on. Overall, I didn't think the story was the worst thing in the world, but still did...
This is actually, like, the only, like, really well-animated cutscene in the game, aside from the intro. This is, like, the only good one.
To what I thought was going to be.
Like, everything else is just kind of like an in-game cutscene. This is actually, like, pushed, like, the graphics. This is, like, where it actually, like, flexed, like, how well they did into this. I was like, why could the whole game look like this?
Like, as someone coming into Final Fantasy.
Yeah, the game is fun for, like, the first 2 hours, and then it gets boring. That's how my experience went.
So, the big thing for gameplay these days really seems to be along the lines of hack and slash. So, Square wanted to incorporate those elements into FF7 Remake to keep up with that trend, but still maintain that classic RPG feel of the original, and I would say they did a pretty good job of it.
Yeah, they did do a good job of it. It's just kind of just, like, doesn't really encourage, like, any creativity play, just, like, lane play and whatnot. And that's why I say for the first 2 hours it was fun because it would actually be learning the systems and characters, but aside from that, after, like, the whole rest of the game just kind of felt boring.
The problem I have with it though is that it just gets really repetitive and boring after a while. Cloud has this iconic Buster Sword, which is cool to see in action, but in reality it just becomes boring and uninteresting since you realize all I have to do is mash square.
Yeah, it literally felt like for a majority of the playthrough, I was just pressing one button.
Okay, Square, I get it. You want me to mash square like people mash the pre-order button for the other FF7 Remake games.
Just me continuing to feed into my hatred of how Square does their freaking business practices.
There are other characters in this game that have different movesets and abilities to mix things up, like how Tifa's more focused on barehanded combat, Barrett's attacks are more long-range based around his
the different movesets are generally cool, but it's just still the same thing. You're just mashing square with the occasional press of triangle. You're just doing the same thing with all the characters. It's just that they have served different purposes of combat. It's just not really all that interesting.
Arm cannon, and Aerith is unique as she's more focused on spells with her staff. You may think that with all this diversity in how the characters play, that the game will be very fun to play. But in reality, you're just doing the same thing with all of them, mashing square with the occasional press of triangle to use a spell or heal your party.
Yeah, that's literally how it will. That's literally how my playthrough went. It was just so boring. I don't get how people like this combat. I really don't.
Oh, What?
Oh yeah, I forgot about that gag. Yeah, this was around the time that Encanto was getting really big, so I thought, oh, why not just throw an Encanto gag in there? Hold up.
That doesn't even come close to my biggest complaint with the gameplay. The air combat.
You literally mash in the air and just pray that you actually do something to an enemy. It's so bad.
Oh my gosh, it is atrocious.
Like, you do have Barrett to deal with it, but oh my gosh, it's so bad. Like, other than that, everybody else, you basically just have to get up to the enemy where it is in the air and just hope that you have to mash square and you actually go up to the enemy. It's really just really bad.
The thing I hate about enemies being in the air is that the game is designed around you not having a jump button. So, how do you fight these enemies that are in the air, you may ask? Well, it's seriously...
Oh, this is why I brought up God of War. Because this is kind of the design philosophy that God of War brings up. But God of War just does it better because it actually kept that system in mind and actually did something with it. So that's why I didn't like
the
this.
change. You just mash square and pray that the game focuses them and launches you into the air to attack. This seriously feels so random, and I swear it only works half the time. Now, I know that there is Barrett's moveset that can handle these types of enemies pretty well.
Like Barrett and Aerith are really like the only range movesets, and Barrett's is like only a better one just because Aerith's projectiles are so low.
But he's only in your party for half the game, so that option just isn't there for you a majority of the time.
You just felt really limited when it came to how you fight.
When it comes to hack and slash combat in games, I want to feel like I'm in control of how I fight. But with this terrible air combat, I don't feel in control at all.
Like, you don't have a jump button, you have a limited amount of times you can actually attack until you have to go back to the ground. It's just really boring.
One game that I can think of that follows a similar style of combat with no jump button, but still has fun in controlling combat, is 2018's God of War.
I forever love this game, God of War 2018. This is probably one of, if not the most influential games I ever played.
I know that God of War's combat is kind of a controversial topic due to how it's changed drastically from its predecessor.
Yeah, people love and hate 2018's combat. I love it, but I understand why a lot of people hate it, because it's very different from the typical God of War formula, but I like it.
But I'm just using this as a way of comparison. The combat in that game is basically the same as FF7 Remake, but still feels more satisfying to play since you're in so much more control of what's happening.
Yeah, this is back when I actually could do runic cancels. That's me doing a runic cancel.
But still feels more satisfying to play since you're...
So this is me doing a runic attack, but also having my axe in my hand. I actually used to be able to do this, but I can't do it anymore just because it's been so long since I've done
much more control of what's happening. Also, like FF7 Remake, God of War doesn't have a jump button and has a good amount of flying enemies to fight.
Yeah, there's like the nightmares or the dark elves that actually gotta get into the air, but there's just like a lot of options that you can actually do to actually feel like you're in control of enemies that are actually airborne. So that's why I feel like this combat, how God of War handles this combat loop of like not being in the air is actually like, of like not having a jump button is really well done versus Final Fantasy Remake to me, which is not very well done.
But the game was designed with this in mind, so there's ways of getting around it. Atreus can shoot the enemy with an arrow to draw their attention or stun them. Kratos can throw his axe to deal damage to them since it acts as a projectile.
Yeah.
Or he can use the Blades of Chaos to basically say,
"Get over here!"
and bring them to your level. Despite the game not being built around a jump button and verticality in its combat, you still feel control and are satisfied with playing since there are multiple ways for you to deal with airbound enemies. FF7 Remake just doesn't have these options available to you.
Yeah, like look, like what else? Like I literally brought this.
Feel very
like you don't know how many times this happened during my playthrough. There's like these edges that like you can't walk over, but there are flying enemies that over there, and the only thing, and sometimes Barrett wouldn't even do like I couldn't have Barrett because he sometimes died, and I'm just like, what else am I supposed to do? Like I can't go over there, or else I literally can't go over there because the game doesn't allow me to go over the edge when I'm in the air. So like, what else am I supposed to do? Like, use a spell?
Very restrained. I'm not saying that FF7 Remake's combat is bad. I generally had a little fun figuring out enemy weaknesses and figuring out what the best times to use certain attacks are. But it all just...
Yeah, that was like in the first 2 or 3 hours, and then after that I got bored.
It loses my interest in how repetitive it gets as time goes on. This perspective may be due to how I have a lot of experience in actual hack and slash titles like Bayonetta and Devil May Cry. They kind of fall in the same category, but...
Yeah, this is the time where I really want to talk about action games. I don't know why. Just a lot of action game discussions.
By having one button for you to use to attack. However, there is more for you to focus on outside of just that one button. You have different inputs that could be unique for...
Yeah, this is all about one button, like attack plus delay plus attack, like attack back to forward, attack hold and release. There's a lot more to you than just doing one button, and there's this whole other moveset available to you. That's my point.
The one button to change your moves. There are different weapons for you to identify when and where to use them. On top of all the resources you have to manage, like your Devil Trigger bar and using your resources for something like a torture attack. FF7 Remake just doesn't have this diversity outside of the one attack button. Now, people may say that the game is more of an RPG than a hack and slash, but the fact is that it does have those elements.
Yeah, it is an RPG, but I feel like they really implemented it to be more like a hack and slash, to be more mainstream with like a lot of our audiences these days.
And the game just doesn't balance the difference between those two styles as much as it should have. FF7 was born an RPG, and I'm sure it wants to die an RPG. But if they're going to incorporate elements of recent hack and slash styles, then they really should make it more engaging.
That's literally how I felt this playthrough. That's why I edited it this way. This is literally how I felt. I literally was just mashing square mindlessly
just mashing
while
one button,
it
gets kind of boring.
Yeah, this perfectly sums up how I feel about the game. It felt like a product first and a game second.
So, I've discussed my thoughts about FF7 Remake to other people, and they kind of hated the thought of me calling it a cash grab.
Yeah, this was due to me having discussions around my criticism around the game in Crystal server, because yes, I am part of our Discord server, and me talking about my gripes with Final Fantasy VII Remake, and one person actually influenced me enough that I had to completely rewrite the script at some point, so that's why I want to be fair with what I want to say.
One counterpoint that someone brought up to me was everything is a cash grab in a sense. Like, yes, that is kinda true. Anything, everything we do for a majority of our lives is going to be for the sake of making money. But to me, there's a difference between being passionate about making something satisfying with the money just being a neat bonus afterward, and doing something just for the sole intention.
Yeah, they did do Eternal because they were passionate, because Hugo Morgan was actually passionate about making the game and actually giving it a good experience to the players. This, they were just solely meant, like this game, they were solely meant on making money off the property that they knew people had a very fond connection of, and they would be willing to pay stupid amounts of money to re-experience.
You're making as much money as you possibly can. I mean, look at Disney. Sure, I may love.
Yeah, this is like the whole thing with the film industry these days.
Some of their recent projects such as Soul, Encanto, and my new favorite TV show of all time, The Owl House.
Yep, The Owl House still remains one of my favorite TV shows of all time.
But look at what they've done with all the live-action remakes of their classic animated.
Yeah, The Lion King sucked, Beauty and the Beast was okay, Aladdin kind of sucked.
Films. They essentially take what people loved about the classics and have used that to get people to pay for those tickets to see the remakes.
This is literally how nostalgia works. I'm explaining how nostalgia works, and it's literally what is happening in Final Fantasy VII Remake. That's why I want to emphasize in this video, because I feel like this topic just wasn't talked about enough when it came to Final Fantasy VII.
This ultimately leads to people seeing a watered-down version of the original just so that Disney could make the money off of it. Aside from Cruella, I'm not gonna lie, I was genuinely impressed by what they did with that film, but hey, that's just my opinion.
Yeah, I still remember liking Cruella. I might actually rewatch it now, because maybe my thoughts have changed now I actually have experience with criticism and whatnot, and I remember doing that just because to emphasize, oh yeah, this is my opinion, so it might be stupid.
But this all falls back to the one thing, nostalgia. And this,
I literally have no idea what this is, but a lot of people say they do, and that just kind of is my point. If I'm a newcomer, how am I supposed to know what this
to me,
is?
is exactly what's happening to the FF7 remake. While also discussing my thoughts with people, a majority of them brought up that the purpose of playing the remake is to get you interested in playing the original game.
Yep, this is literally what I was saying before. I don't want to play Final Fantasy VII original after playing the remake, just because I feel like that's getting into the scam that Square Enix is doing around this game.
Let me ask something. If the whole point of the remake is to make you interested in playing the original game, then what's the point in the remake even existing?
And that's like I think that's my big hot take. I don't see why this game exists. Yeah, that's the big hot take that I'm pretty sure pissed off a lot of people. I don't see why this game exists.
Answer, no point. If Square Enix really wants people to play the original that badly, then they should just endorse the original. Or better yet, just give us a remake that's the full experience of the original, instead of this 3 or 4 part bullcrap.
Yeah, I really don't like this practice of making it 3 games. Just make it one big game. Just, like, a lot of people have been waiting for God of War Ragnarok to happen, and God of War 2018 came out, like, almost, like, what, 5-10 years after the last God of War, and look at where it is now. Like, just make the whole game. Like, this is just me that you're just milking the property for the sake of money.
People waited almost a decade for this game to be released. What's another few gonna hurt to give us the entire FF7 experience of the modern age? And trust me, I know that feeling.
This may not age well, because I heard a lot of mixed feelings about Bayonetta 3 now, because, like, I was definitely hyped for Bayonetta 3, but now I heard a lot of mixed feelings about it, so I'm not sure if this comment really aged that well.
The one thing that really tells me that they're in this for the money is the fact that they made a DLC for the game.
I still have not played this DLC, and I refuse to see anything about it, because I just do not want to get into this DLC, scam.
Not a continuation of the game and its story, just a straight up DLC. Yeah, I get it. This is a side story involving a fan-favorite character of the original.
I seriously do not even remember this gal's name because I just don't care.
But what I want to ask is that why wasn't this part of the game in the first place as a side story? It was just saved for one of the later installments of FF7 Remake. Another thing that I absolutely can't go over is just how much fan service there is to this game.
Here we go, falls back to the fan service.
And not the good kind.
If you're about to ask me to dance, then don't.
Come on, don't be shy. How about you, Cloud?
I don't dance.
So originally, I had this playing to Everybody Dance Now, but of course I freaking got copyright because copyright sucks. Copyright sucks these days when it comes to being a content creator. It was only 10 seconds, and I still had a copyright strike for it. But luckily I got it taken care of, so I just unmuted it. But yeah, like, come on, what was the point of this? I don't get this. It's supposed to be like funny, like yeah, it's funny, but I'm just like, what's the point? Like, don't dance, but you're a freaking soldier, but somehow you dance. Like, I don't get it.
Like, the first time I heard Barrett sing the victory theme, I chuckled because I thought, okay, that was a nice callback to the original. But then here's what happens. He doesn't stop for the entire rest of the game.
It's seriously, yeah, it was like one thing I like playing my playthrough. I'm just like, I heard it once, I don't want to hear it anymore.
It honestly irritated me for such a long time. I started to wonder why he kept doing it. And then the context finally came at the end of the game.
Yeah, I didn't know what the jingle was, and I'm pretty sure they expected people to know what the jingle was before going this, and that just explains how they really geared this towards fans and not newcomers.
If this context was brought up earlier in the game, I probably wouldn't have been as annoyed, but it didn't. So I was just stuck having to listen to this theme without any context as to why he's doing it other than for the sake of fan service. It really just feels like Square Enix expected players
I still don't know what this is. How am I supposed to know what this is, well, like, without having been a fan?
Prior knowledge of the original story says there's so much that's introduced in this game that to a newcomer like me, just doesn't make sense. Like, who's this biker guy?
Okay, if they did find out, I think somebody mentioned it in like a Discord server I'm in, or in the comment section. This guy was introduced as the remake, so this is actually an original character.
Just shows up as a boss fight for 2 chapters, and then we never see him again. Who was he? Why was he so eager to fight Cloud? What was the point of him actually being in the game?
Yeah, but I still stand by that point. I don't really see a point of, unless it like sets up for something later on into the remake franchise. Like, I don't see the point of this character being in the game.
Don't know, and the game never really brings up a reason as to why for a newcomer like me who's asking these questions.
Like, yeah, like, I just don't get it. It's like, it's just brought up late. Like, he doesn't get brought up later. He's just there for like 2 chapters, and then he just gets completely forgotten. Unless it's setting up for something like the remake games, I just don't get the point.
As a player who has little knowledge of the original, I really just see the remake as being a fan service game. And yes, I know that there are other great fan service games out there. DMC5 is a fan service game that I hold very dear to my heart.
Yeah, I really want to go. Like I said in this video, I want to plan to do a video discussing why DMC5 was just fan service done so good, and FF7 Remake is fan service just kind of terribly.
Since it handles it so perfectly. So much so that I'm going to go more in depth with it for another video.
Yep,
but the big takeaway from that is DMC5 doesn't completely rely on fan service to be a good game. FF7...
Yeah, like, in DMC5, you don't need fan service to enjoy the game, because 1, there's a recap at the beginning of the game saying, oh yeah, here's a DMC recap if you want to catch up quickly and, like, what's actually going on in the DMC universe before jumping into 5. 2, the whole gameplay loop actually, like, it doesn't rely on your, like, past experiences of DMC5. Like, it does benefit you if you played the game before to actually understand the systems, but, if you're a newcomer, it actually just helps you just get into the systems, and there's, like, different difficulties that can appropriately challenge yourself. And, like, the big example I'm putting in my script right now is, like, the virtual thing. Like, the virtual boss fight was just so good fan service because, like, it appeals to, like, all those dedicated fans of, like, DMC5 because, oh, man, this reminds me of the DMC3 fight, and this is, like, just so cool, cool for, like, fitting for the characters throughout the story of the game. But when you're a cool newcomer, that doesn't matter because it's just, like, a final boss. It's just a cool final boss that you get to fight because it has, like, a cool moveset, and you've been going through the game, enjoying it, getting into, like, the systems and whatnot, and then you get challenged by this final boss. It's actually really cool since it's similar to you. Because it's not, virtual isn't there solely for the sake of fan service, and it still appeals to newcomers because it's just built up through the entire game, and yeah, like, he's just built up through the entire game, and it doesn't matter that the people know that these moves are references to a DMC fight that occurred in an earlier DMC game. It's still a cool boss fight because it's just something that's built up and you're excited to fight. That's why it works, and that's why I think Final Fantasy VII doesn't work.
Remake does rely on fan service to be a good game. It builds off of that nostalgia that players had for playing the original all those years ago, and to me, that really makes the game suffer in its overall quality.
Yeah, to me, there's a lot better games in 2020 than this game. I hate to say it to you.
I think it's safe to say that 2020 was a rough year for everyone.
Yeah, it really was. It was one of the hardest years we've gone through a while.
Fortunately, a lot of big games came out during this period to help us escape the nightmare that was the state of the world. The Mario classic Doom got a long way sequel, Persona 5 got a re-release with an expansion to its story, Crash Bandicoot got its official 4th installment to continue the original trilogy.
I actually recently just got this for PlayStation Plus, and it's freaking awesome. It's actually, please go play Crash Bandicoot 4, it's really fun, if you're not trying to do completionist stuff.
Cyberpunk existed.
It actually did get, so this actually hasn't aged well. I heard things in Cyberpunk actually got better with time.
and so did Fall Guys, and
oh yeah, I just don't talk about Last of Us Part 2 just because one, I personally think Last of Us is kind of overrated, and two, there's a lot of drama about Last of Us Part 2, so that's why I just do like a little cameo.
Okay, so a lot of big games came out during this weird year. Along with this wave of releases came FF7 Remake. But if I had the decision to pick any of these games to play, FF7 would honestly be one of my last choices. Why do I say this? Well, it's because the other games of 2020 just have much stronger elements when it comes to what I want from a video game. Doom Eternal is one of my favorite shooters of all time since it made me love the gameplay and how
I still every now and then just turn on Doom Eternal just because it's that fun to play. Like, it's just so well, like, the combat loop is so well done, the mechanics are so well taught to you, and Doom Eternal is just such a good game.
Desire to play it forever. There's a reason why I poured almost 600 hours.
Yep, this is how much time I invested into Doom before I moved into PC. I was that much of a freaking PS4 Doom Slayer.
Hours into it. Without it, I would have never built my own gaming PC just so
that was when I first built it. I think that's my old capture card. I have a new capture card now.
Get what other people say is the stronger experience. Persona 5 Royal is one of my favorite games of all time, period, because it has really interesting and investing characters, great RPG gameplay, and a story that I swear
between Doom Eternal and Persona 5 Royal, they're tied for my game of the year. I love them both.
Changed my outlook on life. But FF7 Remake? No, it just doesn't really have much of these elements.
Actually, after a while, I just forgot this game existed after a while.
Not too many characters get too invested in, pretty forgettable story, and gameplay that was just boring and tedious to go through after a while.
Yeah, like, it was fun. Like I keep saying, it was fun for like the first 2 hours, but after that, I was just bored.
When you just compare how awesome the other games of 2020 were, you really just see how underwhelming FF7 Remake truly is. To me, for a game to be qualified as a contender for Game of the Year, it really has to feel special, which could be done in many ways, such as changing your outlook on different games, having a greater appreciation for what games are, or
like God of War 2018 made me
in many ways, such as changing your outlook on different games, having a greater appreciation.
Yeah, like God of War 2018 made me appreciate that games are art. Like, they could they can tell incredible stories, like filmmaking techniques can still be using them, but still tell an impressive game. God of War? Yeah, like, I just use this like example. Can you guys hear? Yeah, you guys are still able to hear, like, the desktop audio, right? Let me run this.
Appreciation for what games are, or just make you feel something long after you...
Yeah, so yeah, like God of War. Yeah, God of War to me,
look at
like,
different games, having a great...
Yeah, like God of War, this was the game that made me realize just how cool games could be, with, like, how they could be art, and, like, push, like, animation and whatnot. Like, it's just so, like, God of War 2018 was so good and so influential. So influential to me, at least. It's such a good game.
Greater appreciation for what games are, or just make you feel something long after you turned it off. And
I haven't played DMC5 for like a solid, like 6 months at least, but I still talk about it just because I love DMC that much. Because that's just how you make a game influence on somebody.
FF7 Remake to me just didn't do that. I know that people are more than excited for this game to continue.
This is literally everybody at the end of the game for some reason, and I just don't. I feel like I'm missing the context because I think somebody mentioned, oh yeah, this is different from how it was in the original game, but I'm just like, why should I care about it if I haven't played the original?
And I'm happy for them, but I really do think that's just because people have such a strong connection to the original, and to me, that's all this game is. Just an iteration of something that fans have a strong connection with and is nothing more than a shameless, pretty product designed to make as much money as Square Enix can.
Like, they literally did this just so they could have the frame just to look like the poster, just to say, oh yeah, this is the poster shot, so let's put it in the game.
And that's why I think FF7 Remake isn't Game of the Year material.
Reach out to me.
Yeah, some points may have not aged well, like a Cyberpunk one or like the Bayonetta 3 one, but yeah, a lot of my points still stand about this game. It's just really freaking flawed. I really cannot like it that much. I don't get the praise around it.
Heal every wound.
Yeah, this is the most common thing, just me doing like a outro song like this. But yeah, a lot of my points still stand about that video. I really just do not like Final Fantasy VII Remake that much. I still don't. All right, that's 2 videos down. All right, what's the next video? Okay, I'm gonna say my A and V's for later, because I feel like those are like just like a neat little thing. Oh wow, I forgot. Oh man, I forgot about this video. My we don't need the DCU. I forgot. I looking back on this, I don't remember why I made this. I just thought, oh yeah, I feel like this needs to be talked about. So I have no idea what to expect from this video. Do I still agree with it? Do I not agree with it? So I have no idea. But I'm surprised at how well my editing kind of fits. Like, there's some things that might change with, like, timing and, like, actually being relevant to what I'm talking about, but a lot of my editing seems to hold up pretty well. yeah, I feel like this is just something I always do, just acknowledge that there's spoilers, just because every time I just get into the Discord server, there's like, please don't spoilers about anything, period, because, like, not everybody's watched everything, so just acknowledge that, I guess. And of course, I bring up the MCU, because the MCU is kind of like the one that started this whole trend.
For the past year or so, I've been getting back on the animation trend, so it seems like I've been missing out on...
Yeah, I don't know what it was to be. This is the period where I thought, like, doing, like, a really, like, tone voice, like, thing will get me, like, more views for whatever reason. I don't do that anymore, because, of course, views aren't everything now. But I think... Here, let me see if I can find the video. Hold up. Let me see if I can find the video. There was, like, a video that inspired me to do this tone of my voice. Mall of Vengeance... yeah, there was like a Vengeance video. There's like a... Yeah, this video. This video. Understanding Maul's Rage. There's like this... It was like this guy where he is like...
It's important for me to get the right coverage.
And, get that out of the way. Yeah, there was like a... So yeah, this is a guy I just thought, oh yeah, this video seems to be popping off and people are generally interested in what he's talking about. So let me just give a... let me just do a video essay, like doing similar to what this guy's doing. So let me just do like low tones. So like if you listen to this guy just for a second, you can see me. Wait a minute. Oops.
Private internet access is the world's most transparent VPN.
Yeah, you see like how low his voice is, and like so back at the time when I thought views were everything. Of course they're not anymore. Views are not everything now that I'm a creator. But like I feel that was the big video that was like, oh, maybe like low tone like voice commentary is like how people get interested in your audience. Of course I don't do that anymore because like I'd rather have my own voice. So yeah, that's why like though this lower tone I really don't do it anymore.
A lot of stuff that's been coming out.
With
my return, I've been...
Yeah, and that was around the time where I actually got into Avatar. Because I haven't watched Avatar until this last year, and I really liked it. Always stay hydrated, kids. Woo! Oh man, I got it on my shirt. Ah! Alright.
Able to fall in love with and appreciate some of these great projects. The biggest thing that I'm attached with these days is Disney Channel's latest cartoons like The Ghost of Molly McGee.
Please go check out the Ghost of Molly McGee. It's a freaking unappreciated show.
Amphibia, and my new favorite show of all time, The Owl House.
You're gonna hear that a lot because I was obsessed with The Owl House. I still am to this day.
But what bothers me the more and more I went into these shows is that it seems like they're teasing that down the line all these shows are going to cross over and become part of a shared universe.
And there's theories still to this day that it might actually happen.
Now, as a fan and enjoyer of all these shows and characters, I think it's fun to think about how these characters would interact with one another. I mean, that's what fans do.
Yeah, it's always fun to do it as fans. I don't really approve of it if it actually happens, like, behind the showrunners and whatnot.
But what trolls me is that there's a lot of clues leading towards it officially happening. The creator of the Ghost of...
Yeah, I forgot about this tweet, but I brought it up as a point in my video just because it was one of the big things that actually made me concerned. It's like when asked if the Ghost of Molly McGee would feature references to shows like The Owl House, creator Bill Moss replies, "You don't want me to give spoilers, do you?" Teasing that it might actually happen. I'm not sure if it has happened yet, because I watched all of season 1, I didn't see anything. Hold up. I see a spider on my wall. Give me a second. There we go, I got it. You never want to deal with spiders. But yeah, I hope this is fun, chat, just revisiting all my videos and see just a retrospective of how I looked at it, made all my videos and whatnot. Because we're doing this until that clock. Wait, am I pointing in the right direction? No, other way. Yeah, that clock. That clock hits 0 until midnight. So yeah, I think this was the big inspiration for why I want to make this video. I'm just like, please don't. Like, Amphibia is already doing it. I don't like it when Amphibia does it. I don't want the show to do it.
The Molly McGee teased on Twitter that it might be connected to the Owl House.
MCU worked for 11 years, even that was a miracle. Yeah.
The Owl House has had many callouts to the world and characters of Amphibia.
Yeah, like, this has spawned so many theories. This freaking one picture.
Amphibia has also shown that
yeah, this right here. I forgot about this
might be connected to the Owl House and maybe even Gravity Falls. All the speculation has led to the creation of the title, the DCU, or Disney Cartoon Universe.
That's just something I made up on the spot. I'm not sure if that's actually what the fandom calls it, but that's what I came up with for this video.
Or whatever they call it these days. To me, there's multiple problems with having a crossover like this.
Yeah, Marilyn. For those of you who don't know, this is a reference because Grunkle Stan for Gravity Falls said he was briefly married to a woman named Marilyn. So that teases that Ito was the ex-wife of Grunkle Stan. I really hope that's not the case.
1. It's not really necessary.
Yep, the biggest thing about this whole idea to me, we don't really need it that much.
Sure, a lot of the people working on these shows have worked with each other in past projects, like Dana Terrace, the creator of The Owl House, worked as a storyboard artist and director for Gravity Falls alongside Alex Hirsch. The same
Yeah, and also Alex Hirsch supplied his voice for the Owl House for Hootie and King, so that's another way how they're connected.
can be said about Matt Braley, the creator of Amphibia,
I think it's pronounced Matt Brawley now. I'm sorry for that. I feel really bad now.
who even won an award for an episode of Gravity Falls that he directed.
Yeah, and it's actually surprisingly the one that introduced the freaking Pacifica and Dipper ship. So you're welcome. So you can thank Matt Brawley for that, Jet.
After Gravity Falls came to its eventual end, all these great artists and storytellers would go their separate ways to create their own wondrous worlds and characters. Or did they? Despite how different the characters,
Yeah, every show seems different, but they still insist that it's all connected, and I just don't approve of this.
worlds, and themes of these shows are, there have been many teases and theories.
Yeah, I watched this video. I'm just like, I just really hope it doesn't happen, because this person does a deep dive into it. A deep dive in this. Go check this guy, Camila's harem, or some Kamali's harem. I'm sorry if I'm mispronouncing that, but yeah, go check it out if you're interested in this theory, just because I just really don't hope this happens.
Saying that it could lead to all these shows being placed in the same universe. Which leads to my second problem with this idea. 2. How could this crossover even work?
Why would I bring up 2 after I said the second problem? I don't know. That's a big script problem that I probably would have improved on.
Many theories brought up to answer this question. One teases that this could all be a part of some big plan Bill had beyond the events of the Gravity Falls ending. Another suggests that Andrus and Bellows might team up or at least intersect with one another with their plans, and
obviously that didn't happen in Amphibia, but who knows? You could see it happen in Owl House, because we don't know what's about to happen in the next 2 episodes.
The other theories. I'm just saying the shows right now aren't really in the position to do a crossover and make it work narratively. I mean, look at it from a map of Earth and look how...
This is one thing I was very criticized for this video. Like, I don't do like a deep dive into this, but I'm just like, this is like, I'm just trying to show how this would make so little sense, because like the events of all this happening just wouldn't work.
Spread out all locations of these shows are. We now know for season 2 of The Owl House from what Luce mentioned that the events of the Earth side of the story take place in Connecticut. We see in the 3rd season of Amphibia that Anne and everything.
Hold up. Oh man, sorry. I have to mute when I sneeze, because if I sneeze on my mic, it's freaking ear rape. I'm sorry.
Everything that's going down is in LA, California. Gravity Falls is shown and confirmed multiple times to take place somewhere in the state of Oregon. The location of where the Ghost and Molly McGee takes place.
Yeah, this is a big speculation thing, so. This is just like assumption of where Ghost and Molly McGee could take place.
This hasn't been clearly disclosed yet, so this might just be a headcanon thing, but from a mention of a location named Cedar Valley, which is an actual place in Utah.
That's actually not far from where I live, so that's probably why I headcanon this.
I want to at least disclose that it takes place somewhere in the Midwest.
Yeah, that's why it's just the biggest thing, because it seems like it does place like a place like Colorado or Kansas or Wyoming or something like that.
But now, take a step back and look at the map. Just look how spread out.
Yeah, are literally a country apart. Like, the biggest shows that have, like, the biggest fandoms and people are assuming that might cross over eventually. Like, how could you make this work? That's my biggest thing.
All these characters and events are. Even if we do get lucky and all the characters end up in the human world at the same time, I just don't think there's any way for them to actually meet up unless it was for some plot convenience reason. Like, oh, Liz's portal didn't work exactly, and now she's in LA, but hey, that means she can meet Anne now, yay! Or
yeah, that's kind of how I feel now. Like, if it ever happens, like, if a crossover ever happens, it's just gonna be so forced and plot convenient that it's just gonna feel kind of stupid.
Just some purely convenient reason that allows for it to happen, and it just feels kind of ridiculous. The next point is 3. Ruining what the shows already have.
This might have been a stretch. I'm not sure if this point aged well.
One example I thought of while making this video is the Phineas and Ferb Mission Marvel crossover. Now,
I feel like I did this just so I could support my case. I'm not sure if this actually is a good point. I just did this just to help support my case.
Don't get me wrong, I love Phineas and Ferb. It was one of my favorite cartoons growing up as a kid.
Okay, I'm not sure if that aged well. I look back on it, and yeah, I'm not sure if I like Phineas and Ferb that much, because they kind of just do the same thing for 77 seasons. Like, the only real thing that really separates them is the unique settings and the unique songs. Like, I'm one of the people that thinks, like, Phineas and Ferb really hasn't aged that well, but I still think it's good. Like, it's just a show that's not meant to be binged. Because if I tried to binge it once, I just got bored, just because it's the same thing.
And I love Marvel. It's home to my favorite superheroes and godly characters.
Notice how I said godly as Thor appeared, because Thor is my favorite Marvel character, fight me.
But the crossover between them was just crap.
There is seriously so much stuff that they do with this crossover that's so confusing that I can't believe that this was actually made.
I still can't believe this actually was made. Like, I don't know why this was made, I don't know how it was made, but I'm just like, it's made, but I don't know why.
The plot of the episode revolves around the Avengers losing their powers, and Phineas and Ferb have to be the ones to get them back. However, the way they go about those heroes losing their powers is just so freaking stupid. Tony loses his quote-unquote powers, which doesn't allow him to move, even though his suit is a separate entity of himself.
Like literally, Tony Stark, Iron Man doesn't have powers. He's just a suit.
And he doesn't even have powers in the first place. He's literally just a guy in a suit.
That's literally who Iron Man is. I hate to break it to you.
Hulk loses his powers, even though that if he did, he should have switched back to Banner, since he should have lost the gamma in his body, but nope, he simply just loses his strength.
Yeah, it's just so stupid. It's the plot convenience is just kind of like just kiddie crap, and I'm just like, this just doesn't make sense.
Thor lost his powers by not being able to wield Mjolnir, even though it has nothing to do with his powers at all, since it's based around his worthiness to the hammer.
You know, the whole point of Mjolnir and Thor?
Which he literally brings up multiple times throughout the episode.
I mean, but, okay, to be fair, he would still contain some powers, because Thor is the god of thunder. He doesn't necessarily need Mjolnir to, like, be a god. So, to an extent, Tony could have some of Thor's powers, but I don't know.
There's also just this really forced and cheesy drama that happens between Phineas and Candace that honestly feels out of character for them.
Yeah, this plot line felt so weird for the characters.
Which they really try to make the heart of the episode, but just doesn't work. You see what I'm getting at here? Sure, it's fun to see these characters interacting with one another. It's just the whole reason that they're doing it for the sake of the overarching story is just kind of ridiculous.
If you're gonna get, like, crossover characters to, like, do this, make it, like, an actual, like, narratively interesting reason why they're doing it, or else it's just gonna feel kind of stupid.
Both of these shows are meant to just be your average Saturday morning just for enjoyment cartoons.
Okay, that's kind of a stretch. I'm not sure if I would say that, because that kind of is a trend that's not very applicable these days.
But they still have different themes and styles that make them unique from one another. Phineas and Ferb always had the theme of imagination and creativity that can do whatever you put your mind to. Anything to do with Marvel is based around the feeling of adventure and being a hero.
The first Thor is such an underrated movie. It's such an underappreciated movie. Please go support the first Thor movie.
It feels like they just made this crossover because these two shows were the biggest thing happening on Disney XD at the time. So they put them together just for the sake of grabbing more attention, which leads to 4. Forced by attention and other media.
Everything, yeah, it feels like everything changed when the MCU happened. I feel like ever since this happened, everybody's been trying to do it. Hey, Crazy Baby User, welcome, man. If you're here for the marathon. I'm glad you can make it, man. Big ol' marathon until that clock right there hits midnight.
Multiversal storytelling has become a big trend in the past decade when it comes to filmmaking, specifically due to how popular it became when the MCU really started to take off.
Yeah, once the MCU started, everybody wanted to do it just because it's what made them, like, super famous, and it's just so iconic in the film industry.
After that, it felt like everybody was trying to do it to keep up with the trend.
Yep, I still stand by what he said in the street. Endgame correct. Joe Russo says the trend in multiverse storytelling and character resurrection is popular media would become a problem from a career standpoint. Too much of one thing is a bad thing, and that's why I'm saying. I don't want this crossover thing to happen to these cartoons because it just means they're just following the trends and they're just supposed to be because it's just a trend and they have to follow trends, you know. And I don't really approve of that for like these for the animated shows. Which is why I wanted to make this video. I feel like this tweet right here was the big thing that cemented that. Yeah, I'm making this video.
Marvel has been going above and beyond with it in their last few projects.
Yeah, and then Multiverse of Madness kind of just was a disappointing film.
DC is doing it now despite having a bumpy start, and now it seems like animation is.
Yeah, this is a big thing. This is a big tease that Amphibia is connected because this is Earth. A lot of people saying this is this is the Boeing Isles. There's a lot of other theories saying to what these worlds could be, but yeah, this is the big one. Earth, Amphibia, and the Owl House are the Boeing Isles worlds.
Going to go along with it. People have had a big connection to both Amphibia and the.
I saw the Owl House, lol. Yeah, we gotta love that show, man. The Owl House is awesome.
The Owl House, so it's not completely out of range for the creators to bring them together.
I think it's where I found you, and then I subbed by your Andrew's video. Yeah, I feel like that was my big break video. I think we'll get to that eventually.
Together to cash in on the attention that both shows have. Now, people I've talked to have told me that it's merely Easter eggs and whatnot when it comes to what's been shown in both the.
Like, this can't be freaking like the fact that he brings this up can't be coincidental. Like, why would he say this? Like, hey, Mr. Fonz, you think we're just entities of other people that are just from another dimension? Like, why? That's so painfully specific that you just can't bring it up.
Shows teasing this crossover, but I disagree, which leads to 5. My worries that it's already happening.
Yeah, I think some of those worries have been put to rest, but not all of them with how the Owl House is still going. So when those worries, I say some of those worries have been put to rest because of how the Amphibia is now over. But yeah, the Owl House still going, and I still have some concerns for that, and there's still some theories that it might happen, and I just really don't hope it doesn't.
Amphibia, with its recent release of episodes for Season 3, really is what solidified my worries of this crossover. There are multiple calls to the other Disney animated projects placed throughout the show, but the one that really made this a problem to me is this moment.
Yeah, this is the scene I'm just like, please don't tell me you're doing this.
But no matter how many times I do it, no one believes me. Everyone says that my images are faked. Hard to get a good picture with all that magnetic distance.
Like, it's the only picture that you can recognize. Like, these are just spots of color. This is, like, the only one that's actually a picture. Why would you put that there without, like, have it being a purpose?
Distortion.
Hold up. Wait a minute. Something ain't right.
No, you are not seeing that incorrectly, and this is not edited in any particular fashion. That is just a straight up picture of the Owl House shown in Amphibia.
I'm still impressed by that transition. That was like a really good transition. Like, I really feel like my editing hasn't changed that too much. Like, I've just always been consistent with my editing sometimes.
Canonically. People I've discussed this with have said to play it off as just an Easter egg, but these are talented, creative writers and creators behind the show. They wouldn't slip something like this in without it serving a purpose, cause one, why have the picture in there at all? They could have easily put anything in there like the surface of Mars or some distant alien world and still have it be fascinating for the world building. But no, they specifically chose the Owl House.
Like, they literally could have put anything in there to make it interesting. Oh yeah, there's other worlds out there that are actually interesting. Then, but so, like, why put the Owl House of all things?
2, they literally have taken the past minute or so explaining how something about a crossover can actually happen in universe.
Like, they're actually explaining the science, they're actually explaining the mechanics of how the world works, and this actually shows that it's actually possible.
We see that the scientist explains how she did it, and that picture is a result of her efforts. And finally, 3, why have it on the biggest screen of the shot? Had they put it on one of the smaller, less...
Like, it's literally an attention grabber. It's like the only one that has, like, unique colors that actually looks like a picture. Like, why look at these ones? It's just the attention grabber.
Noticeable screens, I would maybe consider it just an Easter egg. But nope, they put it on the biggest, most prominent screen. I would maybe...
Yeah, I remember that. I think there was, like, a weird cut in the editing software to me when saying maybe, so that's why there's that weird cut. So maybe I got better at that down the line, so... 22 was an okay year for me. I learned how to get it, and I'm going to release a video at midnight to prove it. Dang, man.
Consider it just an Easter egg. But nope, they put it on the biggest, most prominent screen. They want you to see this.
Yeah,
it's
they really wanted you to see it.
The only screen that has more than 2 colors on it. That definitely is an eye catcher. Another thing that tells me that they might eventually cross over is that it's been revealed that the shows will be returning together back to back for their finales.
Again, this says that this didn't really age well because Amphibia ended and we don't have anything towards the Owl House other than those ones in the first half of the season. But still, the Owl House isn't over yet, and a lot of theories are still speculating that it could happen, so not all of my worries have been put to rest.
They could simply dump something like have Amphibia air in the late spring, and have the Owl House air in early summer to better space out the projects and keep the new content pumping out consistently for the company.
Yeah, because let's just be real, cable's dying, and not a lot of many viewers are checking out Disney Channel these days just because of the rise of streaming, so for the few people, because I'm pretty sure these shows share a lot of similar fandoms, like people like Amphibia also like the Owl House, and a lot of other projects, so like if you just spaced out the projects to where they actually happened like more more periodically, just spaced out more, you can still keep the network alive because you're actually keeping the audience attached. Because let's be like I'm gonna be real, like people only watch cable to watch like one show that they actually like, and these two are some of those shows. So if you actually keep these on the cable at going on at the same time, you keep the network alive and actually make some money of it. So it's just like a business thing.
But no, they insisted that they come back together, which I might assume is for the pleasure of the fans.
Which it was, and I do see the benefits of it for like the fandom. So, but luckily it didn't lead into anything. So yeah, this really hasn't aged that well.
I'm also worried about how they did a full crossover story between the shows at Comic-Con.
This feels like a backdoor pilot for what's about to happen. This really feels like a backdoor pilot for the crossover, what they did here at Comic-Con. Previously, these two shows are the only reason I watch Disney, and that'll end soon. Yep. Yeah, but yeah, this whole thing that they did at Comic-Con between they literally, the show's creators and writers themselves behind these shows took the time to write a crossover story between these characters. Like they have a show to run, they have lives and stuff to do, but they chose to do this at Comic-Con, either to tease fans what's to come or just please the fans because they're just feeding off what the fans enjoy. Which I'm not saying is a bad thing. These shows are amazing, but still, this feels like a backdoor pilot. I really feel like this is like a tease of what's to come, and I really am not sure if I'm for it. It's just weird. I know it's mixed feelings on it. I love the animatic of this. Yeah, I watch those too. They're generally really funny. But I'm just like, why? Like, this just real feels, like I keep saying, this feels like a backdoor pilot. Like, this was done by the official people behind the show. Like, that says something. Like, like when you're people like this that like show running and like have chaotic lives, you have to do it for, like, you're doing everything for a purpose. So I'm just like, this feels like it's like a pilot for something that wants to come. So that's what makes me nervous still.
They literally took the time and
hello,
effort to
Crazy
write
Baby
and
Tour.
script a full story involving the characters and actors of both shows, and they did this just at the pivotal time where the shows are teasing that they actually could come together.
Like, I'm pretty sure that happened at Comic-Con and this aired like 2 weeks later or something like that. Like, it was around the same time. Yeah, Owl House. We love the Owl House.
When you just see the full picture of what's going on and all the clues that are being left behind, I want to say that there's at least a 75% chance of this crossover actually happening.
Now it might be at 25% now that the Amphibia is over.
I'm not saying that I don't want these
Please go check out this collab. This collab is freaking awesome. Like, they got so many cool animators to do this collab and do the the freaking animac from the Comic-Con audio. Please go check it out.
Supposed to come together. It's always fun to do that on our own as fans. Well, it just bothers me that it might officially happen just due to everything else that's going on in the film world with crossovers and whatnot.
Like, it feels like ever since, like I said, these shows feel special to me. I don't want them to follow the same trends just because they need to. Like, it's just...
I'm fine with Marvel doing it. They're the ones that revolutionized it and made it what it is today. But it just rubs me the wrong way if everyone else tries to do it just because it's what's famous now.
Like, if one person does, like, a revolutionary thing, and somebody, like, it's like it's like the freaking quote from, like, Syndrome from The Incredibles. If everyone's super, nobody is. Like, if everybody's freaking special, if everybody's doing something that makes something special, then nobody's special. You know what I mean? That's why I'm saying, like, multiverse is cool, and like I approve of Marvel doing it because they're the ones that revolutionize it and actually makes sense of the world and characters. But I don't like it when everybody else is trying to do it just because it's what makes them famous.
If everybody does the same thing, there just won't be anything unique anymore.
See?
And these shows really are unique to me on their own.
Like I still say to this day, I say the Owl House is a masterpiece. The Owl House is a masterpiece of the show, and it's my favorite show. It's my favorite show, one of my favorite shows of all time. And I really wanted it to end with me saying that it's a masterpiece. I really want the Owl House to end with me saying that. And when everyone's super, no one will be. That's exactly the point. Yeah, but I really don't want to be ruined to like other trends, like the multiverse stuff. I'm pretty sure that's the big motive behind this video. I don't want this to happen.
Both shows come back in a couple weeks as the time of writing this.
So that this tells you how long I freaking took me to like do audio editing because the audio editing kind of sucked.
And with all these signs of a possible crossover, I guess I just have to keep hoping that it won't happen. But if it does, all I can hope for is that they can at least do it in a way that doesn't feel weird or takes away what the shows already have. This is Brax Warmer, and this has been Why I Think.
Yeah, Why I Think is like a big series that I'm trying to do. That's why I do like my FAV videos and whatnot. All right, that's another video down. Yeah, I feel like this is the video that's not really aged that well. But there's some stuff that has aged well, but oh hey, no, go away. I'm not interested in news. You see the dog got me monologuing. I can't believe it. Okay, so right now I'm actually going to take advantage of this, and I am actually going to use the restroom real quick, and I'll be right back. So don't go anywhere, chat. I'm just going to use the restroom. Don't go anywhere. And I'm back. All right. I'll give them heroics. I'll give them the most fantastic heroics anyone's ever seen. And when I'm old, I've had my fun. I'll sell them all my stuff. Yeah, you're just quoting the whole character syndrome at this point, aren't you? All right. So next video. Oh, this was a big one. This is one. Man. This is another hard one I find to revisit. Because I did the whole thing with, like, the low tone thing throughout the whole thing, and I just find it so cringe looking back on it. Oh, man, alright. But, yeah, this is a big one. This is the first time I actually did, like, an analysis of, like, a character or anything like that. Just because I freaking love Lilith as a character, and I freaking do not see... I still, to this day, do not see the hate around her character. I really don't. I really don't. So, here we go.
We've all had that question in our mind at least once.
Voice. Why did I do this? Why did I do this with my voice? Why did I think this is cool? Why did I think this would work? It doesn't.
What if we could go back?
Yep.
What if we could change what had originally happened?
Just like time travel.
What if we could tell our past self what's to come of their future?
Batgirl historian.
What if we could undo the one regret of our entire life? So, if you have been on this channel for long enough...
Yeah, why did I think this would work? There's, like, no energy or, like, tone to my voice. Like, this doesn't sound like me. I don't know why. This doesn't sound like me. I don't know what I was thinking.
You know that I have a passionate love for the Owl House. This show has...
Passion for love of the Owl House, I say in the most boring manner.
Honestly become my favorite TV show of all time with its writing, its phenomenal animation, its lovable characters, and...
This sounds like another person. This doesn't sound like me. I don't know why I thought this was good. I really don't, Robot Man. Oh, man. I don't know why I thought this was good. I don't know why. What the heck? Why did I think this was good at the time? This doesn't work. Oh, man.
And overall is everything that I would want from a show.
Still stands to this day. I freaking love the Owl House and for those reasons.
However, every show is going to have its negative outcomes, because I guess that's just the internet these days.
Yep, that is the internet. I hate to break to you, that's just the internet.
And I can respect a lot of them, but one that really bothers me personally is how everybody seems to have had a dislike of the character Lilith.
Okay, one thing I want to comment before we go too further. Here, let me see if I can find it. Yeah, let me see. YouTube. Yeah, there's, Richard just getting over a cold when recording this one. I think you're right. I think, no. No, actually, no, I don't think I was. Was I? Maybe I was at the time, but no. I think, like, at the time I was thinking, oh yeah, it's like this deeper tone, like I said earlier, like the mall video. I thought, oh yeah, he's getting like a lot of attention and a lot of praise, so like, why not just do the same thing with my voice? Sounds like my copyright disclaimers, which are intentionally tone deaf. Yeah, copyright sucks, especially when you're creative. So let me see if I can find this video. So this video was unintentionally, where is it? Jay Frillis. Yeah, Schaeferless. Yeah, so Schaeferless claims that there was one person that did his first response video to him. This was technically a response video to him from this video talking about the Owl House season 1. I'm pretty sure. Let me see if I can find it. I do this so I don't freaking have to. You guys don't have to deal with ads. Okay, yeah, let me see if I can find it.
Frillis is provided by.
Yeah, go check out Safe Frillis. Like we disagree on a lot, but you can't deny that he put a lot of heart into his you can't deny that he put a lot of heart into his content. Let's see. Yeah, I think right about here is where they talk about Lilith. Let me see. I think right here.
Heartwarming moments in the entire series. The problems lie with the antagonists. Also the fact that they write
no, I mean, I literally say copyright disclaimer at the beginning of my videos to show the disclaimer itself.
To throughout the show's good. Okay, backing up here a bit. Lilith's main motive to... And he reveals that he's been lying to Lilith in regards to healing Ida's curse. No.
Yeah, this right here. This right here was what I was responding to through this video. So yeah, straight for, let me see if I can find his community post. Yeah, go check out Schaeferless, by the way. Like, I disagree with a lot of what he says.
Funding for Schaeferless.
You can't deny that, like, he's basically the one that dictates what's good and bad film these days. So yeah, right here. He claims this was his the first response video he's received, but I kind of disagree. Like, this was just an unintentional response video because I response to like Lilith's defensive character, but in a more general sense because a lot of people were saying among the things. So yeah, I was just disagreeing with a lot of what he said for Lilith's character.
In regards to healing Ida's curse. No.
Like, oh man, like I just disagree with him so much. I'm just like, I feel like I have to say something. So that was the big inspiration for why I wanted to make this video. So yeah. So technically, I was the first response video, but I did it in a more general sense. So.
For those that don't know, Lilith is the older sister to Ida.
Gosh, the same problem still. The music is too loud. Oh my gosh, I'm so glad I improved on the music.
Tour of our protagonist, Luce. Lilith is a high-class figure in the world of the Boiling Isles, acting as the Emperor's servant and enforcer, and as one of the most powerful witches in the Isles, tied with her sister, of course.
Tied, of course, because there's, like, no better ones that hurt them. Like, come on, look at the sisters, the little daughters of Sparta, come on.
Lilith, for a majority of the show's first season, acts as the main antagonist, and has a deep desire to bring her sister into the Emperor's coven. Outside,
I don't get the hate around Lilith. I really don't, and that's why I'm wanting to make this video to show why people like me actually like her and that she's generally a good character.
Of the show, a lot of people like here have had a hate for Lilith when she first came to the show.
Like this is literally how I envisioned like a lot of Owl House fans.
Outside of the show, a lot of people like
this is literally how I envisioned a lot of Owl House fans when they hate like Lilith. Like let's freaking hang out with her for like no reason.
Here have had a hate for Lilith when she first came to the show. People called her a lame antagonist and not a great character in the show.
Which I very much disagree and led to this video's creation.
But I want to go over why I disagree with these statements and take a more in-depth look at her character.
And I really did in depth. This is like was this the first video that went over like a half hour? No, I think it was the second video. Yeah, because my Persona 5 Strikers review was a half hour, but this is the first time I did like a character analysis, and this is where like a big step into where I am now, just analyzing characters and films. So yeah, this is like the first like Midgard madness video, like the first big major project of the channel, so I'm really proud of what I did.
Now, before we go any further, I should address that these are simply my thoughts and interpretations of the show.
I hate how we're in a society where we just have to constantly say that, like, this is just my take, and like people just have to be like, oh man, oh yeah, like I said on previous live streams, like to me there's a difference between an opinion and having a fair opinion, so I try to be as fair as I possibly can when I talk about this kind of stuff.
So please take them with a grain of salt, and also spoilers for the show from here forward.
Like major spoilers, like one of the biggest spoilers in the show happens in this video.
So, let's get into why I think Lilith Cawthorn is a misunderstood character.
Yeah, I think I had like a different title for this video. I think I actually called it why I think Lilith is an overhated character when I first started writing the script, but then I eventually changed the title to misunderstood, because I just handed it to my second and third opinions to overlook the script, and they're just like, well, like, yeah, like, you're acknowledging a lot of stuff, and there's stuff that people acknowledge that don't like her, so I shall maybe change the title to be more applicable. So yeah, that's how it eventually became misunderstood character rather than overhated. Like, Lilith to me is generally a really cool winning character. I don't know why people don't like her.
Later into the first season, it's revealed in flashbacks brought up by Lilith that in the past, her and Ida were really close as sisters and had the same goal of joining the Emperor's Coven and becoming some of the most powerful witches on the Boiling Isles.
If you guys recognize this song, it's because it's a Devil May Cry soundtrack, and I use it in my Bella's video to say, because I just freaking love the Devil May Cry soundtrack that much, because it's just fun to use when it comes to edits, so...
However, at the time they were about to join, only one spot was available, and the sisters would have to fight.
So a lot of people have been theorizing about this. There's like no names on that list, but they're just like, oh yeah, there's only one spot left, so you have to fight for it. A lot of people have been theorizing that Bells, because he knew Lilith from like a time past, that he knew about Lilith, and that's what led to this decision to like actually cause the curse. But I'm just like, I didn't know that at the time, and I'm not even sure if that's actually canon. So we still don't know. We still don't know. I don't know if it'll be brought up in the next episodes, but yeah, that's the whole thing I went into. So I had no acknowledgement of this freaking clipboard. I think at the time I didn't realize it was empty. So that theory was just out of my mind when I was first writing this.
At the time they were about to join, only one spot was available, and the sisters would have to fight for it.
I still cannot just go over my tone of voice. I don't know why I thought this would fit the video. Look at freaking Ida's face here.
Lilith,
like she just looked so fed up. Like, what the heck?
Greatly wanted the position, but knew she wouldn't earn it since Ida was more dedicated and powerful than she was. As an impulse to gain an advantage, Lilith cursed Ida with a spell that claimed would remove her powers, which she thought would only last a day. Lilith had the idea for this action since she followed a quote said by the Emperor,
To be great, you must be willing to make sacrifices.
Okay, I think this might actually be the Mandala effect, because I remember it. I remember the quote that Lilith said to be this, but actually to be great, you have to make sacrifices. So yeah, instead of saying you must be willing, it says you have to make sacrifices. So I think I maybe changed it a bit, but I feel like this is kind of like the intent that Bello said behind those lines that Lilith keeps going to herself. So I guess that's why I didn't check it. But yeah, I think this is a Mandala effect, because I remember it being like this, but actually it was you have to make sacrifices. So it might be different. So, but I think it didn't skew what I'm trying to say in this video that much.
I think this quote is more important than it appears, so we'll go more in depth with it later. The day of their battle came, and immediately Ida ended it before it even started.
Such an interesting dynamic between Ida and Lilith. I don't know why people don't like Lilith. That's all I can say throughout this video. Throughout this entire video, I'm just like, I gave so many points to Lilith's defense as a character. I still don't know why people don't like her.
After Ida turns down the battle since she refuses to fight her sister and gives a few uplifting words to her before walking away, the outcome of Lilith's choice, her sacrifice, shows its true colors.
This is one of the most sad things. Like, she did this just to try to be better, but there's just like that thing, like, she didn't have to do it. Like, she could have stepped down and like nothing would have changed. Then she didn't need to be cursed. That's like one of the most sad things about the show. That's just tragic.
Ida had been cursed, and as far as she knows, there's no cure. Lilith watches ashamed at what she's done to the one person that actually mattered to her, even attempts to reach
Yeah, for like a good while, like, we saw that Ida was like Lilith's only friend.
her and explain, but is interrupted by the Coven guards to show that she has been accepted into the Emperor's Coven, the highest honor that witch could have on the Isles. This is what Lilith wanted, what she worked so hard for, what she dreamed of achieving throughout her life, and yet she isn't overjoyed, excited, or ecstatic.
Like, look at that, no smile whatsoever when she gained this position.
She's finally achieved her dream, but at what cost? She lost the one thing that inspired her to pursue that dream in the first place.
The sisterly bond, like, that was the whole thing around this whole thing, and that's why this made this so interesting and why I had such a blast at making this video. Despite how I hate what I did with my voice for this, I still don't know why I went with this tone of voice.
Without Ida by her side, she was nothing. The trauma that she gained from her choice and what she's lost will be a part of her from this moment on.
Yeah, and I feel like a lot of this was... I keep making up comparisons, like, to, like, Lilith with Virgil, which may be why I have a personal fond of Lilith as a character, just because she reminds me so much of Virgil, but there's still a lot of unique things about her character that make her really unique. But yeah, there's a lot of, like, trauma and stuff and, like, previous events that really fall in line to Virgil, because until Dana Terrace, the creator behind the show, says otherwise, I believe that Dante and Lilith are... I mean, Dante and Virgil are the ones that inspired Ida and Lilith as characters. You cannot change their mind until Dana says so.
After getting this position, she turns from heartbroken to determined. She will do anything to undo the worst mistake of her life and bring her family back, since now she's in a higher position.
Can we talk about how intimidating that, like, freaking shot is? Like, the shot of, like, her just slowly walking, like, you recognize her dress, and the guards get frightened
Anything
of her,
to undo the worst mistake of her life and bring her
and then they see the shadow,
family back, since now she's in a higher position.
Like, come on, like, that's just a cool reveal.
To do so. Fueled by the trauma that she's gained, she wants to do everything in her power to fix what she did. This is eventually what leads to Lilith playing as the main antagonist for the first season of the show's run.
Like, I'm just looking back on it, I'm just like, how did people not like this? Like, this is just so interesting.
Every time that Lilith and Ida interact with one another, Lilith is always focused on bringing her sister before the Emperor and into his coven.
This honestly makes me want to go back and watch Season 1 Lilith, because I kind of miss Season 1 Lilith. Season 1 Lilith was kind of cool.
Since it can both heal or curse, as Belos, the Emperor, claims he can do, and so that they can also live their dream of being in a coven together. This mindset may be due to how she might still follow the quote said to her by the Emperor as a witchling. To be great, you must be willing to make sacrifices.
Once again, kind of having the Mandela effect around that quote, but the message kind of still remains. Like, she has that set expectation that she has to meet throughout her life. Through that quote, and she's like, if I don't do that, then I'm absolutely nothing, which I personally can relate to, because I've gone through that multiple times throughout my life, which is probably why I like Lilith as much, because I see a lot of myself in Lilith. So it may be due to a bit of bias, but other than that, like, even outside of those biases, I still think she's a really well written character. I still will say throughout this video, I don't know how people don't like her.
Belos throughout the season is shown to have a massive influence on society after he gained control of the Isles,
which I go very in detail on in my Belos video after Season 2 ended. And from seeing some things that I touch on when with Lilith in my video, and there's some details about that I'll bring up when we eventually get to that video, because that's the big kahuna, the big video.
He interpreted to the people that to be great and to live to their full potential, you have to follow the rules that he established and earn your way to the top. In this,
yeah, I'm pretty sure this is like kind of. I remember having a lot of fun writing this, and I feel like this is what inspired me to like actually make a video dedicated to Bellows at some point, just because Bellows, the way he like ties into all the events and stuff, like how he ties into like Lilith's character and everything else that happens throughout the show. It's what I think this was like first instance that actually inspired me to think, oh yeah, maybe I should make a video about Bellows sometime. I love the Batgirl story before it was cool. Thank you. I was the same. I loved her too before. Yeah, I liked her character before everybody else did.
In this case, to have the honor of joining the Emperor's Covenant and being able to legally wield all forms of magic. Lilith is a prime example of this manipulation. She was so focused on living up to this definition of great that she threw away everything that she had to live up to that title. If she doesn't follow this philosophy of great that's been defined by society, then she perceives herself as a failure, nothing, and feels worthless.
This actually fits so well into my Bellows video. I think I actually copy and pasted some of this stuff in my Lilith script into the Bellows video as like a basis to like actually flesh it all out for that video, because I was just like, I can't really sum up like a lot of stuff that he did for Lilith in this, so I literally copied a lot of this text from the Lilith script and put it in my Bellows script, so I think that's why a lot of it sounds familiar.
Now, back to Ida. Ida denies the proposal to join her sister every time that is brought up, since it's not really her dream to join a coven anymore, being the main reason that she turned down their battle years before. Lilith has been so keen on living this dream of being a coven.
I don't get, yeah, another thing I don't like how hated this episode is. The freaking, like, the Mind Switch episode. This video, I don't get the hate around this. This is a good episode. I don't care what anybody says. Like, it still has some progression, because, like, we gotta tease that, like, at some point Ida wanted to join the Emperor's Covenant because of what Lilith said here. And it still gave us, like, some insight to what the characters feel like when it comes to, like, being in their bodies and whatnot. Like, I like, this episode is just so overhated. It's so just underappreciated. I don't get the hate around, I just don't get the hate around Season 1 in general. Everybody seems to not like Season 1 for some reason. Related to her being distracted due to her indoctrination into a cult. In fact, your Bellows video practically inspired me to leave my cult-like church. Wow. That's honestly kind of scary. But yeah, I really just don't get why people don't like Lilith or don't like Season 1. Like, why? Like, they're just, like, hating just for the sake of hate.
Even with her sister at her side and fixing her mistake, that she's become blind to everything else that's in her life. Lilith keeps telling herself that by not being an Emperor's Coven, Ida won't ever be great, be able to heal from her curse, or live up to the dream that they both once had.
Like, she's just so fixated on this, like, this dream life or this fantasy that of, like, having everything she wants. That's, like, what she, like, wanted to do everything she can to get it back. That's why this show helped me greatly. Well, that's good, man. That's always good.
Lilith even brings up that by not being in a coven, Ida appears to be becoming weak, which she first pointed out in their first fight in the show, which she sees as a consequence of her choice all those years ago.
This is such an underrated scene.
I don't know how much time I have left. I'll admit, I was surprised when I first saw you today.
She wasn't surprised.
That was back when I was obsessed with using the echo thing in freaking Dissolve when it came to audio, just to emphasize some points. And I guess I did make it work up here to emphasize the word surprise, because why would she say surprise or like any other word like that? Like, she genuinely was surprised to see her, not because she was there, but just how bad she's gotten from the curse.
At the sight of her sister being out in the open after all this time, she was surprised just how bad her condition has gone as a result of her choice, making her feel even more guilty of what she's done to her and even more determined to bring her into under her mistake, further fueling that trauma that she has from it.
Like, this spur of the moment where she went into like full throttle to try and fix everything that she could. Like, this is the big thing about Lilith. Yeah, like, she's just so misunderstood. I feel like a lot of people overlook this kind of stuff.
One moment that I really love between the sisters that seems to be underappreciated is this scene.
Not enough people talk about this scene. I swear, not enough people talk about this scene.
You gonna cart me away to the coven now, are you?
Not now, because I want to give you a chance to join on your own. Join me in the Emperor's Coven, Edelin. He could even heal your curse.
I freaking love Cissy Jones. They did such a good job casting Cissy Jones at the voice, and Cissy Jones just does such a great job voicing Lilith. And also in Fury and Darksiders 3. Please play Darksiders 3. Cissy Jones is the main character in that game, so you'll hear Lilith's voice as well. But it's also a really good game. And she also reached out to me like on Twitter and like thanked me for like acknowledging like her roles. So yeah, thank you so much for that, Sissy. Hey, Kitty Core, welcome back. But yeah, this is such an underrated scene between the two sisters. Like, I don't see enough people talking about this scene.
No, I'll heal it on my own terms. I don't want to owe him anything. Catch you later, sis.
Not if I catch you first.
Look at that little
This is one of the few moments in the show where we see the sincere side to Lilith. Lilith has asked Ida to join the Emperor's Coven multiple times before, but in this moment, she's not asking as the Emperor's right hand who's following orders.
Like, just rewatching this video, like, aside from my tone of voice, because I still think that's kind of stupid what I did back then, because I just thought, oh, dark and brooding voice for dark and brooding voice to get, like, attention from my video essays. Aside from that, this is aged really well, and it's honestly making me remind me why I love Lilith so much. Amphibia TVT 2012 are my favorite TV shows. Dang, man. I'm on this end of the spectrum that I like the Owl House more Amphibia, and I think we'll get into that when I come around to my Amphibia videos talking about the seasons. And we'll just get into, like, more of that sooner or later. But yeah, this really has reminded me why I love Lilith so much.
She's asking as a sister that genuinely loves and wants the best for the one member of her family that she has left. Her sister.
Like, this was the scene where she wasn't, like, Bellis's right hand or, like, Melissa's minion. She generally was Ida's sister in this moment. She wanted the best for her just as a family member. Like, she knew it was hard, but she generally wants the best for her. But she would, like, respect her choices because she's her sister. That's what you do as family.
But even when Ida sticks to her decision to not join, Lilith respects it. She doesn't fight, get frustrated, or retaliate.
Like, she was just frustrated just because she's, like, just having this attitude just because she's in danger, like, the curse, and, like, Bella's coming after her. Like, it's, like I keep saying, Lilith is just so overhated. I don't get why people don't like her.
She lets her go, because deep down, she still wants her sister to be happy.
Because that's what family's supposed to do. Like I swear, people just don't talk about this stuff enough.
Because now she's seen that despite being treated by society the way she is after Lilith placed a curse on her, Ida still managed to find purpose and happiness in her life.
Yeah, despite those circumstances, she still managed to be, like find happiness in living, like, the way she has. Like, she still has to deal with the curse, but she still, like, lives the way she wants to live. She enjoys bringing Luce into her home. She enjoys having King as a roommate, Hootie, every now and then. And, like, because of that, she, like, grew into, like, this really cool, like, found mother. And it's, like, really interesting. All because of, like, Lilith. Like, I think I'll bring up later, like, why these interactions are so good.
Ida probably didn't even realize she had it or appreciated it until Luce came into her life. But
can we take a second to appreciate Season 1 Luce? Like, we missed this little freaking fuzzball. We freaking missed Season 1.
Ida probably didn't even realize she had it or appreciated it until Luce came into her life. But keen to live up to the approval of both the Emperor and the eyes of society, she still has to come back and...
I still think it's cool that Luce inherited this jacket from Ida. It shows how little Ida kind of sees her as a foster kid now.
Ask Ida to join, even trying to convince her that the Emperor himself wants her to join and not just for her sake. Ida, seeing her rivalry as a way to have some fun.
Note how I choose the word rivalry, because that's what this is, a rivalry, and it has a lot of similar elements of what makes a rivalry good.
Does offer Lilith a challenge as a chance to have her join. But after losing, Lilith isn't worried or ashamed that her sister isn't coming back with her or that she's once again been bested by her. She's instantly more worried of what the Emperor will think of her after she returns to say that she's failed again.
Yeah, another thing I don't see enough people talk about. She was more concerned about the consequences rather than her actually failing. She didn't care that, like, Ida bested her because there was, like, this whole thing of, like, what if, like I'm not sure if I'm better than Ida or if she's better than me. She was more concerned of what would happen if she went back with the Emperor not being happy. That's what made this so interesting.
She's completely internalized the idea that she has to be great in the eyes of the Emperor or else she's nothing. Lilith is always in this constant turmoil, living up to what her peers in society expects of her while also trying to pursue something of her own desire, which is to fix her mistake and have her family back.
It's like that. It's just this personal desire on top of trying to still be pleasing to, like, the people around you that makes Lilith so interesting. Like, there's just this constant balance, like this philosophical balance of, like, what you want to do and, like, how you should go about it with your life. And that's just always the biggest challenge of what makes Lilith such an interesting character to me. And just all this, I just don't see people talking about these aspects of her character enough. I really don't. I really wish people talked about these more because it really helps you see Lilith is actually a good character.
This to me is what makes Lilith so intriguing. She wants both to fix her mistake and have her sister back, but she also wants to live her dream of being in the Emperor's Coven and having the satisfaction that she's living up to what society expects of her to be great. What makes this so hard is that the show is obviously portraying that this choice isn't so easy and that she can't have it both ways.
That she still continues to have both ways during the season towards the season 2 finale with how how she offered to be in Ida's place because she had the curse, because she still wants to take responsibility for making Ida suffer, because that's what still makes, because she's still ashamed and still carries some form of guilt of giving her the curse. This is what makes Lilith a good character, folks. Please listen to this.
As Norman Osborn once said, "You're struggling to have everything you want while the world tries to make you choose."
I don't know why I put that quote in there. I'm not sure that quote fits as well as I thought it would now. It definitely fits what I'm trying to say, but I feel like I just did that just to make it feel current with, like, some of the quotes that are going around, because this is around the time, I think this is around the time that's, like, No Way Home was, like, blowing up. So I think that's why I put it in there, but now I'm just, like, I'm not sure why I put it in there other than for that reason. Like, I'm not sure it quite supports my point as much as I think it does, but it's still in there, so.
In the end, we ultimately see the choice that Lilith makes, and we'll get more in detail with what leads up to that choice later. But before she made the choice that Lilith makes, and we'll get more in detail with what leads.
This face says so much. Like, she's still happy for her, but she still has to carry on with the guild. Like, this face speaks volumes. She's not saying anything, but the facial expressions, just say everything. And that's why animators are freaking underappreciated. Hashtag new different animation. I feel like I should put that under the, like, description of the stream. Hashtag new different animation.
It's up to that choice later. But before she made that decision, we see that by chasing down this dream life that Lilith wants, she has to face many battles, both physically against—
This is such a well-animated scene. Like, holy cow, everything was so smooth.
Against her sister, and mentally against herself as she continues to deal with the trauma of what she's done to herself and her family.
She had to physically overcome the fact that her sister is suffering from a curse, or like a disease that she herself placed on her, and has to mentally cope with how, like, the insecurities and stuff that has to go with that. Like, this is real stuff, and they did so freaking good with it. I don't know why people don't like it. I really don't. This is where I kind of go on a stretch. I think I remember this.
One thing I found while going through the show for this analysis is that every difference that Ida and Lilith has falls back to one simple decision between the sisters, and that's the siblings' choice on whether or not they should join a coven.
Another interesting thing I liked about these characters, there's, like, that one thing that separates them, that's like, dictates who they are, and, like, it's the same choice, but because of that choice, they're, like, completely different people, and that's another thing I found great with, the whole rivalry thing. I think I go deeper in that as time goes on.
Ida made the choice to not join one, which goes against what society perceives to be correct, and she's become a criminal, a freelancer, and free-spirited. Lilith did—
I hate, oh man, like, I see, Bellis or Shredder, who would win in your opinion? Oh man, Shredder. Bellis or Shredder? I would have to say Bellows, because, like, what if he just cuts through Bellows' liquid stuff? Like, Bellows is basically just a shapeshifter, so I feel like Bellows would win.
Did make the choice to join a coven and follow those expectations of society, and compared to Ida is almost in the opposite circumstances. She's well respected, the Emperor's personal servant, and overall is an authoritative figure in the eyes of the people of the Boiling Isle.
Like, there's just so many parallels between the characters, or like perpendicular things that like people just don't appreciate. It's like, are we gonna freaking pay attention to like what Lucy's down there? It's like it's basically like her like T-pose, and like what the heck is that? Like what the heck? He's like just like boop, just like derp derp. Like, I don't know, but yeah, a lot of people don't appreciate a lot of these parallels between Lilith and Ida, like with how distinctively different their lives are because of one thing that happened in their life. Like, it's just distinctly different, and I just love it, and enough people don't talk about it.
This reminds me of the philosophy behind the relationship that Dante and Virgil have in Devil May Cry.
This is one thing that I think may have been a stretch, because I'm not sure if it really supported my case that much, but I feel like I still had to do it, because it's a key piece of why I see the characters the way I do, because I see so much of Dante and Virgil and Lilith and and the similarities between the dynamics and what makes this rivalry between them so good, like just the differences and philosophies between them. So that's why I brought this up, and somebody in the comments commented, I never expected Devil May Cry or like the Sons of Sparta to be brought up in an Owl House video, but you did pretty well to support your case with it, so I guess it worked, so I guess we'll see how well it aged.
Similar to the Cawthorn sisters, the Sons of Sparta share one choice that led them to following different paths in their life.
Yeah.
Dante made the decision to follow the humanity that was shown to him by his mother after she saved him, but at the cost of her own life. Following that humanity, Dante became lighthearted, emotional, and down-to-earth, being—
Like, yeah, they did so much good stuff with Devil May Cry. Please, if it's not obvious at this point, I'm a big Devil May Cry fan. Please go play Devil May Cry. It's such a good franchise. It has its bumpy roads to the reboot, 4 in some area. areas, but please go check it out. It's genuinely a good franchise.
Able to connect and sympathize with others as he sees the humanity that's in them as well. Virgil, on the other hand, made the opposite choice to follow the path of power gifted to him through his father Sparta.
I think the reason why I brought up the Sons of Sparta in this video is to like emphasize that like there's a lot of elements and aspects to rivalry dynamics, and not just in like film but in games and like all sorts of media that like Ada will follow, and that's what makes them so interesting and work with me. So I think that's why I brought this up. So like so far it seems to fit really well, and I really like what I could do it. I'm just going to stay on Earth at the end of the outhouse. What do you think? I can see it happen. I could definitely see that happening. I really don't get into like theories and whatnot to like get my hopes too high when it comes to that kind of stuff, so I don't get too disappointed when it comes to stuff I'm really passionate about. Like Stranger Things, man. Like Stranger Things went off the rails. Like season 4 is so freaking overrated. Like I will forever argue that season 1 or at least season 2 is where the show should have ended. Now it's just like a freaking corporate thing, and they have to do it, or else they'll just be a dying service.
After he believes that's the only reason he survived the attack on his home. Through this path, Virgil became power-hungry, determined to only achieve his goal, and grew to hate the human side of himself, to the point that he would physically get rid of it in an attempt to grow even more powerful.
Like, like what does that say? Like, he hated the human part of himself, that he literally did some voodoo crap to actually get rid of it because he hated it that much, because he thought it held him back from, like, who he is meant to become. Like, come on, that's just so philosophically interesting.
He is willing to get rid of anyone in his life that would falter those attempts to become stronger. The same can be said for the decision of the Clawthorne sisters. Ida had the humanity to not fight her sister out of love for her.
Yeah, this is where I think this is like a stretch. I really feel like this is a kind of a stretch, because I'm projecting a lot of stuff like from Dante and Virgil onto Ida, like with their humanity and their power and stuff. Like this to me is where it kind of becomes a stretch, but I still think it like supports like how I see these characters.
And knowing that she desperately wanted a position that Ida decided she didn't want anymore. While Lilith made the decision to follow the path of desperation and power, which ultimately led to her losing the one thing she had left, her sister. I think it's important to notice that despite knowing that Ida would be weakened in the fight, Lilith didn't hesitate at all to charge in at the start of their battle. She was so motivated by the expectation.
Oh man, I forgot I made a motivated joke. I feel like whenever you do anything with Virgil, you have to make a motivated joke somewhere, so I think I found a good way to do it.
Placed on her by society that she left everything behind to live up to those expectations and earn that position. The duality of the decision can go even further in how the sisters interact with the people around them.
Like, yeah, they're so different with how they interact with people, and that's enough. Like, I don't like Stranger Things. I like Stranger Things enough to where I'm just like, oh yeah, I'll keep going with it. But yeah, it freaking lost its magic after the second season. Season 3, like, we didn't need a season 3. We didn't need a season 4. We don't need a season 5. And arguably, we didn't really need a season 2, but here we are with 5 seasons and Stranger Things story being stretched out more than anything. Like I think I brought up in like I think I brought up in a video to where I'm kind of inspired to do a whole retrospective of Stranger Things to see why it fell off so bad, and just looking back at the show overall for its quality. So yeah.
Like the difference between Dante and Virgil, both brothers have their different ways of interacting with others. Dante, with the decision to follow his humanity, actually cares about the lives that he comes across, the biggest example being how he first came to befriend Lady.
I like Lady, but I don't see why people like freaking obsessed over her, but I can see why people love her.
When Dante first met Lady, he thought of her as nothing more than a bloodthirsty powerhouse, but willing to hear her out more and more, he learns that she actually had a reason for her bloodlust, her drive to receive revenge against the death of her mother. This notion Dante sympathizes with, since he too was once where she was. The whole reason he became a demon hunter was to avenge his mother and find the ones responsible for her death.
Yeah, like there was this like that emotional attachment that like he actually had a heart and cared about other people, and he cared about his mother enough that he was willing to be like the one that avenged her death because he cared so much about her. So yeah, it's just really interesting stuff. Like, please analyze like writing and like character, like the mindset of the characters. It really will help you like appreciate characters more.
He knows the strain and pain that one can experience while going down that path, following a traumatic event like losing a parent. So even though that lady still perceives him as a demon, he's willing to take on the weight of her burden as well as his own, since he hates the thought of someone going through what he did.
I'm just gonna say this. I liked DMC 3, but DMC 5 is my favorite. I'm sorry. DMC 5 to me had the best story. I mean, okay, 5 and 3 are kind of tied with the story. 5 might be a bit better, but 5 is the best game. I hate to break it to you. 5 is the best game to me. It had the best gameplay, best graphics. It had the most enjoyable story to me. It had a lot of the more enjoyable characters. 3 was definitely a good step in the right direction for Devil May Cry, but 5 to me is the best one.
Virgil, on the other hand, has no care whatsoever for the people around him. I mean, at the very first sight of someone trying to tempt him by asking about his family and legacy, he nearly killed him right then and there.
Just like the very moment we see Virgil, we just don't see him give anything to anyone. Like, he just has that, like, just stay away from me attitude.
However, he gave this man a chance at the very moment he learned of his interest in power like him, and he could use him as a way to gain more power for himself.
Like, this is kind of mine. Like, it's completely opposite of Dante, and that's why I'm kind of, like, establishing that, like, what this is like what rivalry dynamics do in media. Like, there's, like, that one distinct thing that brings them together, but it's through their choices through that situation that allows them to be completely different people and have their different mindsets that, like, parallel or, like, are opposite to each other, and that's what makes rivalry dynamics so interesting. So this is me just establishing how cool rivalry dynamics could be and why Ian and Lilith work so well.
This man he would grow to know as Arkham, Lady's father. He for a while would keep his promise of power to Virgil, but the moment that Virgil witnesses human emotion from Arkham, as Virgil sees that he still has sympathy for his daughter, he stabs him without a second thought.
That is not how it went in the game. I actually edited that myself, and I'm pretty proud of how that edit turned out.
Because unlike Dante, who would have seen this as a way to connect with him with his humanity, Virgil sees it as a sign of weakness. Virgil has internalized that idea that the only thing he needs is power. More power.
I should mention this. Let me see if I can find the video. There's like another great video, like go into the like mindset of Virgil. I highly recommend checking it out. Well, let me see. Let me see. Let me see. What was the video called? Oh, man. Yeah, this video. Please go check out this video. King J. Grimm, he does great video essays, like psychoanalysis of characters. Please go check him out. It's a really great video covering Virgil and like what into like the dynamics and the psychology and stuff. Please go check it out. It's a really good video. So if you're interested in like more discussions and whatnot, I think that was the video that inspired me to do a lot of the stuff that I did for this portion of the video. So I think now we're gonna snap back to the
everything else is a weakness or distraction that'll keep him from reaching his goal. Ida and Lilith are essentially the same as the Sons of Sparta when it comes to interacting with others. Ida, with her humanity like Dante, is able to listen and sympathize with others.
Again, probably just projecting a lot of aspects that Dante and Virgil have onto these characters, making me like them, but still, I still think that's what makes their characters so unique.
It's like caring about King, ensuring that he stays safe and what makes him happy. Heck, she had the compassion to welcome a girl from another world that she barely even knows into her home.
Like, imagine this. Like, imagine if this was Lilith. Like, like the same Lilith. Like, Lilith with her mindset of, like not being welcome or anything. This would have never happened. Ida, through her experiences and going through that choice that established the rivalry dynamic, she was willing to, like, accept Luz as her home. Imagine what Lilith would do. She probably would have kicked her out. That's like the whole thing with rivalry dynamics.
That she sees the humanity and flaws that's in Luz that she also sees in herself. Lilith, her desire for power and respect like Virgil, has almost no one in her life, except Steve. We all like Steve.
Yep, I think now in Season 2, I think people are shipping these two. Like, I'm not even gonna say that. I have like a secret ship, but I'm not saying it here. But yeah, I think people are shipping these now, and I think there's like a lot of rumors that actually might become canon. I really hope it does become canon, because Steve definitely just seems like a sweet guy.
But take what happened to Amity when she and Luz first battled. Lilith instinctively rigged the fight so that Amity would have the advantage, but after being revealed that she cheated, she never acknowledges that she used Amity as a tool.
Like, she never came to Amity like, hey, I'm going to cheat so we can actually win against my sister. It's like, she never, like, asked Amity if that's what she would want. Like, she didn't ask her, and Amity would be like, no, I don't want to do that. Like, she didn't care about what Amity thought about it. She instinctively did that so that she could have the advantage to say that, like, Ida's becoming weaker, and she can't really be that good of a teacher, then there's the only place that she can go is Everest Coven.
She didn't consider the outcome as to what would happen to Amity after this incident. She was so fixated on proving to her sister that she was the better teacher that she didn't consider how Amity would feel about it or how she could move on from an event like this.
Like, and contrast to Ida, like, they did that, like, Ida did that with Luz, and she knew, like, oh my gosh, I'm struggling to collect all my thoughts. Like, they acknowledged that like Ida acknowledges that like have to cheat, and it's shown that Luz doesn't like it, but like she asks, "Do you want to win?" or like something. So like it's still like really challenging. We didn't get that with Luz. She did that without Amity knowing, and that's like the difference between the two. Like there's just so many like different parallels and stuff that makes it so interesting. I don't get why people don't notice this and actually like appreciate what goes into Lilith's character and differences alongside Ida.
These aspects of the sisters' rivalry extend even further beyond themselves and to their proteges. Luz follows Ida's humanity, has the will to try and comfort Amity after the results of their first battle.
So like you can see a lot of their nature and their rivalry dynamics through these two, because of course these two were their rivals, but of course their proteges were also rivals, so you can see also those dynamics as well, which is probably why I brought this up as a point.
But Amity follows Lilith's desire of living up to the expectations placed on her and argues with Luz over what's happened. Like Lilith, she isn't upset at the fact that the fight didn't go her way. She's frustrated at the fact that after this event, her reputation and dreams of pursuing a position in the Emperor's Coven will never be the same.
Yeah, it's not about the fight itself, it's about the result. That's what they care more about, and I think they did a really good job making it interesting and philosophically, a really good job writing it into the show.
Or maybe ruined altogether. Out of desperation to keep her reputation up, at least for her own satisfaction, she exclaimed in anger to Luz to admit that Amity—
Yeah, Amity's voice actor, I forgot her name, I really feel like I should remember it, because she just does a super good job playing Amity. Her performance here was so freaking good.
He's better than her, that she was the real loser, that she's not a witch. Luz does give way and admits to all the flaws that Amity mentioned, which actually surprises the young apprentice.
So yeah, like going back to like a Dante and like Ida thing, like Ida and Dante acknowledge that they have their flaws and their flawed history, and that's what like she learned from Luz. Like there was that whole thing like at the end of one episode, I think it was at the end of the second episode, where she has to like figure out who she is, despite like you can't be like perfect. Like there's not like this whole prophecy thing for all of us. You have to like acknowledge that like you're not perfect. You have to be who you are, like despite your victories, your defeats, your flaws, your perfections. Like you have to acknowledge that they're all a part of you. So that's why she was willing to say that she wasn't a witch, like, but she wanted to be everything that she could to be like a respectable one, you know what I mean?
But Luz continues to express her humanity by showing that she indeed isn't a witch by blood, but is willing to find her own way to become one, and doesn't want to fight Amity any more than she needs to.
Yeah, like, come on, man. Why can't be like, this show is so good. This show's writing is so good. This show is just awesome. Why can't people acknowledge this interesting stuff when it comes to the writing and talking about Lilith? I really feel like people need to talk about this more. I really feel like they do, which is why it inspires me to make videos like this, because I feel like these topics just don't get mentioned enough.
Even with all these choices and views aside, the dualic nature of the Clothorn sisters can be seen in their simplest form, their character designs.
Which can be also said for Dante and Virgil, surprisingly. Like Dante and Virgil, like Dante's like ecstatic with his hair and red coat. I think everything that I say about these character designs can actually be applied to Dante and Virgil.
In their designs from the show's first season, we see the sisters have clear opposites of each other.
I just want to point, these character designs are just so freaking cool. I love Lilith's design here. I love Ida's design when I first got into the show, and season 2's designs are really freaking cool. I really wish we could have see more from like Lilith with like that crop top. It was really fitting for her character at the time.
Ida is more eccentric with her crazy hair, her ragged clothes.
This is something I really am proud that I got to do. I figured out how to do. I did this to like emphasize it, but even if you're like looking in the background, it actually talks about it. So like whenever
sisters have clear opposites of each other.
So like when I bring up their hair, it's like that one moment where
she's more eccentric,
like her hair. Like here, let me mute. So like you see her messing around with her hair. This is where she brings up her clothes, and what was the
clothes? It majorly follows a red color scheme.
Yep, like the first time we see her like major color scheme,
symbolizing her dangerous yet caring nature.
Yeah, colors can have various effects of symbolism, and I bring that up with Lilith's design as well.
Lilith complements Ida's design by being the opposite, having more elegant hair, being sharply dressed, and follows a color scheme opposite of Ida's, being blue, which can symbolize her more composed nature, but also the great sadness and grief that she carries off her actions, and even the trauma that she carries that we discussed before.
That's all that blue can symbolize. So yeah, there's a lot of symbolism when it comes to colors and whatnot. So please take that into effect when it comes to some art and animation.
The duality of these characters is really what makes them so fascinating and investing to me.
Can we talk about how freaking sick they look here? Just freaking Stance about to fight together. Like, come on, that looks sick.
Without one of them, you couldn't have the other.
That's the whole thing. Without Lilith's action, we never would have gotten these interesting dynamics, and that's what makes rivalry dynamics so interesting. Like, if had that one event not occurred between them to actually go on their separate ways, these like they would probably end up very similar together. But now they have this interesting dynamic since like they're like technically they're the same, but they're also different. That's what makes rivalry's dynamic so interesting. I don't see enough people talk about this when it comes to Ida and Lilith.
Wouldn't be the conflicted yet composed person we see her to be had it not been for Ida and the actions that made her feel guilty towards her. Ida wouldn't be the dangerous, free-spirited, yet caring mentor without the experiences she's received as a result of Lilith's actions. A good way to think of the sisters is as two sides of a coin. They may be opposite to each other, but they still can be the same and remain together. And sometimes that can be worthwhile.
Yep, like some coins, I'm pretty sure like they may be one set at like many years ago, but nowadays they're like worth 100 grand. So that's why I did use the wording I did there, like together they could be worthwhile, because that's essentially what they are. They're the two sides of the same coin. Like they're opposite, like society wise they could be considered like opposite of each other, but they're part of the same coin because they're the same because they're the same. They're still family. They're still sisters. They're just the same person. There's just that one factor that dictates like who they are and what makes them different, and that's what makes this so great. This really is just making me appreciate how much I love Lilith. Okay, I knew. Oh man, this is probably gonna be hard. This is probably gonna be hard to go through because I think this is the biggest thing I was criticized for, because people always say that like she had like a rushed redemption. I didn't think so. And, like,
the biggest criticism I hear around Lilith is her arc during the first season's finale episodes. In the span of one episode, Lilith goes from villain to hero, and I will give those people credit in saying that it does happen quite fast.
Now, looking back on it, she necessarily wasn't a villain. She was more just like a Igor to a higher person, like a henchman or something, a henchwoman or something like that. So, like, that's probably why this transition didn't feel all the more drastic to me.
But I don't really see that as a bad thing. Lilith is still determined to bring Ida before the Emperor, especially now that he's threatening her with the risk of losing her place in the Coven if she doesn't bring the Owlade to him before the day is over. Lilith and her
these finale episodes were so good. I don't get the hate around them.
mind has come
just around season 1. Like I said, I don't get this hate around season 1.
too far to fall now. She has to find something to convince her sister to join her. Just something. Or someone.
I was always proud of that transition. As I said, someone transitions into this where she first met Luce. Like, I'm really proud of that transition.
This eventually all falls back to Luce, the prime reason that Ida came face to face with her sister once again and rekindled their rivalry.
Yep, look at that expression that Ida had.
Luce, the prime reason that Ida came face to face with her sister.
Yeah, so like she starts talking about Luce
once again and
look at Ida's face, she's freaking upset. So like this is where like the rivalry started to come back.
Luce in my eyes kind of acts as the middle ground between the duality of the Clawthorn sisters.
I think at one point in my script I actually said like Luce was kind of like the Nero of the outhouse. I did, and I'm just like, I talked about Devil May Cry in this video enough. Let me just go about this like as if it was Nero, but not actually bringing up his name. So yeah, like Luce really reminds me of a lot of stuff related to Nero and Devil May Cry 5. I think I bring that up unintentionally without I describe her in these next few lines.
She has that drive to gain more power and respect like Lilith does in her journey of becoming a witch, but she still has the humanity like Ida to be able to appreciate the other people around her and to have a desire to use her gifts to help them, and not just for herself.
And this episode was a prime example of that. She was more than eager to try and learn a new spell and try to use it to like become a better witch, but now, but she also has like the humanity to like use it to like save Ida and Edric and Emra from the monster. So that's like the key factor here.
She even sports the color that comes from the combination of the Clawthorn's colors, purple.
So yeah, she's like a mix. She's literally a mix of Ida and Lilith, even when it comes down to her color scheme.
Earlier into the season, we see that Lilith looked down on Luce since she was a human, thinking that it was a joke for her sister to even be with someone like her, let alone to be a mentor to.
Yeah, like she really wanted to emphasize that, like, why are you with her? You could be better or something like that.
Even during the finale, she looked down on Luce as nothing more than an object to bait Ida into a fight to bring her before the Emperor.
Yeah, I really don't get the hate around this. Like, I really liked Lilith in this episode. It was so interesting.
At the first sight of her, she doesn't call Luce Ida's apprentice. Instead, she says Ida's human pet.
Yep. Yeah, this is a common thing. I think I still try to do this in some of my videos. If I say like a quote from something exactly a character says at a particular moment, I try to line up the character saying it with the timing that I see it. So like right here when I say human pet, it's right at the time that Lilith...
As Ida's human pet.
Yeah, like she says human pet as I say human pet. So that's one thing I think I do a majority of the time as I do my videos. I'm not sure if I still do it, but I think it's the kind of mindset that I have at the time. So yeah, I think it's definitely kind of like an editor's thing in mind.
Ida still shows her humanity by being upset and worried about Luce's safety, especially at the hands of her sister. Lilith continues to show her desperation to impress her peers as she worries that her sister might not actually come, all the more pressuring as the Emperor looks down at her demandingly.
Yeah, this man is the freaking reason why all this is happening, why this whole thing is happening between them.
But the bait works, and Ida comes to rescue Luz. Barely.
This would have been so cool if we could actually hear my voice and the background music actually was at an appropriate level. Like, this is the biggest thing I took away. I actually got better at like mixing, like editing, like audio, like editing the audio and balancing like music alongside my voice. Like, holy cow! Like, some of the music of these videos is so loud.
Really even giving Lilith a chance to speak. Lilith demands for the final time to her sister that join.
Like, I really try to edit this to make it look at because this fight was so cool. This fight was so awesome.
Joining her in the Emperor's Coven truly is the best option. But this was the last straw for the Owl Lady. She can handle her sister messing with her to try and change her mind. But bringing Luz into all of this...
Yeah, she was fine, like, trying to mess with her, trying to get her involved in all this, but bringing someone else that had no correlation with this drama between them, like, that was, like, the drawing line for Ida.
Person that she has grown to appreciate...
And guess who forced Lilith to break that line? Guess who pushed Lilith to go over that line when it came to trying to convince Ida, Bellows.
Is one of the best things that happened to her in her life, and believes that she doesn't deserve to be a part of this argument. She's finally had enough. Nothing is holding these sisters back as they battle. It is fueled by the rage and the humanity within her, shown further as during the battle.
Yeah, like, if you're interested, like, yeah, this is another track from the Devil May Cry soundtrack. Please go check it out. It's so good, and it's so fun to edit, especially when it comes to, like, big fights like this. It's so fun.
She seemed to care more about Luz not being hurt during the turmoil than actually defeating her sister that betrayed her.
Yeah, like, the very first thing that she asked was not, like, what did you do? Like, what do you want, or anything like that, directly relating to Lilith. She asked, where is she? Where's Luz? And, like, she didn't care about anything that, like, Lilith had to go, and she only cared about Luz and nothing else.
Lilith is driven by her desire of living up to the expectations placed on her and losing everything that she's gained. It's at this moment that the sisters are at their strongest, both determined to best the other.
In this fight, they generally were trying to kill each other, and that's what makes this fight so cool to me. They were generally, like, at each other's throats.
Everything is on the line for both of them, but Lilith still gains the upper hand as she sees Ida's attack.
Like, this right here is the only reason Lilith won. Imagine if Luz had not been a factor in this fight at all. This fight could have gone on forever. This fight seriously could have gone on forever. Or maybe Ida could have won. But yeah, Luz was this fighting factor, and that's what makes this so investing and so dynamic. Like, I just cannot get over the show's writing, man. People just really... I just love this show's writing.
To her apprentice as a weakness, and abuses it to finally win the battle. Lilith had finally won, even smiling with satisfaction as she sees.
Yeah, she smiles at the Emperor sees, like, as a satisfaction. That's the whole thing she wanted her whole life. Satisfaction from the Emperor. She finally got it. The whole thing.
The approval of the figure she looks up to. However, Lilith witnesses during her battle with the Owl Lady just how much Luz actually meant to Ida. It may have not shown, but she witnessed that Ida cared so much for Luz that she was willing to give up her life for humans.
Like, she literally gave up her freedom as a wild witch just so that Lilith could have a chance to escape. Like, that just shows how much Ida cared about her, and Lilith watched all that happen. So there had to be something, like, engraved to her mind for watching all that happen. So that's why I brought it up here in the script.
I feel like this is even shown further as Luz attacks Lilith out of rage at what she's done. Lilith defends herself from Luz, but instead of doing any more harm to her, she simply just pushes her away and warns her not to return.
This may be due to how Lilith didn't actually want to kill anybody, but let's be clear, look at what happened here. Like, she literally just threw Luz over the edge, like, almost killing her just so that she could get to Ida again. So like, I think it was a very self-conscious choice to not make her throw Luz over the edge again. Because if she really only cared about Ida and not care about Luz at all, she would have thrown her over the edge. She didn't care. She wouldn't have cared, but she did. So she just pushed her away, but out of respect of how Ida saw her, because she still sees Ida as family, and, like, actually shows the sympathy about how Ida came to love Luz as if she was her own. And that is probably, like, some empathy about Lilith, because that was the one thing that she always wanted back, like, the love that her sister gave her.
Doing any more harm to her, she simply just pushes her away and warns her not to return. She could have thrown Luz over the edge like before, since she still believed that Luz was inferior to her, but no, she simply pushes her away out of respect for how her sister perceived her, because...
Yeah, this is something this is something I really feel like I should have edited more, because this is literally just the same clip for like the next minute.
Lilith realizes that maybe Luce isn't just a human. She actually was worth something to her sister, which Lilith could have been envious about after being so downtrodden by her sister for so long. She wanted that sisterly love back so badly that she respected Luce for earning it in a way that she couldn't.
Yeah, like, that's the whole thing about this character, that's the whole thing about her character that I don't get, that people don't see. Like, why? Like, I seriously just still don't know why people don't like Lilith. I really don't. Like, she's so well written.
There's a reason that Lilith emphasized that Ida's back with her real family now.
Yeah, like, real family. Like, she didn't, like, she said, like, she's back with her family, she had to emphasize her real family. Like, that was the kicker.
Lilith has seen firsthand just how much Ida considered Luce a part of her family, but out of jealousy of just how far she's come with Ida, she exclaims to Luce that she would never really be as much of a family member as her, the Clothlorn's own flesh and blood.
Yeah, but as Lilith soon learns, there's something stronger than blood.
But finally, she's done it. Once again, her hard work has paid off. She's finally brought her sister to where she believes they both belong, before the Emperor. She's determined for this moment to finally happen, excited even.
Yeah, this is just what makes this so interesting. Like, she did everything for this moment, for her sister to be alongside the Emperor, like serving the Isles, doing what everything they're expected to be like amazing and great alongside like the massive figures of the world. But then it all just comes crumbling down because she finds out that she's just been manipulated, and it just makes it all the more sad.
She's finally going to get everything she's wanted, to keep the position that she's dreamed of having for so long, fixing the mistake that got her here in the first place, and finally having her sister back at her side once again that she's always wanted since she was a witchling, bringing an end to the lifelong traumas that she's endured.
Yeah, like, I'm so glad. Is this the Bellos video? No, this is the Lilith video. I think we're getting close to the Bellos video. It might have to I think we have to go through a couple more Amphibia videos, but yeah, we're getting there. Oh, hi! What are you doing down here? You want to say hi to the chat? Hey, say hi! Say hi to the marathon! Look up there. Oh. Want to say hi? Oh yeah, you can't even see her. Okay, you come to join the party? Oh gosh. Hey, no. Okay, I guess you can stay there. I must be the only one in the house, because they almost never come into my room. I must be the only one in the house right now. Hey, sit. Sit. You either have to sit or you have to go upstairs. I gotta go back to my marathon, buddy. Yeah, dog. What I find funny is that your most powerful outranks most of your others by 500,000 views. Well, views aren't everything, dude. Like views aren't everything. Like, I'm just proud. Like, I just got lucky with like the algorithm of like that video. Like, that's just how it is. Like, views aren't everything. Yeah, good old doggy. They'll pop in every now and then. Just make it a surprise. Alright, back to our regularly scheduled program.
However, Ida continues to refuse her fate even as Bellos enters the room. Lilith assures him that she will be a great benefit to him and not just for her.
Yeah, like she's still trying to defend that, she's like just in a curse form, but she still will be a great member. But she's really saying that because she can finally have her sister back. Okay, I won't bring it up again.
But Bellos shows the real reason why Ida is here. The portal she possesses.
Yeah, my freaking my Bellos video may have like a 500,000 views, but that's not like the sole reason I do content. Like, I'm not gonna let those numbers get to me. I'm just gonna be proud of what I make, and like just hope that people enjoy like the arts that I make like through my essays. Like, I'm not gonna let the view counter like determine like if I keep doing YouTube or not. I'm just gonna keep doing it. It's just because I like doing it. Alright, back here.
The second he knows that she doesn't have it or won't disclose where it is, he discards her, further taking advantage of her caring nature by saying that he'll just pester the human instead of her.
Yeah, that was the moment where like I got scared. Like, I actually got scared, like, oh no. And that was the moment where Ida got scared too.
Ida is terrified at this notion. The whole reason that Ida was even captured and gave up her freedom was to ensure that Luce would be safe. Now she sees that she's still in danger, and now that—
yeah, this is all building up to like what Lilith would do later on in the episode.
She's here, she can't do anything about it.
And if you recognize the song, we just had it featured in the previous video. It's like a piano version of it.
As Ida is dragged away, with a face of fear and desperation in her voice, she cries out to Lilith to not let anything happen to Luce. Lilith looks frightened at this request and becomes even more frightened that the Emperor would not heal her sister.
I mean, just look at the look on her face.
Lilith looks frightened at this request and becomes even more frightened that
just look at the look on her face. Like, she's genuinely scared and like confused like at this because just look at this. Like, she's scared. Like what do you mean? Like, it generally like concerns her about like she did everything for this and now it's just taken away. And she wants to do something about it.
Not heal her sister, the one thing she worked her entire Coven life for. After Lilith realizes what's going on, she learns a dark truth in her mind. That cry from Ida to protect Luce may have been her last word she'll ever hear from her.
That might have been me projecting or like assuming, but that was kind of like the thought process that I thought Lilith would be having this moment, just because if she's being sent to be petrified, she's going to die. And that's the last thing she asked me to do. So that's kind of like the scary thing that maybe I'll write that into the script. Just to, like, emphasize my point on it.
This is the last outcome that Lilith wanted from her efforts to fix her mistake. But she realizes from her past encounter that there may be somebody that wants Ida back as much as she does.
Like, yeah, right here, I believe this is a facade. Because look at this. Like, this isn't an irritated face. This is less, like, a completely irritated face like we've seen her have before. Like, this is just a fake face, like a facade. Because she generally wants to see Luce.
One thing that I realized going through this season for the analysis, I noticed that Ida didn't necessarily have to call out to Lilith, but she did. Ida could have continued to call out to Bellis begging him to not hurt Luce, but instead, she calls out to Lilith for help.
Because imagine that. Imagine that you find out that the person, like your own sister, is the reason why you've been living a painful life, like an absolutely terrible life. Imagine finding that out. Would you consider that person family? Like, that's the big question. Like despite all that hatred, like, she knows how much the curse has affected her life. The curse is the most painful thing that she still has to encounter to this day, and she's still continuing to deal with it. But in this moment, like, she still sees her as family. She doesn't see, like, a complete monster. She still saw that much in Lilith that she actually trusted her enough with, like, something that she genuinely cares about, and that was to protect Luce. That was the one thing that she wanted, and she told that to her sister. Because she still sees her as a sister. She didn't see her as a complete monster. Like, she's like, come on, bro.
Despite just learning that she's the reason she has this curse at all.
You won't believe how, like, bad I get. Like, how big the gasp I did when I first saw that. Like, that twist. Like, all the air out of my lungs just went... like, my lungs were empty of air for, like, a solid minute because I gasped so hard this because it was that big of a twist to me. And I'm just like, what?
And while she's been on the run most of her life, she still sees her enough as family.
Yeah, this line emphasizes that. That's why I put it here.
We might fight, but you're still my sister. You're still my sister.
Despite all the dark revelations she's received, Ida still sees those small sparks of humanity in her sister, just enough that she could trust her with her last wish.
Another thing, yeah, like the last wish, that kind of is another stretch, but like again, it's just to emphasize my point.
To keep Luce safe. It's at this pivotal moment that Lilith has to make her choice. Does she follow that path of power and respect and does as the Emperor ordered her? Or does she follow those small pieces of humanity that her sister still sees in her and free Ida from her punishment and protect the human she's come to love as her own?
Like, I'm so impressed by myself. Like this editing seems really similar to what I just do now. Like, it really seems interesting. Like my editing kind of has aged well, or it's like really similar to like how I do it now. Holy cow, we're already like 3.5 hours in, which means, yep, it's 3 o'clock. Holy cow, we've been doing this for 3 hours. That time really flies, man.
It's shown through her expressions that Lilith is conflicted about all this. She's worked her whole life to be where she is, but she has to ask herself what's worth more to her. Her position of respect, or her family.
I don't know. I don't care what anybody says. This was a Lilith episode. This was a big Lilith episode. The season finale. Like, this episode was about Lilith, not everybody else. This is about her. I really feel like that's kind of like how it was.
While pondering this question, Lilith soon learns that Luce is already making an attempt to free her mentor, and she learns that this is her last chance to make things right.
This is such another cool scene between Lilith and Luce. I really want to see more of these. These are generally really cool.
Lilith eventually approaches Luce in an attempt to speak with her, but Luce isn't too happy with how her mentor has been betrayed by her own family, and with a tear of rage.
Yeah, they emphasize a tear because she's angry but also sad.
In her eye, she blindly attacks Lilith.
Yeah, that's why I put that in the script, just because I want to emphasize the tear. There's a reason why there was a tear. She was angry, she was sad, and now she's just desperate to get her back, like doing anything, even if it means like fighting her.
During the fight, Luce exclaims in anger that Lilith should be the one being changed instead of Ida, and Lilith agrees.
Imagine saying that. Imagine saying that, like, you're so guilty of what you've done to, like, to your friends or anything. Hey, Oh man, it's a party down here now. Oh gosh. You gotta stay down here for the stream, just to hang out? Yeah, I must be the only one that's home. But yeah, imagine that. You're so guilty of your stuff that, like somebody asks you, like, you're, like, look at what you've done to, like, your sister. Like, you should be the one that needs, like, should go up against, like, the chains and, like, be killed. And imagine hearing the person say, yeah, you're right, I do deserve that. Like, imagine saying that. Like, that just shows how much she was carrying. Like, she was so good. Yeah, I just want to making the video of worth it because it is where you can make yourself laugh and see the art of your video form. True, but it is also the most tedious process. Holy cow, editing can be really challenging at times. But yeah, imagine that. Like, see people saying, like, you deserve to be in chains, you deserve to be in her place to die instead, and she actually says yes. Like, come on, bro. That just shows how much she was carrying and how like, just how much she was carrying, like, mentally, and just stuff. Like, look at all this stuff. I really don't get how people don't like Lilith when I bring all this stuff up. I really don't.
Luz, shocked and surprised, finally gives Lilith the chance to speak and explain herself. Luz finally sees why Lilith did what she did, and that she believed that bringing Ida in truly was the right thing to do.
Because she believed it was the only way that she could actually fix the curse.
Lilith finally says that what she did was wrong, blinded by her ambition and dreams, finally able to talk to someone about the pain of her trauma that she's carried all these years, and that
because I'm pretty sure, looking at this moment, this is the first time Lilith has ever brought this up to somebody other than, like, maybe her parents or anything like that. This is the first time, possibly outside of her family, that she has brought up the story, and it's towards Luz, because she genuinely wants to understand, like, the pain that she goes through, and that she genuinely wants to make things right, and she chose it to be Luz because she wanted to trust her. Like, come on, man!
That, like Luz, she desperately wants Ida back as well, but she knows she can't do it alone, and she wants Luz to be the one to help her. But despite all this, Luz is still reluctant to trust Lilith.
This is the big thing that really made me solidify that, yeah, Lilith is just an awesome character.
However, this notion between Lilith and Luz ends with Lilith presenting a token of her trust. Albert, Ida's staff, and the last physical reminder she could possibly have of her sister.
Yeah, like, she could have kept that for herself, but she didn't. Like, she seriously could have kept that for herself because it'll forever remind her of, like, how she could be better and how, like, just a reminder of, like, all its good times they had before she unfortunately made a mistake. She could have kept Albert for herself, but she didn't. She didn't. She ended up giving it to Luz because she trusted her so much, because Ida trusted her that much. And she genuinely wants to prove to Luz that she wants to make this right, because this is like a selfless act right here. Like I keep saying, she could have kept this. She could have kept this, but she didn't. Like, come on.
As she willingly gives it to her sister's apprentice. The Emperor had earlier ordered Lilith to have the staff destroyed. Lilith could have simply ignored this notion and hid it away as a way to keep the staff for herself, a reminder of its former owner, but also be able to continue living up to her position as the Emperor's right hand.
But yeah, like, seeing all this, like, revelation with, like, Bellis and whatnot, I don't care about my position anymore. I just want my sister back. That's the whole thing. That's the whole reason why I wanted to do this, to have my sister back, but also bring my fancy. But you just ruined that fantasy. Like, it's just like a psychological, like, torment, like, that's going on with, and that's what makes her so interesting as a character to me. Like, there's so many, moments of psychology, like, going on with her identity, that's just so interesting and fascinating to me.
With that reminder of trust from Ida, she continues to live up to those small specks of humanity and hands the...
Did you hear that? I don't know, what was that?
A reminder of trust from Ida, she continues to live up to those small...
I think that was actually the washing machine. I think I actually recorded this while the washing machine was on, because right through that wall is the washing room, so I think you could just hear it in the background. So if you're wondering why I have to wait until, like, the middle of the night to actually record stuff, that's why. So I actually have the quiet time.
Aspects of humanity and hands the staff over to Luz. This can symbolize Lilith saying that she can't change the past of what she's done, but she wants to make things right for the sake of her sister and for Luz as well, not just for herself anymore. She's already made the mistake of betraying her sister once. She's not going to make that same mistake again.
Because that's basically what she did. She betrayed Ida. She betrayed Ida by bringing Luz into all this drama. She betrayed her again. But realizing what she did, she didn't want to make that same mistake twice, because she remembers the first time she made a mistake and where it went, and she didn't like the outcome. So she was determined to make things right. She wanted to be sure that Luz was safe, to keep up Ida's promise to her, and to actually help her escape all this. Like, come on, man.
And now that they are together, with some rough patches in the road, they do eventually free the Owl Lady from her stone prison. As they escaped, this all finally ends with what I think is one of the most emotional moments of the series.
Yeah, this was this was such a good moment between them.
I should have done this a long time ago. With this spell declared, let the pain be shared.
I love this. Freaking animation, music. And look at this. I love how they mirrored, how they have their eyes mirrored, just to show like their halves, and like they have to have each other now. Is she even look at Lilith here? She's like she's like happy, but she's like envious about like getting like actual love like that, but she still holds back just because she still has that form of guilt of like what she's done.
This is the moment.
Danny Terrace is like J.K. Rowling if she wasn't a turf or homophobic. That's a pretty good way to describe her.
Where Lilith finally acknowledges the pain that she's put Ida through throughout her life, and finally takes on the weight of the consequences of her choice all those years ago.
She's finally come to the point that she's willing to take responsibility now that like the truth is out there that like she's the reason Ida is cursed, why she's gone through this hard life, and like that's just the whole thing. Like, come on.
The curse may still remain with them, but she decides to at least make it better for both of them. Lilith now carries a similar pain that Ida does, which she accepts as punishment for what she's done, giving her closure that she's finally taking responsibility for her choice. And now Ida...
Yeah, look at these fits. I really wish we saw this fit more from Lilith. It fit her character so good.
Ida has some closure.
I loved your outhouse videos, and there are more to come. There are more planned. It's just that there's just so many other ideas I have for videos. And dealing with college and work and just trying to remain mentally stable while doing other hobbies is just hard.
To what her sister has done now that some of the pain of her curse is gone. But Lilith is now willing to have the responsibility to accept that pain as her own. They can't change what's happened between them. Their chance for that has already passed.
Imagine if we get like this kind of dynamic with Dante and Virgil in 6, because I hear a lot of theories like what if we go into the underworld where Dante and Virgil are and they're like actually bonding and they're actually becoming fond of each other as brothers. Imagine this kind of dynamic. I would love that.
But now that they share this burden, they can at least do it together, which overall is really what Lilith wanted, to have her sister back at her side.
Like, at that moment, she actually came closer, just because now she's happy that Luce is able to help her and be along her side.
Just not in the way that she expected.
But she still is reluctant to actually get closer, just because of what she did.
The future may be scary for both of them, but now they have each other's eyes to look forward together as one.
Yeah, like both eyes. That looks kind of cringe, but you get what I'm trying to say. You get what I was trying to say here. And this is the biggest thing that I did not like. Like, why did it have to be until season 2 that people actually liked Lilith? It was my biggest thing. Like, she was always good. I don't know what you guys were on. She was always a good character.
This dislike for Lilith will go on for quite a while since people had nothing else to talk about until season 2 would eventually release.
And I think if I remember right, this actually came out, I think I made this after the first half of season 2, so this didn't involve what they did with her in the second half of season 2, so I feel like if the second half of season 2, and I think somewhere down the road I want to remake this video talking about Lilith a bit more, now that we know a bit more with like what season 2 has brought to the table. I think I can honestly make this video like 20 minutes longer, talking about what they brought to the table with what they did with season 2 Lilith.
However, when season 2 did finally come, people seem to have a change of heart towards Lilith. This can probably be due to how they paired her with Hootie, which
a freaking underappreciated dynamic. This is the dynamic that we never saw coming, but it surprisingly works.
Is honestly a hilarious combination of characters for the show. Through this connection of characters, we get a glimpse of how Lilith really feels and thinks during this rough patch in her life.
She's just like, who am I? Like, what like, it's just like psychological challenges, and I just love how they like express this with the writing. Like, this show is just so well written.
Hootie constantly pecks at her saying that he wants to help, but Lilith continues to refuse, as she believes that she's expected to do this on her own to make up for everything that she's done.
Once again, stating that like solid expectation that she has to live up to, or she's nothing. Another thing, like I brought up before, I personally relate to that because I've gone through that multiple times throughout my life, so.
But nevertheless, he persists until Lilith finally breaks.
You would what? Because it doesn't matter. You aren't me. You're just some kind of weird birdworm.
This is such a dynamic moment.
You have no idea what I'm going through. I have to do this alone. Because if I can't, what kind of witch am I?
We see
once again falling into the obsession with the echo to emphasize a point. I'm intellectual and a story nerd, so seeing a great nuance in characters by Forte Lewis has always had that nuance. Like, you know, I don't get the hate around her season 1 or season 1 of the Outhouse in general. I really don't. It's always been a good show. Lilith has always been a good character. I don't know what the people were thinking. So yeah, let me find something else. There's another video that I highly recommend checking out about this that revolves around this moment specifically. YouTube. Now let me see. Yeah, let me see. Like, I think it's by Mag Blogs.
There are a lot of things.
Yeah, he's been on the in my streams before and talked about the outhouse before. Please, where is it? Yeah, where is it not in here? Where are you? Yeah, this video. Please check this out. It's like a very short video. It's just like a YouTube short. Please go check it out. It's Who Am I Without Magic? It's like Lilith Crossworn's identity crisis. It covers everything so well. It brings up like examples of like how like Thor felt in Ragnarok when he lost Mjolnir, and just like a bunch of other psychological concepts. Please check it out. It's just a really like neat little refresher of what makes Lilith's character so interesting, especially in this moment.
Seeing how Lilith was in the last season, and for the majority of her life, she's always been pursuing something that she's desired. She was so
Yeah, I really feel like throughout a lot of the script, I was speaking from personal experience. That's because I see a lot of myself in Lilith, along with like a lot of Virgil and her.
Focused on her pursuit of her dream and affected by the trauma that's consumed her, that she's never taken the time to actually wonder what she actually wanted and what.
Yeah, she's just like, who am I without like this position in Emperor's Coven? Like this is all I thought about in my life. So who am I without it? Like, who am I without magic? Who am I without a coven? Who am I without this position alongside the Emperor? Like just who am I? Like, it's a big psychological challenge that a lot of us have to face, and I really liked how they've written it into Lilith, and it actually like extends further into like the first season, which makes me say that like season 1 Lilith's overhated. Hey. Okay, it looks like the dogs are joining me for the rest of the stream, I guess, until somebody else comes home.
What she actually wanted was her dream at all, which is why the audience is likely more interested in her character since she's in such a vulnerable state.
Yeah, just like this whole state of like, just like these state of expectations that like society expects on a lot of people. It's like, it's really challenging, and I can say personal experience though, like society does that. It's very unhealthy. Like it's really hard, and it can be really challenging mentally.
But in reality, everything that she's wanted is what society made her believe is what she wanted, and now it's all gone. All the strain put on her is why she most likely broke down and invented a Hootie.
Because like it's always just like a burst of anger. It's frustrating like having to deal with challenges like that. That's why I want to emphasize in the script, because they did such a good job with it, and like not just in season 2 Lilith, but season 1 Lilith. Just because there's always those state of expectations. Like, I have to do this to save my sister, to undo my mistake, of like, so I can actually live this like fantasy that like a lot of people of society expect me to live up to. Like, it's a real thing. And I love how they express it with Lilith.
At this point, she's lost everything. She's lost her dream position in the Emperor's Coven. She's lost her powers that she's worked so hard to master, and to herself, she's lost the feeling that she can actually be forgiven or
Yeah, I really like what they did with her hair here. They gave her hair a lot of volume, and I think
actions towards her sister. After losing all of this, she finally faces the question of herself. Who am I? She's been so weighed down by society's expectations of her that she believed that everything she gained was truly who she was.
Like, she looked in the mirror, but she didn't really like who she was looking back. Okay, can I say the characters were all well long before the Emperor Illumina officially entered the narrative? Thank you. I just feel like ever since the pilot, I don't care what other people say. Ever since the pilot, it's always been an incredible show. The pilot was freaking incredible. I don't know why people hate on the pilot or season 1 in general. Hey, Mac Vlogs, how's it going, man? I actually just brought up your video. Just going through this marathon. So, yeah, I'm going well. Just doing this whole marathon thing going until midnight. Just looking back through the channel's journey of like my different video essays. So yeah, it's fun. It's a lot of cringe seeing how I started and how I really went on. Like, I really feel like this video, writing-wise, is aged well, just my tone of voice. Like, it just doesn't sound like me. It doesn't sound like me, bro. Like, it's just hard looking back at old work, but hey, you had to start somewhere.
But now with all that gone, she's lost, alone, helpless, feeling like a shadow of who she once was.
I really wish, I think even while I was editing this, I was thinking I could edit this better, but I just don't know how to edit it better, just because there's not many other clips that I could actually like emphasize this point. Well, there probably was, I just didn't think of them at the time.
It all sets in for her, just how far she's fallen, but realizes that she's had this revelation too late, and now there's no one that can help her.
Like, she both truly believed that she was alone. Like, no one was there to help her because nobody cared.
But then, Hootie returns to her side. Despite shunning Hootie before, he still comes to Lilith's aid. Lilith even being surprised.
Yeah, like the dynamic we never expected, but we kinda needed.
That he actually did after what she said to him. After their endeavor, they have a heartwarming conversation about their encounter.
I see nobody talking about this conversation, and I love this conversation. It shows how far Lilith has come and like how much she's like changed as a character. Like, I freaking love this conversation. It's not talked about enough.
It's hard for me to ask for help.
It's okay. I'm sorry for being all nosy. But hey, Lulu, every friendship comes with its ups and downs, right, best friend?
Aw, yeah, like, I'm glad I picked the music for this. The music for this made this moment a bit all the more cute. Episode 2 is one of my favorite subversions of fantasy genre tropes and god complexes there, where the message is to choose yourself instead of believing in destiny. Yeah, that was one of the big things that the Outhouse did. Yeah, I really love that they did that.
Lilith in her Season 1 arc has been so keen on being the caring one for the people around her, which in her eyes was a way to make up for the actions that she's done in her past.
Like, she just had to do something to make up for, like, the absolutely, like, worst thing she could have done. She destroyed a family member's life. We wanted to do everything she could to make up for that. Like, that's the whole reason why she was so dedicated to becoming the Emperor's Coven, that she eventually associated her identity with that, and that's why she's going through these psychological challenges, like, later into the show, and why she's still carrying some aspects of those guilt despite Ida and Luce forgiving her of her, like, finally taking on responsibility. Like, even in, like, the final seasons of the episode, like, she's still, like, like I said, she volunteers herself to, like, try and be the curse instead of Ida, because she still wanted to, like, be sure that Ida's safe despite her mistake. Like, it's just a really good aspect of Lilith that I don't get why people don't like. Like, ever since Lilith Fake, like, came on the screen, I always thought she was a good character. I don't get the hate around her ever since she came on the show.
That she's never actually had the feeling of being cared for or appreciated by others. Lilith may have enjoyed living her dream as being part of the Emperor's Coven, but we see that Belos never really gives Lilith respect or appreciation for the hard work that she's done while in that position.
Yeah, like I said before, she was more, like, when she lost to Ida in that battle, she wasn't concerned about how she actually lost to Ida. She was worried about the consequences of not succeeding because of what Belos would do. Like, she was more afraid of that than actually losing. Like, that's, like, terrifying psychologically.
Belos never says anything like good work or well done to Lilith for her actions under his hand.
Yeah, no appreciation.
Furthermore, Belos isn't even dismayed or shocked at the sight that Lilith would actually betray him.
Yeah, like, he just, like, risked her aside, like, I was just expecting for this to happen. Like, I'm pretty sure, like, I think at this point, yeah, he expected it because, like, yeah, like, we know that he was Philip, and he, like, went back in time and probably saw all this coming. So that definitely could be an aspect of it, but even, like, outside of that, like, this definitely could be, like, something like, oh, yeah, you're just predictable, like, you're just another puppet in my game. Just, like, it's really disheartening towards Lilith. Like,
he simply brushes her aside as if she was just a tool waiting to outlive its purpose. We even see in the second season of the show that he doesn't appear to be distraught or envious about losing his most powerful asset.
Not once did he bring up that he missed Lilith. Not once. While Lilith was gone, he never mentioned, like, hey, I wish you could be better than Lilith, or I wish you could be like Lilith. He never did that. He never did anything like that.
Lilith was working so hard for that admiration from her peers that she would do anything to gain it, further building onto that part of her feeling the need to constantly try to live up to what's expected of her.
Yeah, following up back to what I said, like, there's this, like, society, like even, like, in the real world, just sets, like, some pretty strict, like, expectations that, like, people should follow, and it begins, like, this, like, norm that, like, you need to live up to these certain expectations to actually be considered anything, or else you're just nothing. And that's, like, how they express it with, like, Lilith, and I freaking love what they did with it.
But now she's finally found someone that genuinely wants to offer her that appreciation and love that she's always wanted.
I freaking love this moment. She's just like, ooh, violence, ooh, power, ooh. Like, it just reminds me of, like, how much fun Virgil is. Like, this to me is, like, a very Virgil moment, just like, ooh, power.
Before this interaction with Hootie, we can assume that Lilith has never really experienced some form of friendship outside of her sister. It's revealed later in the second season that she didn't get too much attention from her mother, and even while she was in the Emperor's Coven, it appears that she's never been attached to anyone.
Like, she worked so hard, but she never got really any, like, acknowledgement for her efforts. Like, she worked, like, she did everything to try and fix it for herself, and just solely to satisfy herself emotionally, and that's what's so sad. She did everything she could, and she didn't really get that much acknowledgement, which psychologically can be really unhealthy and build into, like, bad habits. Which is why I love, like I said, this is what makes Lilith in Season 1 so good. Like, Season 2 Lilith is great, but that doesn't mean that Season 1 Lilith was bad. I just still don't get the hate around Season 1 Lilith. Don't lie to me, then straightforward message of the first episode, that being weird, it can be a strength. People cannot fit in together as purpose of life because I love the message. I can relate to Lilith. I can very much relate to Lilith. Like, holy cow. Like, I fall into that category of, like, trying to live up to, like, certain expectations that society forced upon me, and just trying to, like I brought up throughout, like, while we were looking at this video, like, multiple times, and even to this day, I'm still struggling with, like, a lot of Lilith has to do, like, living up to people's expectations, like, what you need to do. And, like, just psychologically thinking, if you don't meet this expectation, you're just nothing. Like, it's just mentally challenging. And it's why I love Lilith as a character, and why I think, why I still think she's just a great character ever since the first episode she appeared. I don't get the hate around her. I really don't. I can relate to Lilith as well. Dang.
So in this somber moment, a hard time in her life, realizing what she has right in front of her, she accepts a friend.
Like that, look at that smile. That's generally a cute smile. That's generally someone that, like, yeah, she's like actually comfortable. Like she's actually happy to find someone that she can talk to, somebody that actually cares about her. Like this is the first time where she actually like opened up to somebody, and like somebody actually acknowledged her as like a person.
Someone that genuinely values her company, enjoys who she really is beneath that tough exterior, and willingly wants to help her through her hard times. Through this new relationship with Hootie, Lilith actually appears to be happy. Happier than we've ever seen her throughout the show.
Yeah, like I emphasize this because like in season 1, whenever she showed like happy, like actually like being happy, aside from being like related to Edith, actually seemed like it was more like a facade, of like I can actually find like an actual facade of happiness instead of like true happiness. Like this is a true smile. Like something in season 1 isn't necessarily like a true smile. This is a true smile. Like she's actually genuinely happy right now.
And that happiness didn't come from her constant desire of a dream or living up to what the Emperor society expects of her. It came from her simply valuing what she already had. She was so focused on success and reaching her goal that she never came to appreciate what she'd lost or gained along the way.
Yeah, like look at that. She's valued, like she smiled at that because she's just like, man, despite everything I've done, she still cares about me.
Like a wise man once said, it's not about the destination, it's about the journey.
Yeah, I say that because I think that was like my old scoutmaster while we were on a hike. We were going like through the canyonlands or something, and he's just like, guys, it's not about the destination. We're not necessarily going anywhere, just hiking through the canyon. So just appreciate the journey and like the beauty of all. And it just changed my perspective from there. And it's something that I can really think kind of apply to Lilith's character.
Now that she's lost the position that she's pursued for most of her life, Lilith doesn't have a destination or goal anymore. She now realizes that she actually is on a journey. She learns that she has a chance to get the life that she truly wants.
And she finds that without little, are you on Instagram by any chance? Yeah, I don't use it that often, but I am on Instagram. Yeah, just Instagram Brax Forward. I'm pretty sure that's what it is. Oh my gosh. First time I looked at Instagram, it's instantly like an AI picture. Oh my gosh. Yeah, I think that's what it is. But yeah, I do have Instagram. I just barely use it. I'm mostly on Twitter instead.
And we see that with what she's going through so far in the show's second season, she continues to appreciate and care about the friendship.
I really hope we have more like genuine heart-to-hearts like this. Just them being together, just being friends. I really hope we get more of that.
She has with Hootie. Their friendship has grown so strong that Hootie physically breaks down the very thought of them being apart.
Like, I actually felt bad for Hootie. Like, imagine being that close to a friend, but, you know, like, you have to let him go, because she wanted to sort out happiness with her mother, and she knows that's probably, like, the best time, because, like, she's generally becoming better, and she wants to be different, wants to grow and change, and that's what makes it so interesting.
She also shows that she doesn't look down at Luce anymore, even is impressed and fascinated with what she can do despite her limitations of being human. Even when we see that in her past, she's always wanted love and attention from...
I'm on Instagram, you can send me a Discord there. Alright. Alright, let me see. I'll probably just do that right now. Why not? Is it just like your channel name, or is it like different? Our style and shape for list, despite you guys being on opposite spectrums, where my inspiration expanded to long form videos, essays. Yeah, I really do. I don't know, man. I don't know how I don't know how I'm supposed to feel about Schaeferless these days. Oh, backlogs, okay. Yeah, let me finish this up a video because we're getting close to the end. So let me finish this up and then I'll message you. But yeah, I don't know how I'm supposed to feel about Schaeferless anymore. I disagree on a lot of what he says. Like, apparently he hated the Owl House Season 2 finale. He, like, I still have yet to see what I still have not watched this video talking about Amphibia because I'm pretty sure he has nothing good to say about Amphibia. And yeah. Yeah, sounds good. But yeah, how are we supposed to feel about Schaeferless? Like, I disagree with him, but at the same time, I'm just like, I feel like I need to just because he's the main man of what dictates, like, what's good and bad film. The MCU is taking us for granted, wouldn't you agree with that? I would say that, but I still haven't watched the video just because, like, I don't know, man. It just feels like he's unnecessarily harsh towards some certain stuff. Like, he hated Obi-Wan Kenobi. I liked Obi-Wan Kenobi, I'll say that.
From her mother, we see both her and her mother acknowledge their conflict, and doesn't miss the chance to be happy with her mother and make up for all the time that they've missed together. This growth that we see from Lilith through Season 2 solely comes from her finally looking back on herself and everything that she's done from who she was in Season 1.
Like, imagine this, just like Violent Season 1, like Lilith like this. Like, it's completely different.
And knowing that it wasn't who she really wanted to be, which I'm sure a lot of us, and from how it seems, the fandom can relate to.
So you're welcome. See, without Season 1, Lilith, You wouldn't have season 2, Lilith. I will say that. You can't have the we can't have one without the other. So I don't care how much people hate season 1 Lilith. I freaking like her because like it's just her character. Like she had to grow and change and whatnot. I really do not get the hate around her, which is why I made this video. His stars just feels a bit overacted at times.
So I hope this.
I feel like he does that just to be funny, because like he may not be like a complete like. I mean, he is intellectual to a degree when it comes to filmmaking, but anything he's not, he makes up for with being funny, and that's how he gets attention. Because like the whole spectrum of YouTube these days is either you're really educational or Lilith for the win. Yeah, thank you, man. I really try to defend. I will defend Lilith until the day I die. I really will. Like Lilith, like I still stand by what I said in the title. Lilith is a misunderstood character. I really do not get how people don't like her. But yeah, like the whole spectrum of YouTube these days is either you're really funny or you're really educational, and like it's just this degree. Like you're pretty educational but also funny to keep up with that attention, or like yeah. So like he's educational with like how it comes to like criticisms of like how he critiques movies, but like whenever he gets like harsh or like off track or like people like what he disagrees, like he just makes up for it with like making a joke. So, like, in this case, I have to be absolutely educational or fair with my criticisms because I have the inability to be absolutely funny. I just do not have a sense of humor. I'm sorry. We stand Lilith. Yep, exactly. We stand Lilith.
This video has maybe changed your mind about Lilith as a character, or at least gives you a glimpse as to why people like me actually loved her since day one.
So yeah, that was the mission behind this video. I didn't want to necessarily change people's minds, but I just wanted to give a perspective from someone that actually liked her character and finds her actually great and well written.
I didn't get into the Owl House until it was a year old.
Facts. I actually, I didn't get into the Owl House until I found it on Disney Plus one day, when I got into my recommended, so I feel like a fake fan for that, but hey, here I am now.
I was pretty late to the scene and the fandom, but when I watched the show for the first time and saw Lilith, I just couldn't help but like her.
Like, who wouldn't? Like, come on, she's cool, like, she's well written, and, like, actually brings interesting stuff to the show. I don't know why people don't
After
like her.
learning just how much hate was thrown at her during the show's first season, it just didn't feel right to me, which was the big inspiration as to why I wanted to make this video. I'm currently making this before her return in the second half of season 2.
Now that I look back on it, I honestly should have waited, because there's still a lot of interesting stuff that the later half of season 2 brings up. Like, I'm pretty sure I'm pretty sure one day or another I'm gonna redo this after the series is over, overlooking Lilith's character, just to add on to hashtag justice for Lilith. Justice for Lilith, there we go. But yeah, like, I feel like if I was to talk about everything that they brought up with like Lilith in the second half of season 2, this video would be like 10 or 15 minutes longer, or even 20 minutes longer, just because I feel like there's just so much interesting stuff they brought up with her in the writing.
So I'm excited to see her come back, and I'm glad that people are enjoying her as the show goes on. But to all those fans that have loved her since the beginning that are watching this, you are not alone. The reason this video even exists is because we're out there.
I said this because it just feels like there's so little fans that actually like Lilith out there. Like, I still, aside from Super Chick, who's just in my family and my group around this channel, like, I generally cannot find people who actually like Lilith. I really don't. I really can't.
People can disagree with us, and that's fine.
But that's really hard, especially when it comes to the internet, so.
I just want to show why people like us have loved Lilith since the moment she came on screen. She may not be perfect. Nobody is. That's what makes us human.
I do indeed. Yeah, well, yeah, we're among the few then. I feel like a majority of the fandom and like people who critique the show actually don't like her, but I do, so.
But to some of us, that doesn't mean that she can't be special.
That was a special moment for me. I was just like, I love Lilith. Like, come on, she's such a great character.
And that's why I think Lilith Clawthorne is a misunderstood character.
Oh yeah, I forgot about this end screen. I was proud about this end screen just because it shows like her different faces of her character. I was proud of this end screen. Especially with like the timing of the music. Music is so fun to play around with when it comes to editing. Like, music can be so fun to edit. Here, before we move on, let me see. I said if anybody was interested, they could put like Q&A type stuff in my community post talking about announcing the stream. So let's see if anybody put anything in here. What about like comments? Yeah, I just want to be sure I get everything. Amphibia course intro. Oh my gosh. Yeah, a lot of people are hoping that I do a lot more character analysis after the Owl House is finished from these comments. Ain't nothing. So yeah, let me see if I can message Mag. Let me see. Oh, whoop, nope. Music can be so fun, but selecting the right music is the difficult part, not to mention balancing audio levels and copyright. Copyright is the big thing to me. Copyright just sucks. Ah, there you are. Here, let me see. I'm in full cam, right? Yeah, you can't see my Discord. I actually have to remember what the number is. Yeah, lol, and copyright. Like, copyright just sucks, man. Like, there's so many pieces of music that I was thinking this could fit perfectly for what I'm trying to do this video, but then I tried to put it into the engine and it just doesn't work because copyright just sucks these days. Like copyright is just the biggest issue with YouTube. It's just the biggest challenge when it comes to being a creator. I really hope it gets better. Alright, get that going. Alright, so what's the next video? Oh man, okay, this is another hot take video. Why I think Amphibia Season 1 is kind of overrated. Yeah, like, even look at the like and dislike ratio. Look at the one for Final Fantasy VII Remake. Just because a lot of people defend that game for being good, where I disagree. But yeah, I think this is the biggest dislike ratio aside from Final Fantasy VII. Yeah, this was a big hot take. Because I remember watching Season 1, I'm just like, this is good? People actually like this? So yeah, this is a big hot take, so let's see how well this is aged. So I think it's the first time where I, like, try to commit myself to actually making interesting thumbnails, and I'm still really proud with how this thumbnail turned out for what it is. So let's get into it. Let's see if my thoughts have changed about this.
So, after I got off the high horse that was binge watching the first season of The Owl House, Disney Plus recommended another show to me that claimed that it was pretty similar in premise.
Yep, I literally finished Season 1 of The Owl House, first thing to come up, Amphibia. I'm just like, oh yeah, I heard the show, so I might as well check it out. And I checked it out, and that's how I came around to finding Amphibia.
This show caught my eye since I've heard good things about it online, and seen a few commercials for it that have me somewhat interested.
Back when I actually watched cable. let's just be real, cable's dying, and it's probably should just be dead at this point.
Now, after watching it, I kinda had mixed feelings about the show's first season.
Yeah, because I think that's around the time where I was like halfway through Season 2, and that was when I started writing the script. Just because I really just did not like this season that much.
Which is what we're going to be focusing on in this video. Season 2, I feel like
Oh man, yeah, it's still the same problem. It took me a while to figure out, like, the music levels and whatnot, just because audio editing is so device specific, so, like the music will probably sound fine when I'm editing it in my software, but whenever I put it, like, into the engine, or, like, somebody else listens to it, the music will be louder, and that's always the challenge. It's always just device specific, and it's just a challenge.
Can be saved for another video, since I think the differences in what I have to say between the two seasons won't work well beside one another.
Yeah, because I basically give a lot of praise to Season 2 and a lot of negatives to Season 1, so that's probably a good call to separate them into two different videos.
So stay tuned for that. I know this is probably gonna piss off a lot of people, since this really is a big opinion of mine to think this way towards Season 1 of the
and it did piss off a lot of people. A lot of people in the comments disagreed with me a lot.
Show. So please keep in mind that these are simply my thoughts and interpretations of the show. And also, spoilers for the show from here forward.
Why is this not full screen? Why is it not full screen? It should take up the whole screen. What is wrong with me back then? Text should take up the whole screen.
I've been warned. So, let's hop right into why I think Season 1 of Amphibia is kinda overrated.
Yeah, that's literally my sense of humor. I literally cannot think of anything more funny than puns. That's literally my sense of humor. That's why I have the incapability of being funny like Schaefer-less or anything like that. Alright. Yep, bridge set up and poor journey.
Let's get something absolutely clear real quick. I love the premise that the show sets up. The synopsis of the story for the entire show is that 3 teenage friends uncover a mysterious music box that, when opened, sends them—
Yeah, this is just me basically summarizing the plots, because I was genuinely interested in the plots. Like, what the pilot introduced with, like, the world and what actually might be happening in the show, it genuinely had me hooked, but then the rest of the season just kind of
also a strange world filled with talking amphibians, hence the name Amphibia. These girls are separated from one another once there, so they have to go on a journey through this new world to reunite with each other, learn what exactly this music box is, and find a way to use it to get back home. That sounds like a fantastic story on paper.
Yeah, it generally is. Just sent you a request on Discord. Here, I might as well check it while I'm here. Yeah, I might as well. Yep, there you are. Alright, we're officially Discord pals. Alright, so yeah, we might have to figure out some, like, collab stuff or anything. Like, you said you wanted me, like, overlook, like, your scripts or something, like, me and Super Chick or something. Yeah, I'll be more than happy to do that. I really like your videos, especially your Inside Job one, and, like, your Jinx one. It was really good. Alright, back to the regularly scheduled program.
It's just that for the majority of Season 1, the show kinda does nothing with it.
Yeah, that was my biggest gripe with Season 1. It just... Oh, wait, I pressed the wrong button. Oops. Yeah, let me reset it.
Paper. It's just that for the majority of Season 1, the show kinda does nothing with it.
But yeah, like, that was my biggest criticism or gripe with Season 1. It kinda just felt like it forgot it had a plot throughout a majority of the season.
The first episode generally had me hooked as Anne, our main protagonist for the series, was stranded in this world and had to learn to get along with these frog people if she wanted to get back home.
Like, this pilot was such a good way to set up the story. Like, Anne is, like, this insecure, like, very, like, just nervous, like, a protagonist of, like, going into this world of, like, talking frogs. And it generally was a great way to set up this world and what this show could have been. But then they basically forget it's a thing for, like, 3/4 of the season. There's only, like, 2 or 3 other episodes that actually matter. Like, everything else, you could literally watch out of order and nothing would change.
But after the first 2 episodes or so, you just get 3/4 of the season of filler.
Here, let me see. I'm actually curious. There's somebody that actually commented on the commented on my filler thing. Yeah, if they didn't have the filler, we wouldn't get used to the characters to get to know them, and if we didn't get to know them, seeing them endangered like a Season 1 or Season 2, we wouldn't care as much. That's honestly a really good defense of the filler, but it's still filler. I really hate to say it, but it's still filler. It's still filler at the end of the day. It's still filler. Like, it doesn't feel like we're actually making progression or anything. Like, yeah, it's, like, nice to see, like, these characters interacting with one another, but still, it's not doing it doesn't feel like it's actually moving anything or progressing anything towards the outward plot. Because, like I said, like, it feels like, for a lot of the show, it just forgets it has a plot. Like, I think, where were we? Right here?
So, you just get 3/4 of the season of filler. It honestly hurts just how poorly paced overarching story is through this season.
Yeah, it felt so slow. Season 1's felt so freaking slow.
I mean, look at this. You get the first episode.
Yeah, this to me was just a freaking plot point, just saying, hey, you can't go anywhere or explore this big world that we introduced in the intro for us to explore because, oh yeah, there's this big mountain range and it can't be accessible until this certain amount of time. I'm just like, that just screams filler plot lines for me. Just because what else can you do in this small little area? Like, you give this whole new world of talking frogs and amphibians that we want to explore, and you're saying this whole season takes place in one little town? We have a whole new world to explore. I get to, like, introduce all the characters and whatnot, but all the growth that feels like it actually feels necessary to, like, the exploration and the world building and the plot happens within, like, 2 or 3 episodes. After that, they just feel static. It doesn't feel any growth between the bonds of them all. Yeah, like, I really want to speak this my mind. Like, I knew this would be a hot take, but I just really wanted to get the word out there that I just didn't think Season 1 was that good.
Set up the premise of the story and have an introduction to all these main characters, and then you have 3 or 4 episodes of just family shenanigans.
Like, I actually forgot some of these episodes even existed just because they were just that boring and just forgettable.
And then, out of nowhere, Anne finally decides to bring up the music box that got her into this mess.
Like, there's no moments of her, like, considering, like, should I tell them, should I not tell them, like, just, like, glancing at it, like, or anything like that. She just out of blue says, hey, I'm comfortable enough with these frog families now without any, like, questions or anything if I could trust them or not, so let me just bring it out of the blue, and then we can, with the plot can progress. Like, yeah, like, I think I brought it up. I don't know if I brought up this video, but the whole thing with Season 1 is that there's all these little plot lines that are generally fun for, like, a Disney Channel type show, but when it comes to, like, the overarching plot, it's just so poorly paced. Because you just have filler plot. This big episode where they dump a lot of plot information, filler plot, instead of, like, this slow progression of everything, like, moving along smoothly. It's just like, it's just really poorly paced.
And Hop Pop instantly looks at a book showing that it's dangerous. After that, you get...
Like, they should have saved that for another episode. Imagine Hop Pop just being, like, pretending, oh, nope, I don't know. Another episode comes around, he sneaks a book into his study, like, and we're just like, what is he reading? And then one night, we see that scene another episode later. Like, come on. Like, I tell you, love story adaptations, all agree fillers can be boring unless they succeed in deepening character. Well, it's not that I don't enjoy story-driven characters, it's just that, like, if you set up a show that establishes that, yeah, there's an overarching plot, make sure that you do something with it always. That's what the Owl House did, and that's why I like Season 1. I'm one of the few people that actually enjoy season 1 because it actually feels like there's all these like little plot lines to to progress that like are enjoyable for like a cartoon type show like Disney, like a Disney Channel show, but it still feels like there's still some progression from growth of the characters to like world building and whatnot. Alice fillers are stronger than amphibious fillers, in my opinion. Agreed. I have to agree. Like, even in the Freaky Friday episode, or like the body swap episode, from what I've seen, the most hated episode of the Owl House, which I disagree, it's overhated. Like, there's still this, like, sprinkle of information, like, oh yeah, like, there's a spell where you can switch bodies, and, like, there's dynamics that these characters have to go through while living their lives and whatnot. And we get this little, like, overarching plot information that Ida, at one point of her life, wasn't always on the run being a wild witch. She wanted, at one point, to be a part of the Emperor's Coven, which is surprising to Luce, being her body, because she's just like, oh yeah, she hates the Emperor's Coven, so why, at one point in her life, did she actually want to be a part of it? Like, it still felt natural as a progression to the world building and what the characters are doing. Like, Amphibia, we're just waiting for something to happen. Like, there's not much character growth or anything, like, world building wise, because we're just stuck in this farm town, and we're just waiting for something to happen. So it's not like I love story-driven animations. Like, there's still some stories that I really do enjoy. Like, the Ghost of Molly McGee. Like, the Ghost of Molly McGee doesn't really have a story to it, and even the story of itself can be kind of flawed in some areas, but it still feels good, because, like, you established Molly as, like, this really interesting and fun protagonist, like, just always want to see ghosts of the world, but then you get, like, these interesting dynamics of how she grows to this new community and whatnot. Like, a lot of the shows feels like essentially Molly McGee and Amphibia episodes are basically the same, because like it takes place in one small community. I'm gonna pull a can for this because we're kind of just talking about this for a while. Like, Molly McGee, like, you're still limited to this community, but I still feel some growth because it comes more from the interactions of like the characters and like what these personalities are, and how Molly grows to become those, and like how it interacts with like how Scratch the Ghost involves with it, and it's just so much. It's just what Amphibia should have done. Like, if you're not going to do world building, make it up for, like, character development. And, like, just, like, slow progression. Like, in Amphibia, it doesn't feel like the characters make any progression with each other until the plot needs them to. It's just, like, filler just for the sake, oh, yeah, let's extend the season because we don't know what we're doing. But there's still some animations that I like that don't really have a plot. It's like, I remember really liking Phineas and Ferb when I grew up. I kind of have a hard time watching it now just because it's a show that's not necessarily meant to be binged, so... Like, I tried binging it once, and I'm just like, this just feels like the same plot line for, like one episode and 2 episodes. I watched 2 episodes, and I'm just like, it feels the same. But maybe due to just how much I watched them, like, I've literally memorized a lot of the plot lines that they go through. But yeah, that's probably a hot take. I'm one of those people that feels like Phineas and Ferb hasn't aged that well, but that's just me. Alright, back to the regularly scheduled video. Phineas and Ferb is awesome. I really feel like I need to watch it if I feel that way about it.
Another 4 to 5 episodes.
Because I feel like Phineas and Ferb's reputation is kind of carried, or not necessarily carried, but just kind of relies a lot on the song choices. That's something that was never done before at the time. A different song for every episode. That's something that was never done before.
Those that really don't serve a purpose to the overall story or anything that was mentioned before.
But I seriously forgot about a lot of these episodes just because they weren't that interesting.
We then get an episode specifically dedicated to show what's going on with the other side of the story, and the cycle continues.
You see, like I would like to point out, this episode that actually mattered to the plot, to actually introduce this interesting character of Sasha and how she could play into the overarching plot, didn't come until halfway into the season. Like, why?
What's going on here? The show is so reliant on having single story episodes that to remind the viewer that there is a bigger story, they just dump a lot of information into one spot and repeat the cycle. If this overarching story was to be panned out over more episodes, you managed to keep the viewer interested.
I don't remember this episode, but I remember this specific moment. It was a cool moment for Anne's character.
In the overall story of the show, but is still able to be entertained by the short episodic plot lines that make it.
This plot line didn't go anywhere. Even in season 3, they kind of dropped the ball with this whole, like, zombie mushroom thing. They really dropped the ball.
A cartoon, instead of dumping all the information into one spot of an episode. I hate to be that guy that compares things to other things, but if you want to see how an overarching story is paced well, check out The Owl House, Avatar, and Gravity Falls.
Yeah, that's. I think even saying Gravity Falls is kind of a stretch. Like you could probably hear like a bit of like nervousness in my voice because I was very nervous to bring that up because like if you compare it to these things, because whenever you compare something to something else, there's always gonna be like freaking negative stuff when it comes to that. But I'm just like, I feel like I needed to like state my case just because The Owl House to me is paced better, Gravity Falls to me is paced better in some portions of the show, and Avatar, like, it's Avatar. Like, what can you say? Like, season 1 can be rough, but season 2 and season 3, yeah, like, it's paced very well.
But unfortunately, that's not how the story goes. They end up revealing all this important information into one spot and focusing on making episodic episodic plotlines. I'm not saying that this is a horrible thing, it's nice to have a show that you can just sit down to watch and enjoy a bit of slice of life comedy.
Yeah, like even that, it's like I generally had a good laugh every now and then, but if you set up, like in the pilots, you set up this big overarching story that, yeah, there's this mysterious box that, like, Anne is attached with somehow, and it's how she actually got here, and she has to find a way back home, then do something with it. Even if it's just like someone always at the end of the episode, just do something with it. It felt like they just forgot it was a thing after a while.
But the fact that they did set up an overarching story that ties it all together, I just can't overlook that. The episodic plots that come in between the overarching narrative are indeed fun.
Yeah, I completely forgot about these episodes, but I remember them to be generally being fun. Like, I generally got a laugh and actually got a smile out of all these, but I forgot about them because they were that boring and uninteresting for the overarching plot.
We'll give them that, but after a while, I kind of began to lose interest since they started to feel a bit cliche and predictable with what exactly happens to them.
Yeah, there were just a lot of the plot lines that they involved were just parodies of other stories. Like the one that you saw in there was just like, I think it was a very famous horror story. There was like a whole thing of like being roommates and roommates and like the dramas of being a roommate together, and I generally like that because I can relate to that for some like being in college. But yeah, like a lot of stuff like just really didn't pique my interest. Like I generally had a good laugh every now and then, but yeah, I forgot about it like basically as soon as I turned it off.
The comedy also feels like it's a bit of a mixed bag, but that honestly happens a lot in the media since comedy and humor can be really subjective.
Yeah, it's very true. Comedy is very subjective. So, like some jokes people find really like just meh, but some jokes people can be like on the ground laughing. But there are just some pieces of comedy like right here, the pizza joke. Like I shouldn't explain why that has to be funny. Like come on, that's just hilarious.
And for this season, it really felt like the jokes really hit or really missed.
I hated this scene. I cringed at this scene. This was not funny at all. Like, at least in my opinion, I did not like this scene. Like, I was just like, please, just make this end. Oh, man.
At least for my tastes. This season also feels really limited to what it actually offers of this whole new world that is Amphibia, since...
Yeah, like, look at this. This whole big world, this whole big island of talking like amphibians. Like, look, like, what's down there? Is that like a beach? Is that like a rock formation? Is there like skeletons there? What's like down by this lake? Or like what's up here like the mountains? Or like what's this city? Like what's up here? Like, you have this whole new world that you want, like, that you introduced to us to be curious about, but it basically takes place all here. And it just feels really limiting sometimes.
The entirety of it just takes place in the small town of Warpwood. I will give credit that this is probably done intentionally so we can have the focus be more set on the introductions of all these characters, since Matt Braley, the show's creator—
Matt Brawley, I'm so sorry, I didn't know how you pronounce his name until later, after I started making these videos. Matt Brawley
stated that he sees the whole series as a 3-act structure.
Yeah, 3-act structure. Act 1, you introduce the characters and worlds. Act 2 is where the story actually starts to get going. Act 3 is where the climax and conclusion occurs. So yeah, it does make sense for that, but it still just feels really, like, slow and not well-paced.
And the first act in major cases tends to be the intro for the characters and world of the story. I will say that this is important to do when you're building a big story, but the thing is, to me, it just feels like we kinda get all the development that we need for the sake of the overarching—
Yeah, like, I remember watching this and I felt, yeah, like, it's cool, like, we got this development, but it feels like it's already occurred just because we haven't felt that much growth or anything from them actually coming closer together as a family.
After the first few episodes. Take Anne and Sprig's friendship, for example. The first few episodes is dedicated to them meeting for the first time and getting to know each other, since Anne knows she's going to be stuck in Amphibia for a while.
Yeah, like, I was genuinely interested in their friendship as the show went on, but throughout season 1, it just felt really static. It didn't feel like they were actually learning anything new about them. They were just kind of hanging out just because we need those friend plot lines to extend this length of the season.
However, after the first few episodes, their friendship kinda stays static. It feels like there's no growth between them as friends, except for maybe a few rare moments scattered throughout the season.
Yeah, like I said, it doesn't feel like there's any growth until the plot needs them to grow.
But some of those moments of friendship growth don't really occur until the plot actually needs them to come—
I literally brought that out of the script. I forgot I brought that in the script.
Closer, further building onto the pacing problems that I mentioned before. They definitely did a good job in getting me interested and invested with our main character.
Yeah, like, I didn't like it, but I liked it enough to keep going, because I heard pretty good things about Season 2, and I will forever die saying that Season 2 was peak Amphibia. Season 3 had a lot of flaws that holds it back. Season 1 will forever be the weakest season, but Season 2 is peak Amphibia. Season 2 had the best animation, had the best characters, had the best arcs, had the best pacing, had the best world building. Like, it was just the best season of Amphibia, period.
But with how little they do with them, it kinda just drags the season down.
Oh, Sasha. They really dropped the ball with Sasha. There was so much they could do with Sasha in the season that they just did not do. Yeah, there was just...
Sasha, for those of you that don't know, is one of the 3 friends that was sent to Amphibia when she and the other girls opened the music box.
Oh, and I should also say, if you guys are interested in checking out any of the music I use in these videos, I linked them in the descriptions below, but here, let me see if I can find it. Please check out, let me see. Yeah, I just want to shout out these musicians, because these are freaking amazing musicians. Yeah, let me see. I really need... Yeah, these musicians really deserve some credit. So, here's one of them, Calamity Music. She was the one that does a lot of... she does some Owl House and Amphibia art, music that I use in some of my videos. I think... Yeah, actually, one of my AMVs is dedicated to this this music. So, please check her out. And then there's another musician, Karu. Yeah, Karu. Please check out these incredible musicians. They do great music, and Karu actually reached out to me during one video. Let me see. I think I did it on my other accounts, so let me see. I think, yeah, Karu was nice enough to actually reach out to me when I asked him if I wanted to use the music. I wanted to use his music in my video essays, and he was very kind enough to actually allow me to do it. So let me see if I can find the video where he actually does it. I think it was this video. Let's see. Yep, right here. So this is on my other account. So yeah, right here. This is him, like, me asking for like permission, and he was so nice. He was just like, yeah, just make sure you give credit to me. Nice clan music, and Karu noted. So yeah, please check them out. Please support them. They're incredible musicians. Like even Karu did like an Amphibia compilation. Now where is it? Yeah, it was a big video. Where are you? Where are you? Yeah, this one, the Amphibia Epic Core Scroll Memory. It was so good that Matt Brawley pointed out on Twitter, and he thought it was amazing that if he ever made an Amphibia movie, he would want this to be like the music. It was that good. So yeah, please go support these musicians. They're so good. Like Calamity Music and Karu, like they're so good. And I'm really grateful that I'm allowed to use their music, because oh my gosh, their music is so good. So yeah, I'm pretty sure the music playing right now is from Karu, and it's like a take on Sasha's theme, and it's so freaking good. So I was just like, if I have a Sasha moment in my video, I'm gonna be using this music because it fits the tone really well. So anyway, back to this video. So yeah, please go support them. They're incredible musicians.
And is set up as being one of the show's main antagonists, or at least plays an important role in the series when the show first starts. However, when they end up in Amphibia, by contrast to Ant being somewhat welcomed into the Talking Frog Society of Wartwood, we see a short scene at the end of the first episode that shows that Sasha is...
It was technically the second episode, but they did like the half plot things for like this season, or like for the show itself. So like it's one episode, but it's 2 plot lines. So it's technically a second episode, but still, you get my point.
Opposite circumstances. She's alone, in chains, unwelcomed by the people around her.
There really was an interesting parallel. So like Anne was welcomed into Wartwood, whereas Sasha was seen as like this weird thing in the Toad Tower. It was an interesting parallel, but that they didn't really do much with it.
Overall, is in a darker part of this world being undertaken by the tougher, less caring Toads. When I first watched the scene, I thought that the show's story was going to be split between these two characters as a way to show how each of them are adapting to this new world around them, and how their viewpoints may change by the end of the season if there was that chance of them reuniting.
So yeah, like they really could have done a lot more with Sasha this season. Like, why not have like half of the season be dedicated to Anne to see how she's adjusting to how she is adjusting to Wartwood, whereas Sasha is adjusting to Toad Tower and like giving into more of like those manipulative and like queen type attitudes that like make her character like fitting like her character what it is. Like, why not have half of them be dedicated so we could see like their viewpoints and how they could be like challenged by the end of the season. Like, it's just a really big missed potential thing this season.
But that one scene that lasts for less than a minute featuring Sasha is the only time we get to see her until halfway into the season.
Dude, come on. King Andreas is one of my favorite characters ever. Yep, Andreas is one of my favorite characters from the series. I really liked Andreas, especially when it came to like his like writing and whatnot. And also, he's voiced by the incredible Keith David, which some of you may know as like some other from other roles, and for me, it's more nobly from the Arbiter from Halo. So yeah, please look at the Keith David. He's a great actor.
We then have an episode that shows how she copes with being in Toad Jail and how she earned the respect, but that's really the only purpose of this episode.
There's really not much point to this episode other than that.
It mentions that she managed to manipulate some of the Toads.
Hey there, Grimesy! What's that, like, the 5th toad I've talked into leaving this week.
Like, come on. Those are just, like, other plot lines just waiting to happen. Like, 5 other toads, like, she, like, convinced to leave? Like, come on, that sounds interesting. Like, how was she, like, was she, like, trying to manipulate them to try to escape? Or, like, was she just trying to, did it, like, go awry? Just, like, what, man? Just do more with her.
There's plenty more where that came from, and far more loyal than Percy.
Are you sure about that? You're not exactly Mr. Popular around here.
I freaking love Sasha's voice actress. I know her from somewhere else. I think she's a character in Big Sea Greens, and oh my gosh, she's so freaking good. Holy cow. Like, her charisma here and, like, how she emotionally is in the last season, it's just so good.
But that's the only mention of her doing anything before this. Why do the Toads think they need her? How did they come across her? Has she tried to escape from them before? Did she just have the unfortunate luck of just poofing precisely into her cell? Is she worried about her friends? Or does she only care about herself at this point? Just what?
Like, they really just did not do enough with Sasha to actually make her a compelling antagonist. Like, she's just like, oh, I've been mean to Anne in the last world, and I'm gonna be mean to her in this world, but, like, the context isn't gonna show up until the last episode, and it's gonna be one big info dump, so you can actually have the context to actually not like me anymore.
Sadly, none of this is explained earlier. But you may think, oh, we still have half of the season left, maybe it explains this later on. No, just no, it doesn't. It just doesn't.
Yeah, that's basically how I feel. Those faces about season 1, like, just me giving those explanations, like, this is really how I feel. Like, just, like, season 1 is just, like I said, season 1 is just kind of overrated. I really don't get why it has, like, a 90% score on, like, Rotten Tomatoes or something like that.
We don't ever get to see Sasha until the finale, which we'll talk about soon enough. Another thing about Sasha...
Yeah, the finale to me is kind of overrated too. Like, it was good, but there's just some questionable things that I'm just like, I'm not sure if this works.
Is that there's no establishment of what Anne and Sasha's relationship was like before they came to Amphibia. Anne goes on throughout the season about how much she cares about finding her friends, but why does she care about them that much? I really like this scene where Anne kind of unintentionally brings up Sasha and what their friendship was like back home.
This was a scene that gave me hope that season 1 actually was going to do something, but then they just dropped the ball. Like, it was this scene and what they kind of introduced later on that made me want to keep going. Had these scenes not existed, I could, like, just drop Amphibia and not be interested, but good thing that they did exist and made me interested to keep going, and then season 2 came about, and season 2 was just amazing, so.
Look, if a friend likes a pencil case, you get it for them. If your friend likes your new shoes, you give them to her. And if a friend wants you to steal a crazy music box from a thrift store, even if you really don't want to, you do it, okay? Because if you don't, they might not want to be your friend anymore.
Like, I've seen somebody, like, do a full analysis of the scene. It was that impactful towards her character and what made it so interesting. It's just that they didn't do anything with it later on.
Those lines of dialogue really made me wonder what kind of relationship that they had back home, and if she's maybe starting to think differently about their friendship. But since we don't really see anything between the two before the finale, we don't really get to see that intent behind that line.
Like, there's just, just do something, like, establish, like, how they feel about the situation, like, what, like, come on, man, there's just so much that they could have done to make season 1 better, but they didn't do.
Sasha was really meant to be portrayed as a big deal in the story of Amphibia, but with how little they do with her this season, she just doesn't seem to build up the status that she needs to be an interesting antagonist.
Like, I'm just sorry, it's like, Sasha just wasn't really a character until season 2. She just wasn't a character until season 2 happened. Yeah, the finale was good, but, oh my gosh, it was such a grind to get through all those filler episodes.
Now, don't get me wrong, the season 1 finale was good. Probably the best episode of the season, but
yeah, I hate to say it, but it kind of is, but even then, it's still a really freaking problematic episode.
Still have some problems with it. I do think that it was neat to finally see Anne stand up to Sasha, as we now see how much of a bad influence she is to Anne. But the thing is, all of the context of why she should stand up to her is all revealed in this one episode.
Like I said, it's just one big info dump. It's the biggest problem I have with season 1. Like, they just info dump everything you need to know about the plot or the characters in these specific moments, that it's just not very well paced.
However, they really did a great job of portraying Sasha as a bad influence. It's just that maybe I would appreciate it more if these kinds of actions were revealed slowly over the course of the season instead. Like, I don't know, maybe have Anne throughout the season bring up stories about her and Sasha's friendship as a way to tell the planters of what Earth is like and what kind of stuff she gets into. And
yeah, like, that's another thing that I was concerned about. Like, you have this, at all, like, you're not, like, interested about this world at all. Like, what was it like? What was our friends like? What was school like? Or anything like that? Like, the planters weren't curious about anything of that? I highly doubt that. I see the same progression when it's needed for another scene. Yeah. like I said, it feels like there's no progression until it feels like there's not really any progression until the plot needs there to be progression or anything. Like, it's just really not well paced. It's like the reason why I give season 2 so much praise is because I could just compare to season 1 and just really compare like how much it has improved. Like, holy cow, season 2 was so much of improvement that feels like a different show. Like, season 2 was like it was a period of the show where they did what they wanted to do instead of just trying to make this like drag out and like be like a Disney Plus, like a Disney Channel show. Like, they actually, like, season 2 just felt like it was like the amphibia that they want to make, which is why I love season 2 so much, because like I said, compared to season 1, season 2 feels like a completely different show. It really does. So yeah, that's why I feel like I am unnecessarily harsh towards season 1, but it's just that season 1 just really isn't that great. I'm sorry.
And maybe realizing that they weren't entirely the brightest things to do.
It's just that there's just so much they could have done to make this season better. There really was a lot that they could have done, but they just didn't do it.
The thing that really bothered me the first time I watched this finale was the song choice of Lean On Me.
I was weirded out by this song choice. Like, Lean On Me at the end during this, like, I'm just like, what? Like, I don't know, man. It just didn't feel like it fit the moment. Like, there's a lot of, like, I feel like there's a lot of other songs that I can't think of that would fit that moment better, but, like, I don't know. Like, Lean On Me, that was a very weird choice. I see why they did it to make it, like, emotional, but it felt weird the first time I watched it.
During the climax. I thought it was stupid the first time I heard it, but after rewatching it a few times, I changed my mind about those allegations. It does a good enough job of showing the emotion.
Good enough job. Emphasis on the good enough. I didn't think it's good, but it's good enough to serve its purpose for what it needs to do.
The Ann and Sasha are showing, but I still think that there are better songs to fit this scene. Lean On Me isn't a bad one, just one that I think could be better. I mean, Sasha was about to kill herself. Kill herself.
Yeah, you're basically portraying a scene of somebody willing to like commit suicide just so someone could have a better friendship, and then you have this freaking like really not very fitting song for like a death. Like, it's very weird, man. Like, I see why they did it, but it's just still weird looking back on it.
It's hard to be completely into this moment with a song like this in the background. This finale generally is one of my fondest memories of watching season 1 for the first time, but it just...
Yeah, I still remember when I first watched the season finale. It was actually it was definitely the most fun episode that stuck with me after I finished season 1.
It didn't feel built up as much as it should have.
Yeah, it feels like it should have been built up, but the built-up was just not there.
Most of the episodes before just didn't seem to portray that what was going on in the finale was too much of a big deal. No pun intended.
I was just about to say. Oh, man. Oh, man, I forgot I made that. Sometimes I forget what I write into the scripts, man.
When you look at the finale by itself, yeah, it's a big deal since it marks that Sasha's and Anne's friendship will never be the same from this moment on.
Yeah, like, by itself, this is an interesting episode, but everything else is just not that good.
It's just that the pacing and build-up that should have made this moment feel so impactful just didn't seem to be there.
Yeah, so yeah, the reason why this says hopes for season 2, I was halfway through I think I was a couple episodes in season 2 by the time I was making this, I was writing the script, so...
When finishing the first season, I had my hopes kinda low going into season 2.
Like extremely low. I was just like, seriously, anything could be better than this. And when I went into season 2, I was blown away. That's why I say season 2 was the best season.
I heard great things about it, but still I'm a bit down after my first impressions with season 1. I first started writing this script after watching the first few episodes of season 2, and now I've watched the entire season up to this point, and I am so happy with how it turned out. I'm gonna be making another video about season 2, why I think it's better than season 1 overall, and how it kinda saved the series to me.
It did. Had season 2 not been as good as it is, I would have dropped the series. I really would have dropped the series. Like, all my interest would have been out the window if season 2 wasn't as good as it is. Because I'm just like, I don't know, man. Season 2 was like, I lost my train of thoughts. Like, season 1 was just kind of bad, so, like, if season 2 isn't that good, I'm just gonna drop the series. Like, I would just lose all interest. But season 2 was freaking amazing, and that's what led me to be interested now.
So stick around for that. Overall, I would give the first season of Amphibia a 6 out of 10.
I feel like even looking back on it now, that's kind of generous.
Maybe a 7 out of 10, depending on the day. It's not the...
I'm honestly surprised I was that nice to give it, say, like, 7 out of 10 every now and then. I think it's like a solid 6 out of 10, or maybe 5 now. I don't know. I still stick to that 6, maybe a 7. I don't know. It's just in that range.
Best season of a lore cartoon that I've seen, but far from the worst.
Yeah, like, I think this may be a bit too harsh. I just knew that it was a big popular thing that, like, everybody was crapping on Star vs. Force of Evil, so I'm just like, oh yeah, they emphasize this.
But this still isn't really my go-to recommendation for people.
This literally never gets brought up until Season 3. Have we not had the season... If we don't have the context of Season 3 that this gets brought up, this literally served no purpose. It's literally just like, oh yeah, like the big argument that I hear, I literally made a thread on Twitter talking about this. Just because stuff in Season 1 came up back in Season 3 does not immediately make Season 1 a better season of the show. That's not how it works. It's not how it works. Like, this just didn't serve a context outside of Season 3. It just felt kind of pointless at the time. So, it's just really flawed.
People who want to get into shows like this. That title will always belong to both The Owl House and Gravity Falls.
And that still stands to this day. If you don't want to have a slog to go through, okay, to a degree, Gravity Falls can be kind of a slog to go through throughout the first season. But yeah, The Owl House is always my go-to recommendation for people to get into, like, big, like, lore cartoons or, like, plot-heavy cartoons.
The premise of the overarching story was cool enough to keep me interested to keep going, but man, it was really hard to get through all of it.
I forgot about this. I literally forgot about this episode because it's just so weird. Like, oh my gosh, I forgot about this episode. It's that forgettable.
Those filler episodes. The characters were pretty charming for the most part.
I forgot this character existed!
Man, it was really hard to get through all those filler episodes.
Yeah, isn't this like Antonio or something? I forgot he existed. Holy cow, there's so much that was introduced in Season 1 that I forgot.
Just pretty charming for the most part, but after a while, specifically the 4th or 5th episode of the season, it feels like we got all the development for the characters that we need for the sake of the overarching story, and we're just getting more episodic plot lines just to extend the length of the season.
That was the weakest episode. Like Sprig trying to impress like the freaking grandma lady. That was the weakest episode. I don't want to say worse because that's a really strong word, but yeah, this episode does not need to exist. It was so weird.
I was constantly wondering myself, when will the story actually matter, or when will the story get going again? Because that's the aspect of the show that really made me invested in it. You could tell that they were really trying to make a great overarching story, but it just seemed...
Yeah, like this stuff was generally interesting, like the bazaar, like Hot Pop being like invested like this, like it felt really progressive. I'm just like, I wish this was better well paced.
To be crowded by all these filler plot lines involving family shenanigans, which is still fun, but just didn't...
I like how this was never brought up again. I'm pretty sure this was teased to, like, actually be something, but then this was just never brought up again. So, like, again, what was the point of this?
Served too much of a purpose to the overarching narrative. I really think this season just really is kind of carried by its comedy and characters.
Yeah, I still stand by that. People who still defend this season being good is because they actually found it, like, funny, or, like, just the characters are really charming. Which, I will agree, it can be funny at times, the characters are charming, but, yeah, like, the pacing just sucks.
Which isn't a bad thing, it's just that I wish the overarching story was better well-paced or suited for them. And that's why I think Season 1 of Amphibia is kinda overrated.
So I think I edited this with the intent that this is me, and this is like the fandom, like just throwing crap at me for doing this hot take. I was really proud of this end screen. Like, I was really proud of this, because I thought this was really clever. So, like, the video ends right as she blows the candle. So, yeah, like, it's like as soon as she blows the out, and that's the video. I was so proud with that end screen. I was proud of that one. But yeah, I feel like a lot, like, I'm not sure if this video has aged that well. Like, my editing style definitely seems like similar to what it still is now. But yeah, a lot of my points still stand about Season 1. Season 1 just really isn't that good. Oh man, oh, this video, this was the big one. This was my big break video. Like I say, this is what I consider my Bellis video was my on the map video. This video, my one villain scene video, was my big break. Because, like, holy cow, this video blew up. And I was just like, holy cow. So, yeah, I'm excited to revisit this one. So, yeah, this one was the first time I actually did something for, like, a big trend. Like, one villain scene. So, like, I think I heard about it, like, on Twitter or something. Or just was looking through it. I'm just like, oh, wow, this actually seems, like, kind of fun. Just talk about, like, our favorite villains. And any type of media, I've always been interested in the villain. So, I was just thinking, what kind of villain could I cover? And I'm just like, oh, yeah, I've been going on this big Amphibia bandwagon on this channel. So, I might as well do something. So, I looked into it and... actually want more lore cartoons. Yeah, there's like, have you watched She-Ra? Because She-Ra's a good one. She-Ra's a really freaking good one. There's She-Ra, there's Inside Job, the Owl House is going, yeah, the Ghost of Molly McGee. It's not necessarily heavy on lore, but it does have lore enough to say that's a lore cartoon. But But yeah, I'm excited to revisit this one because I remember like thinking, oh man, I'm not sure if this is gonna go well. So, but then this freaking blew up, and I was thinking, holy cow! I never thought anything like this could happen to me. So yeah, this is a big milestone when it came to this channel. This video right here. So yeah, I was looking through like the one villain scene trend, getting interested and like going over like what is necessarily like being talked about, and it literally led to this because I found out nobody had talked about like Andreas, like that True Color scene. Because oh my gosh, I freaking love that scene when they like with Andreas. Holy cow, I love that scene. I love True Colors. Like True Colors is still probably the best episode of the series. But yeah, let's get into it. This is my first like big break video, like following like a big trend. So here we go.
Ever since I was a kid, I've always seemed to be...
I think this is like the first time where I started just to be like normal with my voice instead of like doing that deep tone. So it's definitely gonna be like more different from how the original videos were. So yeah, I'm really excited to get into this. This is one of my more memorable videos.
Ever since I was a kid, I've always seemed to be drawn to the antagonists or villains of a story. I was a Decepticon guy.
Yep, I am a Megatron dude. I'm sorry, I love Megatron more than Prime. I'm sorry.
I smile at the sight of an alien or monster being on screen.
Like yeah, like I don't know. It's just me with monsters. I love monsters. I don't know why.
Heck, I just made a half-hour-long video on why Lilith Clawthorn, a temporary antagonist from the Owl House, is one of my favorite characters from the show.
So yeah, I think this is the first time I actually utilized like cards and like bringing up like past content. So like normally like here there would be like a card linking to that video if anybody was like interested in watching this, or like, oh yeah, I like the Owl House and I like Lilith, or like interested to hear what people have to say about the Owl House, so I just have that card. So this is the first instance of me being aware like a card. Nice end screen. Yeah, I was really proud of that because I'm just like, oh wait, like blowing out the candle to like close the video. I thought that was a really clever idea. I'm still really proud of that end screen. It was really cool. All right.
So when I found out about this one villain the scene trend, I couldn't help but be interested and throw my hand into the mix.
So yeah, the one villain scene trend is done by this man by yeah, let me see if I can find him. Nango. I'm not sure if that's how you spell it. Oh, Nando V Movies. So yeah, this is the man. Yeah, right here. Yeah, this was the man behind the one villain scene trend. I'm pretty sure he's behind another couple trends. I think it was like one marvelous scene and one excellent scene where like people broke down about like scenes in Marvel movies, X-Men movies, and whatnot. I'm pretty sure I've yet to see if there's like another trend for that he's going to do, like one villain scene or like one beautiful scene or anything like that. So I'm waiting for that because like this is like the big inspiration for me. Like like break down like scene breakdowns of characters and whatnot. It was he was like my big inspiration. So please go check him out. He's really great, and he's like the reason he's like part of the reason this video exists. So go show him some love. All right, now back to this.
There are many ideas for villainous scenes that I have in mind.
Okay, so yeah, that's teased for other villainous scenes videos. I'll probably check out She-Ra. Yeah, man, it's really freaking good. There's a lot of controversy about season 5, which is the last season of the show, but I still really freaking love it. It's so freaking good, bro. Yeah, I freaking love She-Ra. Like, don't be surprised if I bring up She-Ra in some of my other videos. Like, I have planned some other videos talking about She-Ra just because it's that good. So yeah, the other one villainous scenes that I'm talking about, so yeah, I'm planning to do a lot more other one villainous, yeah, let's play it, yeah. Yeah, I have a lot of ideas for other one villainous scenes, because one villainous scenes videos are just so fun, because you get to pick this one iconic scene that you like and break it down why you like it, what makes it so cool and like impactful. So yeah, that's why I like this trend. So yeah, I might come around to doing this one for Doom, because this one is really freaking intimidating. This has been scrapped for one villain scene for another video. I have yet to disclose what that video is, so let's get.
But I'm gonna go over one that so far hasn't really been talked about too much on this trend.
So yeah, this is the playlist. Whenever anybody does a one villain scene video, you can like link it to Nando on Twitter, and it'll put it in the playlist. So I'm not sure if mine is in the playlist yet, but I think he still acknowledged it on Twitter, so I really appreciate him for that.
And that one scene comes from a little animated show.
So I think that's actually like a storyboard. So yeah, I think it was just like a random behind the scenes video I found on Vibia, and the only thing I could find was this Tor Kermit doing it, so I was like, oh yeah, need some behind the scenes stuff for like this one villain scene, so I just had to use that video.
You may have heard of it.
And again, this amazing music, this awesome orchestration of Amphibious theme was done by Karu. Please go support him, he's an incredible composer.
If Amphibia has become a fan favorite show on Disney Channel.
I think this is like the first time people were highlighting that my music was too loud in my videos, and that what led me to like actually like acknowledge it. Oh my gosh, that's like a freaking weird like motion blur. What the heck?
It has become a fun show to enjoy, despite a lot of its flaws.
Yeah, like a lot of its flaws, I still like it. Like I really don't want people to get the wrong message. Like I generally do like Amphibia. It does a lot of good things, but there are just so many flaws that hold it back from being like something truly incredible, like the Owl House. So
what's not to like from a show like this? It has heartwarming characters, extremely emotional moments, and a mysterious plot that can leave you on the edge of your seat.
I still love that scene between Anne and Sprig on the scene. That's I still freaking love that scene between Anne and Sprig on the balcony. That scene to me beats every other scene in season 1. Like that was the moment where I was like, this is officially better than season 1.
So mysterious that it's best to go in blind and see it for yourself. Spoilers for Amphibia from here forward.
Yeah, this is me continuing the trend, the popular fan trend of doing the 3 colors. So like Anne, Sasha, Marcy.
You have been warned. One of the biggest moments for the series was the release of the episode titled True Colors, the finale for the show's 2nd season.
It was also big just because it sparked a lot of drama, because I think it had been delayed by a month before it actually could air or something. But it actually ended up being leaked, so there was like a lot of drama about this. So I don't think I brought it up in this video, so that's why I mentioned it here. So yeah, there was a lot of drama behind this episode's production.
This finale was considered the best episode of the show at the time, and to some people today, including myself, believe it still is.
I'm pretty sure this was before season 3 started or ended, but even after season 3 ended, I still consider that True Colors probably is the best episode of the show.
There were massive battles, emotional baggage to be taken care of, and the sense that the fate of all Amphibia was at stake.
Like, there was just so much that they did good with this episode.
But one of my favorite moments from this episode, and the focus of what we'll be going over in this video, revolves around King Andrius, the ruler of Amphibia.
Like, that was just like a subversion thing. It's like you would expect this intimidating, like this super intimidating giant king, but then he just has like the voice and energy of a child. Like, it's just hilarious.
Andrius throughout this season is shown to be a mysterious figure in the story of Amphibia. As the first moment he appears on screen, he seems to have already known about the importance that Anne, our main protagonist, plays for what's to come.
Yeah, like how did he get that chess piece? Did he just so happen to know about Anne? Like, that's the interesting thing that makes him so, like intriguing as a villain.
Despite never even meeting Anne in person before this. But he also shows a genuine interest to help Anne and her friends return home. However, it's not revealed until the later episodes that Andrius' intentions are far more twisted and crude than he lets on.
Like, when I saw that scene of him talking to the Korra, I was like, oh man, this dude is interesting.
And in True Colors, he finally reveals his plans, his origins, his perception of everything and everyone around him, and giving off the impression to our characters that he truly is unstoppable in one villainous scene. This is Andrius' True Colors.
I don't know why I tried to be like so dramatic. I don't know why. I guess it's just to add a bit of flair to my videos. I don't know.
Before we jump into the scene itself, we first have to learn the context of what makes this scene so impactful. Many years into
I feel like this might be like a flawed perspective, because I think I started writing this after that episode of The Korra and the King where we got some of the context, but I still tried to limit it to as much as season 2 as possible.
Past, Andrius had once been in possession of the Great Music Box, a relic of Amphibia said to contain mysterious yet infinite power. However, due to him supposedly being betrayed by others claiming to be his friends, he lost the box, its power.
Like, look at all this. This is such interesting world building and character dynamics that they just did not do in season 1. That's why season 2 is just, to me, is just considered better.
And the future of his home city, Newtopia. Afterward, in an attempt to redeem himself for his mistake, Andrius vowed to do everything he possibly can to get the box back. A search that possibly went on for centuries. But Andrius would be given hope on his hunt as he discovered proof that the box may be with him for centuries.
I freaking love
but
this
Andrius would be given hope.
You're the freaking Pog. Just freaking Pog Andrius. Like, it's the most memeable thing when it comes to Andrius. Like, oh!
On his hunt as he discovered proof that the box may be within reach at last. Proof in the form of a strange girl that magically appeared in his city. Marcy.
I never would consider that this freaking theme song takeover would be canon, but I just considered it canon while I was editing it, so I just thought, oh man, I was just gonna use it.
Andrius would go bond with Marcy as he learns of her knowledge of Earth and her surprising intellect, giving him even more hope that his dream is finally coming.
Oh my gosh, I forgot about the glasses. I forgot that he uses those as glasses.
True. So much that he's willing to give Marcy a glimpse as to what his true plans are. The events of the story carry on in the season as Anne, Marcy, and Sasha journey to completely restore the music box, the one thing that they know can get them back home.
Like, there's, just watching this, it just makes me appreciate season 2 so much more, because they did so many things that they improved on so many things that made season 1 kind of mid.
Once they finally have the box recharged, Marcy insists that they take it back to Andreas, claiming that he would be their best bet to use it properly instead of the chance of making things worse. However, what's actually going on is that Marcy is keeping up her end of a deal.
Yeah, I'm honestly impressed with myself. Going back through all these videos, I think my editing style just seems really consistent throughout all of it. Because let me tell you, editing is not easy. It is tiring. It is exhausting. It is work. But, man, it can definitely come across if you have, like, the right mindset.
Andreas had made a deal with Marcy that if she brought the music box to him completely restored, he would use its power for her and her friends so that they wouldn't have to be apart again.
Like, that was such a good dynamic to make the plot interesting in Andreas' favor. And look at the shot. Like, every shot in this scene, they just make sure that Andreas is intimidating. Like, look at that. Like, the shadowy thing, that's like the eyes. Like, holy cow, they made sure that he looks like a menace.
Put a pin on how Andreas knew that this was a great offer to have control over Marcy.
I don't know why I just came out with a pin over there. Like, every now and then, I'll just look up, whenever I need something to, like, do editing, like a pin or, like, an arrow or something, I'll just type in the Google search, find a PNG with a transparent background, just use it here.
We'll talk about that later. So after journeying to the temples, restoring the stones, and having heartwarming reunions...
The temple arcs were so good. The temple arcs were, like, some of the better parts of the show.
All of our protagonists return to Utopia to give the box to the king, and we finally build up to our one villainous scene. Now, before we get too deep into it, I gotta give credit to all the crew behind this episode.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, there's so many, like, writers and whatnot that got a part of this. I'm pretty sure this is, like, one of the few episodes that actually had multiple directors because they were that passionate about what's going into it.
The writers, directors, animators, #new deal for animation.
Notice how I did blue, orange, and white because those are the official colors of the banner for #new deal for animation. So yeah, be sure go support #new deal for animation.
You all did a great job of making this episode what it is. Also, I can't overlook the fantastic performance of Keith David as Andreas in this scene.
So yeah, the reason, I actually used the same footage in my other Andreas video essay because there's just no behind the scenes of Keith David doing voice acting. Like even this isn't for Amphibia. This is for Halo 2 because he plays the Arbiter. That was the only, like, behind the scenes of footage I could find of Keith David doing any, like, voice work. Everything else is kind of just like, oh yeah, like it's just hard to find behind the scenes stuff when it comes to voice actors, so I'm just like, this is the only footage I have.
Despite the range of emotions that he goes throughout the scene, he still maintains that tone of greatness that the character believes to be a part of himself, even when the character seems playful in some of these moments.
Yeah, and the reason why I point out details related to acting is because, like, actors have to go, let me tell you, actors have to go through a lot of bullcrap to do what they do. They really do. Like, I took an acting class, was it last semester? No, I think it was last year, and I hated it. Like, holy cow, like actors have to do the stupidest crap to do what they do. I know that might be my opinion, because I think it's probably just because I went into the class with the mindset of a filmmaker and writer, but oh my gosh, I hated it. Like, you have to memorize all these monologues and stuff. Like, it's not like anything interesting, like little mannerisms or anything like that. Like, you have to be like I don't know, I just hated it, but it definitely gave me a different perspective of what actors have to do to do what they do.
I mean, look at how Andreas acts through this episode in the moments leading up to the scene. At the sight of the music box being fully restored, he's overjoyed, smiling ear to ear, a sense of excitement in his voice.
Yeah, like, look at that. That is like that is a smile of like a 5-year-old because he's just that excited. Like, come on.
Because that's exactly how he feels, excited. He acts as if he's a child waiting to open their presents on Christmas morning.
You could tell that I struggle on a line when I record my commentary for it, when I have to slow down. Whenever I have to slow down to record a line, you know that's a line that I struggled with when I was first recording it.
Excited. He acts as if he's a child waiting to open their presents on Christmas morning, desperately waiting for that one moment that they can have what they always wanted.
Like compared to like all the other lines I said compared to that one, like it's so much slower because you could tell I was struggling on that line to say it properly.
Which is most likely why this scene starts with Andreas making this unsettling face.
Like that was generally a scary image, just like him, just like giving that unsettling smile. Like, overlooking the box, I'm just like, holy cow, what are you, like, this is freaking terrifying.
For centuries, Andreas has been desperately searching, waiting, wanting for the box to be back in his hands over anything, getting the chance to redeem himself, almost time to drop this fake persona, and now all that stands between that dream and him.
Just look at those eyes, look at how small his pupils are. They really emphasize that, like, holy cow, he's obsessed, like, he's determined in this moment.
Is the choice of this little girl. Anne is conflicted about her choice due to prior events in this episode, but is still determined to find a way back home.
Like, there's so many details in this one shot. ant, like Ant's changed in her expression, her turning around to face Andrews.
Home. So she looks to the only person that's managed to keep that promise and has the knowledge to do so, and gives the box to Andrews.
Like, there's just so many little details that the animators put into this, and it just really helps build the scene what it is.
It's at this moment that Andrews finally gives up the act and tells our protagonist about his plans and vision of his legacy, how he lost the box, how he was betrayed, and how he's been waiting for centuries for the chance to redeem himself.
And the reason why he does this is because, like, now that he has the box in his hands, he has it away from the heroes. Like, he's won. Like, in the context of his mind, he's won. Like, nobody else knows how to use the box except him. And now he has it, and now his power is back, so he's won.
Andrews reveals all this because now that he finally has the box,
so now that he's won, he's just playing a bit cocky, because he thinks, oh man, there's nothing that can stop me.
In his hands, he believes he's won. And in the context of what's going on so far, he kinda has. The only thing that he knows that could defeat him is now in his own hands, outside of everyone else's reach.
Yeah, this is still a video I'm very proud of, that I'm really happy to go back to, just because I put a lot of heart into this, because like, this is my passion, just like breaking down and critiquing like scenes, what makes them cool, what makes them interesting, and just appreciating a lot of elements of filmmaking. This to me is like what inspires me to like make my videos. So yeah, this is so cool looking back on this and just seeing how passionate I am about this stuff.
So when Andrews hears that the girls still think that they can beat him after revealing his true nature, he literally destroys a tower just to show that he could in response to their words.
He's just like, oh, stop me? Oh, look, just push a button and a freaking tower is destroyed. How is that for establishing, like, power? Like, you're just, like, he literally just, like, said that over, like, oh yeah, like, we'll stop you. Like, hey, I'm just gonna push a button and it destroys, like, the whole setting of a season. Like, the whole, like, basically Sasha's whole entire season 1 that we didn't get to see, happened, like, got destroyed like that from push a button. That's how, like, that's terrifying. That's terrifying to see.
There's no telling what kind of injuries or losses could have happened at that tower, but Andrews simply just does not care. Because as said before, as long as he has the box and his power, he's already won.
It's just like, imagine that. Like, I know this is like a Disney show and this is like Disney Channel, but imagine if they showed like how many deaths occurred. It's like, oh my gosh. Like, the freaking body count on that. Like, there had to be people in that tower when he shot that. It's like that had to be super intimidating.
And everyone else is beneath him. Ever since the very moment that we were introduced to Andreus, we already were given a view on how he sees all this.
This actually was one of the last things I added to the script. Or actually until I finalized like where the script is going. Because I was looking back on it, I'm just like, oh wait, he actually says that this is like a game. And like, oh my gosh, that just brings a whole new perspective. Like, it just completely, I think I changed like half the script just from this one line.
Time for the game to begin.
Because like, he just sees that as a game. And again, me being obsessed with the echo effect to emphasize the point. It's just an editing style that I guess is just something I'm used to.
Since Andrews is so close to having what he always wanted, that's all this is to him now, a game. Even the editing and composition of certain shots can emphasize that perspective.
Editors are the unsung heroes of film. Please respect editors. They do so much work. Film would not be what they are without them. Like, holy cow, like sound editing alone, holy cow. Like sound engineers, sound designers, sound editors, and just everything tying together. They are the unsung heroes of film. Please give them some respect. It's a lot of work, but it's what ties everything together. Please give them respect.
Throughout the scene, there are shots that are looking up at Andrews to initially show his massive size compared to the other characters, but also his growing presence and power that he gains from this moment.
Yeah, like, look at this little smug look. Like, just him overlooming everybody. They really, like, established him as, like, a tyrant. Like, not just as, like, a big character compared to, like, everyone else, because he is just, like, a 20-foot tall, like, newt, but like, aside from that, just expresses that he's won. He's established as like a king. Like, this is establishing his presence and power.
Some shots also are shown looking down from Andrews' perspective, making the character seem small and insignificant in his eyes.
Yeah, and yeah, I think it's something I bring up in another video talking about another character. Like, he acts like as if he's just a god looking down upon the world of men. Because that's how a lot of like tyrannic kings see people. Like, even, like, looking down, like, here, like, look how big he is, like, he literally could step on them, like, they're literally just ants to him.
This can further emphasize his perspective of all this being a game. After he has the box in his hands, he continues to express that playful part of himself, but instead of it being for the amusement of others...
Yeah, like, he always seems to have smiling, just cracking jokes and whatnot, because he's just like, oh yeah, I got power, I'm gonna have some fun. That's what makes him scary in this moment.
As seen earlier in the season, it becomes a way to make himself feel proud after gaining the box's power. Even as he continues to interact with the girls and their friends,
Yeah, I think think every single track that you're hearing for like the background music is done by Karu. So if actually, so yeah, please go support Karu. His music is incredible.
He acts completely in control, messing with them and taunting them. The sense of scale and angles used for these moments make it appear as if Andrus is a child playing with his toys, having fun and laughing at them despite the pain he's forcing onto them.
Okay, I feel like I should elaborate on that point. So I saw this as like, oh yeah, like what if it's like a toddler, like just playing with action figures and they don't care about how they're treated. He's just like, oh yeah, I'm having fun. They're beating each other up and like because of me. And like eventually that breaks them and just emotionally damages them, but hey, it's like a fun time and like the toddler doesn't care. That's kind of like the point I was trying to make with this, so that's hopefully that came across well.
Through all of this, there's one thing that let all this occur, one thing that drove it all, one thing that let Andrus be who he is and doing what he's doing.
Oh, I remember this. I think this is the first time I tried actually to crack a legit joke in one of my videos.
At this moment, pride. Not that kind of pride, that's for the Owl House.
Yeah, like, I don't know if that joke aged well, I don't know. But yeah.
Andrus describes in his vision that...
Yeah, like, I just can't be, like, funny, because like I said, the whole thing about YouTube these days is, like, education or being funny, or just being entertaining. So, like, I try to crack a joke whenever I can, just to try to be funny, but I don't know if I'm actually funny, so...
Past how vastly great the world he lived in was. It's interpreted that Andrus had a sense of responsibility over his home, his legacy, and living up to what his ancestors expected of him as Utopia's new king.
Like, we don't know how long this painting has been here. Like, was it just painted after Andrus took the crown, or has this been, like, foretold through, like, the prophecy or something? Because if it's been here forever, then this has always been in Andrus' mind. So like just thinking, I need to do this, I need to succeed, I need to conquer, I need to be able to overtake everything and whatnot.
Andrus stated after receiving the box that he could finally finish the work that he didn't start, but his ancestors had started.
A point that's brought up in my other Andrus video, because that's a key figure. So, because he didn't say it was his work, his ancestor worked. He's just continuing on the legacy that he's not entirely proud of at this moment. So yeah, it's like really interesting the choice of words there.
Andrus' judgment has been so defined by his ancestors that he believes that there's no other way of viewing the world. Despite being shown how grand Utopia is by comparison to
look at
the other locations of Avivia that we've visited throughout the season, through Andrus' eyes.
Yeah, you could tell I'm running out of breath whenever I get like fast or like just really slow.
It would never be close to the place that his ancestors called truly great.
Yeah, like if we go back. Yeah, just like look how glorious Utopia is, and then you just see all the other all the other places we've revisited throughout Amphibia. We had this desert, like this small village, like just another small village. Like they just look really run down and not very well taken care of. But then we see like this us as a viewer see this glorious place of Utopia, like this golden city, like out in the water, like as if it's like the freaking city of Atlantis. But then, like, even Andrus doesn't see that he's
truly great.
Yeah, he doesn't see it as truly great. Like, it's still, like, the most beautiful thing in Amphibia, but he still doesn't believe to be better, and that's what makes him kind of scary for, like, his motives.
It's only expressed further throughout the scene that we see the lengths that Andrus is willing to go to achieve that greatness. It's shown that Andrus doesn't even consider death or sacrifice as a limitation to achieve the greatness of his ancestors.
Yeah, I was getting nervous around here. Like, holy cow, that was scary. It's like, Sprig being threatened, like, there was so much that they did good with this battle and raising the stakes.
Multiple times throughout the scene, he attempts to kill people that dared stand in his way. A tower filled with toads that before this would fight for his throne, turned to rubble just to prove a point from 2 words.
We'll stop you!
Yeah, like, all this was to establish just, like, how far he's willing to go for his cause, and that's what's always what makes a terrifying villain. You just see what they're willing to do when you understand what they're doing. I guess, like, there's just so much that they did good with Andrus as an antagonist.
Stop me? I can see a demonstration of my power is in order.
Yeah, 2 words, stop me, and then he pushed the button. That's literally just like, oh yeah, you think you could stop me? Then push the button. And this is show off, oh yeah, there's no way you could stop me.
A tadpole that had a whole life ahead of her, nearly crushed to death by his own fist.
Yeah, he didn't care about if she had like a future or not. Like, she was just a baby. Or, like, considered a baby, but yeah, like, he just did not care. He just doesn't care, because he's just been corrupted throughout this, throughout his life, just to be focused on this cause that he's not entirely sure if he wants anymore.
A young frog that bears a resemblance to the one that he once called a friend, sent to fall to his death. Even the person that reminded him of himself.
Yeah, the Marcy was the big one. Marcy was the big kahuna when it came to Andrus' arc.
I film entirely on my phone because I'm using what I got, and it gives my videos a homemade feel. Oh, nice. Yeah, every now and then it's nice to record on your phone. Just get like some nice moments. Sometimes it's the only option that you have. So, shares a similar form of emotional pain and grew a bond with during her time in this world. Literally stabbed in the back. I will say this as to how impactful this was. I have never cried for anything relating to fiction in the last decade. This is what did it. This got me to cry in 10 years relating to fiction. This moment right here. I actually cried. And let me tell you, I do not cry. I don't cry for like almost anything. So yeah, this just tells you like why I love season 2 more. It's more. It actually made me care. Like, it actually felt progressive. The world building was awesome. The pacing felt good. I actually got to care about the characters. Like, there was like actual growth with them, because like had not all been there, this would have been just something I just was like, oh yeah, that happened. But nope, this got me to cry, and I haven't cried about anything related to fiction in like 10 years. Like, I seriously have not cried like for that long. Andrus has been completely consumed by his pride and idea of legacy that he's willing to do anything to keep it from being lost or destroyed. And in this moment, he firmly believed that there was nothing that could disrupt that. I feel like throughout the script I say "in this moment" a lot. I don't know why, I just couldn't think of anything better to say in exchange for that. Now that he has a sense of purpose restored, proudly carrying on his ancestors' legacy, there's nothing that can stop him. He was absolutely set on destroying Anne and her party just because now he sees them as nothing more than bugs waiting to be stepped on. But there was one thing that made him stop for this slight. Yeah, like he was just like, oh yeah, just get them out of my way. Like, they're just pests. Like, they can't stop me, just get them out of my way. They're just like mosquitoes biting on my skin. Just get them out of here. Slightest moment.
Stop! Andrus, this wasn't the plan. You said no one would get hurt.
Even though we see that Andrus and Marcy... Oh yeah, the dynamic that they did with Marcy and Andrus is so compelling for the show. They have formed a small bond with their time together. Andrus' pride still remains strong or big enough that he actually smiles at the sight of Marcy being betrayed. Andrus would go on to mention that he did this to Marcy because she had vented her struggles to the king, while beating him in a game that Andrus was known across. I have a webcam now, and I use like and I'll utilize it in next year's videos right alongside my new keyboard. Nice. Across the land to be unbeatable at.
I got so good at it, I even beat King Andrius.
Impressive. They say King Andrius is one of the best Flipwart players around.
Well, I guess that's what you get for pouring your heart out to me over Flipwart.
I feel like I could have expanded on this point a bit more with what they brought up in Olivia and Yunnan, where Darcy is born, and through Andrew's words. But again, I think I was trying to make this really season 2's keep this specific to a season 2's perspective. So like, what was the context for this? What's not there for like season 3 quite yet? So that's probably why I did it. Andrus maybe had sympathy for Marcy since he has an idea of the pain that she has gone through. He too had done an action that he believed to be right that others perceived to be wrong. He too had the feeling that he Yeah, I think I originally planned to have like Andrus' moments on like edited on top of Marcy's moments, so like you could see like their similar actions of what I'm talking about. But I looked at it and I'm just like, it's hard to see what's happening, so I ended up scrapping the idea. So had to live up to something for the sake of others, and he too knows what kinds of lengths someone is willing to go to live up to what others expected. Like Marcy literally went to another world so she could keep her friends. Like she was that desperate to like not lose them. Like that's like the whole point. But he also held a grudge against Marcy as his pride had been broken that after all this time, someone had beaten him at his own game. So yeah, like he was just like, man, I like this person, but I don't like how like they're actually better than me, and that's what made him a bit more scary when it came to like who he is. Here, while we're paused right here, I'm gonna use the restroom real quick again. Sorry, I'll be right back, chat. Don't go anywhere. And I'm back. Told you it wouldn't take long. Alright. So guys, I'm curious now that I'm like not on the focus on the videos. Has it been New Year's for anybody yet? Because as that timer says, we still got 7 hours.
See up the big old countdown. Alright. Get this going again. Let me check my phone. I think I might have got notifications. Do. Oh no! I fell asleep! Ah! We still alive? Crap. Crap, are we still alive? Oh boy. Let's check the software. Yep, we're still alive. Okay. I don't know, I think my laptop just went to sleep and I got scared. Wait, what the? Uh-oh. Hold up, let me get the chat back. Oh boy! Why does this have to happen live? Dang it. I mean, it had to happen sooner or later. You get the chat back, come on. Come on. Why are you taking so long? I think it's because it's overheating. Because my laptop has in... Oh, man. Oh, my gosh, no. Freaking trying to do Microsoft type stuff. Okay, let me get the stream back. Sorry, chat. Freaking technical difficulties. I'm usually not streaming from my PC. Oh, well. Yeah, I can stay in my bed. Freaking just show up out of nowhere. Okay, get live chat back. Okay, and we're back. Okay, hopefully... Yeah, so I'm not usually on my streaming setup, so what I normally would do, I would have my laptop be the one that handles the stream software, and then I would just have everything up on my PC, but I was having audio issues, so this is the setup I had to deal with, where I'm streaming from my computer, so I have to keep this awake now, I guess. Alright, get that out of the way. Alright, back to the regularly scheduled program.
So, in this moment where Marcy stuttered and conflicted, he sees an opportunity. Andres, for possibly 1,000 years, felt alone in his pain of being betrayed and looked down upon by the ones closest to him.
So yeah, that's like a scary thought to have. Like, imagine that. Like, you're so consumed by your pain that the only way you could, like, be comfortable with it is somebody else had to feel it. Because, like, he just felt alone. Like, nobody else was going through what I had to go through. So he made somebody go through what he experienced. And that's what makes him, like, all the more cool and interesting as an antagonist.
So now, he sees a chance to watch it make someone else experience that pain.
Yeah, I'm really surprised at how well this video is aged, especially when it came to my editing.
Wants Marcy to suffer the same way he has suffered for centuries, having the feeling of betrayal, being abandoned, and trying so hard to achieve something only to fail.
Like, that was such a sad scene between the three girls, as Marcy, like, admitting everything, but she generally had, like, wanted to have good intent behind it. Like, it generally was rough.
Andres goes on to take advantage of people's attachments to get what he wants by threatening to drop Sprig to his death, and begs Andres to let Sprig go, confirming her fear of the tyrant and saying that he truly does have everything he wants. And she's right.
Like, this all could have been over if he just said let him go, but Anne had to emphasize that it's like Sprig is like the closest friend he's had in years, and that's where he saw, like, oh, maybe I can make this even better for myself, and that's where he dropped him, and that's what made the scene all the more impactful.
He has the box back, his army has returned, and overall has a feeling that he's finally going to be able to redeem himself. But it wasn't enough for him.
Yeah, like, he had everything, but the way he managed, like, but with the fact that Anne mentioned that, oh yeah, like, this is my big friend, and I want to learn, I want to be able to experience the rest of my life with this friend. Like, that's where he's like, another chance to make somebody else experience my pain.
His pride has taken over himself so much that he takes every chance he gets to make others feel the pain that he's been forced to go through, because to him, that's the greatest pain that anyone can experience.
I'm surprised I didn't get copyrighted for this music. This is actually official TJ Hill music that he used for the show. I'm really surprised I didn't get striked for this, but I'm glad it didn't, because it really helped feel this, give the tone of the scene, and was the music that was used in this scene, so it's cool.
Betrayal, abandonment, loss.
Yeah, yeah, TJ Hill is such a good composer. Like, he does the Owl House music. Did he do the? I'm curious now. Did he do Gravity Falls music? TJ Hill. TJ Hill. What did he do? Yeah, he did Amphibia, he did the Owl House, Fancy Nancy, whatever that is. But yeah, most notably Amphibia and the Owl House. Yeah, he's such a freaking good composer.
When Anne asked Andres to let Sprig live, saying that the friendship they'd grown to have through their time together meant the world to her, he sees another opportunity.
Like, he didn't need to do this, but he did it because he saw another chance to do, like, what he did with Marcy, to make somebody else experience pain, just to know that, yeah, this is a pain that everybody, even myself, has to go through.
To express his pride and make yet another person experience his pain. So, Andres replies with this line, and to me, kinda encapsulates Andres' entire character.
I freaking love this line. This is one of the most memorable lines from Andres.
That's the thing about friends, isn't it? The more you love them, the more it hurts when they go.
Like, it's so real. Like, there are so many things that, like, is in that line. It's fitting for his character. It's, like, it's a very real topic. Like, oh my gosh, you won't believe how many friends, like, I've gone through, like, how many friends of mine have gone through a situation such as this. Like, oh my gosh, like, you hate to hear those lines, but it's really true. And it's just so fitting of the character. I love those lines, especially how, like, Keith David delivered them. It's so good.
Andres in the scene is definitely interpreted as Mad King, and as a king, he knows exactly how to gain control in certain moments.
Like, yeah, like, even though, like, they were fighting and whatnot, he still had his finger around everything that was happening.
The girls believed that they could still beat him. He intimidates them by destroying a tower with a simple press of a button.
Like, he didn't, like, I would continue to say, he didn't need to destroy that tower, but he did, just to say he could.
Marcy trying to defend her friends, he makes, or at least attempts to make them turn against her.
That was the last minute addition to the script. I just said, oh yeah, he turns her friends against her, but I'm just like, he didn't necessarily accomplish that, but then I'm just like, oh yeah, I could just put in at least attempts to make them, so yeah, that's how it is. Just another Twitter notification.
The heroes try to take the box from him, he instantly puts a threat on Sprig's life.
It's where everything was about to go wrong that he instantly, went to killing somebody to get what he wants.
But from this one line, it's as if he both pitied and sympathized with Anne at the mention that Sprig meant the world to her. Through the story,
yeah, like I say pity and sympathize because he relates to that because he lost his friends in the past, but he pitied because he knew that, like he sympathized with them because since he knows what that bond is, but he pitied her because he knows how easily broken that bond could be and that love. So all this just makes Andres such a cool antagonist, especially in season 2.
Of his past, Andres knew what it was like to experience friendship, to have it be a part of what makes life worth living. But most importantly, he knew what it felt like to lose it.
Yep, I had to emphasize that, the most importantly part. I think that was another last addition to the script. Like, most importantly, like, that's just, like, the biggest pain that anyone could probably experience, this betrayal.
So, as a way to give further into his pride, he drops Sprig to die.
I don't know if you could tell this, but that was actually something that was recorded later than added, so I don't know if you could tell. It's shift in tone, but I can, so maybe now you can, now I point it out.
Because he knows that at this moment, Anne would be completely broken at the loss of a friend, because that's how he felt all those years ago.
Like, he knows what it's like to, like, experience that pain, and... yeah, like, I'm just still impressed with how well my editing has changed. Like, how well my editing has aged. Like, this was made, like, what, 6 months ago? Like, when was this published? Yeah, when was this published? Yeah, April. So, yeah, it was way earlier into the year. Yeah, and this thumbnail. I was really proud of this thumbnail. I actually had to, like, do some artsy kind of stuff to make this work, but I'm really proud of how the thumbnail turned out. Alright, back to here.
Knocking off his crown.
Okay.
And that Sprig meant the world to her. As he knows that at this moment scene, Andres is smiling, laughing, enjoying himself as he watches every years ago. Throughout...
Yeah, I just cannot get over how much I love this scene. This scene is what makes True Colors what it is.
This entire scene, Andres is smiling, laughing, enjoying himself as he watches everyone else suffer. I mean...
yeah, like, throughout the entire thing, until everything is, like, threatened, he has a smile, and that just makes it scary.
At the sight that he realized that our protagonists are actually determined to face him, despite showing them the power that they are up against, Andres just laughed.
I kind of let on a stretch to say, like, he laughed. He didn't necessarily laugh, but he was just like, okay, like, it could have been a laugh, like, you know.
And says, let's have some fun.
Another instance of me saying the line and it lining up with the character actually saying it. So.
By showing them the power that...
so yeah, like, right here.
like, and says, "Let's have some fun." With
Yeah,
his
I think that's a technique I try to do as much as I can, just because it's what makes editing kind of fun.
pride now bigger than ever, he only sees fighting those that are beneath him just as a way to stroke his ego and entertain himself.
Like, he didn't need to do this. He had the box, he could have easily got rid of them, but he's just toying with them because he could. Because just playing around with them just because, oh yeah, like, I want to have some fun with this. Like, it's what makes him kind of terrifying.
However, there's one moment that causes him to lose that smile on his face, to actually be concerned about what our protagonists are capable of, and for the first time throughout this entire scene, to lose his pride.
Yep, it was all fine and good until one thing happened.
And that was the sight that Anne was still connected to the box.
Like, he was just, and this is where the context was. She didn't completely put her powers into the gem, so that's how she still had her powers. And he's just like, no, that's impossible. Everything went wrong because of one thing.
The sight to someone other than himself was able to wield its power. A power that he believed belonged to his ancestors.
Yeah, that, and with the context of Season 3, like, that was the big thing. Like, they believed that the power belonged to them, and it was unique to their world, and must be used for conquest, because, like, who else had this kind of power?
And by default, to himself. He remains stunned at what he sees, not completely engulfed in fear or rage until one action. Anne punching him and knocking off his crown.
This moment had a lot of symbolism, him losing crown. I think I touched on it in my other Andrews video essay. How do you think about your thumbnail? What do you mean, like, the thought process of me making it? I don't really know. I'm just like, what's, like, the big thing that, like, I'm covering in this video? Like the background, like, I think, I cover some of my thumbnails. Hold up. Let me see. Go here. Yeah, go into some of my other thumbnails. Like, I think, like, the process for, like, some of my thumbnails is just, like, be, like, very prevalent and, like, up front and center with a lot of stuff. Like, everything be, like, just make sure, like, everything is prevalent, I guess. So, like, right here, like, Sephiroth and, like the stop sign for, like, no awards for stuff, just to emphasize that I don't like it. Like, just make it interesting of, like, what you're trying to say, or, like, at least related to the title of your script. Because that's what I usually do. I think of, like, the title of my script, and then I try to usually go about my idea around that. Like, I would use an example of a thumbnail I just made now for a future video, but I don't want to spoil my idea. But yeah, like, just think of things that are, like, related to your video. So, like, in my Love of Thunder video, so yeah, like, this is the thumbnail, and, like, so, like, it's, like, a prevalent thing, because I majorly talk about, like, gore, Jane, and, like, some stuff around the story of Thor himself in the film, and why it's just kind of, like, very mid, which is why I go in with this. I'm just thinking, yeah, just try to make it enticing to the title of your video. Or just make it, like, eye-catching. It should be just an expression of what you're talking about in the video. I don't really know what other process of it. I'm just like, I just try to do this when I look good. So, like, right here, I just thinking I need, like, Bellos right in the middle. I need him to look intimidating, because, like, I need him to look like a menacing guy. So that's why I went out of my way to, like, basically repaint his hand to be, like, at the center of his face, to, like, give him, like, a fist, like he's, like, intimidating. But then I surrounded him by all the other characters that he's manipulated that I talk about in the video. So yeah, it's mostly just, like, so, like, all the scripts I have, like, I have a title of the video. So my thought process is, like, how can I relate the thumbnail to that title, and also be an expression of what I talk about in the video itself. I feel like that's kind of the process of it. Like, I don't know, it's kind of just a big mixed thing from that, but that's basically the gist of it. I don't know how else to describe it, but that's pretty much how it goes. Like, I just want to, I would just, like, say, make it interesting to look at, or something like that. Like, I'm no artist, I just make up something on the spot for, like, a thumbnail. Like, I'm not the best thumbnail artist, there's, like, thousands of other artists out there. But yeah, that's kind of my process when it comes to making mine. At least when it comes to my Bellos one. My Bellos one is obviously the most prevalent one, so... Alright, back to this video.
This is where Andrews finally puts aside all the fun and lets his anger be his strength. Not only has he...
Do toy make... Do toy make, or last? Wait, what? I feel like there's a spelling error there. Sorry, man. Do you make the thumbnail first? I'm not sure. First or last. I feel like I make it last, or somewhere in between. I feel like once I get the general gist of what the I determine what the title of my video is, and by yeah, like around the time when I'm determining what the title of my video is, and by the time the video is done, like I have a general idea what the video is about, that's when I go to make my thumbnail. Which is why this last thumbnail, I'm pretty sure I'm not even halfway done with the script of like the thumbnail I just made for the video for, but I made it anyway because I have a general idea of what I want to talk about and what I want to express in it. So again, I would show it, but it leaks an idea for like a video I want to talk about. So anyway, back to here.
Witness someone stealing a power that he believed belonged to him.
I just want to say, this was such a cool moment for Anne's character. This is such a perfect moment for Anne's character. I'm just like, this is Amphibia. It was so well animated. It was the music was amazing. Like I said, I used it in my video because it's that amazing. Like it was perfect for Anne's character. The animation was amazing. Like I said, music incredible. Like sound editing, like impact, like the whole sequence just amazing. I'm just like first time I watched this scene of like Anne's awakening just like occur on my screen. I'm just like, this is Amphibia, and I loved it. Like, I'm just like, this is Amphibia. This is what the people want. This is what the people behind the show really wanted to make, and it's finally here. Like, it was so cool.
But that someone had the audacity to stand up to him with it, punch him in the face, and despise his ancestors' legacy as they treat Andreas not as a king, but as a simple peasant.
Yeah, this is the first time anybody had, like, the guts to stand up to him, and actually had the power to do so. And it's all because of the motive of, like, Sprig being friend as a friend.
Similar to how he felt after first losing the box. Andreas beforehand just looked at Anne as nothing more than an insignificant child to toy with, but not something that was actually worth killing himself.
Like, he literally, ever since, like, Anne became part of this, he just saw, oh yeah, like, she's cool, like, she's related to Marcy, but I don't really care about her, so, like, that's just, like, the other thing that, like, I like to bring up this video.
It's not until he sees that Anne actually poses a threat to him and his plans that he's dead set on killing her with his own two hands.
Like, I'm pretty sure some of the best animation, at least in Season 2, was in this scene. Season 3 had some incredible animation, specifically in All In, but this was some of the best animation the show had.
It was all fun and games for him until he let one of the things he's achieved slip through his fingers, making him fear that he could lose everything he had all over again.
It's just like that one tiny little factor that, like, he didn't know that she somewhat still had a connection to the gym that he led to all these unfortunate events towards his plans.
It's at this point that Andreas completely loses his fun demeanor and completely gives into the harsh attitude that we typically expect from a tyrant.
Yeah, like, ever since, like, Andreas was introduced, we saw this, oh yeah, happy, like, kitty kind of, like, tyrants, but after this scene, after seeing, like, somebody actually threaten his plan, he's actually, like, serious. Like, you could see, like, in his, like,
loses his fun demeanor.
Like, you actually, like, see it in his face here. Like, he's actually determined. He's not joking around. Like, it was just so,
harsh attitude that we typically expect from a tyrant. Andreas had this change in thought and attitude since he now realizes that his dream is still at risk, and someone is actually brave enough to fight against him. He's so focused on the risk of someone taking away everything that he had like before.
Yeah, like he wanted to get back at Anne for, like, disrespecting him so bad that he didn't even, like, care about the box. He was just like, I'm gonna kill you because, like, you just remind me of someone else that also stood up to me. So yeah.
That he doesn't even pay attention to the box being stolen again.
Yeah, like, he worked so hard for the box, and when he had it, like, he was just so focused on somebody who risk would take away that box they didn't consider any other factors.
All this is a perfect way of expressing this saying. Sometimes a tyrant's greatest fear is one person willing to stand up.
Yep, a big philosophy right there. And I actually want to say, I didn't actually come with that by myself. I actually came from another video that I saw. I want to give credit because I don't want to steal, like, their catchphrase or line, even though it's basically just like a philosophical thing. But yeah, let me see, what was it called? Yeah, I think it's this video. Yeah, I think it's this video. Yeah, so yeah, the red of Persona 5. Yeah, please check out this guy. He does, like, great analysis of Persona 5 and, like, a lot of the other things. Like, I'm pretty sure he said that one moment, like if Grace, one person standing up is the greatest threat to eternity or something, like, at the end of this video. So yeah, please go follow him. Yeah, please go support him. He does a really great analysis of, like, Persona arcs and whatnot. So, yeah, please go check him out. Yeah, I didn't want to steal his line, so.
Andreas to me is a great villain because he has everything that I believe you need to make one so interesting.
Yeah, this is like my checklist to see if, like, a villain or like an interesting villain. Like, my checklist to see if a villain is actually good or interesting.
A villain that you can understand what makes them the villain they are. Someone to be intimidating to our protagonist to show that they're someone that shouldn't be messed with. Witness the lengths that they're willing to go to achieve their goal.
Those three things to me are the ingredients of what makes a good villain. Like, you see the lengths that they're going to achieve what they believe to be right or their goal, which always isn't good, but it's not necessarily bad in their eyes. 2, you understand why they have those motives, and 3, what was the other thing? Hey, Captain Sherry, welcome in. I'm Joe. OMG, no joke, I watched that video the other day, completely by accident. Oh no, I think, well, my friend, I think you just got big time spoils for Amphibia. Oh boy, if you watch this video, oh man, you got big time spoils. I'm sorry, bro. But yeah, those 3 things are the big things that make a good villain to me.
And we get all of that for Andreas in this one scene.
Yeah, like, I freaking love this scene because of that. Like, they did such a good job with True Colors.
Andreas' dark nature has been teased for the entirety of Season 2, but it's not until the finale that all of that comes full force and we just see how ruthless Andreas is.
Yeah, like they just slowly revealed that this guy isn't what he seems, and it just builds up, and he just let it out this right here, and it's just freaking work. No, the Soul Vibe Red one? Oh, I see. Yeah, that generally is an interesting one. So yeah, the line where I said, like, oh, the Tyrant's greatest fear is one person willing to stand up, that's the video where I got it from. I think it's, like, at the end of the video.
After he finally gets what he wants and receives his chance to redeem himself for his mistake. Andreas' pride is what led him to grow so high in this moment. But it's also his pride that led to our protagonist to be inspired and begin his downfall.
Yeah, like, the bigger they are, the easier they fall. Like, the more fragile they are to break. Because they're just so, like, full of mighty of themselves.
This is Braxformer, and this has been One Villainous Scene.
And not the only villainous scene. I'm planning to do other villainous scene videos in the future, because they are just a lot of fun to make. Yeah, like, I have a couple whooping up in the tank, but I've yet to disclose them, so... So another video that I think really aged well. Like, a lot of my editing seems, like, really consistent. I feel like this is where I hit my stride when it came to my editing. But yeah, this is my big break video. This is the first video that I made that actually, like, blew up and, like, got into, like, fandom and, like, the algorithm. And I really can't thank you guys enough. Like, holy cow, like, I feel like I am who I am because of this video. And another video that we're gonna get to soon. Alright. Next video. What do we have here? Oh yeah, this was another hot take video. A lot of people criticize me for, saying redeemed in the title. Like, a lot of people were saying, like, I'm pretty sure I can actually find the comment. Like, let me see. I'm pretty sure I can find the comment. I think it's actually the first comment. Where is it? Yeah, it was like... Yeah, right here. While Season 2 is definitely noticeable improvement, redeemed feels like the wrong word to me. Elevated, maybe? And I strongly disagree with how much I didn't like Season 1. Season 2 just redeemed the show, because without Season 2, I wouldn't watch the show. I really wouldn't. Like, had Season 2 not been as good as it is, I wouldn't watch the show, period. That's why I say redeemed. So, it may be a strong word to other people, but not to me. So, I don't regret saying redeemed. Alright. Alright, and I'm pretty sure this is gonna be like a teaser to, like, my Amphibia Season 3 video. It's in the works, I promise. There is a script. It's just so hard to write about it because it's the season with the most mixed quality to me.
So, if you were to have seen my video about Season 1 of Amphibia, which I recommend checking out before diving into this one.
Yeah, so right here I would have put another card. It just doesn't show up because I'm the creator of the video.
Since 1, we'll be going over similar points to what I've discussed in that video.
Such as pacing, Sasha, and, like, the overarching stuff. Like, it's literally, I think it literally is my same points, just repeated, and just giving praise to, like, Season 2 for how they improved.
And 2, so you can understand why I feel the way I do between the 2 seasons of the show. I know people love Season 1 of Amphibia, and I can understand why, and respect that they do, despite what I say.
Yeah, like, despite everything I say, people still like Season 1, and I can respect them for that, but I still think Season 1 is not that good. It's just filled with filler, and it's just very poorly paced.
But to me, I just can't seem to get over the problems I have with it, which may be why I just love Season 2 of the show so much.
Like, it's just, I just really think it's because I had such low hopes after watching Season 1 that I found Season 2 so great. Hey there, you enjoying my bed? Yeah, it really looks like it. I think it's just off camera, but one of my dogs is on my bed right now. Which tells me I might be the only one home, because she's usually all around Mama.
Season 2 of Amphibia, to me, felt like such an improvement from what I expected from the show. Everything...
Yeah, like, there's so much that they, like, just took that they did that was not good in Season 1 made it better in Season 2.
From the characters, to the world, to the story, just felt like it really got to shine.
Yeah, like, all of this, like, editing and stuff just feels like stuff I would edit today. like, it's just the same style and, like, my tone and whatnot. Like, it's just the same, really.
Also the point that Season 2 feels like a completely different show when compared to Season 1.
Yeah, I will forever, like, not like the scene. The scene is so freaking cringe to me.
So, in this video, we'll be going over why I love Season 2 more than the first, why I think it was such a great improvement, and overall, changed the show for the better.
It really did. Like, it really felt like this, like, as I stated at the end of the video, this was a period of the show that it felt like it was finally the show that it wanted to be, rather than something that Disney Channel needed it to be.
Now, needless to say, since we're now in the midpoint of the show, but spoilers for both Season 1 and Season 2 and Amphibia from here on out.
So yeah, continuing the trend, and Sasha, Marcy, blue, pink, red, green.
You have been warned. So, let's get right into why I think Amphibia Season 2 redeemed the series.
Yeah, this is such a good intro change to help make sure that Season 2 felt different. Like, oh my gosh, I cannot praise this intro change enough. Yeah, bigger world, bigger emotions, bigger story. It just felt bigger. Like, oh my gosh, like, they actually got world building, got actual character progression. There was so much that they did better.
The biggest criticism that I have with Season 1 was that...
I think this one was done by Calamity Music. Yeah, I think this Amphibia track was done by Calamity Music. I think at the time she was originally called... Oh my gosh, what was she called? I think it's actually in the description. Calamity Music. I must have changed it. But yeah, she used to be called something else.
I really felt like what exactly was going on didn't matter too much for the overarching story that it had. Sure, a lot of the stories that they had in between of the major plot points were fun.
I really do like these tie episodes. There's like this one in season. There's this one in season 1, then there's another one in season 3. You could tell they had a lot of fun because I think Matt Brawley from the creator of the show had like tied this in, so you could tell they had a lot of fun expressing the culture in this. And I really still like the expression of the culture in these episodes. But yeah, season 1 still isn't that good due to filler issues.
But after a while, they kind of just drag on and make you ask, where's the story again?
Like that episode really didn't mean anything. It didn't do anything. Like I just completely forgot it existed.
Especially with how it felt really limited in its world, since it all takes place in this small farm town. In the intro, you give us this whole new world for us to be interested in seeing.
Yeah, me just restating my point from season 1. Like this whole world, and you take place here. Like there's just nowhere. You have everywhere here to go, and you don't do anything with it.
And with how they locked us into Wartwood for a whole season, it really just felt like we were expecting more. However,
like look at this. You freaking chuck something into the new world and you don't follow it. Like, come on.
Completely changes at the start of season 2. We're immediately told that our new goal is the journey to a grand city so we can find more information on how Anne can get back home.
That's how I instantly knew that this season was going to be better. We're gonna leave this crap town farm, like crap farm town, like limited potential. Just leave that completely behind, and we're gonna go on multiple journeys to progress the story.
So, that one place that we had an entire season of messing around, not doing much to actually advance the story, completely left behind as we journey into this new chapter of the show. Even though the first few episodes after this are essentially the same.
They usually if they had been used in season 1, they could have been considered filler, but it's the context of like what's been built up and what's expressed in these episodes that makes them feel progressive, and that's why I praise them so much.
It still feels satisfying to the plot since it's already been established that we're inching our way to our destination.
Like slowly but surely we're getting to Utopia. Like that's like the whole thing with that makes these episodes work rather than season 1 episodes.
Which really is what makes the season feel a lot stronger than the last. No matter what the characters are doing, it feels like there's a sense of direction, a sense of effort to reach what our characters need or want on their journey as we go through it with them.
I say want because there was the whole Sasha thing, like she doesn't need to rule amphibians, but she wants to, so that's the whole big thing.
Another thing that really made me love this season was the addition of Marcy.
Marcy was the best addition to the show. Marcy was such a great addition to like build upon the show. She was basically like the cornerstone of the show while season 2 was going on.
One of the 3 girls that came to Amphibia through opening the music box. She was the one that got us familiar with this new world in Utopia and gave us a great dynamic with her and Anne as they show what their friendship was like back.
One thing I regret, I don't think I comment on her voice actress. Like, her voice actress does such a great job as Marcy.
That only gets stronger as Sasha comes into the picture. The show remembered that they had 3 friends with a dynamic, and they finally did something with it.
Like, I say that, like, unironically, because, like, they could have done that in season 1 with just Anne and Sasha, but they actually did them with all 3, and it just instantly became better.
She was also our medium to have a more meaningful understanding of what we could encounter on our journey. Like the language, the history, how they could move forward.
Like, yeah, there was just, like, Marcy just made sure that the show stayed on track and actually was what it was meant to be.
Through all these actions and motivations, Marcy really started to be the heart of the show as the season went on.
Yeah, like, she really was. And that's probably why season 3 was weaker, because she didn't get that much screen time.
And I really enjoyed that, which is probably why it made it all the more painful to see how she ends up towards the season's finale. Oh, we'll get into that soon enough.
Yeah, that was like, yeah, that scene will always be haunting.
It also felt like our characters are actually gaining a form of growth as the season went on, the biggest example being the ending to Hopping Mall.
This was such a freaking good scene.
This scene involves a real heart-to-heart with Sprig and Anne about their friendship, and you know what? I'm just gonna let the scene speak for itself.
I was so excited to talk about the scene. Like, I actually, like, wrote out everything I want to talk about the scene, but at one point, I'm just like, I can't put it into words. I'm gonna make you guys watch it first so you can actually appreciate what it is, and then I'm gonna talk about it, just because it's that good of a scene. Like, this is the moments where I knew instantly that, yeah, Season 2 is better. Season 2 is better than Season 1. Like, this beat every emotional scene in Season 1. This scene right here. Everything in Season 1 is
so
not
pretty.
as good as this.
I'm sure your mom's gonna love it.
Yeah.
Like,
What's she like?
I was close to
My
tearing
mom?
up when I watched this.
Kind. In her own way. But strict, too. She wanted me to study more. Thought I goofed off too much. We didn't always see eye to eye. She annoyed me sometimes, too. Like, in the kitchen, she'd always sing these goofy Thai love songs, and
Imagine if we got that in Season 3. That would have been a nice payoff.
man, was her singing bad. Woof.
And that didn't happen, so.
That woman was beyond tone deaf. You know, the funny thing is, right now, I would give anything just to hear her singing.
Yeah, this is where I was like, this is getting pretty
Whoa!
real.
Sorry, I just, need a moment.
It's cool you know your mom, though. Mine passed away when me and Polly were really young.
This is where my jaw dropped to the floor. I was so amazed that they actually did something like this. Like, my jaw was, like, wide open when I heard that.
I don't even remember what she looked like, really. Much less the sound of her voice.
Yeah.
You know, I've always wondered, can you miss someone you never actually knew? That's silly. I mean, of course you can't.
And this is where I started to tear up a bit. Or at least I was close to tearing up. Because I'm just like, yes, this is what the show needed. This scene right here was better than everything in Season 1. Like, we needed more of this in Season 1. Like, that scene just speaks for itself. Like, it's so good.
This is the first time that we hear Anne openly talk about her parents and just how much she misses her old life back on Earth. She brings this up now because she's become close enough to someone to be comfortable to be talking about something like that.
And yeah, that's not something that's easy, or that's something that's hard to talk about, especially with somebody that you're like only known for like a short amount of time. Like, it's like it'd be really hard to talk about family, especially when you like lost someone or like they just fell away or anything. It's a hard thing to talk about, which is what makes this scene so strong. It shows that like there's actually regression between Anne and Sprig's friendship, and that's why I wanted to emphasize this. Like, it's what makes this season so good. It actually feels like there's growth from the characters. Like, there's actually growth outside of the plots when it doesn't feel like it needs to be there. Like, there's actually just growth naturally occurring rather than when the plot needs them to like grow. So it's just a lot more satisfying.
But Sprig realizes this at the sight that Anne was tearing up while talking about it. So as a way to make Anne more comfortable in telling him about her parents, Sprig also begins to open up and tells Anne about his parents, the fact that he didn't really know them.
And we got that whole setup in Season 3 about how he got his hat from his parents, but then they just dropped the ball on that. It literally did. Like, there's just so many missed opportunities in Season 3 that they just didn't take advantage of. Like, there's so much potential. Like, a lot of, like, open-ended stuff that they didn't really close out on.
Anne begins to look at Sprig the same way he looked at her when she was talking about her parents just like him. So when Sprig starts to shrug off the fact that he didn't know his parents, Anne hugs him.
Like, come on, this is just so freaking cute and fitting for the characters.
Anne already felt pain enough from being away from her parents for a few months, so to hear that Sprig hasn't known his parents for who knows how long, she hates the thought of him going through a feeling like that alone. In response to Anne's kindness, Sprig starts to cry.
Like, come on, bro, this scene is just beautiful just for that detail.
Because not only has he found someone that's willing to listen and understand his pain, but that someone outside of his family was willing to comfort him.
That's not easy to find, you know. People that actually will comfort you through that kind of stuff. Like, it's not easy to find people that'll do that.
There's another moment like the ending to After the Rain, where we see Anne finally learn the truth that Hop-Up had been lying to her about the box, and fueled by her initial feeling of betrayal, she is determined to leave and be on her own.
This is another great episode, and I love this moment. moment, like between Hop Hop and Anne.
But Hop Hop actually reveals to Anne why he hid the box in the first place, because of the thought of it putting his family in danger.
And that's where you like see Hop Hop's motives. Like he genuinely wanted to protect his family, but now he sees that like Anne's family too, and that's what makes this so great. I cannot praise season 2 enough. It does so many things right that season 1 did wrong. Like season 2 just is a completely different show. Like come on, man. Like, if every season was on the quality of season 2, this would have been, like, at least, this would have been up there with Owl House, really. But now, with, like, a problem in season 1, and the few problems that season 3 had that really hold it back, like, yeah, it's just a good show. I can't really say anything about that. Maybe a great show.
But it's also in this moment of revelation that Hop Hop comes to understand that through her time in this world and living in their home...
Yeah, I think that Fade thing wasn't actually there. I think that was a last-minute thing I added before uploading the video.
Anne has become a part of his family. For the few moments of the first season that actually matter to the overarching story, we see that when Anne first came into their home, Hop Hop wasn't exactly friendly with her when she was first settling in.
And there wasn't really that much growth between them. Like, it didn't really show Hop Hop actually warming up to her sooner or later, but nope. It's kind of just like that.
But through that time with Hop Hop taking care of her, Anne has seen him eventually warm up to her.
Oh, that I remember that. That was a freaking pop culture reference that kind of just doesn't fit. I think that's a Lord of the Rings reference. I'm just like, no, because I think he says "fly, you fools." It says freaking like Dumbledore. I mean, not Dumbledore, Gandalf. The other old man, the Gandalf. Oh my gosh, that's how. Oh man, I don't know what to say about that. That just shows you how uncultured I am. But yeah, it's kind of like a freaking kind of dumb pop culture reference.
And see how much family actually matters to him. So when she learns that the reason he hid the box and lied to Anne, she sees that he really did do it out of love of his family. And when she sees that Hop Hop is broken at the sight of laying her down because now he sees her as family, Anne forgives him.
Like, this was generally a heartwarming moment the first time I watched them. It's like, this is so freaking sweet.
Because she sees that him revealing his past intentions of family and regret, Anne's willing to take him back because she sees that Hop Hop does genuinely care about Anne now as if she was his own. It's moments like these that I really think should have been in season 1 more.
Okay, so there's legit not really that much in season 1 actually matter.
Cause sure, we see how much of a good time our characters have had together, but we don't really see them grow from that time together too much.
Like, it just feels so, like there's, like, the first 2 episodes to establish their friendship, that they're, like, really close throughout their time here while Anne is stuck here, but then it just remains static and no growth until the finale. It was just so really poorly paced.
So that's probably why I found these moments in season 2 a lot more impactful.
This is also another sweet scene. There's just so many good scenes and emotional moments in season 2 versus season 1.
Because in these moments, it felt like that not just for the sake of the episodic plot, but for the sake of the show moving forward, Anne and Sprig actually grew as friends. The Planters and Anne actually grew closer as a family, and with them, the show grew too.
Yeah, the show really did get better because of it. Like, there's just so much that they improved on in this season versus season 1 that just made it so much better.
The fact that they put a lot of these moments of growth and emotions between the major plot threads of the season, along with the introduction of all these new locations,
the world building was so good. Like, we got Toll Tower, we got all the temples, we got all these new regions for us to explore. The world building was so good.
This makes me appreciate the pacing a bit more, and overall made the journey of going through the show a lot more interesting and meaningful.
Yeah, like, it actually felt like I was enjoying myself, like, a lot more when I was watching season 2 because of the pacing and what actually good they actually did with it. Alright. And they fixed Sasha. I cannot believe they fixed Sasha. They just...
It still kind of hurts.
Yeah, I thought there was no way they salvaged Sasha after what they did with season 1, but they did, and I'm so happy about it.
Go back and think of how little they did with Sasha in the show's first season. It felt like just a missed opportunity to not have half of the season be dedicated to Sasha's side of the story so we can actually see the contrast between the characters.
And it's something I still criticize to this day. There's so much they could have done to actually make Sasha actually... like, transition from, like, a villain into, like, an anti-hero into a protagonist alongside Anne, because there's not really that much, like, it's just like, oh yeah, I'm a villain, but then there's this arc of anti-hero, then hero, and so it's just, like, this really weird thing, it's like, villain, anti-hero, like, it's just really weird. Like, there's so much they could have done with Sasha in season 1 that they just didn't take advantage of.
And how their viewpoints may change by the end of the season, which makes me glad with what they did to Sasha in season 2 to have her be a more impactful, interesting character.
Like, she was so good in season 2, like shout out to, like, everybody involved with Sasha. You did such a good job making her better in season 2, like, the writers, animators, the voice actress as well, holy cow. Like, I'm just like, there's no way you salvage this. But they did, and I'm happy about it. She's actually,
The impact...
She's actually, like, one of the more interesting characters of the show now.
So the events from season 1 do still carry on her arc, as we initially see that Sasha still has the drive to play an antagonist role for the show, as she's shown to still be determined to serve Grime and take control over the people of Amphibia.
Despite Grime being a lazy bum and not doing anything. Oh, if you're wondering how I got all this footage, I got it from either streaming services or like Mega Links or anything like that. So yeah, that's how I got all my footage. And that's how I got like edited all, just edited DaVinci Resolve. If we get through everything and there's still time on the clock until midnight, I could probably maybe show you like maybe a peek at like my editing process, or maybe like how I do my scripts or something like that. Like, that's if we have extra time. I don't think we will, but we might. Like, I really don't. I think we might have extra time, because I think we're going through this way faster than I thought we would. Yeah, I did. Yeah, like how much do we have left? We have this. My Bellows video. The Bellows video will take a while. Then my Legacy video, then my Thor Love and Thunder video. So yeah, we might have a bit too much time. Then we could go through my A&Vs. I'm gonna just nerd about my A&Vs and how fun it is to edit with music. Alright, so let's get back to this. So yeah, if we have extra time, I can go over some of my editing process and stuff. See what maybe has changed throughout time.
However, what they did for this season to make her different and more compelling is that they gave her a personal dilemma. The first episode,
the little detail that the freaking wind blew over and like, come on, man, that's just so good. That's so good on the animator's part.
Of the season where we see Sasha shows that she's overly dedicated to her training, claiming to Grime that it's simply a way to grow stronger.
But that's, of course, whenever there's like intent like that, that's never the real intent. It never really is.
But as Grime slowly starts to come out of his slump, he lays out the real reason for her training.
Oh, please!
I maybe way too long in that pause for that. Like, I try to really avoid pauses and like dialogue and whatnot when it comes to my videos. So.
You're not upset because you lost the fight. You're upset because you lost your friend.
I would like to point out all the facial expressions that the animators do for this. It's really what sells this scene.
You're upset that Anne stood up to you, and that things between you will never be the same again.
You don't know what you're talking about!
Like, please give respect to animators, man. Like, come on. Look at all those facial expressions.
Sasha, look out!
We see from Sasha's expressions and reactions to what Grime is saying that it really is the truth.
Yeah, like, she's in so much shock because, like, why else would she be in shock? Like, she could have, like, kept going and just called this BS, or, just, like, keep going. Or just, like, just push it aside. But no, she has, like, all these, like, facial expressions and stuff of shock, and she's just like, wow, you're actually
And at the
right.
moment that it appeared Sasha was actually about to say something, she just shoves it away like before and literally runs away from the truth.
Yeah, literally runs away from the truth. That's, like, that's something I really like. I really liked what I did with that script there. I'm not sure if that's the full intent of why she started to run away, but that's how I see it. Like, it's like a bit of symbolism.
And nearly loses her life because of it.
Yeah, she almost died trying to escape the truth. Like, I mean... Yeah, like even in the last season, like, she tried to kill herself to try to escape from the truth that she was, like, a bad friend. So, it's not the first time, I guess.
Another moment that I found very compelling for Sasha's character was from the events of the Third Temple.
This episode, all the Temple episodes were so good. Like, the Temple arc to me was one of the best arcs of the show.
It's in this episode that we see a flashback to the time where Sasha did genuinely care about her friends, and didn't value control over them, and later into the episode that she still is determined to fight for the sake of her friends.
Yeah, this was like her worthy moment, you know? Like, we all have that worthy moment as, like, a Thor one, and I think that was this was that moment.
But it's shown towards the end of the episode that all this was simply an act so that her and Grime would have a way into Notopia to threaten the king.
Imagine that, just a hammer to your head, and it just gets squashed on the floor. Like, that would be, like, freaking intimidating. And this is a freaking kids show. Just keep in mind, this is like a Disney Channel show.
But it's during this moment of revelation to the audience that we also get another compelling moment for Sasha.
Of course I haven't forgotten.
Yeah,
and I'm pretty sure they bought my act back there.
Yeah, this is another...
Hook, line, and sinker.
Yeah, this scene was another thing. Like, this is something that's... There's just, like, teasing, like, there's something that's going on behind the scenes.
Good, because the things we've set into motion cannot be stopped.
But then we get this, and this makes it all the better. That shot speaks volumes. Silence speaks volumes right there. She's just like we get this, like, here, come on. Oh man, I'm on.
Cannot be stopped.
Like, this is the power animated, man. So, like, you have, like, this, like, look at determination, but as I see, she reacts to his words. Like, she's just, like, grows concerned of, like, like, yeah, we can't stop this. But then she looks like this, and she's like, do I not want this to stop? Like, it's just, like, this is what I mean when it comes to, like, animation and acting. Like, there's just so little here, but it speaks so much about her character. And I very much appreciate what they did to do this.
Through my personal experience editing and writing, to be 1 second can speak volumes for a story.
And I use the snap there because, like, one thing changed the entire universe, so that's just, like, emphasizing my point. Yes, because I love Infinity War. Infinity War is such a cool movie.
And that 1 second to me was the shot of Sasha making the face of questioning herself. We know up to this point that Sasha wants to take over Andreas to rule Amphibia as a way to have control.
Yeah, she's always been, like, obsessed with having control. Like, I feel like that's, like, a complex that, like, kids have to go through. I think it's something that's, like, studying, like, psychology or something. Let me check on YouTube, on Twitter real quick. Oh, man. Just notifications everywhere. Alright, get that out of the way. Boy, how's everybody enjoying the stream? We're like halfway there. We're like halfway till midnight. I'm really excited. It's mark the start of a new year. Is it a new year for anybody else in the chat yet? Let me get a drink while I'm down here. Alright. Lips are dry. Well, that's not concerning at all. I just chewed on a piece of ice. That means it's melted enough to fit through this. Alright. Alright. Got that going. And we still have our little guest on the bed. I'm not sure if you can see that. Yeah, I angled it a bit too much. Oh man, I think I ruined it. Let me get back to the streaming software. Readjust this. There we go. Alright. Got that taken care of. There we go. Back to the video. Alright, yeah, this is a lot of fun. Looking back on my content, how I've been making it and whatnot. Like, it's just really freaking cool. Just seeing how far I've come this year. It's insane.
Like how she had control of her friendship with Anne and Marcy. But from this one moment of Sasha having a sign of a reflection, it just makes her a lot more compelling since everything she's done before this has been for her motive of overruling this new world.
Like, yeah, like before she showed that face, like there's not really a sign that like she intends to not do this. Like she goes out to this hammer just to prove a point to these freaking toes that she doesn't care about, so they can actually support the war. Like, she does everything to try to impress herself and get stronger and just prove herself better than her friends. But then that one face shows some sign of, like, regret or, like, holding back. That's, like, the most interesting thing to me. Oh, holy cow, I've been streaming for so long. But we are gonna keep going. We are gonna keep going until midnight. Until the mark of a new year. Oh, man. Got this notification out of the way.
But this one look tells us, the audience, that there's maybe still that part of her thinking she doesn't want to do this.
Yeah, another episode that I feel like I haven't, I really feel like I haven't appreciated that much, the dinner. I remember not liking the dinner the first time I watched it, but now, like, it's one of the better episodes.
Part of her thinking that she still doesn't want to lose or betray her friends, which continues on up until the finale of the season.
Oh yeah, they did. Yeah, like look at this. Let's look at the animators. Like, man, this just, like, so little can speak so much. Season 2 is a redemption of Amphibia. Season 3 is a half continuation, half return to form. What do you mean by that? Like return to form. I don't know what you mean. Season 2 was, like, it felt like the show was finally what it wanted to be when it came to, like, storytelling perspective.
The big episode that really solidified my love for Sasha's growth and character this season was the episode Battle of the Bands.
I freaking love this episode. Not only because it's about music, but oh my gosh, what they do with the characters is so freaking good.
This episode revolves around the girls having one last moment together as friends in Amphibia before they head back to Andreas to send them home. So, I
feel like I could have edited that a bit better. To, like, tease, like, oh yeah, there's, like, clip of 2 colors, but this happened before. It's like those little moments that, like, just looking back on it, I could have done a bit better. But that's why we're doing this. It's like a look back and, like, how much has changed.
Decide to celebrate by putting together a band as one last hurrah. However, Sasha continues to express that part of her always wanted being a troll at everything, including her friends. But she's grown enough in her time here that she actually recognizes this.
Yeah, this shot to me is weird. I don't know why. It's weird to hear, like, see this much of her forehead against her hair. I don't know why, though.
And as a way to keep her friends happy, she willingly backs away so that Anne and Marcy can be happy.
Yeah, like, yeah, I feel like this be, like, being repetitive in my script sometimes, because, like, I'll say the same words. I really try not to repeat the same words too often. So, like, I think I just said, like, happy twice there.
This fact, and as a way to keep her friends happy, she willingly backs away so that Anne and Marcy can be happy.
Yeah, like, I feel like that's a bit repetitive on a scriptwriter's standpoint, but hey, that's what we're here for. But yeah, like, the fact that she, like, willingly gets away, she's just like, oh yeah, I'm just trying to be controlled, like, manipulated or something, so maybe I should just take a step away so you guys can actually enjoy yourselves and everyone can be happy. But they know that kind of makes her upset, but hey, that's what makes this episode so good.
So, as a way to have the feeling of still being in control but not hurting others, she finds Toady, the small toad that seems to have never done anything for himself.
Yeah, and the fun fact, somebody in the comments pointed out that Toady is a frog. I thought he was a toad, but nope, he's a frog. I don't know why. Like, I just assumed he was a toad because he has the name Toady, so... And fun fact, he's voiced by the same guy that does Wander Over Yonder and Fix It Felix. I don't remember his name, but that's who this is.
Sasha eventually enjoys his control that she has over him, almost a bit too much.
She's like, I control you so much that it's kind of not fun.
When she asks Toy about why he doesn't state his own feelings, he replies with something that unintentionally hits Sasha.
Season 1, like stuff, returned in Season 3, like the major focus on small character adventures. Season 3 and A and Season B continues a lot of action and drama. I'm not so sure about that. Like, Season 3 had a lot of flaws that kind of just held it back from true greatness.
Sasha hard.
My point is, most people don't realize just how fun it can be to support someone you really care about.
Yeah, I wanted that clip specifically for this because it shows that she knows how he feels in that specific moment.
Huh. Well, thanks for that perspective, you weird little butler frog.
Little butler frog.
We then finally build up to the finale of the episode, and we see how Sasha took those words to heart.
This moment was so freaking good for her character.
When she sees her friends on stage and realizes just how happy they are to be themselves, while not being pressured by her influence, she smiles.
I think I actually had to pause that so like I could emphasize the smile. So like I don't think it takes her that long to smile, so I actually had to like do like a freeze frame and then like do it like it's a whole editing thing.
The first actual real
we've seen her smile in the show before, but
and genuine smile that we've seen from her.
Like to me, this is like the only real smile. Like the only like actual smiles she's actually done in the show. Like there's a lot of fake smiles and just like the facade of it, but this is the first real smile that she's done for the show.
In the series, and it's towards her friends, realizing that they're finally happy. To add on to the realization that she has, Sasha does what I consider the best character development moment in the series.
Okay, so I originally was going to edit this to where she played the song, and as they start singing, it would. So I would cut it here. Have to play the clip of her playing the guitar, and right as they're like going like, oh, it's like right there, right as they start singing, then I would continue my commentary, but it freaking got copyrighted, so that's another struggle. I really wanted to emphasize this cool moment of it, but nope, I had to cut it out and just do more commentary.
She forgets about having her own act and is there for her friends the moment they need her.
Yeah, just another example that copyright freaking sucks as a creator. Like, I really hope things get better with copyright down the road when it comes to YouTube.
She could have stuck to her plan and played her own act.
Like, it was just music. Like, there really was nothing else going on.
To be in the spotlight, or she could have come out during that same moment and stole the show and played her own song. But no, she comes out and supports her friends as she finally realizes that she doesn't need to be in charge to have the friendship she's always wanted.
I'm still wondering, what is this thing? What is that for? Like, the freaking, like, crystal thing? I have no idea what that's for. I'm saying everything was good. Season 1's problems are present in Season 3 A and B is only half interesting until the final 3 parts of the show beginning. Yeah, those are really like the only like really great episodes. Everything else was either mid or just okay. So that's how I kind of feel about Season 3. But yet, I have yet to flesh out my thoughts about it in the script about it.
Sasha in the previous season just didn't seem to have the development that she needed to be an interesting antagonist to go up against our protagonist.
Because there was like no development of her being like an actual antagonist until like the context came completely all together in one episode. It was just not very well paced.
To be an interesting character and overarching story of the show. So to have this new insight into her feelings and overall just spending more time with Sasha.
Yeah, I love this dynamic, what they did. Like an expression of like Anne and Marcy. Like it's just like an extension of like how she treats them and she generally values like how she is.
Sasha and showing us that there's more to her than meets the eye. I hate to say it, but in this season, Sasha actually felt like a character.
Yeah, she really did not feel like an actual character in Season 1. She actually just became a character in Season 2. Yeah, finale worth the journey. Like everything like that was slowly built up to True Colors, and True Colors was so freaking worth it. Like, it was so well built up. The pacing was great. The world building was awesome. It was basically the opposite of what they did with Season 1. Season 1, there was poor pacing. Nothing felt built up to this finale. It just did not work. It just didn't work.
As stated in my Season 1 video, I didn't think the finale for that season was bad, it's just that it didn't really have the build up that it needed to make it feel super impactful or grand in the journey to reach it.
Because there just wasn't, no build up whatsoever, almost, none.
In Season 1, it felt like we were just hanging around waiting for something to happen, but now...
I feel like that was an unintentional, really good transition, because, I Sprig's face into this guy, because that was just unintentional. It's just the clip that I wanted. I'm just like, oh wow, the transition of Sprig's face into this guy actually worked surprisingly, so I just went with it.
With Season 2, this finale was definitely built up well, and is still considered by some people to be the best episode of the series. This is probably the case because everything that's occurred...
Yeah, we got, the gem, there was so much that actually built up to what
throughout the season has slowly been inching to what this finale had in store. There was just so much to this episode to make it what it is. Sasha's betrayal for friends, Marcy's heartbreaking confession that she's the reason they're so far from home.
I will forever say, True Colors might be the best episode of the series. There's just so much to it that they did great.
And Andrew's big reveal of his plans to our protagonist, which I actually love so much that I made a whole separate video looking over it.
Yeah, this is where I put another card to that video.
Check it out if you want. But, of course, I just have to talk about Anne's awakening. What can I say that hasn't already been said about this moment?
Yeah, I say that because it took me a month or two to actually talk about this season, to actually write the script and get it all fleshed out.
It was perfect for Anne's character, the music that went alongside was just phenomenal, and the entire sequence of her fighting has some of the best animation the show has to offer.
Yep, hashtag deal for animation, along with Sasha and Marcy's colors. So yeah, please support this cause. Please go support hashtag deal for animation.
But the cherry on top that just makes me love this finale is that one particular moment that actually got me to do something that I haven't done towards fiction in over 5 years.
Oh, was it 5 years? Maybe it was 5 years. I don't know. It was 5-10 years. It was a long time. Okay, it was a long time since I cried about anything related to fiction.
I cried. And if you've seen this episode already, I think you already know what that moment is.
I even played it out because this is just such an impactful moment.
I just need to...
Holy cow, man. This moment was real. This moment was raw.
Now look what you've made me do.
How much will I bet if this wasn't Disney Channel, she would have been bleeding. And that would have been just made all the more metal.
I'm sorry for everything.
Mercy! That was just a sword to the heart, man. That's freaking hurt. Yeah, that was one of the few. Yeah, this was the one scene that actually got me to cry in years.
Nothing really needs to be said about what makes this moment what it is. The editing to emphasize the blade that pierced Marcy's and the viewer's heart.
Yeah, I really feel like that's an extension of message. Yeah, we stabbed Marcy's heart and we made the viewer's heart get stabbed too because of how much we fell in love with her.
The gut-wrenching delivery of Marcy's final line of the season, all the while the entire scene is shrouded in silence to make it all the more impactful. It is haunting.
Yeah, aside from the dialogue, there's literally nothing playing except the sword hum, the sword humming with power. Other than that, there's no music, no anything. It's just silence. It's scary. It's haunting what they did with the scene, and it's terrifyingly good.
And then in the very next scene, we see Anne make it back home, and we see the infamous text, "End of Part 2."
Such a great way to send off the season. Holy cow, this right here was where the hype was bigger than ever for the show.
This, to me, is a perfect cliffhanger to get the audience more hyped than ever for a show's future. Because not only have you, supposedly...
Yeah, I say that because one major criticism I have is that they basically revealed that Marcy was alive in the post-credit scene of this very same episode, which to me, I wish they kind of saved until after, because that kind of takes away the magic and impact of what Season 3 reveals.
Built a character that was the heart of the season, and we come to love our journey, but also tease that the show is going to go in a completely different direction from here.
And it didn't really go in a really too good direction, if you ask me.
The build-up of the entirety of the season for this moment, for this finale, unlike Season 1, felt completely worth it.
Yeah, oh my gosh. The scene that made Season 3 dumb down the right. The scene that made the Season 3 dumb down in the writing department. Yep.
And it couldn't get us more excited for where it could go.
Yeah, this was literally the entire fandom. Everybody was just hyped after seeing that scene. yeah, I did season 3 to give like sci-fi thing with like Darcy and whatnot.
Season 2 of Amphibia was, for lack of a better word, a wild yet fun ride. So with all the new plot threads that have been introduced, new challenges for our heroes to face, and to leave it off on that crazy cliffhanger that was True Colors, on top of having an end credit scene to tease what's to come.
Yeah, I don't think I'd bring it up here, but that's a big criticism I have with like Marcy being revealed in the end credit scene. Like I really feel like they should have hidden that until the season actually started.
The hype was bigger than ever for what the next season of Amphibia had in store, and I couldn't wait to dive in.
I was big roasted for these comments, so like Earth filler episodes, Sasha and Marcy not getting too much screen time, and not having trauma after Marcy's incidents. Like, yeah, it's like, this was the big topic of debate at the time, and I still stand by these points. Like, Earth episodes were just really just not very paced well, or felt really that impactful. Sasha and Marcy deserved a lot more screen time. And didn't ever acknowledge like the incident or anything. Like, there's been a lot of defenses towards people like saying, oh yeah, like oh yeah, it's normal to like hide it, but like, again, I have a story that justifies my criticism around this, but it's a story about somebody that I don't dare share without their permission. So yeah, I did this guy because I remember this meme, and I remember this meme just popped in my head one day, and I'm just like, this is exactly how I feel about season 3.
Now, I know I probably just pissed off a lot of people with that joke, but
yeah, and I did, and a lot of people, despite me trying to, like, dumb it down with, like, this section, a lot of people still, like, really were pissed off in my comment section.
But let me elaborate. I definitely had my hopes up going into Season 3 when it came out after getting off the wild ride that was Season 2. But the more and more I got into it, along with the more and more I got into writing the script...
Yeah, there's another meme that was in my head that was like, oh yeah, just writing, I get angrier.
It kinda seemed like it had a lot of similar problems to Season 1. I'm gonna make another video discussing Season 3 when it ends.
Yeah, and it still hasn't come yet. Season 3 is almost a year old, and I still haven't made a video about it.
Talking about what makes it great, but also flawed, or I'm just gonna do an entire retrospective of the show and talk about it then.
I'm gonna do both. I'm gonna do a Season 3 video, and I'm gonna be doing a video talking about the entire show as a whole.
I don't know, we'll see what happens. But, future insight aside, I'm still really glad with how Season 2 turned out. The character arcs are more interesting, there was so much to offer in this new world, and they put the focus on the overarching story that they really want to tell.
Yeah, they did so good with this season. Like, like, I would forever say, this Season 2 was peak Amphibia. Like, Season 2 was just peak Amphibia, you can't beat it.
If I had to put all my thoughts about this season into one phrase, it would be this. It felt like the show was finally what it wanted to be.
Yeah, what it wanted to be, not what it needed to be.
So with all this praise of Season 2 that I've gone over, can I finally recommend this show to anyone now? Well, with a catch. As much as I wish I could just tell people to skip Season 1,
I forgot about this episode. I completely forgot about this episode, just because almost every episode from Season 1 is just forgettable.
With how long it is, I still think it's necessary to go through, since there are things brought up to Season 2 that refer to certain events in Season 1.
The only reason I tell people to watch Season 1. That's the only reason I tell people to watch Season 1. Other than that, you can literally skip Season 1.
Overall, I would give Amphibia Season 2 an 8.5 out of 10.
It might be a 9 now after... It might be like 8.75 or to a 9 now after revisiting this and just realizing just how good Season 2 is compared to Season 1.
It's not perfect, don't get me wrong. There are still some episodes that feel like they're just there to stretch out the story.
Plus, they still feel natural since it comes to, like, the world building and we're, like, building up to something.
The humor can still be a bit hit or miss sometimes, but that's just typical in the genre.
Yeah, like, everybody will laugh at something and somebody won't. That's just how comedy is.
And there could be some moments with the characters where they kind of feel out of character.
I will forever praise the Temple episodes, but this, to me, was the weirdest thing. Like, this just felt kind of out of character for them after, like, the big revelation after the rain between Hop Pop and Ann. It was like this whole thing about Dao Temple just kind of felt out of character for some reason to me. I don't know why.
But overall, I'm glad with all the new additions and changes they've done compared to the first season. As of the time of writing,
yep, the big old Darcy.
We have yet to witness the big end game of Season 3.
I think I actually released this the week before the finale aired. Like the very last episode. I think I actually released this the week before the hardest thing would air. So yeah, it didn't take long for me to like get in on like the whole picture.
And I have some high hopes for what I want to see from it. But without seeing,
and those hopes were kind of shattered slightly.
Seeing it beforehand, I would dare say Season 2 was the peak of the show.
Yep, and I still stand by that statement. Season 2 was the peak of Amphibia.
And that's why I think Amphibia Season 2 redeemed the series.
Yeah, it's also a fun way to edit. So I'm not sure if you actually tell. This is actually 2 pictures. This is 2 images. I think you can actually tell where like the transition. Yeah, I think like, or maybe I edited it so well that you could barely tell. So yeah, this is actually a separate image, right here, because I just did not want to go through the trouble of erasing that and still make it look like I didn't erase it. So it's actually 2 images. So yeah. So like she's like, subscribe. It's like, please subscribe. This is how it is. Another fun little end screen. Yeah, I'm surprised at how well my like this video and my points in this video have aged. All right, next one. Oh man, okay. I said I would save the AMVs for last because I'm gonna nerd about them when it comes to like editing with music and like tips and stuff for that. But yeah, next one, the big one. Holy cow. This video is the reason why I'm here, basically. This was the biggest passion project of my life. It's a 40-page script, but some of the pages were cut out due to editing and not fitting when I had put it into the editing software. It took at least a month to write, and then 2 to 3 weeks to edit everything. This was the biggest thing I worked on in my life. And I cannot thank you guys enough for the support that this video has gotten. Like, I'm pretty sure, where are we now? Oh man, don't look up. Yeah, over 500,000 views and climbing. Like, holy cow, it's like past 500,000 views and we're actually, like, it's still going up. It's insane. Alright, so, here, I'm gonna mute this just for you guys, because, the first part, I thought it would be funny, but a lot of people commented that I really shouldn't have done this. But I just want people to be aware, yeah, major spoilers ahead and the siren. I just thought it'd be funny, but a lot of people said it, like, hurt their ears or whatnot, so I'm sorry for that. But yeah, this is my on-the-map video. This is like the video that I'm most likely known for. Because this video freaking blew it up. The only thing that I think that would make, like, cement this video to me is if Dana Terrace, like, watched it. I have no idea if Dana has watched this video or not. I would be speechless if she did. I would feel honored if she did, but I have no idea of knowing without her commenting on it. But yeah, this was a very big project to me. Like, I think it was during my summer shift while at work and just trying to get ready for another semester of college. So yeah, there was a lot going on, but I was determined to do this, and I was so happy with how it turned out. Like, I still think this is probably the best video I made so far. So let's get into further ado. An hour, and we still gotta break it down. So here we go.
Note, this video and script has started to be first written / made after the events of the episode Hollow Mine, and initially before the Season 2 finale.
So yeah, I had the idea for this video right after I watched Hollow Mine. I was like, I need to talk about this character. I started writing the script, and as the show went on, some things might have changed as I watched the show. So I think it was when Labyrinth Runners came in. No, not that one. Yeah, Labyrinth Runners. It was one where Hunter and Gus got to interact with each other, where I thought maybe I should change something in the script, because I think by the time the Season 2 finale aired, I think the video was actually like close to done originally, but they introduced a lot with Labyrinth Runners and the Season 2 finale that I had to change a lot of what I changed, or like add a lot of what I did to like the original script. So there was like another like week or so that I had to like edit it all, which is why I think this video blew up. I got lucky to where I had a majority of the video done. I just had to by the time the Season 2 finale was done, I just had to add like 2 or 3 paragraphs worth of editing, and then it was just upload, and it was like the first thing to be like out to like cover like Bellows as a character. So I chalked that up to like luck with how like this video has become as famous as it is. So yeah, so that was like the period of like how I was writing it all.
Any new information brought up afterward as the show continues will simply be squeezed into the original draft to the best of my ability as the show goes on and I continue to write this essay.
So yeah, there was like a lot of stuff that I'd like squeeze in there without actually like says this Dana Terrace in the future who like I would be, my mind would blow if I found out Dana Terrace watched this video and actually liked it. Because I have no idea. I literally have no idea. I have no idea if she likes the video. I don't know if she likes it. I don't know if she hates it. But, like, I have no clue. I really have no clue. Okay, I gotta switch the ear this ear. My ear is getting tired. Alright. So we got this. Alright, so yeah, there was like a lot of stuff that I'd like squeeze in there. Like, I used the word squeeze because, like I said, I was already editing it like mid-process. and like during the time I was writing it, so I was like, I just gotta squeeze it so I don't have to like trash the whole project. I had to start all over, so like I was just like, I just need to fit it in there somehow. So that's how it went.
So please keep that perspective in mind. Also, there are many ways to look at the Owl House as a show and Bellows as a character.
I say this because I was freaking afraid of like Schaeferless or another big like film content creator just coming across this video and shutting me down, like just saying, oh no, you're wrong, you're a freaking small content creator, I'm a big content creator, so my word matters more. So yeah, because that's just kind of how YouTube is these days.
And these are simply my interpretations of these concepts, so please take them with a grain of salt.
Yeah, this honestly was like hell. My brain, like while I was writing the script for this, like it goes on forever. Like I was just breaking everything down, just trying to look for everything and just trying to make everything look smooth and making sure the script is as good as I could make it. Like I think I went through, oh man, like 10 revisions of the script before I was finally comfortable with it. But then I went through like 4 more after I got input from my second opinion. So yeah, in total, there's probably up to like 15 revisions of the script before it was finally finished. So yeah, it took forever to write this.
Now, with that out of the way, let's dive in.
I think there's another. Yep, Karu's Owl House music. Please go support Karu. He's generally really cool.
The Owl House through this last year or so has earned a special place in my heart.
So yeah, like I think at the time I think I was a year into the fan base as a fan as the Owl House, and I decided, oh yeah, I want to talk about this show. This show is so freaking good.
The story, the characters, the world, it all has amazed me in what it has done.
Yeah, like facts, like there's just so much to the show that it does incredibly well.
I've shown my love for the show in the past, with how I always want to talk about it on social media, and more
so yeah, I think for this, I want to think of a certain point, so I was just like, oh yeah, I want to talk about it on social media. So like, whenever I do like comments like this, I usually think of like 3 points to emphasize it. But I couldn't think of a 3rd point, so I was just like, I just want to talk about social media and the Lilith video, because I couldn't think of a 3rd reason. Like, I don't know, because social media, that's basically all I do when I talk about the show.
Specifically, with one of my first big projects, my video discussing why Lilith is an unappreciated character in my eyes.
Yeah, that was like the biggest video at the time, but then this became the video. Like, I'm pretty sure the script for this video is double length of the one for Lilith. Like, it was so long.
But today, we're going to go over something I think is going to be fun. And that's how incredibly well written the topic of manipulation is weaved into the
like, I freaking love that shot, how he like freaking clutches it like a fist in front of Hunter. That's such a cool shot.
Owl House through the show's major antagonist, Emperor Bellows. Bellows has become one of the...
Yeah, this song right here is Rivers of the Desert for Persona 5. Persona 5 has a freaking fire soundtrack. Please go listen to it.
Most unsettling, interesting, and manipulative antagonists I personally have ever seen.
And on that statement, a lot of people have been saying, like, have you heard of like Palpatine? And of course, yes, of course I have heard of Palpatine. I have watched the Clone Wars. But I'm just like, I freaking love Bellows just because he's so good at it. Like, he's just so interesting when it comes to like his manipulation tactics. It's just so interesting. There we go.
Everything that this man says or does always seems to be driven by an ulterior motive. Sometimes he makes that obvious, and sometimes he doesn't, making you question what exactly is the truth and lie from his words.
That's just really what made Bellows so interesting. Like, you could tell like he's helped to something, but you couldn't tell if he was lying or telling the truth because you just didn't have the context. Like it sounds like a lie, but it also sounds like it could be the truth. That's what made him so interesting, and like what made him so mysterious.
It's kind of frightening just to see how easily he's able to warp the world of people around him.
I'm honestly surprised I didn't get like copyrighted for this song, because I usually get copyright. Because I think isn't this like owned like by like Atlas or something? So I'm surprised I didn't get like copyright strike by them.
There are many ways to look at how Bellows takes advantage of his talent and manipulation throughout the course of the show, but I decided to break this up into 3 major pieces.
Yeah, this was the first. This has been a relevant thing to the script, the very first draft. I didn't want to necessarily look at how Bellows specifically. I wanted to see kind of the effects of how he does it, and then look at him specifically as to why he's doing it. So yeah, ever since the original idea of this video, I always had this idea of like splitting it into like groups of like a breakdown of like each character, like how he manipulated them, how like what kind of effects they had towards their mind, and like their psychology, and just like overall like how well written it is, like it ties to like their memories or minds. It's like so freaking good. And so yeah, this idea of like the video being split into 3 to like Lilith, Hunter, and Luce for like 3 characters has always been present from the very first draft.
First, how he manipulated Lilith and the social norm of the Isles.
Because yeah, that's why I associate like his tactics like the social norm. This freaking notification. And then Hunter.
Second, how he manipulated Hunter and the expectations of the Isles and his people.
Because yeah, I think a lot of what I could say about, like I said about Lilith when it comes to like expectations in my video talking about her can really be applied to Hunter, which is why I used Hunter as an example of that.
And finally, third, how he manipulated Luce and the hope of the Blowing Isles' future.
This was the portion of the script I had a lot of fun writing because I know people probably didn't see this, so it probably just became a lot more interesting as to how it, because if I showed that even to a point that he could manipulate Luce without actually being very present, like it would just give you a sense like no one is safe from this man. No one. Absolutely no one is safe.
These to me are the biggest components of what makes Belus' manipulation so interesting and great for the story of the show.
And there are multiple other videos that go into other aspects and elements of what makes him so great of a villain. I do my best to try and link a lot of the ones I find interesting in my community posts to help support other creators and what they have to say about those characters. So please, please follow my community posts. I just do updates and stuff, and I help to I really do try my best to help other smaller creators because every creator deserves a voice, and sometimes they can say things that I couldn't even think of. So please go check them out. Like every creator I bring up, please go check them out. They deserve some support.
So without further ado, let's begin our look at Emperor Belus.
Yeah, I think these are like the first titles that I came up with, like each section. I think they may have been revised throughout the script, but I don't remember what the original ones were. But yeah, a lot of them like summaries of like the whole concept, like names of that. Yeah, thank you, of course, man. Because like I was a small creator, but here I am now. Like I just try to help support everyone I can because I know how hard it is to grow on this platform. It is not easy, so I just try to help when I can. So yeah, wish a desire for a corrupt dream. So that's basically the way I can sum up like the manipulation that like he does on Lilith. It's just like every title is like a summary of like what it is.
Belus through his rise as Emperor.
It's like a video essay within a video essay.
Were interpreted to the people that to keep themselves safe and to make the Titan they walk upon happy, they had to honor it by following a method that Belus introduced, the Coven system.
Yeah, you see like this a lot in like history when it comes to like cults and like manipulation of like other like stuff. Like it's just so like interesting when it comes to like psychology of like what these people do to like get people to follow their messages. Like even like in like modern day politics, like I really don't like to bring up politics, but it's kind of like it's kind of just what they do. It's just a very real thing. Like that's just what this like writing can do. It makes something like seem so fast like based in fantasy, but can feel so real when it covers topics like this. It's like incredible.
Through this system, every type of magic known throughout
this essay hit me like a ton of bricks in the best way possible.
The Isles would be separated into a unique track, with only one allowing for the use of all of them at the same time, the Emperor's Coven.
So yeah, establishing that there's only one way they can actually be able to like be considered great, or like setting an expectation of like upon a society.
It quickly became the social norm that everyone is limited to a single track following a specific type of magic, with only the best of the best being able to achieve the rank of wielding all of them.
I really hate how like this feels really much like the real world. Only like the best of the best can be able to achieve like greatness and like recognition and whatnot. It's a very real thing. But yeah, I remember like just this last semester we were talking about a lot of topics relating to this because I was taking like a human development class on like social norms and like what kind of effects can have on like psychology and like what people do depending on the context. Like, and I really wish I would have brought up this video. I really wish I would have brought this up to my professor because I genuinely was curious what he would have to say about, because like I was just going through that class and I was just thinking, I feel like I brought up a lot of the stuff that we talked about in this class in this video, and I really wish I would have linked to the professor because I was genuinely interested to hear what he had to say. Give me a second.
This is further emphasized with the school system that's been introduced to allow young minds to learn these tracks and their unique capabilities.
And yep, that's all the problems that like can be applied to real life these days. All right.
And we can see how that has affected two particular minds of our story.
I really feel like they're setting up a spin-off. I really feel like they are setting up a spin-off with like how much they introduced with like the younger version of Edith, Lilith, and Rain, and like all the other Coven heads. I really feel like they're setting up a spin-off.
Edith and Lilith Clawthorn in their youth are shown to have a strong bond as sisters, as they're both passionate about achieving the same dream of one day joining the Emperor's Coven together.
It was so sweet to see them like be young and actually have a bond before the curse took them apart. It was so sweet. That's what makes it so interesting, that, like, give more context of, like, how he manipulated people through the Coven systems and, like, how it's affected other people aside from Ida and Lilith.
And becoming some of the most powerful witches on the Boiling Isles. However, their differences in dedication to that dream will be tested as their...
Yeah, that's the frame that I used for the thumbnail. I literally just take, like, a screenshot of some stuff for, like, thumbnails, and I just put it in there. That's literally how I make thumbnails.
Chance finally arrives. Tryouts for a position in the Emperor's Coven finally came around, but there was a complication. Only one spot was available, and the sisters would have to literally fight for it.
Yeah, like, look at the concern on their faces. They really don't want to do this, but they know if they want to, like, get a chance to, like, actually be great, like, they can.
Lilith knew she wouldn't stand a chance since Ida was stronger than her despite being younger. So, being driven by a quote that the Emperor said, "To be great, you must be willing to make sacrifices."
Again, the Mandala effect, that's not exactly the quote. It's, to be great, you have to make sacrifices. But I feel like that's, like, the intent behind the line. This is why I support it. So yeah, it's the wrong quote, but I feel like the message is still there.
She makes a desperate move to not give up her chance at greatness. She secretly rigged the fight by casting a spell on Ida the day before that claimed would remove her powers, which she thought would only last a day.
That's the big thing I feel like people fail to recognize when it comes to Lilith. She thought it would only last a day. She didn't think of anything, if it could be anything worse. She thought it would only last a day.
When the time of their battle came, Lilith was ready to face Ida to gain the position. But, to Lilith's surprise, Ida turns down the fight, saying that she refuses to fight her sister.
Yeah, this is basically me just, like, repeating everything. Yeah, I feel like this is why I feel like I could have gone a bit more with what Belos has done with Lilith, but at that point, I think I actually tried doing that in the script, but at that point, I feel like I was just repeating myself for what I said in my Lilith video, which is why I first linked my Lilith video at the beginning of this, because if you want more, like, in detail, like, Lilith, I would just go to that video, of, like, how, like, the effects that Belos has on her, like, through her manipulation and through her choice. So, yeah, so, this section of the video talking about Lilith could have been longer, but at this point, I feel like I was sort of repeating what I said previously in another video, so.
And that she now sees her dream elsewhere, not with the Covens. Lilith doesn't question her sister's choice, so she lets her walk away, but as she does, Lilith's price for her dream shows itself. Ida had been cursed, forced to turn into this wild beast.
Yeah, like, the whole story about this and the way it was, like, set up through, like, Belos' manipulation is just so sad, bro.
And as we see further into the show, there's no cure for it.
Okay, I like how I said later, but this is an episode from earlier in the season, so, but I guess that was, like, a mixed thing, so.
All that Lilith could do now is watch and stare as she realizes,
like, she was there, she's just in shock, like, she's like, what have I done? Like, it was, like, her responsibility and her choice.
What she's done to her sister and her best friend. In the end, she got what she wanted. In spite of what she's done, the guards accept her into the rank in the Emperor's Coven, the position she's dreamed of having for so long. But unfortunately to her, it came at a price.
Yeah, it really feels like my editing had improved at this time, because there was, like, this big shot of, like, the Rita, but I cut it out just to emphasize that, like, to focus on her.
Sure, it was Lilith's choice to make a dire move like pursuing that spell as an advantage. But what inspired her to make that choice was already placed in her by other influences.
Yep, it was like that drive of why she did it. That's just like, that's like the whole thing. Like, he manipulated to, like, people to actually make that choice. Like, she, like, had the social context of Belos not being there, she wouldn't have made that choice. She wouldn't have. I believe she wouldn't have done that.
It's through this interpretation of the social norm that being in the Emperor's Coven is a dream that only the most elite witches can live, while the others are left to be in the more simple, single spell oriented tracks.
God, I really feel like this is kind of like a saying of, like, the education system. I really feel like that's what Dana is trying to say here.
That Lilith felt like she had to do something in order to achieve that honor. The thing that drove her choice to take the spell in the first place was that quote said to her by the Emperor, "To be great, you must be willing to make sacrifices."
Like, the reason why I keep repeating this quote is because it's just the fact that she says that was the big drive of why she did it. Like, she was so driven by the voice, like, these words by Belos, that it's why she went on this whole thing of cursing Ida, trying to live up to, like, certain social expectations and just whatnot. This is why, it's why I highlight this, but this quote is, like, really more important than people realize.
Through these words that Lilith followed for this moment, Lilith perceives that if she really wanted to live her dream, she had to make hard decisions to get there. But she never anticipated that something like this would happen.
I think I tried to do, like, a red transition there, but it ended up just being white. Like, it's really hard to do that when it comes to editing, so.
She wanted to be in the Emperor's Coven more than anything, but it was through this position of pressure by the social norm
She's like, I don't want to be in a singles track. I actually want to be, like, the best of the best. Oh, that's why she made this unfortunate choice.
She had to make the choice of how much she was actually willing to put on the line to have the chance of living that dream that society, and specifically the Emperor, deems great.
I really like that shot. I forgot I edited that shot. The shot of her, his Belos' eyes lighting up with
on the line to have the chance of living that dream that society, and specifically the
Because I think at this moment the Belos was, I think this was Belos just looking through her glasses, not her. That's how I envision this moment.
Emperor deems great. It was by Belus' manipulation through the coven system on the social norm of the Isles that Lilith had this tragedy of betraying her sister.
Like, never underestimate the power of social norms, man. They can be really pressuring and, like, deal with, like, a lot of, like, psychological effects on people. Like, I literally took a class on, like, how, like, how social norms can affect psychology and how people, like grow up and stuff. It's so interesting.
Who knows how many other students have had to make sacrifices like these to live up to what the social norm expects of them. Not as extreme as Lilith's case, of course.
Because I couldn't think of an example. Because I really feel like I had to state that because, like, they're just like, what? Like, no, not everybody's willing to curse their sister to, like, go there. So, like, I'm just like, I had to emphasize, oh, yeah, it's not quite as extreme as Lilith's example, just for the sake of it.
Hunters say in the show's second season that in order for someone to join the Emperor's Coven, they had to leave everything they had behind, even their friends and family. And
I feel like that's really unfortunate because that's a very real topic. Because, like, you get, like, into a certain occupation, you have to make sacrifices like that, and it's really unfortunate. It's like veterans, like artists that want to be like big, like Hollywood or whatnot, like they have to give up a lot of like their family and friends to do that. So that's a very real thing.
That's exactly what Lilith did unintentionally. Through the pressure of missing her chance of achieving her dream, and as the Emperor put it, living a life of greatness.
Like it was just like through how Belus like manipulated like society and like the whole idea of like social norms around Lilith. Like she was just pressured by that to make these like social choices of like what she wanted to do to live up to those expectations. So like the fact that he manipulated society to actually do his purpose is like so freaking scary, and you barely even see it, but he's already doing it so freaking well.
Lilith was forced to put everything she had behind her just to have a chance at it. So isn't that kind of scary to think about?
She was just like, this is like my one chance. I don't want to freaking miss it, because like when is another chance going to show up? Because it's been interpreted that being a part of the Emperor's Coven is like a once in a lifetime opportunity. So she had that chance that she didn't want to miss it.
Belus hasn't met Lilith, seen Lilith, or even been in the same place as her throughout the course of these events, but he's already manipulated her into a path of pain and guilt.
Now this of course may be changed due to how theories are saying that he intentionally rigged this fight so that Ida would actually have the curse of Belus actually getting that last glyph and finding a collector. So
because of how he warped her mind.
I didn't really have that theory in mind as I wrote this, because I feel like that would make everything too complicated when talking about it. I don't really dive myself into theories until it's actually like canon in the show, because theories to me are just like things that are just setting you up to be just definitely setting you up to be failure, to be disappointed.
And around the pursuit of a dream that he put on the people, and it only gets worse as he actually becomes a part of her picture.
Like it was freaking brutal how he treated Lilith, man. It's so brutal.
After gaining her position in the Emperor's Coven, Lilith eventually rose through the ranks and become the Emperor's personal enforcer, enacting his will on the Isles.
Yeah, like I still will not believe that people don't like Season 1 Lilith. Season 1 Lilith is great. I don't know what they're talking about.
And we continue to see Belus' manipulation on her as we witness how he has command over Lilith. Belus' plan for the supposedly called Day of Unity involves having possession of the portal.
Yeah, it's still weird how, like, they just randomly found the portal. I wonder if that's going to be brought up in Season 3.
Which he knows is in the hands of Ida, the Owl Lady, Lilith's sister.
I think I wanted to try to do this with a better shot, but this is, like, the only shot I could think of that actually fit to the context well, so does a weird editing thing.
So, as a way to grow closer to his goal, but to also keep Lilith on a leash and still willing to obey him.
Yeah, like I say, I use leash because that's basically what Lilith was. She was a lapdog.
He has Lilith be the one to pursue her, with the offer that if Lilith does manage to bring Ida to him, he'll heal Ida's curse, the one regret and mistake she would do anything to fix.
Because he knows, like, because he's, like, very aware of her trauma doing that action and just doing stuff. So, like, he finds, like that one weakness that, like, people, like, what they always want, and he does whatever he makes them do whatever he wants to actually achieve it, but never actually gives it to them, so.
This is how he holds control over Lilith and keeps her in line. It doesn't matter what he has Lilith do, as long as he keeps giving her the promise that if she does as she's told, if she's—
I may have dragged this out because this feels like a natural, like, pause.
Still given the chance to heal her sister, to fix her mistake, and to remove the source of her guilt, she'll do it.
Anyway, never mind, it kind of fits still. So, like, it doesn't matter what he has Lilith do, like, whether that be, like, going out to fight her sister, or, like, going to get materials or anything, like, she'll do it. As long as he keeps the promise that, like, at the end of the day, I'll still heal your sister. Like, as long as he keeps telling her that, you'll keep doing it.
We see the limits and risks that Lilith is willing to make because of Belus' influence through this temptation throughout the show.
I will never stop talking about this arc. This arc is freaking underappreciated.
She tried convincing Ida that would be a way to live their dream together that they once had as witchlings.
Delving back into that, like, idea of, like a dream fantasy that she always wanted, ever since, because, like, how social norms formed that, like, that's what she wanted, even though she didn't ever never really concerned if it's actually what she wanted. So
being some of the most elite witches of society together. But Ida continues to refuse her offer. Even at the mention that if Ida did join her sister at the Emperor's side, she would get the chance to heal her curse.
Yeah, this isn't talked about enough. She actually thought about it for a second.
Ida is initially tempted at the offer.
Like, look at this. She thought about it. She actually thought about it.
But inevitably turns it down because as much as she wants to get rid of her curse, she doesn't want Bellos to be the one to do it.
I mean, who would trust Bellos? Especially after having him being the reason she's on the run for so long.
Claim that she doesn't want to owe him anything, which is a fair reason for turning away Lilith's proposal.
Like, it is a fair reason. I will always say that. It's a fair reason why she refused.
Because as you see later to the show, when Bellos does something for others, he doesn't just expect, but forces for something in return.
Like, he's just like, I'll send you back up there, but you gotta give me something. But yeah, like, she didn't really have a choice. It's either like, you give this to me or Ida dies. That's the scary thing.
Lilith is happy for a few moments as she sees that despite the hardships that Ida is facing because of her actions, she still managed to make the best of it and found her way in living a happy, fulfilling life.
Another point I think I might have brought over from my Lilith video. Because I remember at one point I just took a lot of some of the stuff I put in that Lilith script from that Lilith video and actually just put it in here to actually help support my case. But I actually changed it so it actually wouldn't be too different. So it actually would be different. So
most likely being why she willingly lets her go. But those moments are short-lived as she realizes that she still has to carry her
like this is not talked about enough. That face right there.
Guilt and has to once again go back to the Emperor empty-handed. Lilith continues to try to bring Ida into the Emperor's coven after this, however.
Yeah, these moments, this dynamic that are in this episode is freaking not talked about enough either.
Even playing along with her game so that Ida can join on her own terms.
Like, she actually indulged in the game. She's just like, if this is what it takes to get to the Emperor's coven of your own will, then I will do it. Like, she will fall to that level just to do like a freaking ball game.
But Lilith continues to be unsuccessful in her efforts. Soon enough, Bellos has waited long enough.
And again, I want to emphasize she was more scared of the consequences than actually losing to her sister, because she's just like, oh man, I'm definitely like better than you or anything. Like, I think that was a big thing during like season 1, but then it was, oh man, whoops, did not mean to do that. But then it's just like just never got. So like it didn't matter that like she lost or like was proved that she like her sister better than her. She was more worried what Bellos would do if she failed again, which is why Ida took pity on her and gave her her ring, so she actually wouldn't have to deal with it. So yeah, there we go.
And gives Lilith an ultimatum: either bring Ida to him before the day is done, or lose her position and be forced to leave his coven.
The scariest thing, because that's like this whole social norm and like what she's been wanting for her whole life, to be like a part of this, like what society expects of you. You have to be good enough to be a part of this coven and actually be like something. So that, yeah, it's a really big thing that like society does for like expectations of like people, what they have to do with like work and whatnot. It's a very real concept.
This was the tipping point for Lilith towards her sister. She believed that by bringing Ida before the Emperor, that she would not just help her be free from the pain of the curse, but to also help herself, as she wouldn't have to go on with the weight of her guilt and trauma of betraying Ida.
Like at this point, she was like before that threat, she was doing it for her and Ida, but after that threat, she was doing it for her. She didn't care about Ida anymore. And that was because of how Bellos pushed her. Which is like, I mean, it's like an effective way to get her to do it. What else, like, could they threaten? But yeah, it's just, Lilith is so underappreciated, bro.
And still be able to have the honor of being among the most elite witches of society. During Lilith's youth, as she went through and learned of the system that Bellos introduced, and learning that only the most elite witches can have the honor of wielding all types of magic.
Yeah, this is like a very thing, I feel like I really was speaking from the heart, because this is like a lot of things I see with like education and whatnot.
Getting a chance to live a life of greatness that the Emperor claims, Lilith kept telling herself that by not being in the Emperor's coven, and not living up to her position in it in the present, she's nothing.
Again, like, warping around those social norms, like, manipulating the idea of, like, expectations, like, if you're not good enough to this code, like, you're not good enough for me, meaning that you are nothing. It's just, like, a big old, like, concept and whatnot, so.
Nothing but a witch missing her chance at greatness. It's through this perception that she's gained from how Bellos altered the social norm that Lilith's still willing to serve the Emperor in her present rank, but still had a strong enough connection with Ida and her guilt towards her, that Lilith still had her own desire to fulfill while in her position.
Yeah, and that's why she was so split. She's like, I want to help my sister, but I don't want to give up on, like, these expectations that society needs me to live up to. It's just like this big, like, psychological challenge of, like I want to help her, but at the same time, I'm nothing without this position. So how can I get the best of both worlds? And Bellos offered that. And that's, hey. And that's how he got her to, like, do anything. So it's just so interesting, like, how he it's just like the little puppet master that just does everything behind the scenes. It's so interesting.
So when Belos did have her take on the task of bringing Ida to him, she was happy to do it since it would be her chance to get the best of both worlds, serving her emperor but also helping her sister, and more specifically, herself.
Yeah, I feel like I need to elaborate on this point, because I feel like I didn't build off this point enough when I wrote this in the script.
However, it's through Belos' hold on Lilith that the loyalty she had towards him becomes too strong.
So, like, I feel like that point isn't emphasized enough. I think it's... the best way I can explain it is that she associates something with another thing. So, like, she eventually gives this... So, Belos gives her this chance of healing Ida and also keeping her position that she lives up to being a part of society. Like, living up to expectations of society. But she eventually associates that with the only thing that can actually offer her, like, it was like the only thing that could actually offer her both ways. And she's like, I can't lose this. I can't lose everything I look up to. So that's the best way I can elaborate on this point. But, like, I'm not sure if I could emphasize, like, explain it any better when I was writing a script. So.
And it was because of this position that she's obtained that Belos keeps giving her the chance of ridding herself of her pain and trauma. But then, Belos made this threat of losing that position at his side.
Yeah, that chance was threatened, and that's why she went to the lengths she did to get Ida to come.
Losing her chance of fixing her mistake and living her dream. And we see the fear on Lilith's face as she contemplates how horrific the...
Like, I'm pretty sure those are people praising a fire. From how she sees it in her eyes.
Consequences may be if she doesn't succeed this time.
Like, I think with how they express this scene, she saw those people screaming.
After she has a grasp on how dire her situation is, she walks with a look of complete determination.
And I'm pretty sure they actually, like, put screams in there, like, in the original clip. So I'm pretty sure that's, like, how it happened. Like, how they expressed it.
Her face, the most determined that we've seen her be on the show up to this point. Through the words and threat of Belos, Lilith isn't asking Ida to join anymore. She is going to find a way to make her submit.
She's just like, I don't care if she wants to or not. She is joining no matter what. That's the whole thought process Belos put into her head.
Lilith, before being given this threat from Belos, still remains somewhat respectful towards her sister's life.
I feel like I didn't explain this enough either. So, like, she's still, before Belos threatened her position. Belos threatened her position, she still wanted the best for her, but she still respected to some degrees to her choices what she did after she left. But like in this moment, like, she wanted the best for her, but she still respected that she's still a person, and she's still her sister, and she wants her to be happy, or what, even if it means still having the curse.
Did anything to harm something around Ida or her lifestyle. She only ever cared about her sister and her sister alone.
Like, here she could have made a threat to King, or like to Hootie, or like anything to do with this house, but no, she only focused on Ida. That's like the big point of trying to make here.
But now with this threat of losing everything, the position that she learned through the social norm that only the best of the best can earn, her only chance at reversing her mistake, she thinks to herself, desperate times call for desperate measures.
And she does definitely go to those desperate measures.
The next scene where we see Lil, she's asking herself, what can she use that...
This is a clip that I still, to this day, think I should have edited better, because it's literally me just talking about this.
That's outside of Ida's control, but still has some form of attachment to, so that she can use it against her. So
and you can tell that I'm definitely running out of breath from this line, because I'm rushing through it, I'm gasping for air.
You would have no choice but to listen to her and join the Emperor's Coven. This is the first time that we see Lilith actually want to do anything with Ida's life. She was willing to...
Yeah, she actually was just like, okay, what's something that I can abuse that will make Ida join? And the whole reason she does this is because of Belos, because Belos threatened that position.
To intervene into something that Ida's attached with, was willing to take advantage of a weakness she has.
Like, she didn't want to do anything, but Belos made it, pushed her to the point that she felt like she needed to do this.
But ultimately, because of Belos' threat on her position, she was willing to use the life of her sister's apprentice, Luce the Human.
Yeah, oh man, I freaking love that face. How perfect, and like how Sissy freaking delivers it. It's so good.
Person she knows that Ida has come to love his family as a threat to make Ida join.
Yeah, she said, like, blatantly, you can have her back if you join the Coven, and she said no.
Simply because Belos had manipulated her to fall to a state of complete desperation. Through Belos' control,
I feel like I remember one comment in here saying that, oh man, this feels like just a video emphasizing some other points, and I feel like this is I think this is where they got to the video when they made that comment, because this is literally me just saying the same point 3 times with different words. Like, I literally say the same thing.
Lilith doesn't even stutter at putting a child's life at risk if it could give her the chance.
Oh wait, no, it's actually later.
Chance of fixing her mistake and saving her sister from her choice.
Yeah, like, she was so consumed by that guilt and so traumatized about losing this chance of making things better for herself and for her sister that she went to the point that she used the life of a child. Like, that's scary, all because of Bellos, because she puts her to that limit. It's scary.
And to herself, finally being free of her guilt, and giving both her and her sister a chance at living a life of greatness. Bellos has pushed Lilith to the point of desperation to be free from her trauma and pain, that she doesn't even question if what she's doing truly is the right thing.
Like I think I said right here, it doesn't matter if it was right or wrong. It's just that it doesn't matter if it's right or wrong. It matters if it gets you what you want.
Because in the end, it didn't matter if it was right or wrong. She would fix everything that she did in her past, and still keep her position that she worked so hard to achieve.
Yeah, so she didn't question, oh yeah, like definitely, like I think in that smile she knew that she was like threatening a child's life, but she didn't ever question if it was the right or wrong thing to do, because like at the time it didn't matter, because it was the one thing that would actually get her to listen, get Ida to listen, and actually get the chance to fulfill this fantasy of like her sister being healthy and them being together all like alongside each other in the Coven.
The battle remains even between the Clawthorn sisters.
A lot of people argue me saying the battle is even, because a lot of people were saying Ida would win, and I kind of see that now. But I think just to state my point, like the battle could have been even. Definitely could have been even, but it's just that Luce became a factor.
But because of how Lilith uses Luce's life as leverage,
yeah, like a human shield,
the thing that Bellos forced Lilith to take advantage of,
like yeah, without Bellos, Lilith would never friend Luce. She would never even consider Luce as a factor. But because of Bellos, that's what she did, and it's terrifying that he pushed it to the point of doing that.
It eventually leads to Ida finally being captured. Lilith felt proud of herself for finally capturing Ida and bringing her to Bellos. She thought to herself that she was finally going to be rewarded for her efforts.
I remember this. This is a pause that I left, and I swear I really want to go back and edit this out because this is just a weird pause.
She managed to finally fulfill what Bellos demanded of her, finally getting the chance to both keep her position at the Emperor's side and to fix her mistake of betraying and cursing Ida. It wasn't until he got what he wanted that Bellos.
So sad because she did everything he asked, and like she didn't even question like, oh what if Bellos was lying, or what if can he really fulfill my promise, can he really heal Ida's curse, or like it's just something that's just really sad, like how like just like on the strings Lilith is compared on Bellos when Bellos is the puppet master. It's just so sad.
Bellos revealed to Lilith his true intentions.
I just can't get over how good this show's writing is. It's so freaking good.
He wouldn't fulfill his promise to her, even though she put all her efforts into it, and we see the look of fear and sadness on her face at these words.
Yeah, I really took the time out of this video to emphasize that. Please appreciate the animators that did this, because holy cow, the freaking
even though she put all her efforts into it,
animation of her reaction.
We see the look of fear and sadness on her face at these words. Bellos only ever wanted Ida for the portal that she has.
I was just like, what's the clip that Ida's using the portal that's kind of like funny or just like shows that gets power? And that was like the one clip I could find.
And Ida of course refuses to tell him anything. So by Ida not complying, Bellos brands Ida a traitor.
And the fact that he says that he can say that like she's a traitor for like going up against him is even more terrifying. Just because that shows like how much of a status he has in the Bowling Isles.
And has her said to be frozen in stone.
And which a lot of people pointed out that a lot of people pointed out that that's basically murder in this show, because it's Disney. You can't freaking be blatant when it comes to that stuff.
And tells Lilith this is expected since he claims that it was simply for the Titan's will.
Yeah, Titan's will, and that was like the thing. We didn't know if it was actually the Titan's will or anything like that.
And there's nothing else that's above that. Lilith was so focused on fixing her mistake and always trying to keep her position at the Emperor's side that she never questioned the possibility of what if Bellos was lying.
Because he was just like, he's the reason I'm here, the reason why I pushed for this, why I want to have this fantasy, but is it like really what she wanted? That's the whole thing. He manipulated her to never ask that question.
Or if what she was doing was the right thing or not. And through her reactions and expressions after hearing Bellos' words, she knows that it's too late to take back this action.
Yeah, like that's the face of like that's basically the same face when she first saw Ida curse. She's just like, what have I done? Like, it's the exact same thing. It's so rough, man.
This method of manipulation that Bellos uses for Lilith is also how he altered the people of the Bowling Isles' perception.
Yeah, this is the big thing that I wanted to do with script. I wanted to show, like, specific examples of, like, how Bellos does this, like, for a specific character, because there's many different tactics, and I do this for every version of it, so, like, with Lilith, Hunter, and Luce, but then I wanted to bring it to, like, a general sense, because he's not doing this specifically to the characters. He's doing this to everybody on the Isles, and it's so freaking interesting as how notorious he does and like how little effort he does into it. So
when Bellos first introduced the Covens to the land, he gave its people the promise that if they respect the system, they would live in safety, free from punishment from the Titan for misuse of its gifts.
And then for questioning what if I don't go against it, and like he just made them assume like, oh, we have to follow it or else no good will come out of it.
At being able to live through their true potential, giving the people a sense of peace.
Yeah, peace in quotations. Like he wanted to like let down their guard so like he can like just nudge in.
But in reality, Bellos is allowing the people to give him control over them. By
like you can't get in trouble for trying to hurt people if they let you do it. Like that's the whole thing. Please don't give that advice. Please don't take that advice. Please don't take advice. That's like freaking out of context. Like, but that's basically the whole thing around Bellos.
Tempting the people with the one thing that they want, but never actually giving it to them, Bellos would have everyone wrapped around his finger.
It's like doing it to like a child. Like I'll give you this if you do something for me, but then you end up not giving it to them because they need to like learn discipline or something. Like that's basically what this whole thing was.
Have them do whatever he wants or needs them to do for his cause. And for what we've seen in some cases, they'll be willing to do as he asks.
Yep, like they willingly took those like coven sigils. So
even if it risks their own life or the lives of others.
Yeah, this is where I basically repeat the same point 3 times.
What they were doing was for the purpose of living up to the system that Bellos introduced, and to have the chance, as their emperor put it, to live a life of greatness. It didn't matter what they had to do to achieve it.
He's just like, nothing else matters. Like he just manipulated the people to think nothing else matters. What matters is actually like achieving like and living up to those expectations placed on us.
Through Bellos' alteration on the social norms, as long as what they did was able to please their emperor and his coven system, regardless of whether their actions be morally right or wrong.
Yeah, like it's not about, it's not like he made it assume, like he made it appear as if it's not like a situation like if it's right or wrong. It's rather, will this be successful or not? There is no right and wrong.
The people, and from what we just witnessed, Lilith didn't care.
Oh, this was the longest section to edit, and I think one of the biggest ones I had to change after like a lot of stuff that was brought up later into the second season's life cycle. But yeah, I remember. Yeah, I think I had a lot more fun with like the loose section. Loose section was really fun. It's still one I really love to revisit to this day. So guards loyalty to a loving tyrant, because that's like you're very loyal to a tyrant that's basically making like just loving you because you're useful. So that's the whole thing behind this title.
Hunter, or as we knew him before that name, the Golden Guard, would be the next major victim of Bellos' manipulation we witnessed in the show after Lilith betrayed him.
Yeah, so this was basically like the stand-in Lilith. Like I feel like a lot of stuff that I brought up with Lilith actually could have been like applied to Hunter. So yeah, like 13 minutes. I feel like this could have been longer, but yet again, as I was writing this, I was just like, it feels like I'm just repeating myself from what I said in my like actual Lilith video. So
Hunter has been said to be Bellos' nephew, being the only member of his family he has left.
And I think this was all written before we like got to the point that he was like Grimwalker, or I wrote this with like the context of like we didn't know he was a Grimwalker yet.
And also serves as his right hand as the Golden Guard, leading his troops as their commander.
Like, yeah, Commander, like, join the Empress Coven today. Can we talk about how, like, tough he's trying to be? Just like, yeah, I'm Hunter, I'm the Golden Guard, I'm trying to be tough to, like, be on a poster.
Through this position that Hunter is in, being bestowed to him by Bellos himself, he's come to believe that everything he's doing in his life always has to be for a purpose.
Yeah, like, he just, like, again, we're falling back to, like, what I said in the Lilith section, when, like, it's like, he placed that, like, expectation of, like, you need to do this or else I won't give you praise or love as, like, a family member, which is just freaking messed up, because that just means you're a very toxic family member towards your, like, own nephew.
Whether that being for the sake of serving the Isles or serving his uncle.
So yeah, he's just like, there's always has to be a reason why I'm doing this, or else, there has to be a reason why I'm doing this, or else there's no reason to do it. Like, you know what I mean? Or like, there's this pointless.
Everything that we see Hunter do in the show is majorly prompted by a sense of purpose by the ones around him. The reason he went to the boiling seas and threatened Ida Luce was because the Emperor ordered him to, and was determined to not go back without achieving something from his mission.
I feel like that was a stretch, and I even knew that kind of I was writing that, because it's never explicitly mentioned that's why he was there. I'm pretty sure we're not even sure why he was there, aside from just being there to take care of the monster or something. But yeah, like it's weird. But like even now looking back on it, like I thought it was a stretch. I was writing it, but it kind of just supports my case.
The reason he went out to hunt more paladins was for the chance of helping his uncle deal with his sickness.
Yeah, like he was determined to try and please Bellos. He's like, the only reason I can please Bellos is if I support him or give him something he wants, and one thing he wants is the talisman to deal with his sickness.
The reason he secretly stuck away to receive the Titan's blood himself was to try and make it up to Bellos for failing him before.
Despite Bellos telling him not to, and I bring it up later in the video. But yeah, this took a long time to edit. I still remember just grinding it, like, for hours and hours, and just to make sure everything is clean, everything works, and oh my gosh, it took forever, but I was so satisfied with how well edited this turned out.
Darius, the Abomination Coven head, describes Hunter's position pretty well with this line.
I think this is the thing that inspired me to write how Hunter is, like, the mindscape of Hunter when it came to Bellows.
I'll do it. Of course you will. You're very good at doing exactly what you're told.
Yeah, it's like established like every Coven head. He's just good at doing whatever he's told. He's not actually like unique or anything. So that's like the scary thing.
That really is all Hunter is known. As long as he does as he's told, he rewards himself by having the sense of fulfillment that he's living up to his purpose that others have placed on him.
Yeah, so he just, if he does what he's just like, I really see a lot of myself in Hunter because I'm just like one of those people, just tell me what I need to do, I'll do it, and I'll do it better next time. That's really how I am, so I really find that personal with like Hunter a lot. But yeah, so like, he's just like, as long as I have like a sense of fulfillment that I'm doing as I'm told, and I'm actually doing what the people expect me to do, and I'm doing it in a way that makes everybody happy, then I'm happy. But if they're not happy, then I'm not happy. So like, it's just like, he doesn't know who he is.
In this case, being able to live to what Bellows, both the superior and his only family, expects of him.
Like yeah, like I've emphasized that a lot throughout the script. Bellows was the only man, only person he ever had. Like he was his mentor, he was his leader, he was his uncle, he was his family. Like he was like the only person that like actually had support for Hunter, and he like just pulled him under his wing and just manipulated him to like be like just serve him, like without actually knowing that he's just like an actual puppet.
Hunting Palisman is where we get a first good glimpse of how Bellows has a grip over Hunter.
Yeah, so yeah, this is like a big thing. I'm just like,
it's revealed in this episode that Bellows is suffering from some form of illness that when left unchecked turns him into a horrifying abomination. And the only thing that can help him deal with this sickness is the essence of Palismans.
Yeah, it's so messed up, like what they do with like the Palismans and stuff. Do. Alright, get that. Oh man, I don't know about you guys, I'm getting tired. I don't know why. But I can't be tired. We still got 5 hours to go. Oh, man. Woo, man. Get some stretches. I'm actually just going to do some stretches right now. Oh, yeah. This guy helped us out. Man. When you're sitting in a chair for like 7 hours now, you really got to do some stretches just to stay healthy. Let's wake up a bit. If I really want to wake up, I could have a Sprite. Haven't had a Sprite today yet, so I gotta get my daily dose in somehow. There we go. Yeah, I'm gonna smooth this out. Get this more comfortable. Alright. Yeah, I really feel like we're gonna go through all of these videos a lot faster than I thought. So I did like the math, and I think combined all of them make like 8 hours of content. So I just thought, oh, with me talking about them all and giving like behind the scenes stuff, it would be like a combined 12 hours. But I guess I was wrong with that. So there we go. All right, get back to this. Still got 5 hours to go. And how many videos now? Let's see. I think only just like 1 or 2, and then all my AMVs, and those are just like little breakdowns of like how fun it is at music. So
Hunter unfortunately has to tell Bellows that they're out of Palisman due to such high demand throughout the Isles. But
yeah, like even in this moment, you could tell like through Zena Robinson, like isn't that his name? You could tell like through the way he expressed that line, he was like reluctant to say that just because he knew he hated not having Palisman like immediately when he asked. So like it just led to him being a bit unsatisfied or useless to Bellows in that particular moment. So
wanting to
please support actors' work. They're really freaking good.
Live up to the loyalty of both his emperor and his uncle, Hunter sets out to receive more, but does have the challenge of dealing with Luce along the way.
This was such a fun dynamic, Luce and Hunter between that episode, just like a good brother and sister dynamic.
Certain circumstances, however,
I would never go over this design. This to me just reminds me of, this is like the Devil May Cry kind of design or something.
Form a temporary truce between the duo, as they know that if they want to get the Palismans back into their hands, they have to work together. And Hunter expresses that he isn't too happy about the situation.
mission.
Which is, like, natural, because he's not reluctant. Like, he usually is, like, the leader instead of, like, the one that, like, has it all, so...
But, despite constantly following his loyalty to Belus by still ordering to Luz that when this is over, he's still going to take the Paladins back to the castle to die, Hunter actually warms up to the human rebel.
Like, there's this, like, one shared moment that he actually shared interest with someone outside of Belos and the Covens about something he's interested in when it comes, and that was when how it came to Glyphs.
Luz actually influenced Hunter enough that he was willing to let the palisman he's captured go.
Yeah, that was a big moment because, like, that was the one thing that's, like, Belos, like, expected of him if he went out to, like, fulfill, like, his mission to, like, get palaces back or whatnot. So, like, there's, once you get volumes back, like, that seed of expectation that's, like, placed on everybody on the Isles, including his own nephew or his creation. So, like, he just feels like a big failure, but yet again, he like, found it nice that somebody actually, like, recognized him as, like, a person, or actually, like, showed him, like, compassion or whatnot.
The one thing he knew that would make Belos happy, and to the point that he tells Luz his real name.
Yeah.
Probably the first time he's ever done that for someone outside the Emperor's Coven.
Yeah, imagine if you're, like, a soldier or something, and you don't disclose your name to somebody. Like, that takes a lot of trust. Like, especially when it involves something like that personal. So yeah, it's a big deal when he shared his name.
So, despite how hard he's willing to fight for Belos' cause, and how much he realizes Luz and him have in common, despite the vastly different worlds they come from,
yeah, like, they're like this is a very mixed batch, like, when it comes to, like, Luz coming from the human realm, him being a Grimwalker, not being very friendly to, like, other people in his life. So, here, I'm gonna get a blanket so I can get, like, comfortable. Got 5 hours, so hopefully I don't fall asleep with this blanket on me. Ugh. Yeah, got that going. But yeah, this is fun, just sharing, like, little details, going back through all my videos and just seeing how far I've come. It's so freaking cool. I have to thank you guys. You guys are the reason I'm here. Like, holy cow, you guys' support, I can never thank you guys enough. Alright, keep going.
Actually lets Luz have this small victory, and goes back to Belos empty-handed. And to say that Belos is disappointed would be an understatement.
I think I did it stretch there, because, like, he probably was disappointed, but necessarily didn't express that he was disappointed, like, you know what I mean? Like, he was just upset that he didn't actually fulfill the mission, which is just kind of like another thing that just says, like, how much he's forcing expectations up to Hunter when he really isn't. Oh, man. What did I do? What'd I do? Oh, crap. Ah, crap. Let me see if I can find one. Oh, man, sorry about
giving
that.
to them, Belos would be an understatement.
Okay.
Slating. He
Yeah,
actually
right
lets
here.
Luz
Yeah,
have
right
this
here.
small
Okay,
victory,
found it.
and goes back to Belos empty-handed. And to say that Belos is disappointed would be an understatement.
I really gotta clean my keyboard. I'm looking at my keyboard and holy cow, it's freaking dusty. Maybe during, like, a break or something, I'll take a moment to, like, clean this if we have, like, extra time.
Belos doesn't even give the smallest admiration to Hunter by saying that he at least tried, and only emphasizes his disappointment after Hunter's turn in saying,
"These outbursts are painful, and so is watching you fail."
I cannot emphasize the choice of words there. That choice of words is insane. Like, the fact that he brought up that alongside the saying, like, these outbursts are painful, like, that emphasizes how hurtful it is to see him fail, and constantly builds onto that expectation once again on what he needs to do for Belos.
We know from previous moments that Belos' outbursts are the most painful thing he possibly can experience, and he decided to say to Hunter that watching him fail is just as painful as them.
Yeah, like, that's why this show is so well written. Like, the choice of words there just really emphasize, like, his character arc and whatnot. It's just so freaking good. Right.
Not only does this enforce Hunter's perception that failing Belos is the worst thing he could do for him, but gives him more dedication to try and not fail him again if he wants the admiration from the person he looks up to.
Yeah, like, that's the whole big thing when it comes to like, the next episode. He, like, just tries to make it up to Belos for actually being, like, a failure. Because he doesn't want to feel like a failure, just because he has that feeling expectation and needs to, like, fulfill as, like, his position as, like, the Golden Guard and his nephew.
The figure that gives him purpose. We see the effect of Belos' words on Hunter in the episode Eclipse Lake. Hunter still feels down on himself after failing Belos before.
I completely forgot about this episode, but it was a really good episode.
He still wants to find a way to make it up to him so he can still have the fulfillment that he's living up to his purpose and not letting Belos down his position as the Golden Guard.
Yeah, like, everything that is associated with Hunter's sense of happiness or fulfillment is associated with Belos or a need that he needs to fulfill in his position. And that's how, like, Belos manipulated him to do his bidding. Ugh. Oh, man. But don't fall asleep. We got, like, 5 hours to go. Woo! You guys getting tired, chat? Or is it already New Year's for some of you? Alright. I don't know why. I don't know why I'm getting tired. Maybe it's because I already revisited these videos not too long ago. Because I sometimes visited these while I'm at work, just to see if there's anything I maybe could change or improve on. So that's probably it.
Bellows tries to discontinue Hunter's worries by saying to not worry about it, but Hunter still asks in desperation if there's anything he can do to make it up to him. Bellows...
Yeah, this is such an interesting thing, because he knew that, like, no matter what he said, he would go out, but I think he chose not to, like, support him, just to give him, like, that sense, like, yeah, you are going to be determined to do this, like, it's okay, like, but I'm gonna do other things to manipulate you to think that it's, like, not okay that you didn't succeed, so, like, it's just, like, I think I point out here, like, his face and whatnot here.
Seems to give him a face of interest for a slight moment, but inevitably ends up brushing it aside. Hunter, despite the words of his uncle, refuses to move forward from his failure and sets out against Bellows' wishes to make him proud.
Like, he went out of his way to, like, obey the person that he, like, looked up to, like his direct orders to, like, stay home or whatnot, just try and just make up to him for, like, his failure. Like, he couldn't move past that one mistake of, like, making him feel like he was useless to Bellows. Like, it's just such a sad thing that, like, Bellows is just doing. And it's a very real thing. People do this on a daily basis when it comes to, like, manipulating people.
And to fix his own reputation. We see the lengths Hunter is willing to go to achieve that chance of redemption as he interacts with Ida, King, and Amity.
Yeah, Amity was like Amity could have been another example, but with how, like, her mom has, like, manipulated her, because I think I bring up later into this, I think it's something I discussed later into the video, but yeah, like she was, like, manipulated from her mother forever. She didn't know what she wanted other than what her mother wanted for her, and it's just, like, a big thing. Yeah, I really need to clean this keyboard. Like, I'm not sure if I can show it on camera. I'm not sure if he would, like, appear on camera, but holy cow, it's dusty.
All that he cares about with his time with them is that they are after the Titan's blood just like him, further building onto his motivation to get to it first. The only time...
Yeah, like, he was just like, come on, I need to get to it first, so I can, like, actually press Bellows to, like, not just, bringing him blood, but also proving that I'm actually better than the people that are trying to face him or whatnot.
Where he actually comes to sympathize with any of them is that...
I feel like I'm saying whatnot, like, a lot. I don't know why I'm doing that.
The mention that Amity is after the Titan's blood from Luce.
You won't believe...
Where he actually comes to sympathize with any of them is that...
You won't believe how much my mind blown when I found out that says you were pretty. That was so freaking cute when I revisited this episode.
The mention that Amity is after the Titan's blood from Luce. The mention that she was also on this hunt for a purpose, to gain admiration from someone that gave her a sense of purpose and happiness.
Yeah, that's, like, the big thing that, like, manipulation comes to do when you want to do something when you want somebody to do something for you, but for your benefit. It's like associating their purpose with yours. So, like, don't question, is this really my purpose? Like, you make it associate that like, the purpose that you want them to do is actually what they want, but push them in a way where they don't ask that. Is this really what I want? But you just continue to not question it at all. It's what makes it so interesting. And I think this conversation is really well done, too.
We have a lot in common, Blight. We're both trying to show what we can bring to the table. And we can't fail. Because there's nothing worse than disappointing someone who thinks you're special.
And another thing I regret not doing this video, I wish I found a clip like that, like I did for, like, the Fade thing over Hunter. I wish I had done that for Amity here. I really wish I would have done that to, like, show that, like, in this moment she's thinking of something that, like, she's definitely contemplating Hunter's words for another moment that she has.
Hunter has been warped by Bellows' perception of him that he's come to believe that the only thing that can actually make him feel special is by being able to serve someone that won't give you that respect without being useful towards them.
So yeah, like, he doesn't seek happiness in, like, other things, so, like, in himself. He seeks happiness through serving Bellows. Like, nothing else will bring him joy other than that, because Bellows won't allow him to have joy unless it's, well, he says so. It's just so messed up. I really don't have much else to say. The video kind of just says it for me. Like, it's really not that much I can just say around, like, except for, like, editing and whatnot.
Another case of him showing that he thinks without his loyalty to Bellows, he's nothing.
Yeah, like, that's how, like, he just grabs it and makes sure he doesn't let go. It's like, he can never betray me if he doesn't associate himself with anything else. So I'm gonna make sure that his identity is associated with what I want him to do. So, it's messed up, man, and people do this in, like, real life. It's scary.
Hunter continues on to this episode fueled by his determination, and also desperation to reach the Titan's blood, as he seems to show a genuine sense of fear of being found outside the castle by Bellows' scouts without Titan's blood in his possession.
Yeah, you could tell it was running out of breath during that line. Like, it's such a long line. Like, there's a lot of long lines that I'm just like, I just don't have the breath to freaking say it all. So, like, I just need to go until I just can't breathe again.
So, he tricks Amy into freeing him so that he can gain an advantage to get the Titan's blood before anyone else.
Yeah, I think that line was me catching my breath. like, it's not easy recording audio when you want to be, like, clean or, like, trying to say everything in one go and make it, like, seem, like, cohesive. Like, it's really hard.
But when Hunter does eventually reach the lake, the place said to contain nothing but Titan blood, and sees that it's dried up, we get a glimpse of how dire Hunter is for his sense of fulfillment towards Bellows.
I feel like I was the one person that saw this and I didn't take it as a joke. I really feel like I'm the only person that didn't see this as a joke. I saw this actually as, like, psychologically concerning. I really saw this. I'm just like, wow, you're really more willing to do this and actually go back? Like, I really feel like, I'm pretty sure they originally wrote it as a joke, but I see it, I'm just like, this is concerning on, like, a psychological level.
Since I failed my last mission, I thought, hey, a chance to make up for it.
Like, you could tell he's insane. Like, I did you could tell he's, like, gone insane. He's like, I did everything in my power. Like, I went behind Bellows' back, I tricked my own enemies, tried to be with them, tried to reason with them, got everything out here, betrayed them, I got here, and then there's nothing here. Like, and now, like, what can I do? Like, I'm in trouble for not doing anything. I'm gonna be even more disappointed to know that I can't even fight my enemies and just, like, can't even fulfill my most decent, like, bare minimum mission. Whoa, whoop, I did not mean to do that. Oh my gosh. It's hard.
But determined to do something for his uncle's possession. So he
there we go.
reaches the lake. The
Alright.
place said to contain nothing but Titan blood, and sees that it's dried up. We get a
I'm trying to slowly clean my keyboard, but it's, like, on all the keys, so I just have to wait. This is gonna bug me throughout the rest of the stream. It's just so dusty.
glimpse of how dire Hunter is for his sense of fulfillment towards Bellows.
Since I failed my last mission, I thought, hey, a chance to make up for it. But I can't go back empty-handed.
Dang it, I lost it.
Not again.
Oh, man. Oh, wait. Oh, man, I need a sneeze! Oh, man. Dang it. But yeah, the not again thing was what cemented it. He's just like, I can't go back. I can't go back without anything. Because last time he threatened me. Like, he literally, like, shot me, like, nearly, like, stabbed me through the ear and come off my hair just because I didn't show back up with, like, a result. Like, it's scary, man. Like, the way he's, like, tactics, like, of, like, manipulating these people, like, he makes it look so easy. And that's the scary thing. It's this easy to manipulate people. As long as you have, like, the knowledge and, like, context to do it. It's frightening. It's scary.
Long story short, this is my grave.
I feel like I seriously feel like I'm the only person that heard that line and didn't think of it as a joke. I actually thought of it as, like, seriously, like, concerning to, like, his mindset. And that was, like, the big inspiration for why I want to talk about this.
Bellows never asked for Hunter to go out searching for the Titan's blood. At least, not directly.
Yeah, acknowledging that it would be brought up later.
But despite that, Hunter was still determined to do something for his uncle so that he could redeem himself and make him feel useful to Bellows. So, at the realization that his chance to actually make Bellows proud, to redeem himself for laying him down before, is now gone, he would much rather give up and literally dig his own grave than go back to accept the fact that he's once again let down the man he looks up to. The thought that he's failed his only responsibility, his only purpose.
Yeah, like he's just that, if without this purpose, I might as well be dead, because like I said, he made Hunter, like, associate his identity through serving Bellows. If he doesn't serve Bellows and actually make him feel happy, then he has no purpose, then he might as well not live, which is really dark, but that's kind of like the mindset that he has, that it's concerning.
Bellows has manipulated Hunter's mind so much by constantly making him feel like he needs to live up to a purpose or responsibility that that's all he believes he's good for. Because of Bellows' grip over him, Hunter now—
Yeah, I feel like I use this clip a lot, just because it's a big, like, topic. It's just a big, good scene of, like Bellows just having his hand around Hunter and just doing what he needs him to do.
only thinks to himself, come back with results or don't come back at all. But it's also shown this Hunter not only thinks—
Yeah, that's literally the whole thing. Come back with results or don't come back at all. Because that's literally, like, the whole thing that he's made Hunter believe in.
To himself, come back with results or don't come back at all. But it's also shown in this moment that Amity sympathizes with Hunter with his desire of living up to what his peers expect of him. Amity had once been where Hunter was.
Yeah, I really feel like there should be— I feel like there should— Is there a video out there talking about, like, Amity's mom, Odalia, like, manipulating her? Because I feel like there's a video essay there. There's definitely a video essay there.
For as long as she can recall, she's been under the manipulation of her mother, constantly having to be a top student, fight for more prestigious positions, and
like, she was more than, yeah, she wanted to do everything she could to try and Am I the only one that finds it weird to see Amity with her old hair? Man, it feels weird now. Getting so used to her, like, new hair. Holy cow, it feels weird seeing her green hair now.
She's been under the manipulation of her mother, constantly having to be a top student, fight for more prestigious positions, and doing everything that she demands, even having to dye her hair green just because her mother told her to.
Yeah, she's just like, why am I even dyeing my hair green? This is because my mom wants me to? Like, like, I'm pretty sure that, like, that brown right there, that's her natural hair color. So, because I'm pretty sure it's like her dad's. So, like, she's like, I'm not going to be limited to, like, mom anymore. I just want to be who I am, and that's what she brought to, and that's what Luce inspired her to do.
From what it seems in this scene, there was still a part of her that still had that feeling, since early in the episode, Hunter had planted that seed of expectation as she has the thought that she has to succeed on this mission for Luce, or else she'll lose her.
And of course, that mindset changed when she realized, oh yeah, like, this is just Luce. Like, Luce would never forget if that. I'm pretty sure somebody, I think it was Rebecca Rose. Please go check out Rebecca Rose. She's a big Amphibia and Outhouse content creator that actually grew so much she actually went to work on the show. So please go support her. She's generally awesome. She pointed out, doing a breakdown of this episode, that when Amity did come back, Luce wasn't even concerned about the blood. She was more concerned that Amity was okay. So yeah, that's like the big thing. That's what inspired like Amity to like actually be better and like move away from her mother and instead move on to Luce and not be so manipulative anymore.
But then she remembers who she's talking about.
Notice the timing in the music? This actually was present in the music, but you didn't even realize it because I cut it out. So this is just like big cycle. So this actually occurred, this violin right here, this upbeat thing, actually happened in every single track that you've been listening ever since the beginning of this. But I cut out this happy part so it doesn't take away from the tone. But I brought it here because it actually seems fitting to like bring up like, oh yeah, there's like hope of like Luce like bringing this up and whatnot.
It was Luce that inspired Amity to take a stand and actually face her mother about her manipulation. Luce was the one that convinced Amity to run from her mother's control, not encourage it.
Like, I don't really think I really have much else to say about this. Like, I really don't, like, the video just says for itself. I think that just tells you how well, like I'm surprised at how well I wrote this. Because I really just cover everything, like, really well. Which is why I keep saying this is probably, like, the best video I'm gonna make.
So, as she sees Hunter sulking at the feeling that he can't fulfill Bellos' expectations of him, his only purpose in his eyes, Amity literally comes to his level and replies with this.
Yeah, like, I wanted to emphasize that. She literally came to his level. Like, she didn't stand up or anything. She literally came down onto one knee to talk to him, just to emphasize, like, sympathize with him. Like, feeling like, just bury yourself or something.
You know, you were right. We do have a lot in common. I grew up thinking that everything was an opportunity to justify existing.
Yep, and that's like the problem. That's what a lot of social norms these days place upon people, especially when it comes to education these days, if you ask me. But then you get this.
But there are people out there who won't make you feel worthless. You just have to let yourself meet them.
Yep, for the big ones for her, it was Luce and Willow. So.
And like Luce did for her, Amity offers her hand to Hunter, and for the slightest moment, it seemed like he was actually considering her offer.
Yeah, just like that slight face, he's like, maybe she's right. Like for that slight moment, he didn't care about Bellos or anything. He actually cared about that somebody actually, like, wanted to help him. Like, that's just so heartwarming, but also sad. Because it's how much of grip he has on, how much Bellos has a grip on Hunter, it's sad.
Because this is the first time that he found someone that has an idea of his pain of feeling like a failure, and for the first time outside Bellos, someone was willing.
Yeah, I'm just realizing how much I used that clip. Like, holy cow, I used that clip a lot.
To offer him compassion despite his flaws. But unfortunately, it was all for nothing, because Hunter sees exactly what he needs, the key to the portal.
Yeah, so like he's just like, oh wait, like right there, that's what I need. That's my chance to actually be happy. It's like, I don't need this girl, I just need that key. Like, it's just so unfortunate. I think I talk about it more going on.
The last thing he knows that can have the chance to contain Titan blood. Bellos has so much control over Hunter's perception that he can't for even more than a moment think about anything being more important than his loyalty to the Emperor he serves and the uncle that raised him. Hunter immediately begins a fight with Amity for possession of the key, showing his determination to Bellos' cause, but doesn't completely forget Amity's offer, recognizing her caring nature by saying,
"You really want to help? Then give me that key!"
I feel like I should elaborate on this because it doesn't really fit that well, but the reason why, he was still, like, I want to say he acknowledged her caring nature because he said, if you really want to help, if he really was that aggressive and didn't care about what Amity said, then he would say, just give me that key. But he said, if you really want to help. So that acknowledges that, like, there was an offer there and he actually considered it. So, yeah, it's just something that I noticed when I was doing the research for this.
The fight eventually goes in Amity's favor, Hunter even admitting that she can definitely win the fight between them.
Somebody criticized this in my comments, saying that like no way that she could actually beat him because he's like all these other factors. But I'm just like, I just wanted to make a point for a video. I'm sorry.
But Hunter isn't willing to let his chance of redeeming himself to Bellows walk away.
Yeah, but like, let's be real. Amity would kick his butt. Like, look at this. She's a freaking bad A.
So he makes a last-ditch effort and threatens her and Luce's life if he doesn't walk away with the key in his hands. Bellows has warped Hunter's mind so much in this moment that he doesn't even hesitate at the thought of taking advantage of someone's weakness or threatening someone's life to receive his sense of fulfillment.
Yeah, that's what Bellows did. That's what Bellows did for Lilith. He used something to like get what he wanted, and that's literally what he did to Hunter. It's sad that a lot of parallels between Lilith and Hunter are here.
Even if it's someone that we've seen him give the smallest amount of respect to.
Yeah, despite everything good that they did together in that one episode of between Hunter and Luce, he still had the thoughts that to threaten Luce's life, despite him actually giving like a sense of like, oh yeah, I might actually have a common interest, so I might actually get a friend. So
Hunter's dedication, not only his loyalty to Bellows, but also his dedication of living up to the title of the Golden Guard, is shown with his next appearance in Any Sport in a Storm.
This is such a fun episode.
The episode begins with Bellows giving a message to Hunter saying that he's going to be gone for a while, so Hunter will have to take.
I think he said he was going to the head of the Titan, so we now know that that's where the portal is.
Terrorist duties while he's gone. Hunter has once again been given a purpose of his loyalty towards Bellows, given a reason for his determination to live up to the man he adores. Hunter remains confident in himself that he can do this, so just as his uncle asks, he demands for all the Coven heads to do as he says. But
yeah, like they were just like, oh man, this kid is beneath us. Like I said, I feel like everything I want to say about this, I'd say in the video. Like, that just says, like, how much thought and effort I put into writing this. Like, I swear, this was, like, the longest thing I ever wrote. And, like, the most thorough. Like, it took so long to write the script. I'm pretty sure I'm not gonna, like, write anything longer, even for college.
Due to his young age, and in their eyes, having more status than him, they simply just ignore him.
I think I originally had this to look to the point where Rain actually looked behind them to see Hunter, but I cut that out because I just didn't think it fit well, so I just cut it down to here to where they just walk away. So
Hunter asks Darius, the abomination,
be fitting for like the tone and what I'm trying to say,
Coven head, why they won't do as he commands, and he replies with this.
And this is no way to treat the Emperor's
nephew.
Hunter is disgusted at the thought of being treated like this simply because he's only the Emperor's nephew. Through Bellows' control, Hunter...
Yeah, like, through how Bellows manipulated him, he gave him, like, this sense of entitlement. Like, there's nobody better or, like, more, like, loyal to Bellows or, like, serving him than me. So, like, he manipulated him to the point that, like, he just had this sense of entitlement that, like, no matter what he did, he was, like, better at serving Bellows, and he deserves some respect because Bellows gave it to him. Just like Bellows, despite Bellows just... getting to the point that, oh yeah, like, you're just something I created, and you're just being manipulated just because of that. Like, it's just so much interesting stuff. But yeah, I really don't have much else to say. I think the video just says...
Hunter believes that he's entitled to more than just that because of the amount of loyalty he has towards Bellows.
Yeah,
all he's known throughout his life is living up to what his uncle sees in him, which is being capable of living up to the title of the Golden Guard.
Yeah, it was definitely a grind to edit all this together. I just had to find all the clips, put them together, and just be sure everything that was on screen was relevant to what I was saying.
So Hunter decides to show that he should be respected by proving to both Darius and Bellows that he can live up to the rank bestowed upon him, because without it, he doesn't know who he is.
In the case of Bellows manipulating him to make him not question his identity, to make sure he stays in line. So, like, look at this. Like, oh, hey, look, guys, red is us.
Hunter eventually goes outside the castle to search for recruits for Bellows' cause, just as Darius asks, since he tells Hunter that would be the one thing that can impress him and make him think he actually deserves his status.
Some people have been telling me Darius didn't actually intend for all this to happen, but, like, I'm just like, then why did he bring up the past Gold Guard? That's my question. Why else did he bring that up? Because if he didn't plan this, then why did he bring up the past Golden Guard earlier in the episode? So I'm just like, okay, I'm just gonna keep writing about it.
Leading Hunter to encounter Willow and her friends. Hunter,
yes, I am a Hunt Low shipper, fight me.
In search of suitable recruits, isn't impressed at the candidates he sees, since Willow claimed that they were indeed the best and the brightest. Hunter states why he's frustrated and disappointed by venting to Willow over the situation.
You said you'd find the best witches for this team, but them? They're pathetic.
You just met them. Give them a chance.
Well, where I come from, even chances have to be earned.
And that's a messed up thing. Like, even to have a chance at something, you always have to be impressive. Just like a look or like a glance of like what you're capable of doing. Just to have a chance. That's how manipulated Bellows is towards what he needs towards the Covens.
Especially if you're considered half a witch like me.
This is another instance of Bellows manipulating Hunter's perception of connections with others.
Man, I'm getting tired. Woo! I think it's because I haven't eaten. Like, it's 6 o'clock. I mean, it's past 6 o'clock and I haven't eaten dinner. Yeah, I think I just started to lose it, but I can stay up. Ugh. You know what? I'm gonna grab me a Sprite. You know what? Screw it. I'm getting a Sprite right now. I don't care if I don't have a dinner to go with it. It'll help me wake up. Alright. Get this going. Oh, I'm actually running low. Alright. Well, yeah, hopefully this has been entertaining. Going back through all the videos I made this year. It's interesting to see how far I've come. Especially from, like, all the parody kind of stuff I did with my first videos. Like my Persona 5 Strikers video, my Final Fantasy 7 review. Holy cow, it has changed a lot. Alright, let's get back to it.
He has made Hunter believe that everything you have to do is for loyalty. Even to have a chance at it, you already have to be impressive just at a glance.
Like I said, like the video says everything I feel like I need to say. Like I don't know, man.
But because of Willow, Hunter sees that there's more to these pathetic witches than he initially thought. Soon enough, he grew a bond with them all.
This is so sweet. I really hope we get to see more of this. Like these three getting back to interact with the team. It'll be so cool. I got the Sprite going. I love that sound.
Seeing that despite his first impression with them, they actually have potential, and for probably the first time in Hunter's life, he found companions that he didn't have to live up to their expectations to earn their respect.
Because through his position as the Golden Guard, he never actually had to earn that respect. They, like, the ones around him were the ones that had to earn his respect, because he was, like, their leader and their commander through how Bellows gave him, like, that entitlement. So another way of how Bellows was shaping his, like warping his perceptions of how he would have to connect with people.
The first time in his life, because of not worrying too much about Bellows' influence, Hunter actually made friends.
These are probably like the first friends he's ever had throughout his life.
However, Hunter eventually reveals the truth that he's the Golden Guard to their group, and the reason he came to them was to find recruits for Bellows' coven. When he does bring them to Darius as proof that he indeed can live up to the Golden Guard rank, Darius does reward him with his cloak bearing the Golden Guard sigil, but not without making Hunter question himself for his actions.
Yeah, this is like the big question.
I can wear this proudly now, right?
Can you? See you at the castle, Golden Guard.
Yeah, another thing to fight that argument about, like, how Darius didn't didn't plan this. He said later in the episode he would just take the kids back to Hexside. So why else would he do that? So, like, yeah, that's like the big thing. Why would he do that if, like, he didn't plan this? He just said, I'm just gonna take him back to Hexside anyway. So, like,
through these words, Hunter asked himself for the first time throughout the entirety of his team on the show if what he did truly was the right thing. Hunter eventually sees this as a mistake and makes the attempt to free his friends, and even protects them from Darius.
I remember this being a kind of a hard part to edit together. It's why the transition from Will's face into everything else is kind of weird.
When he threatens them after endangering his life while trying to escape. But when Darius tells Hunter to move aside, Hunter replies with this.
No! Yeah, whenever I say, like, replies with this, or asks, or anything, like, relating to, like, talking, you know that's, like, means, like, something's about to occur. Yeah, like, something, something from the actual, like, project is actually about to be said.
I was mistaken. These four are insolent agitators, who aren't fit for the Emperor's coven. And I'm unfit to wear the sigil of the Golden Guard.
Yeah, just, like, over one mistake, he believed himself unworthy. Like, that's just how much Bellows has weighed expectations on him. It's freaking rough because of that. Woo! Man, I think I might have to go pee again, eh?
Through how Bellows has manipulated Hunter's perception, Hunter has come to believe that because he's shown his loyalty to someone other than Bellows, he no longer deserves the title his uncle has placed on him.
Yep, I can very much relate to that. Every time I feel like I make, like, a mistake or anything, I feel like I don't deserve, like, the success or anything like that. Which is why it's, like, still shocking that I'm, like, at this point where, like, I'm with my content saying that, like, oh yeah, this is like a neat side hustle. I can't thank you guys enough for that. Like, it still blows my mind that I can say something like that.
So he was ready to accept Darius' rage as punishment. But Darius reveals to Hunter that this was all just a ruse so that Hunter could interact with people outside the Coven heads and his uncle, even giving him a magic scroll.
Yeah, then why else? Yeah, like, I don't know why people bring up this argument. Like, he didn't actually plan this. Like, this feels so planned to, like, teach Hunter something.
The Isle's equivalent of a phone so that he could still interact with his new friends when he returns to the castle. Darius keeps up his deal with Hunter and gives him the cloak of the Golden.
then why would he freaking do like fine work? That to me is,
even
like,
doing
telling
fine
him
work
that,
so that it wouldn't be ruined anymore. Darius earlier in the episode stated that he had known the Golden Guard that had come before Hunter, and that Hunter would never be as much of a witch as his predecessor.
I still think. Is it clear that he knew about the Grimwalkers? I'm still not sure about that.
Simply as a part of his ruse to get Hunter to interact with other witches his age.
Because like in Bellus's mind, he said like looking at a painting, like he's like, why does Darius look so sad here? So that brings up a question.
And so that he can learn what it's like to experience real companionship.
Yeah, like that's what Bellus does. He made him not actually experience like what real companionship is. Like he's like, only companionship you need is through me, and the only way you can earn that is if you like serve me and actually make me happy. Which is like just how you manipulate someone's mind to like do what you're bidding.
Hunter, when he had first imprisoned Will and his friends, didn't feel too much remorse from the action since he actually considered it normal.
Friends don't stab each other in the back.
Yeah, like this is
Sure
to be
they
the
do.
craziest thing.
The Covenheads do it all the time back at the castle.
Yeah, this is the biggest thing that made me think, oh man, he really is messing with Hunter's head. He's just like, oh yeah,
Don't stab each other in the back.
Sure they do.
Yeah, like, yeah, friends, like, stab each other in the back? No, they don't. Not real friends. But Bellis made him think that, and that's scary. Like, nope, that's not how it works. I'm sorry, I gotta go pee. I gotta pee again. Sorry. I'll be right back, Chuck. Don't go anywhere. Alright, so, let me do something real quick. I just got a message about something, so let me do something real quick. I'll do this so you're not freaking disoriented. No. I'll just do this. Alright, no. Alright, there. Wait, what the heck? Okay, why? There. Oh, there we go. Okay, never mind. Alright, I just got a message that my dinner is here. So, I'm going to go eat, and I will be back. I promise. We're going to go finish this, and we are going to grind until that midnight. So, I will be back, chat. I promise. I'm just going to go eat dinner, and I'll be back. I promise. Don't go anywhere. Very good. Put you there. I'll be back, chat. I promise. I'm back. Got some dinner. Have something to eat. Oh. Woo. Let's be done that. So we'll hide this now. Get that going. Then we'll get back to this video. Still, yeah, there's really not much else that I could say about this video. Kind of just says it all for me. Oh. Alright, I got this back figured out. Alright. Alright, so I'm probably just gonna be quiet as I eat my dinner while I'm doing this.
The Coven heads do it all the time back at the castle.
Not only has Bellos' words altered Hunter's perception of relationships, but also the environment that he has Hunter close in has led him to believe in troubled connections like the one he's gained through the students of Hexside. Bellos has told Hunter that it was only through his connection and loyalty to him that he can live up to the title of the Golden Guard. So it makes sense that because Hunter has come to realize that he actually cares about somebody other than Bellos, that he believes himself unworthy of the title.
Like the first time he cared about somebody that was like a friend, or like somebody that he didn't believe he had an entitlement to, that's where he thought, man, I'm not good enough. I don't deserve this anymore. Like, it's freaking real, man.
But dare I say from his experience from Hunter's predecessor, and from what he's seen with his new bond with Will and his other companions, that it was because of his connection with others besides the Coven Heads and the Emperor that he was worthy of the title.
And just like reassurance that, yeah, you are good enough. That's what everybody but Bellos like assures him, like, you are good enough.
Making him realize that there may be more to his life than just living up to his title and Bellos, and also that there may be more to gain from what he's learned from relationships.
I think I unintentionally put relationships because I said I'm a hunt-low stripper, so I'm pretty sure that's me teaching that, yeah, I want hunt-low to happen.
Final test of Hunter's loyalty to Bellos and breaking point glimpse at Bellos' manipulation over him would occur in Hollow Mind.
Mind, this episode was insane, and it was the inspiration for why I wanted to make this video.
Where both Hunter and Luce explored the world of Bellos' mind and memories.
And yeah, Magblogs, he was here earlier in the chat. He did a video essay talking about what made Bellos so interesting in this episode, so please go check it out.
Hunter is initially thrilled at the sight of seeing the great feats of his uncle through his time as Emperor, but Luce sees through the shiny exterior to see that these paintings that Hunter praises as being the reason he loves serving Bellos are simply the lies that he tells to the Isles. And how does she know that? The painting that depicted Luce, Lilith's, and Edith's escape from Bellos at the end of the first season had been altered to interpret that Bellos had been victorious that day.
So yeah, just one big facade over like what actually is true. He tells the people, oh yeah, I won that day. So it's supposed to be like he see himself as a superior and see how everything is going. Ugh.
Luce tries to convince Hunter that everything he sees are indeed lies that Bellos altered for his own gain and to rule the Isles, but Hunter doesn't give into it. Well, not until they encounter Bellos' real mind, and Hunter is disgusted at such a concept.
Yeah, of course he's disgusted. He just refuses to see that he never really wants to see that the man he praises as at this point probably his own father as like an evil like tyrant or anything like that. He would do anything to like lie to him.
Despite Luz telling Hunter what she's gone through with Belos and witnessing his world of lies that he tells the Isles, he's
yeah, there's so many like parallels to symbolisms between him and the other Golden Guards. It's so interesting.
Constantly in denial because he's unwilling to accept the truth. I mean, how can he easily accept it? Hunter, for as long as he can remember, has been loyal to Belos, never questioning him or...
So yeah, fun fact for a lot of these clips, I had to slightly change the speed of them so they could actually fit like some of the dialogue that I speak. So like I'm pretty sure this clip right here,
can he easily
like I'm pretty sure I had to slow this one down because right as I said accept it switched to loose, so I had to slow it down so it doesn't have that drastic transition.
Hunter, for as long as he can remember, has been loyal to Belos, never questioning him or his methods. Belos is the only member of his family he has left, the man that gave him a home, a purpose. He continues to try and defend his perception of Belos even as he sees his troubled history of hurting people as he rose to power throughout history, trying his hardest to still have faith in the man he looks up to.
Yep.
But the one moment
yeah, he didn't want to do everything he possibly can psychologically to still defend Belos' cause, because like Belos' cause is the only thing he has known throughout his life. So he's just like, what am I without that way? Or what am I without Belos, or without trusting him?
that made him realize the truth was the sight that when he was trying to make Belos proud of his own volition, him giving Belos the Titan blood despite Belos telling him not to, was all for nothing.
Yeah, this was really sad. Like, he literally went out of his way to try and make him proud. Like, you'd think he would actually be impressed, but no, because he was behind it all. He manipulated him to do that.
He sees that Belos has simply just manipulated Hunter to think that what he was doing was something of his own choice to make it up to Belos for failing him before. But in reality, Belos was just pushing Hunter to do what he really wanted, but still allowing for Hunter to keep his spirit up so that he would feel like he was still making Belos proud. From how Belos talks about him in these lines, he sees Hunter more as a tool rather than his nephew trying to do good.
These lines are so
I
good.
say the Titan has big plans for you, and he does what he's told.
It's at the moment of this revelation that Hunter begins to break.
Like, you can see just the sadness and, like, disappointment in his eyes. He's just like, who am I? What
begins to question himself, begins to question his purpose. Hunter throughout his entire life has only known about loyalty and trying to live up to the expectations of his family and uncle.
Yep, I feel like I stated that a lot throughout this video. That's that very same statement over and over again. Breadcrumbs getting everywhere.
But then, Hunter sees something that was finally enough to give into the truth of Luz's words. A graveyard of all the previous Golden Guards.
This is haunting now that we realize there's probably hundreds now at the bottom of that pit.
Hunter is shocked at the sheer...
I think, yeah, I wrote this before that episode aired, so... I'm pretty sure if I wrote this, after that season finale happened, I would have brought that one up as an example.
Out of them. And when Belos' inner self finally comes to interact with him, Hunter does something that in Belos' eyes would lead him to follow the past Golden Guard's fates. He starts asking questions. What did he do? Why would he do this? This is...
Yeah, the music you're hearing is, the music that plays alongside, it's like the soft version of the battle theme of Devil May Cry 5. Please go check it out, it's really good.
Where Belos no longer has a use for Hunter now that he's seen the truth, and continues to grow Hunter's sense of fear by revealing him even more of the truth. That he was a Grimwalker, a tool created by Belos.
Yeah, this is a big theory going on at the time, but it was officially confirmed in this episode.
As of the time of writing this, we don't have an absolute clear explanation for what a Grimwalker is.
I think now we do, so this really hasn't changed that well.
But it's heavily implied that it's a form of a clone on the Bowling Isles. Through the insight of taking closer looks of the background murals in his mind,
the animators and like production designers did so good telling like this story within a story for all these paintings. Please support #Deal for Animation. Come on.
Along with these lines of dialogue that Belos said in regards to Hunter.
Out of all the Grimwalkers, you look the most like him. He's a better version of an old friend.
Old friend. I'm pretty sure that's his brother.
It's theorized that Hunter is a clone of Belos' brother.
And not a theory. That's not a theory anymore. But I want to say it's. Did Masha say that it was did Masha say that Philip was Caleb's brother? Because I don't remember if they said that or not. Yeah, I don't remember.
Or at least someone that Belos is really close to. But for the sake of simplicity and consistency, I'm going to continue to regard this man as his brother.
Yeah. Yeah, just for the sake of simplicity throughout the script, because I just didn't want to say, like, this man or anything. I just wanted to keep it simple. I'm just gonna keep going with brother throughout the rest of the script.
From the side of what I call the Golden Guard graveyard, Bellows has made many crew markers in his time on the Isles, and he's gotten rid of all of them. This perception of how Bellows relates Hunter to his brother can be a glimpse to how he perceived or wanted from his relationship with this mysterious man.
Yeah, he wanted his brother back. But he wanted him back in the way he wanted him to be. Because, like, the whole reason they were split apart was because, like, differences in how they view, like, witchcraft and whatnot. Because this was during the 1600s, and Connecticut is, like, the home to the Salem, which is where the Salem witch trials happened, so it's a very prominent thing. Through
some of the other murals of Bellows' memory, it's implied that Bellows and his brother shared a strong bond with each other throughout their life, perhaps even with their desire of being witch hunters and coming to the Isles.
I had no idea this painting existed until I actually looked for it. I feel like nobody's brought up this painting aside from me, because I was just looking through all the paintings. I found this one. I'm just like, wow, that's interesting.
But it's also shown that Bellows' brother possibly gained an interest in the ways of magic in this world. This conflicted with Bellows since he and his brother were raised in an environment known to fear witches and their ways.
Yeah, this would be like a lot of people have like dissected that this all takes place due to like Salem witch trials and Philip being like trapped in that time. So,
but Bellows' brother still gained an interest in witchcraft through this revelation that his brother has come to love the very thing that they've been raised to hate and destroy.
So I didn't believe the theories that she was pregnant. I actually believed that like okay, this is probably gonna be hard to see. I thought this was a shoulder, this was another shoulder. So like and this like she was like hiding another hand or something, because I originally thought that this was a hand right here reaching for hers. It's like they were like running away or something. But yeah, now I see, and so I think, let me try this. So like I thought she was like this or anything like that. Like it's weird to do that as a, but yeah, I thought that was just like that. Like her head was angled this way. This is her spine, and then this is like her hip. But no, I realize now that yeah, like that looks like she's pregnant. So yeah, I didn't believe that until I actually like took a closer look at this for like the sake of the video.
Bellows felt betrayed, and fueled by that feeling of betrayal, it's interpreted through more of the murals of his memories that Bellows possibly killed his brother because of this.
Do we know that for sure yet? I don't think we do yet. I'm not sure. I don't remember.
So, possibly, as a way to have the sense that Bellows' brother was still on his side of getting rid of witches, and to possibly deal with the trauma of being his brother's killer, he made Hunter look like the man that had betrayed him. But
yeah, there's a reason that he made him like a clone like him, because one, psychologically, he wanted his brother back. Because it looks like for a majority of their childhood and growing up, they were like best buds and like they couldn't live without each other. But now that he's gone and he's like his killer, he's like, what have I done? Like I can't go on without him. So let me create this clone that looks like him to forever remind me that yeah, I still do have a brother, but I'm gonna manipulate him to be sure that he doesn't betray me again or like falls or like he switches ways again. So that's unfortunate.
Betray their cause, the man that he couldn't move on from.
This is another. This is another.
Made Hunter look like the man that had betrayed him. Betray their cause, the man that he couldn't move on from.
I think this is like Caleb accepting that, like he's like accepting the curse or something.
Through the eyes of Bellows to make the decision to have his clone look like his brother, it was a way to continue on with his determination to wipe out witch kind, but in a way that he can't have anybody being in his way or betraying him.
Yeah, that was the whole thing. He wanted to make sure. He wanted the feeling that he had a brother that wouldn't go against him or his ways again.
So to have Hunter bear resemblance to his brother, designed with the sole purpose of helping him and doing as he's told, he sees it as a way to have the feeling of having a brother that will actually be there.
So like his mind, he never truly lost his brother. He could just keep making more the way he wants him to, and the moment he doesn't, that's when he gets rid of them. Which is messed up. That's like the mind of a psychopath.
However, Bellows mentioned that when his brother's clone doesn't fulfill the purpose he's created for, he knew that he had to get rid of it and create a new one so he could still have that one person loyal to him.
Which is why he probably went through like hundreds and hundreds throughout the centuries. Sorry, I'm multitasking here. I'm eating my dinner while I'm doing this.
But he also states that he still had a feeling of pain from doing this action despite how many times he's had to do it.
Some people have argued this because he smiles while he does it. And I could definitely see that. I thought that was a smile, just like remembering things, but yeah, I definitely see that.
And he does what he's
right
told,
here.
unlike the previous attempts.
I'm starting to think you make those things just to destroy them. You have
fun with it. Admit it!
Yeah, that smile. People have argued that he smiles because he actually does enjoy it, but at the same time, what he says here could imply that he still has some trauma about how, he relates the Grimwalkers to his brother.
Of course I don't, Collector. It hurts every time he chooses to betray me.
Like, there's just a genuine emotion in those lines, that's why I decided to emphasize that point.
Hunter does manage to escape the clutches of Bellows after learning this dark truth, but not without getting a glare of rage from the man he once looked up to.
At Magic of Editing, Hunter's face in the official show actually came first, not second. So that's magic editing for you.
After he first escapes Bellows' mind, realizing that Bellows knows that he was witnessed the truth for himself through his memories, Hunter has a frightening revelation.
This was such a, this was a moment where I realized that the outhouse is freaking real. Like, this was scary with how well this was interpreted.
Now that he's learned the truth about himself, he's lost his loyalty, he's lost his purpose, and he no longer has a home to go back to. Because now that Bellows knows that Hunter is on the brink of no longer fulfilling the purpose that he was created for, Hunter knows that if he goes back to Bellows, he's destined to die, like all the other Grimwalkers before him.
Like, you can generally sheer. You can genuinely see the fear in his face. It's scary, like how real this feels.
Hunter is so engulfed in fear that he literally has a panic attack from this realization. And what's the first thing he does while consumed by that fear? He rips off the cloak of the Golden Guard.
I want to thank somebody on Twitter. I'm sorry, I do not know you. But somebody pointed this out on Twitter, and I thought, oh yeah, I need to talk about this, because it was a tweet saying, like, Hunter ripping off the cloak of the Golden Guard. There's so much symbolism there. And I was just like, oh yeah, there is a lot. So whoever you are on Twitter for making that Twitter post, I hope you know who you are, and I want to thank you for that. Like, this point and this big discussion later on with Hunter wouldn't have happened without you.
The symbol that loyalties worked so hard to earn and live up to throughout the course of us seeing him on the show. But also the symbol of Bellows' control over his creation, the metaphorical hand around Hunter's and all the other Grimwalkers' spirit.
So yeah, that's the whole thing I want to emphasize here. He created this whole facade of the Golden Guard to make sure that they remained loyal to him, but they still served him the way he wanted his brother to. And the moment he just makes another Golden Guard. So the whole Golden Guard was like a system. Like, the whole idea of the Golden Guard was the system to ensure that whoever the new Grimwalker is, they could still serve him and be there as if he was his brother.
Hunter in the previous episodes has gone to extreme lengths to be worthy of wearing that cloak and its sigil.
He literally went on to the point that he kidnapped friends. So I don't know what else you want me to say there.
But in this moment of fear, at the realization that he was nothing more than a puppet that can be easily disposed of if he doesn't fulfill his purpose, his only purpose in Bellows' eyes, he ripped off the cloak as if it was making him hard to breathe.
Now, there may be more than one purpose that Bellows kept him around, but that to me was the biggest one and the only one I could majorly think of, because why else would you want to keep him around?
Now that Hunter knows the truth, he no longer looks at the cloak as a sign of comfort, but instead sees it as a sign of pain.
Alright, right here, you can tell this was added later because of my tone of voice and how the audio sounds different. You could tell. So this was after the season 2 finale aired.
Hunter soon enough runs away to keep himself hidden from Bellows. And where's the first place he chooses to run to? Hexside, the place where he had encountered his friends, the place outside Bellows that had given him the feeling of comfort.
Yeah, he was just he was so traumatized. He wants to go back to that one place that just gave him the slightest sense of happiness.
And as we witnessed him throughout his time in Hexside, he had gotten rid of his uniform to ensure that he could get rid of Bellows' influence over him as much as he possibly could.
Another thing that somebody pointed out in the comments of this video, not only did he get rid of his uniform, that's his flyer derby outfit. So he wore that just to remind himself of that happiness that he had with his friends, just because he was so engulfed in that, because he wanted that feeling of comfort again. Just being with his friends, just playing fire derby, just being happy. He was so desperate for that because he was so traumatized.
While in his pursuit to keep himself hidden,
yeah,
he soon...
Thank you whoever commented that. That was a really good detail that I didn't notice until you brought it up.
enough encounters Gus. Gus, despite having a bit of a grudge towards Hunter from their past interactions...
I don't remember them having a grudge, but I just remember from this specific interaction that he was kind of rough around Gus and this other
decides to let him
Labyrinth Hunter, so
helping hand during his time in need, even though Hunter won't explain to him what's going on.
However, Bellows
And that's what gave him like a soft spot towards Gus.
scouts eventually get back on Hunter's trail, and Hunter is again sent into a state of panic. Gus, choosing to stay at Hunter's side through these circumstances, helps him calm down despite the situation, and convinces Hunter that he's there to help.
Like, he didn't need to stay at Hunter's side, but he chose to just because he wants to help. Like, he like wants to know what he's going through, like what other challenges is he facing, like just that kind of stuff. Alright, we got this blanket going. We still got 4 hours to go. Holy cow. 4 hours of content. Woo! Yeah, I think after this there's only like 2 videos and all the AMVs, so...
Hunter continues to keep his distance from Gus, however, since his whole concept of trust has been thrown out the window.
Yeah, like he trusted Bellows forever, but now all that trust is gone, so... I think I bring this up in the script.
Hunter, for as long as he can remember, has trusted Bellows, his uncle, his superior, his everything. Now, all that is gone, and he doesn't want to go through something like that again.
Like, look how terrified he was in this moment.
Everything.
Like him being dragged
Now,
on the ground. Yeah, like, look how scared he was. Like, he was genuinely scared. But Bellows was just like, no empathy whatsoever. It's scary.
Again. But he eventually grows to sympathize with Gus as he learns the young prodigy had been suffering from the same feelings he has towards Bellows.
I let myself get tricked. Again.
Yeah, there was a lot of parallels that I found with Hunter and Gus in this specific moment.
Everyone thinks I'm the smart one. So why do I keep acting so dumb? Gus,
Yeah,
can
like
you
that
hear?
sense of like expectations. It's like this whole thing on the Society of the Isles. Like there's that whole sole idea of like expectations that need to be filled in order to actually be successful or like actually mean something. I'm surprised I didn't get a copyright strike for how much of this footage I freaking used.
I can't even trust myself anymore.
Hunter, now knowing what Gus is going through, and realizing that it's almost exactly what he's going through because of Bellows' influence on him, decides to put aside his feelings of distrust and tries to comfort Gus like he did for him.
This is the first time that he's opened up to somebody rather than somebody opening up to him.
It's hard when you can't trust yourself. I spent my whole life believing I was doing something good for someone good.
Yeah, I really used that clip a lot. The one of them walking downstairs. I don't know why. I just like it.
But it was a lie. And some part of me still wants to believe in that lie.
Yeah, somebody in my comments saying like it was like a genius thing to have like a fade out to like other events that like people like, when they're talking about the past. And I'm just saying, it's not really that too special. It's just something I randomly came up with while trying to edit it all. And I guess it just stuck, and I do it with all my videos now.
Just like you want to believe you're dumb or whatever. But it's not true. I promise. I wouldn't mess with you.
I think I first ended it right where he said, like, I wouldn't mess with you, but this one was so heartwarming and fitting for, like, establishing, like, how far he's come trying to open up to somebody that I left this clip in.
Yeah, how did that breathing thing go again?
Yeah, I think Dana confirmed that he does that because he has
Hunter and Gus eventually
loose missing tooth or something.
grow closer together and manage to overcome the pickle that they're in. However, despite finding this new group of people...
So yeah, this is where a lot of what I wrote in the original script got cut. I went on this whole thing of, like, how he opened up to all the other students, like, how Bump, like, helped him out and, like, just figured this thing out. But as I was editing it, it just didn't seem to fit, so I just cut it out. And it was, like, a whole page or page and a half of the script, which is unfortunate to say that didn't go to waste. Like, it's still in the original script, but it should be... well, yeah, just in the editing process, I just didn't think it was fit. I'm pretty sure had that extra stuff been here, this would have been like another 20 minutes long.
People that are willing to listen to him, and someone that has helped him acknowledge the pain that he's dealing with.
Or at
Hunter
least another 20 minutes longer, I should say.
hasn't completely overcome that pain yet.
Yeah, this is one thing that a lot of people I see on Twitter pointing out that, wait, what? It's just a bunch of random stuff on Twitter. Yeah, just looking through everything. Alright, that. But yeah, I've been seeing a lot of like people saying like, oh yeah, like what they did with Hunter is really well done. Because yeah, it's really well done. Like trauma, like somebody who's like gone through like many cases of trauma, like with family members and friends and whatnot, it's not easy to overcome. It doesn't happen. It's just very easy to overcome, especially when you have like constant reminders of like him always having to face Bellows.
Even when Hunter is trying to get away from Bellows and his influence, the Emperor still has his hand around the Golden Guard's mind.
and we see how he continues to carry on with that sense of pain towards his position and Bellows up to the second season finale, when Hunter finally comes face to face with his former figure of purpose after learning his true nature. He sees that Bellows is still trying to—
Yeah, you could tell this was like kind of last minute just because this was the only clip that could actually work, and I had to edit it to the point that I had to make it still relevant to what I'm talking about.
obscure him by saying that he's the good guy, that all he wanted to do was to help him. But Hunter has seen the truth for himself, and he shows on his face that it's—
yeah, like he still has that like face of like traumatic stress and being scared.
still hard to accept it, but he knows the real Bellows, and isn't going to fall for his lies again, as much as there is that part of him that still does.
I don't know what, that transition was weird. I wonder if that's the kind of thing that I'm just like, I would overview that today and I would fix that.
But it's also shown in this moment that Bellows remains to never not associate Hunter with his lost brother.
Yeah, like I think it's assumed that like Flapjack was the talisman to either Evelyn, the witch that Caleb fell in love with, or Caleb's actual talisman. So
as he sees that Hunter has possession of his brother's past talisman, and that it—
I mean, that's the assumption I had when I first wrote this and after I watched the scene. So
chose his creation to be its wielder, his creation that he unintentionally based around its former owner. At the sight of it, Bellows immediately threw away his offer to Hunter to have a place at his side again.
Like he was just like, I want to help you, but like you found like the whole, like the one thing that could make you like deny me, like it was my brother, like the traitor.
He gave him a chance to
That's
come
like the whole
back,
thing.
but after seeing him still resist, and this, he doesn't care anymore. He's going to destroy Hunter like he did to all the other Gridwalkers, and his brother.
Yeah, that's like just like the big assumption that he like killed him.
Now that he's been reminded once again of his resentment towards a family member that in his eyes had abandoned him.
Yeah, this is like how it like shows like how like stuck in the past Bellows is. Like he refuses to move on from like the social norm that witches or like witches could actually like live among humans or actually be like respected with like their witchcraft and whatnot.
The way Bellows looks at and manipulates Hunter can also be a glimpse at how Bellows uses and controls what he wants from the people of the Blowing Isles.
Yeah, so like bringing this all together, making it look specifically at a character, and then bring it to a broad sense to like the other people.
Through his control on the people through his coven system, he only accepts those that follow his rules, show their determination, and strongly have
I specifically used Lilith in that clip just to show that yeah, he did this to Lilith too.
the will to fight for his cause as the only ones that are worthy to serve him, and when they don't, he gets rid of them.
Yep, because that's literally what happened with Lilith, and we just went over that in this in the last.
Just like multiple times, he's gotten rid of Hunter. Bellows has a strong enough—
yeah, like he just thinks of like one interpretation that like just what if there's just one moment that he's just like, if you don't do as I say, or if you intend to betray me, I'm just going to destroy you and build another one, because that's how inclined he is about just being sure that he has one person always loyal to him and always having a brother that'll actually be supportive of him.
desire
and
for
never go
control
against
over
his
Hunter and the people, that he manipulates their perception to make them pursue that control of their own will so they could actually gain it.
So yeah, he manipulated the way to not the people he manipulated, so he didn't ask like people like give me power, he manipulated the people to where they would want to give him power. That's the thing that makes Bellows so interesting.
Bellows doesn't reward loyalty, he expects it.
Yeah, and I want to give a shout out to another content creator who I got that line from another video, so let me find it. It's the let me see. Let's see. It was by one guy, and it was talking about Bellows. Yeah, this guy, Unholy Basil, he did one villainous scene about the scene in the Season 1 finale for Bellows, and that's where the line come from. The line where, yeah, this line, Bellows...
desire for control over Hunter and the people, that he manipulates their perception to make them pursue that control of their own will so they could actually gain it. Bellows doesn't reward loyalty, he expects it.
Yeah, Bellows doesn't reward loyalty, he expects it. I got it from this guy, so please go support him. Yeah, he did a really good job when it came to like doing a one villain scene breakdown of that moment. It's so freaking cool. Alright, get to here.
Bellows doesn't just want people or someone that will listen to him. He demands it.
Yeah, so like he literally just goes out of his way just to make sure that everyone is loyal to him, especially the person that is supposed to embody his brother, that he wants to be sure that he doesn't betray him again.
And as we saw with Hunter, he has the ability to manipulate people so that they would want to give him that sense of loyalty and admiration towards him. And at the moment they don't,
Yeah, this is the big example of why I put Ida into the thumbnail of this video, because I briefly talked about how he manipulated like the world around Ida, because like look just
casts them aside, turns the people against them, and considers them unworthy of his and the people's respect.
Like, holy cow, man, like that moment spoke so much. like they actually like backed away as she was walking. Like that just tells you like how much Bellows has warped the people's view on other people. This is the fun section. I had the most fun writing this and editing this part. A human's hope through a false idol, because I know this was gonna be the thing that either like make or break this video. So, because I knew people love Luz, but I think they would never expect that Bellows has manipulated her this much. So here we go. And this soundtrack is from God of War 2018. Please go check out Bear McCreary. Oh my gosh, his music is so good.
Luz throughout the show's first season doesn't really give much attention or concern to Bellows when first growing to her new life on the
I forgot
Isles.
about that moment. That moment was so creepy. He just pours it into no glass. It just says creepy words like, holy cow, Hootie.
Since so far, he's never really been something to worry about in her perspective. But she does gain interest at the mention that he possesses something that could possibly aid her new family here on the Blowing Isles.
Yeah, just
an
like
object that
one
could
thing.
possibly heal Ida's curse. The one thing that holds Ida down.
Yeah, so like she was like just fixated. Like my family could be my perfect family in this perfect world to like be free of like all the things that are plaguing me in like the real world. I could all be gone through this because I could finally heal Ida and there would be nothing else that would hold her back.
Luz soon enough makes an attempt to steal the object, but ultimately leads to a series of events that unfortunately ends with Lilith finding out and Ida being captured.
There's a lot more to that, but that's a long story short, so I just wanted to sum it up like that.
Luz isn't willing to give up on Ida's freedom without a fight, so she plans to storm the fortress and set her mentor free. But when Luz does finally find Ida and tells her that it's her fault that she's here, while attempting to break her chains,
Yeah, there's this video by, oh my gosh, what, Bunny Skies, I think. She did like a psychoanalysis of Luz. Please go check out that video. It's so good, like looking into like Luz's psychology and like how she's like a people pleaser and like just takes on responsibility for everything. Like it's just definitely just really interesting. And like how she always take like right here in this moment she's taking responsibility that Ida is captured and that she has to take responsibility to try and get her out here. So
Ida actually stops her from doing so. Ida tells Luz that's because of her own actions as a wild witch that she's been put here, which is a perspective that once again Bellows placed on society.
yeah, like Bellows this whole like wild witch or like coven witch like idea came from Bellows because he like wanted to show the people that like wild magic or wild witches are dangerous or like, but in reality they're like the people that actually pose a threat to him. So that's why he manipulated the view of the people towards them the way he has.
She begins to reflect on her life, saying that she was happy with how she lived despite always being a fugitive of the law, and was glad that Luz got to be a part of it in the end. She didn't actually say the words,
Yeah,
but if it meant that Luz would leave for safety, Ida was ready to die, and Luz wasn't.
Yeah, let's be real. She didn't say it, but that's what she said. She was ready to die if it meant Luz would escape. Like, she cared about Luz that much, and it was really freaking emotional.
Luz, filled with rage after having to watch Ida be dragged to her death, fights Lilith, Ida's captor, as a way to get back at her for putting Ida in chains.
And also just a way to vent her rage and try to make up for letting Ida down.
But Lilith brings up to Luz that she only captured Ida simply because Bellows had manipulated her to do so, because of the promise that if she did, Bellows would heal Ida's curse.
Yeah, it granted Luz like a whole different perspective as to why she did what she did. Like, I briefly touched on that in my Lilith video, so...
Lilith finally sees the wrong of her actions while under Bellows' control, and shares to Luz that she wants to help Ida too. It's through this shared sense of wanting to free Ida from her punishment that Luz and Lilith come together in an attempt to release the owl lady from her stone prison.
I literally bring up stone prison just because I'm just like, I don't know how else to summon. She was being frozen to stone, and she's being frozen to stone, and it was in the prison, so I'm just like, oh, stone prison, that's like a clever play on it, I guess. So I just kept going with that for some reason. Yeah, I really need to clean this keyboard. I'm like fixated on cleaning it right now.
Through this new insight from Lilith that Bellows was the original cause of Ida being captured, Luz was determined to free Ida and make Bellows pay.
Yeah, like look at that like face of anger and determination.
Luz finally comes face to face with Bellows for the first time with the challenge of trying to free Ida from his clutches. Luz desperate.
Yeah, this is such a cool scene. Like I said, go check out that one video like I just mentioned not too long ago. The one villain scene one. Please go check it out.
He fights against the Isle's ruler, even having enough confidence to throw the first punch to challenge him.
Like that's where she began to underestimate him. Like she was confident enough to throw the first punch, but she didn't know how many other punches were coming right back at her.
But inevitably can't put up too much of a fight due to his immense power. But in a clever reversal, she does manage to scar Bellows' mask.
Yeah, I really hope this gets brought up again, because I'm pretty sure she somehow... I really hope the piece from his mask gets brought up again, because that's like, to me, is like a key thing
This is the first time throughout the show that we've seen or heard Belus actually stutter or express pain. But what does he do after? Laughs.
Yeah, that laugh speaks so many things. Like, he's like, like, oh man, you got me. But like, you and I are not too different because like I said, we did. Like, he did the exact same form of trickery to like the people of Isle. He made them believe that, oh yeah, like they had gone what they wanted, but in reality, he just put them in a position to like do what he actually wanted. So yeah, that laugh just speaks so many volumes. Like, it's so well implemented into the character.
Because he recognizes her decisiveness for being able to trick him, which could even reflect on himself since he's done the same form of trickery to the people of the Isles. But also at the fact that even though Luce landed this one blow, she's still lost.
Yeah, like, it's just like, oh yeah. Yeah, like, you may have gone on me, but you really think that's all it's gonna take to get you out of here and save everyone? That's not how it's gonna work. That's what made Bella so intimidating in this moment.
He knows that Ida's in pain and being imprisoned as he speaks, and he also knows from how Ida begged Lilith to not let anything happen to Luce that the bond that Luce and Ida formed is so strong that the human will...
I love the bond that they did with Luce and Ida. It's so well done.
...do anything for the Owl Lady's freedom. So, as a way to get what he wants in the most simple way possible, he offers Luce a deal. The portal door for Ida's life.
Like, of course, like, he offers that deal because, like, she has to answer. Like, you have to give me the door, or else your biggest mentor or, like, family member here has to die. So, like, he knows that, like, you can't refuse.
With how dire the situation is, he knows that Luce can't refuse. Throughout this entire episode, it's shown just how much Luce loves and appreciates Ida being in her life.
Yeah, she always constantly takes, like, responsibility for Ida being this mess because of her instead of, like, her actions or whatnot. And, like, again, that's big. Bunny Skies bring that up, discusses that a lot, like, psychology-wise when it comes in her video, talk about her psychoanalysis of Luce.
She battled her way through countless soldiers to reach her cell.
I think it's countless, but I think there's, like, 5 there, and I don't know if that's all. But I say countless because I don't know how many guards were actually there.
Breaks into tears at the sight of Ida being dragged to her death, and fights her captor as a way to focus her anger to avenge her mentor.
Yeah,
but
like venting her rage, trying to get all the emotions out, like just trying to cope with how she let this happen.
Despite all that love Luce has for the witch she's come to love as family, she still hesitates at Belus' offer.
This was such a key moment, because, like, you could have had everything you wanted. Like, you could have had Ida back. You didn't have to worry about going back home or anything, but no, she still, like, hesitated at giving away the door. Like, she still had some form of attachment to her homeworld that she wasn't ready to let it go yet. That's to me is what made this whole idea of, like, Luce choosing to stay in the Isles so compelling.
Luce initially came to the Blowing Isles and decided to stay as a way to escape the trouble she has in her life on Earth.
So yeah, there was a big discussion about whether or not, like if what Luce was running away from were actually just troubles or just something that she refused to accept. So that's why I put this here to, like, help deal with that point. So, like, troubles in her eyes. So, like, there's just, like, problems that she sees that might not be to her forte. So that's why I put this here. Just to, like, just not to go crazy with that discussion, people. So just be more open to that, I guess.
A way to start over. A new family, a new school, new friends. She got everything that she could want from being on the Isles.
Yeah, new friends and a new girlfriend, so.
But despite all the happiness she's gained here, leaving the pains of her old life behind, she still isn't willing to let it all go.
Yeah, like, she still tries every day to, like, try and text her mom and whatnot. It's like, she still cares about her home. And which is why she still hesitated to give the portal door.
After Belus gives Luce his offer, Luce replies with this.
Give me the portal to the human realm.
My home.
Not my world or my realm. My home.
Yeah, I put the echo there just to emphasize that. She could have used any other word, but she still said home. That's, to me, is what made this so interesting. She still called Earth home. Like, but with everything that she learned here, how happy she is, like, gaining, like, friends, a new life, a new school, like, just a new opportunity to be who she is, like, it might as well be her home, but she still called Earth her home, not the Blowing Isles.
Despite everything that she's gained through her experiences on the Isles, a family that slowly comes to accept her, new friends that don't push her away, a school that could be an outlet of her bottle up creativity, all of it making her forget the troubles she has back on Earth. In her eyes, the Blowing Isles might as well be her home, but she still recognizes that had she not gone through those tough times to Earth, she never was.
Yeah, like, we never know, like, how good something is unless we experience all the bad. Like, how can you ever know you're happy without knowing how you feel when you're sad? That's the big philosophical questions that are put into this.
On this place, see what she finds so great about it, and ultimately made the decision to stay. Split between.
Yeah, like I can't emphasize that enough. It was her choice to stay. She chose to stay. The option to go home was always there, but she chose to stay.
The fate of her human home and her witch friends, she immediately thinks of a way to help both, but it's not going to be easy.
Like, she just thought of that on the spot. Like,
and
yeah,
we see Luz
fast.
finding the difficulty in that decision by saying,
Lo siento, mama.
And I hate to say it, but I had to put that into Google Translate, even though I took a Spanish class this last semester. So, like, I had to do like I know mama means mom. I just didn't know what lo siento means. So yeah. So I had to put that in the translate to understand what it said.
Or, I'm sorry, Mom. Luz inevitably gives Bellis the portal door, giving her the chance to free Eden and her friends. But as she escapes, she triggers a spell that destroys it, right in Bellis' hands. Even
when you have like victory like in your hands, like it can crumble as soon as like something unexpected happens.
though she only delayed Bellis' plan instead of completely stopping them.
I think I meant to say plans because I used them later in the sentence. I guess the S just didn't come out. I don't know why.
She still manages to get a bit of both sides of Bellis' offer. She managed to slip away to save her friends, but also gave a chance to fight for the good of her home. Bellis may have lost this battle of not getting the portal like he wanted, but he still walked away learning something new.
New, now that we've seen, like, he knows her from the past.
The fact that Luz willingly gave him the portal proved to him that she indeed cared about the lives of the ones she's come to love in this world of the Boring Isle.
Yeah, I came to love the family. Like, I really feel like I should have picked a better clip for that. You could barely see it.
But the fact that Luz was also willing to destroy the portal to keep it safe from Bellis' influence also showed him that Luz still cared about her home enough that she was willing to fight for its safety.
Yeah, that's what made this so compelling. Like, she's just split between two worlds. Like, she wants to live in this world where she could be who she is, like, as a witch, just doing magic, having new friends and whatnot, but she isn't ready to get rid of the home that she grew up in, especially when her mom is still there and, like, just still have that little attachment to
Bellis may have given Luz a face of rage as she escaped him, but in his mind, he was thinking, this, I can use. After Luz's encounter with Bellos, and we now begin season 2 of the show, Luz continues to express her determination to overcome Bellos and his plans, by trying to find a way to create a new portal to reach Earth before Bellos can.
Yep, like, she has so much determination to do that. Okay, let me see. Oh yeah, it's getting... Oh man. Oh. Yep, I think the tiredness meter is starting to hit me, but no. I need to pull through. We're gonna do this. We're gonna get through all my videos and make it to midnight, boys. We got this.
Luz will be given motivation on her quest as she learns that there may be someone out there that can give her an advantage to her side of the battle. Someone that just so happens to possibly be another human.
This is where the show just really got extremely good.
This is how Luz eventually learns of Philip Wittebane, the human that had visited the Isles in the past. Philip would act as a sort of figure inspiration to Luz for the time to come.
This is why I titled this section of A Human's Hope in a False Idol, because she just wanted to look to somebody to give her like hope, like whether that be like Ida as a mentor trying to find a witch, or whether that be Philip trying to find a way back home. Like, she just wants to look to somebody to make sure that she's like on the right path. Like, that's the whole thing.
Because of this new information she's received, she's more confident than ever in her capabilities of helping the people of this world.
That may be a stretch because I'm not sure if that's necessarily the motive behind her finding Philip, but I think it's is relevant. So,
despite what everyone else said about him, Luz witnessed firsthand that Bellos indeed isn't invincible. Even took the broken piece of his mask as a reminder to prove it.
I really hope that piece of the mask gets brought up later. It's like, or if it's like mentioned in another episode, I really hope it is.
And to give her hope that she can really be him. It took a bit of time, but finally she's found proof.
I say finally because it took a while to figure it out.
Through Phil's notes that there may be a way to create a portal outside Bellos' hands, and it works enough that she.
This was such a good scene. This was such an emotional scene.
For the briefest of moments, was able to talk to her mom, giving her even more reason to trust Philip and his studies. The more and more she learns of Philip and his story, his work, the more Luz idolizes him.
Because yeah, like I said, she just becomes obsessed with Philip because she sees his work in action, and it actually like works, and like she actually interprets it as like fact that can actually like benefit her, which is why she starts to see him as like a hero figure, like as something that she can like look up to, just to like give her hope of what like. Yeah, like, notice how I often use the word hope throughout this section, because that's the whole thing without Luz. It's like hope. That's the whole thing that's being manipulated around her.
We see her become more intrigued and obsessed with the stories that Philip tells in his journal, wanting to know everything she possibly can about Philip and his work.
I think I originally tried to put a story in between here, but I just didn't think it worked, so I just cut it like that, so.
To the point that it really seems like Philip is the only thing that gives Luz hope that she can actually beat Bellows.
I think that clip was the very last thing I edited, which is why it seems kind of weird right there.
Hope of getting back home. Hope that she can see her mom again.
Yeah, look how often I'm using hope, because that's the whole thing. Luz wants hope that she's doing the right thing, hope that she's following the right person, hope that she can actually best everything that's coming her way. That's the whole thing, like hope. I really emphasize that word throughout the section.
But we then come to the episode that completely changes our outlook on Philip as a character, and also one of the big reasons for why I wanted to make this video.
Oh yeah, Elsewhere and Elsewhere. This episode changed everything.
Elsewhere and Elsewin. This episode's plot revolves around Luz trying to find even more information.
Yeah, somebody didn't. I didn't notice it until somebody pointed it out on like Twitter or something.
This video. Elsewhere and Elsewin.
Yeah, somebody pointed out like buy Amity new glove just because he cares about her that much.
This episode's plot revolves around Luz trying to find even more information on how she can make her way back to the human realm. It eventually leads her to discovering a way to travel back in time to when Philip had been alive on the Isles, a chance to be face to face with the one person that gives her hope of making a new portal, the chance of getting back home. Throughout this episode, we constantly see Luz's enthusiasm and interest for Philip as she finally interacts with someone that can understand the same kind of experiences she's gone through.
You know what I should put in the script when I was talking about this section? Like, the whole philosophy of don't meet your heroes. Because Luz saw, like, Philip as, like, an idol or a hero, and guess what? She met him, and he's not really all that great, huh?
Being far from home, initially treated harshly by witches just by being a human, and having the same fascination with magic that she had when she first came to the Isles.
Yeah, like, they were both, like, fascinated when it came to, like, the light glyph, so that's, like, a parallel that I noticed.
Luz eventually grows so fond of Philip that she was more than excited to help him with his efforts. But soon enough, Luz, fueled by her enthusiasm and curiosity, manages a peek at Philip's past journal as he's writing it on their quest, and learns that the story he's told that Luz has heard multiple.
I really tried my best to not get to these in here, but I'm just like, it's impossible with, like, cause, like, I would just have to reanimate it myself, and I'm just like, I'm not doing that.
Times isn't entirely true.
Yeah, like she unfortunately, like, learned the truth that, like, he kind of just made up, like, this facade, and this honestly caused, like, a lot of questions. Does this, like, mean that, like, a lot of, like, the tales that Philip tells in his journal are not entirely true? Because, like, a lot of people theorize, now that they know, like, Philip lied in a lot of his stories, that maybe he was the one that killed all those people when they went after the Titan blood.
Luz does eventually get back at Philip for nearly sacrificing Lilith and leaving both of them behind to die, but not without demanding for the very thing she came here for. How what he required their efforts was going to help him build the portal.
Yeah, at this point, she's just like, I don't care about you, but I care about your work. So that's, like, the whole thing about this.
Philip, unfortunately for Luz, says that it's for something else, but offers Luz and Lilith a place at his side since he'll need more sacrifices on his quest, and Lilith not very kindly refuses.
I was half tempted to do a freaking meme I saw on Twitter. It was like a freaking Will Smith and Chris Rock getting slapped meme, but it was like replaced with like Philip and like Lilith. Like, it was so freaking funny. I thought about putting it in here, but I'm just like, this footage will do it now.
The next time we see Philip is when he expresses his frustration of the aftermath of Luz and Lilith's actions towards him.
And I really like what I did with the music here. The music to me was so fun to play with when it came to this reveal.
As revealed, not to the characters, but to us, the audience, that Philip is indeed Emperor Bellows of the past. This information to us completely changed.
Yeah, this music, I freaking love this music. This is another piece from the Devil May Cry 5 soundtrack. Please go listen to it. Like, it's so fun to work with when it comes to my videos.
And how we look at the previous encounters we've had with Bellows in the show. Through this new insight, if we go back to Luz and Bellows' previous encounter,
yeah, this is something a lot of people I didn't see talk about until I brought it up. Like, this whole idea that now we know that Philip or Bellows remembers Luz from the past. Like, we now see this scene with like a different perspective, which I'm surprised nobody hasn't talked about this yet.
It changes our perception on how Bellows viewed the situation. The reason that he was now interested in speaking with Luz was not just because she was the infamous human he's heard about, but also because he recognized her as the girl that encountered him before all those years ago. Philip at the time just didn't know that Luz was a human due to her hiding her round ears, the dead giveaway of a human on the Isles.
Yep, a human.
So when he does finally encounter this human that he's heard causing trouble, and realizing that was the same person that had disrespected him when he was younger, Bellows sees a way not to only get what he wants, but to also get some payback for how she treated him.
Yeah, this made it all more like scary when it came to like his manipulation, because he knew like what she wanted, and he knew how to like exploit it to make it like entertaining to him. Like his weaknesses, like her weaknesses, like what she actually like looked like, what like possessions or like attachments she has. Like, it's just scary. It's just so So scary what they did with Belos in the show.
While having a little fun by toying with her, which he continues to do even beyond their interactions in this first fight.
Oh yeah, like, oh my gosh, that scene, man, like, that's just like what Belos is capable of.
Hollow Mind is where we literally get into the mind of Belos as Hunter and Luz explore his thoughts, and Luz finally comes face to face with Belos once again. As stated in the Hunter portion of the video, Luz goes on throughout this episode trying to convince Hunter that everything he sees is real, that Belos is the man he says he is.
Which he isn't. Like, you can see, like, he is nervous, like, he literally was shaking his hand. Another detail, so, like, the animation and acting.
Belos' inner self eventually gets involved and reveals to Hunter that everything Luz said was indeed true, along with Hunter's true nature of being a Grimwalker. Luz in these moments felt strength in herself as...
Yeah, so this made her scared, but she also gave hope that, like, she was, like, right about Belos. Like, she was right that he is like a tyrant, so he is a monster, and she'll do everything to take him down. But then he just continues to toy with her, like, small amount of hope that she had left. So
confirms that she was right about Belos all along. That Belos had been lying to the people for years, seeing with her own eyes the monster he truly is, making her even more determined to face him and take him down. But to further,
like all that, like anger and determination.
Further manipulate her and mess with her mind, Belos continues to toy with her childlike courage and reveals even more to her.
So yeah, this is a little deep thing. I don't know if you could hear it, but the freaking clock thing, the bell, isn't in the original. That actually came from a sound edit I did just to emphasize the whole point. Like, it actually came from Devil May Cry, and nonetheless, please go play Devil May Cry.
His pretty little words should make pretty good kindling.
That doesn't belong to you. No. No, no, no.
Yeah, somebody in the comments, like, criticize, oh man, why do I feel like Luz firing out Belos feels like an overreaction. I'm just like, bro, she looked at this guy as like an idol, and like she found out like, oh my gosh, this is like he's the monster that I've been trying to to defeat all this time. Like, you think that's an overreaction, bro? It's like,
astounding.
Yeah, it's okay. We can help.
Yeah, right.
I know you want to get home, but nothing is worth hurting people.
So here's the bell.
I just need to live long enough to see this through.
Yeah, the bell wasn't in there.
No, you're Belos. You're just Belos.
We now witness Luz being...
It's the key thing that she started to cry. The crying thing is why this point was so important, because if she didn't actually get invested or have hope in him, then like she wouldn't have cried. I believe she cried because she actually saw hope in Philip, but now she realized that, like, Philip is actually a monster, and she actually, like, helped him, and it's just sad, like, how he manipulated her. Which, yeah, it's a really key thing to notice that she cried.
The one in denial, trying to refuse the truth like Hunter did. From this knowledge that we now know that Belos remembered Luz from their encounter in the past, he knows how much he looked up to him.
Yeah, like, look at this! She's so scared at seeing this truth. Not only because, like, she's jelly a monster, but, like, she's just scared of, like, what else he could do, because she looked up to him as, like, a idol figure. It's scary.
How much she looked up to him as Philip Whittabane. Even though Philip revealed his harsh nature.
Yeah, I think, you could tell in my tone of this voice. This is the lines I had to go back and redo.
To Luz while she was in the past, Luz still believed that there was something that inspired him to create the portal. That there was still the heart of a human being alone and lost underneath that rough exterior.
Like, she still wanted to have hope that there was still a human in there, like, being lost or alone, that's trying to find a way back home. But no, she found out that he was just a man on a mission.
So he still was a figure that she could look up to make her keep trying to find a way back to Earth, despite Eden and Lilith continuing to question her belief in the strange man.
Yeah, like, Eden and Lilith constantly bring up, like, why you keep trusting that creepy, like nearly tried to kill you. But, like, Lilith, Luz had no choice. Like, he was the only hope that she had to, like, go back to find the Isles, and it's just so interesting. I just love this show. This show does so many good things.
But now that Belos has shown Luz the truth, that he was Philip in the past, that he was the man that she...
Yeah, that's just such a haunting transformation. Just realizing the monster you are was the person you looked up to.
For hope of getting back to her family, she unfortunately has to accept a harsh truth. The man that she looked up to for a majority of the season was the same man that she sees as a monster standing right in front of her. And also has to cope with the fact now that she unintentionally helped make this monster what he is today.
Yeah, that's even touched on in the next episode. Like, she was traumatized that, like, I actually helped him. I helped him become this monster, this evil man. Like, it's like, you just see everything, like, reaction lives to Luz, and it's just painful.
Luz always knew that Belos is an evil and heartless ruler from her previous encounter with him when she freed Ida, but she still had hope of overcoming him with the inspiration that Belos wasn't invincible, and also the thought that Philip would give her something that Belos doesn't.
Yeah, it's I cannot emphasize how many times I use the word hope in this, because I want to emphasize that whole hoping. He manipulated her with hope.
But now, with this dark truth that Bellos and Philip are the same person, it makes her think that all her efforts were for nothing, that she fell for Bellos' game, just like how everyone else on the Isles already has.
Yeah, like he's just like, he's a liar, and nobody, like, I'm not gonna fall for him, but like everyone else did, but like she already has, and that's the scary thing. She fell for his game and she didn't even know it. That's the terrifying thing.
There's nothing that Philip can offer her anymore, cause now she knows it actually comes from the hands of Bellos, the man she's grown to despise. Luz may not have known it, but Bellos all this time,
yeah, I think it's another piece that comes from God of War,
and possibly throughout the entire course of the show up to this point, has been manipulating Luz to lose hope.
Yeah, just like look at this. The first
possibly throughout the entire course of the show up to this point.
Yeah, like
point has been
yeah. So this is the first time she learned to Philip.
Manipulating Luz to.
This is the last time she learned to Philip. Yeah, first and last time she learned Philip. Like all the hope, light, and just anything to do with good is just gone.
Lose hope. Hope that there was another human like her out there. Hope that she could defeat Bellos and free the witches from the clutches of this tyrant. And hope that she could actually return to and save her home, her mom. Luz does manage to escape Bellos' mind after these events, however, but the damage has already been done.
Yeah, like it's unfortunate, but yeah, like there's nothing taking that back. That's just really mentally scarring towards Luz.
Luz's morale has been scarred, and we see that on her face from this final shot of the episode.
Yeah, like oh my gosh, man, that freaking speaks volumes. There's a reason why I put that as the thumbnail. Like holy cow, man, that's such a strong face. Like the most upbeat protagonist ever during the first season. Like now she just has this feeling like she can't do this.
It really can be left up for interpretation, but to me, that is the face of a girl that has genuinely lost hope.
Yeah, like look at that face. Like look at that face. I see hopelessness. Like all hope is gone.
Throughout the time of the season, we've seen Luz go from being overjoyed and more full of hope than ever to showing us this face of questioning if she can really do this. All because both Philip and Bellos had messed with her to lose the small vial of hope that she had left towards what she's gained through the Isles and its people.
Another thing I learned from one of the comments of this video, somebody mentioned that, oh yeah, like you did such a great job when it came to describing Philip and Bellos as different people. It actually makes sense. I'm just like, well, thank you. Like I've really tried my best when it comes to writing my scripts.
Bellos also did this for the rest of the Isles in order to take away their hope of their future.
Once again, shifting from like how it worked for a character and moving on into like a general sense of like how it works for like a whole society.
Bellos has told the people through his rise to power that they would face the Tyrant's wrath due to how they supposedly misuse his gifts, and that only through the system that he proposed that they could be saved and live a life of prosperity.
Yeah, like he made it appear that he was the only one that could like save them.
Through his promise that he offered people, they would eventually put so much faith in him and his cause that he would rise to power and eventually become their emperor, their leader, their figure of hope.
I keep using the word hope because that's the whole thing around Luz said, like how Bellos toys around it with the people.
Bellos made the witches of the Isles believe that without him, they would be nothing but doomed people. That without putting their hope in him, there would be no hope of their future, which of course is not true.
Yeah, like Lilith to be a example, like yeah, everybody can have a chance for future, which is why I use this clip.
Whether people realize it or not, everybody has a chance of a future, to have hope for one.
Oh man, look at Lilith. That's the first time we saw Lilith after she came back. So cute.
But in the case of the Blowing Isles and its people, and with what we just discussed with Luz, Bellos just made it appear that if they stand against him without following him, his ways, his cause, that without him, they didn't have a future.
Yeah, that was the big thing. Like they made him want him to be around. They made him like be their leader, be the guide that was gonna lead them somewhere. They allowed him to do that. That's the big thing. He manipulated them to want them to be his leader, to be their leader. So, yeah, man on a mission. This was another thing I feel like was really rushed, because of everything that like changed on out. I think like the later half where I talk about the season 2 finale. Yeah, I feel like that was like the last thing I put in the script. So it might not be as solid as the rest of the video, but we'll see.
From all that we've gone through so far, it really seems like that there's no limit to how much Bellos can manipulate, whether directly, indirectly, truthfully, or untruthfully.
Yeah, that's why I used all three of them as like examples. So like there's like indirectly, like and just like him warping the truth, whether that be like right to their faces or just like unintentionally. Like it's just so, it's like all the tactics that he has, it's just so freaking like terrifying as a manipulator.
He always knows how to gain the upper hand to the world and people around him. I mean, just look at this scene as he was Philip talking to Lilith.
Yeah, this section was in the first draft. This was in the ever since I first started writing this, I wanted to talk about the scene just because this emphasized a lot of what Bellos does for his manipulation tactics.
Your niece is very talented. I'm sure she takes after her aunt. Oh, maybe I had a little something to do with it.
Lilith, before receiving her compliment, was beginning to show.
Somebody pointed out this face. Like, he's just like, I didn't notice this face until somebody pointed it out. So maybe some things have now changed now that I see that face, but hey,
Had a little something to do with it.
Lilith, before receiving her compliment, was beginning to show a look of suspicion towards Philip. When Philip notices her suspicion, he immediately gets rid of it by shifting her focus onto herself instead with a compliment to stroke her ego.
Yeah, so like, this is what he just made. This is what Bellows just does as manipulation. He makes people avoid the question. Like, what are you up to? Like, who are you really? Or like, whatnot. He just knows what to tell people and what they want to hear to avoid that question. So that's what makes him so interesting.
We don't know if what Philip said was the truth or not. Was he actually impressed by what Lilith had taught Luce? Was he just buttering her up because he was worried about being caught? Or was he in a bit of both?
I still don't know. Even to this day, I do not have the answer to that question. Now that we're even going to Season 3, I do not know.
We don't know if it was the truth or not, but all that matters is that he knew it was what Lilith wanted to hear.
Or at least when it came to what he said to Lilith. I know he kind of wasn't lying with what he said towards Luce. Like, perhaps we were destined to meet. Like he said that was kind of the truth, but also a lie at the same time. So yeah, when it comes to what he said to Lilith, I still do not know if it's the truth or not.
This is also how he managed to rise to power as the Emperor. He constantly states to the witches of the Isles that he could speak to the Titan as a way to be its voice, and through this connection with it, he was to be the Titan's servant to ensure that the inhabitants would live up to how the Titan wanted them to live their lives to properly use the gifts that's been given to them from it.
And he emphasized that he alone could do that, nobody else, only him. So that they would have no else.
This was enough to get people to follow Bellows, despite never asking him directly if he could really speak to the Titan or not, or what he intended through the Coven system truly was its plan.
Because he made people avoid the question. That's literally the whole thing. He made people not ask.
It didn't matter if he could really talk to the Titan, or if what he told the people really were its words. All that mattered in the end is that it's what people wanted to hear.
Yep, that's how it was. I think I brought that up when I was talking to something Prism. I mentioned her in my community post not too long ago. But yeah, I mentioned it in the comment section. Like, it's not about whether or not it's right or wrong or necessarily the truth or a lie. It's what people want to hear, or what they need to hear for him to benefit off them. And that's the terrifying thing. You can never tell if it's actually truth or a lie. It's just always what people want to hear.
And enough were willing to listen that they eventually gave him power. So what allowed Bellows to get away with this much manipulation for this long?
Yeah, this is where go like a breakdown of how he uses himself.
Simple. He believed himself a hero.
And there's a really great video. Honestly, I argue it's a better video than this one by Skulltrot. Going over how Bellows is a tragic hero and how he envisioned himself as one, or writing a them. Skulltrot changed the child to be writing a god complex. Please go check that out. It's a really great video essay, just covering how Bellows is a tragic hero. They did such a great job. So yeah, if you want more details on how he sees himself as a hero or a god, please go check out that video by Skulltrot. They did so good with it.
Told that to the people in a way that they would believe it. Bellows, or more specifically, Philip, had come from a time where witches were considered a disgrace or threat to mankind.
Yeah, the time of the Sailor Witch Trials, which is why a lot of people believe this is where he originated his character.
So when he discovered this whole world that's full of them, their supposed home, he saw a chance to not only save his people, but to also be able to live a high and mighty life as a hero, to feel pride that he's doing a great service for the human realm, his people.
Yeah, he just believed that he was in the right, which is always a terrifying thing of the villain. You can understand their viewpoints, they're in the right, but contextually to compare to the rest of the show, it's wrong. And that's what makes some of the most interesting villains.
He thinks in his mind that he's simply doing the wrong things for the right reasons.
Some might argue that is kind of not true. He doesn't necessarily see killing the witch as wrong, but in our eyes, he is doing the wrong things for the right reasons. He's still killing people. So that's what a lot of people have brought that up to me.
Killing off the witches of the Isles that we, the audience, have come to love, so that his past perspective of society and the human realm can live in peace.
Yeah, there's a whole museum of just artifacts and whatnot just doing that. So
Bellows knew that the world of Blowing Isles would change while he stayed, but through his manipulation, he made it change in a way where his mission wouldn't change with it. But what?
Yeah, this is another instance where I had to add on or record. You could tell it might change a tone.
Went on with the idea that his home wasn't changing too. Even towards the second season finale, the moments where Bellos is closer than ever to completing his mission and being with his people again, returning to them as a hero.
Yeah, the best way I can describe this is that Bellos saw this as has like a fixed mindset. He couldn't accept that like his world could change because of like how different it is, of like another person like pointed out in another video essay talking about Bellos that he became the very thing he wanted to destroy. He accepted magic and abused it in a way to actually destroy the witches, which is a very compelling argument. And it's just so interesting. I just freaking love what they did with Bellos. I love this show. I love the writing. I love the animation. I love the show. This is like one of my favorite shows ever.
The show, or specifically the Collector, acknowledges the possibility to Bellos that maybe his home has changed, but also the possibility that Bellos has changed too throughout his time away from the human realm.
Yeah, like
You haven't been home in like how many hundreds of years?
Yeah, imagine how much like Bellos has learned about like witches and whatnot, and bring that knowledge to the human realm. Like, come on.
What if it's all changed? What if you changed? You got so used to eating palisman, you can barely keep your human shape anymore.
And we see Bellos' rage at such an accusation. Throughout the course of these new insights to the Witch Hunter, we've seen how much he was willing to sacrifice for his cause, his family, his home, and possibly his own humanity. The very thing he was meant to protect. All because he believed it would help him save his home from witchkind, the beings that his society has grown to despise.
Yeah, emphasis on his society, like his perception of society, like the fixed idea where his society can't change, or like his norms can't change towards witches. So it's just like a social, like an example, like social construct, like changing over time.
Bellos wasn't just manipulating the people to follow this desire of freeing his home from danger, but was also manipulating himself, as no matter what he was told.
Yeah, I think that was a stretch to say like he was manipulating himself. Even as I was writing that, I'm just like, that seems like a weird allegation, but it helps support what I'm trying to say.
What he's encountered, what he's learned, he can never get rid of or move on from the ideology placed on him from his society of the past. Bellos gave up everything for his cause, and he's given up too much and is too far gone to think of the possibility of what if his cause of fighting against a thing his home hated, extinguishing the—
Yeah, another case of like he manipulated so much that he failed, that he made himself not ask the question. Like he's just like he's in too deep. He can't accept the idea that something has changed because he gave him too much. He possibly killed his brother. He sacrificed his own like humanity as a human. And I think I just pressed the button. Dang it. All right. Where were we? So yeah, like the whole idea of like his home can't change.
Of society is going to win because this has eventually come. Think of the possibility of what if his cause of fighting against a thing his home hated,
yeah, like social contracts that haven't changed, and yeah, like he couldn't, like again, like I keep saying, he manipulates to the point that he makes you not ask the question, and like not care about the question. So that's kind of what he did with himself, which is like my argument. Like he manipulated himself. That he couldn't accept the idea that like his home is fixed. Like there's no way that people have actually come to accept like witchcraft as like just a way of life, or like witches as like actually like interesting figures. So it's just so compelling what they did with Bellos. It's so good.
Extinguishing the human sphere of witches have been lost to time. Lucy even acknowledges this warped perception as Bellos gives her the offer to come back to the human realm with him.
I remember this. I wish I edited this audio better because it doesn't really cut right into Lucy's dialogue.
To be with their kind once again. That he doesn't want any other people of their home to suffer because of this place, and to leave these witches behind to accept their fate. But Luz tells him the fault of his outlook and desires.
Yeah, like that's too much of a pause for me for the dialogue.
You're such a hypocrite. You talk big about protecting humanity, but after everything you've done, you're barely human yourself.
I
think there's like an echo that somebody brought up that like Lucy's kind of like in the same boat. Like why you protect these people? Like with everything that you learn, you're barely one of them or something. It was like another argument that I saw like on Twitter and something. But yeah, it's just so many interesting parallels between her, like Luce and Bellos, because they're basically doing the same thing with like escapism. Like he wanted to escape a world where like he's like a hero, and like witches didn't have to take away his brother, like friend his humanity. Now Luce is like trying to escape like the normal world into this world, witches. So like there's just so many parallels, man.
Bellos even acknowledges to Luce that he indeed isn't the person he once was from the face he has after hearing her words. But once again falls back to his inevitable ideology of a witch hunter as he tells Luce,
I do pity you. These monsters have warped your sense of reality.
I don't know if it's like how I edited it, but did you notice that Bells' eye changes color whenever this is on him? Like, look at his eye color versus his actual eye.
Do pity you.
I just noticed
These
that.
monsters have warped your sense of reality.
In his eyes, Bellows didn't think that Luce thought this way because of how their home has changed while he was gone and had an effect on how she and society now perceives witches. He thought the witches had changed Luce.
Again, falling back to that fixed ideology that nothing in the world can change around witches.
Not the other way around. He believes with his outlook from the past that it was because she joined the people of the Isles and their ways that she fell for them and has gone against the ideals of their home. But
Yeah, I think this is another track done by Calamity Music, so please go support her.
Bellows has eventually come around to the idea that his home might have changed when Luce states that he might not receive the glory he wants from his efforts, and she offers in desperation to be his guide in the modern world so that he can properly receive that glory.
Yep.
To help him prove to humankind that his work wasn't all for nothing towards it. To have the chance to prove to the human realm and to himself that his actions were indeed right for the good of his home.
Because like I said, he's in too deep. He possibly killed his brother, and he didn't want it to be for nothing. Like, he killed off, like, a whole race. He sacrificed, like, his own humanity. Like, he wanted to be sure that it was actually right and actually good, and it didn't actually mean anything, which is why he was, like, so determined to, like, be sure that Luce didn't like, screw it up, or, like, or actually was, like, interested with Luce coming with him to, like, be among humanity, because they just associate differently, so.
That the efforts of all his manipulation wasn't fruitless, and fueled by his pride of being a hero towards his people, despite Luce's accusations that they're different from the past.
Can we talk about how close Luce was to dying in that moment? That was actually really freaking scary. She was almost petrified.
He agrees to Luce's terms, which both makes him think that he can finally have control over Luce, and despite the possibility that his home and their ideals have changed, that he and his past
Yeah, you could tell I was struggling with this line. I had to slow it down really, like, I had to really slow it down.
perspectives of society is going to win because of the true, and in his eyes, good intentions he had behind his manipulation of the Isles. But what makes his manipulation wrong in the eyes of
Yeah, this is another thing. Yeah, I think this is another thing that was in, like, the very first drafts. This was always the way I wanted to end the video.
us, the audience, and our protagonists like Luce and Ida, is that they've seen how far the world has come from when Bellows last saw it. Witches may still be a bit weird to the world, like how Ida insists on hiding her ears whenever she visits the human realm to avoid suspicion from others.
I mean, why else would she hide her ears unless there's, like, some, like, conflicted thing of, like, about witches? Because, like, they still can be weird, but if, like, they're real, that just freaks everybody out. And I still do not like that Easter egg of Maryland referencing Gravity Falls. I really don't.
But they're not seen as complete menaces to society like in the past, like when Philip or Bellows last saw it. Some people have now come to actually adore witches, like how Luce has come to love Azura.
Yeah, like her. Yeah, it's like acknowledging like how society has changed their social norms.
Her favorite book that happens to have a witch as its main heroine. But from the fact that Bellows never saw that social change of the human realm for himself,
yeah, like how V's seeing it right now,
he still carries that ideology and social norms of his home that's come to hate and despise witches. In Bellows' eyes for all this time here in the Boiling Isles, his view on witches has never changed.
Yep, like I said, fix the mindset. He can't accept any like new ideas or anything like challenges his ideology.
In his eyes, witches aren't people. They're a threat. And it's through that perspective that we see why Bellows is willing to manipulate the inhabitants of the Isles the way he has.
So yeah, he treated them like people, but in reality, he was treating them as enemies, just like luring into their trust circle and just waiting for that moment to stab them in the back.
To make them believe that he is a hero. So when he eventually earns all their respect, he could turn their back on them since he's manipulated the people to give him the chance to do so willingly.
And that's the scary thing. He did that to the point that they would kill themselves willingly. Like, that's scary. Like, that just makes you wonder, like, if I get manipulated, how easily can I be betrayed like this? It's scary, man. It's real.
And those who don't, he makes the people that follow him believe are their enemies. Bellows just knows how to take advantage of people's weaknesses to manipulate them to do his bidding. Lilith with her pursuit of a dream and regret of cursing Ida, Hunter
yeah, like acknowledging all the weaknesses, because he just knows those weaknesses and like the emotional weaknesses and knows how to take advantage of them to like how they'll benefit him. That like it's what makes him such a great manipulator and like just how well written it is in the show.
Longing for a purpose and a sense of fulfillment in his life, and Luce being split between two worlds. Even beyond our main cast characters, we see Bellows' far reach of manipulation.
Yeah, like he did this on purpose to give the people a sense of hope, just to calm everything down. Just to give people just like, oh yeah, like I'm still one of you. Like I'll show you my face to give you that sense of trust until the day it comes that I stab you in the back. Like just everything is meticulous when it comes to this man.
Through the past, currently in the present, and looking into the future. We don't know exactly how long Bellows has done all this manipulation.
So it could be, yeah, like I didn't know at the time because like he could have done this ever since the start of the the 16th century or 17th century. So he's So he could go done it from anywhere from like 50 years to 300 years. Like I just didn't know. Well, there's probably an answer out there. I just haven't looked it up yet. So.
But as we see throughout the show, he's done enough that he's absolutely confident in doing it, regardless of the circumstances.
Yeah, like that's what I'm saying. Like when he saw, like he interpreted that as victory. Like despite the circumstances, he interpreted that, oh yeah, like I'm still the victor in this situation. Like he just knows to do that on the spot to get like the benefit of the situation.
As specifically with how he's expressed it with Luce, he's done it so much that he actually found it fun. And
like you sees that smile. Like he likes doing this. It's fun to him because he finds it so easy because he's just a master at it, and that's what makes this all the more terrifying.
To me, that's terrifying. To have someone show their mastery of the skill to the point that they actually enjoy and have a laugh doing it just shows how easily not just the minds of our characters, but the minds of people can be manipulated.
Yeah, I really want to emphasize that people, because these characters aren't just characters, these are people. These are like actually like people. And like people in real life can be manipulated this easy. It's real. This is why this show is so good, because it covers like very real topics.
And to me, that's how you write manipulation.
I think ever since I wrote the final draft, that was always ever since I wrote the first draft of the script, that was always the final line. Just like this is Brax War, like and to me that's what writes what that's how you write good manipulation or something like that. So yeah.
This is Brax War, and this has been a look at Emperor Bellows.
I was absolutely sure I did not use in the video at all, because I knew I wanted this to be impactful, because this is just a terrifying image for Bellows. So yeah, I just want to be sure that this was the end. Like the end card. But there you go. Woo! My on the map video. Holy cow, it was the biggest project of my life. Even looking back on it now, I don't think I'm not gonna top this video in a while. This video is gonna take a while. Yeah, this video is gonna be my best for a long time. Like it's gonna be a while until I can top that. All right, what's the next video? Another AMV. Oh yeah, the second Andreas video. Yeah, I remember this one. So yeah, this one I did because there was just so much freaking there were so many people asking for me to do this after the success of my one villain scene video. So yeah, this one I feel like was really thrown together. I don't think it's really quite as cohesive as my Bellows video, but it definitely is something. So I mean, I did my best when it came to the thumbnail, so here we go.
Warning, this video contains spoilers for a majority of significant events throughout Amphibia. Please proceed at your own risk.
Yeah, spoiler alert. Just every time I bring up a video, that's always going to be the first thing when it comes to my videos. I will always do a spoiler alert. And then, I think I might have been tired when I first did this, which is why I kind of have that tone when I record this. So.
Well, it happened. Amphibia has come to a close after all these years.
I still have yet to make a video talking about Season 3.
And in all honesty, Andrew still remains, at least to me, one of the most interesting characters on the show.
And he still is, looking back on it all.
Which ultimately led to him being my favorite when the show ended.
Still is.
I've already made a video touching on Andrews' character in the past, and my one villain scene video.
Which I think this is where I also put a card.
Which I seriously can't thank you all enough for the support that
Yeah, it blew my mind how well received this video was. It still blows my mind how well received it is now.
Video has gotten. It still blows my mind how well it did. And many of you after the show had ended went back.
Shout out to all these people. These are like the first people to comment about season 3 video, so thank you guys so much.
Video's comments to tell me that I should do a follow-up video since we've now.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure the one that right there, that was like the most liked comment.
On a lot of new insight to Andrus with season 3. So I was kind of split on what I wanted to do next.
Oh man. Season 3 thoughts. Oh man, I feel like that's gonna be a while now. Oh boy.
I wanted to do a video discussing Season 3 to keep the sort of series I have going.
Yeah, sooner or later I'm gonna finish the series, just talk about Season 3 eventually.
But I also wanted to keep you wonderful viewers happy and watching my content.
So yeah, like these are my most successful videos.
So I did what every reasonable person does. I left it up to the YouTube polls and Twitter to decide.
Yeah, yep, I do have a Twitter.
And yes, I do have a Twitter. Go check it out if you want. I just post random stuff from time to time, and who knows, if you get there, you may have the chance of deciding what the next video I work on may be. Like,
I'm not sure if I'm gonna do that anymore. I'm just gonna make what I feel like it. I think, like, I'm pretty sure after I'm done making the video I'm making right now, the next guaranteed video is going to be a Season 3 video, just because I've made you guys wait long enough.
How I did as a part of this little pickle I was in. So, inevitably, the winner was an Andrus follow-up video. So, here we are. But don't worry, the Season 3 script is coming, I promise.
It is promised. Like, all these months later, it's still coming. it's just hard to write it because like it's just the most mixed season of the series. I'm sorry, you guys.
So, without further ado, let's dive back into the legacy of Amphibia's infamous King Andreas.
Yeah, I feel like I was definitely tired. Yeah, sorry about that. Just getting a little chit chat. Alright, let's keep going with this.
Andreas, as we saw him in Season 2, always seems to have this sense of pride or purpose as we witness that he has a desire to get the box in his hands, being the major motive for his mysterious actions throughout this period of the show.
Yeah, this is another, I feel like this is another great video to talk about Andreas. Just because, like, give, like, a whole, like, breakdown of, like, who he is and, like, whatnot. This is like, really fun to make. I mean, really fun to talk about. I'm not sure it was fun to make just because it was really tedious, the editing process.
So, where did that sense of pride and desire for the box originally come from? Well, we get that answer and more in Season 3.
One of the good things Season 3 actually did. Yeah, this is like one of the good things Season 3 actually did.
It's brought up through this season that we actually get a hands-on look at the story that Andrus originally told in True Colors. The story of how he was betrayed by his friends of the past, how he lost the box, and what he and his society was like before losing it.
I think this is the first time where I really legit tried to slow down when it came to my actual delivery.
Only episode, The Core and the King. Through the power of Flash...
Yeah, if you're interested in the songs using this video, a lot of them come from Persona. Like, I'm pretty sure this one comes from Persona 3.
Flashbacks. This is where we see Andrus in his youth and has yet to be given the role of King of Newtopia.
Yeah, like, look how advanced this society is. It's so cool.
Still only its prince. Before he was given this massive responsibility of being Amphibia's ruler, we see that while he still had a sense of freedom, he's shown to have grown a strong bond with Beryl the Toad, a member of the Newtopian Royal Guard, and Leaf the Frog, Newtopia's gardener. In the earlier course of the episode, we see how much he...
Yeah, like, I really like these additions of Beryl and Leaf. I really wish we could have gotten to see more of them, but I'm fine with what they did with like what little screen time they had. It's okay. Oh gosh. I see the most random crap on Twitter every now and then.
Enjoys his time with both Leaf and Beryl, laughing cheerfully, having fun in games, and just being able to have a smile on his face. Andrus even went out of his way to have someone make a painting of the three of them together, just to show how much he cares.
Yeah, I emphasize this a lot in this video. The painting has so much symbolism. There's so much symbolism behind the painting.
Cares about the bond that he has with them, and also as a token of his appreciation towards them, since he says he's finally brave enough to take on a big assignment for the good of their kingdom.
Which would also ultimately be the downfall, but yeah, like the core and like the whole idea around like Amphibia really is just like really interesting. Here, I'm actually gonna do something. Hold up. Yeah, like, oh man. Yeah, I'm getting tired. Get this going. Yeah, I'm good. I'm just looking at the committee post to see if there's like any questions like behind the scenes or anything like that. Doesn't look like it. Well, while I'm here, I might as well get the next video right. My next video is my Love of Thunder video. That video was so hard. It was I never want to make a video like this again where it's only like trailer footage I have to work with. It was so painful. So painful to work around with. Like, oh my gosh, I hated it. But hey, I just wanted to talk. I wanted to talk about it just because Thor: Love and Thunder B is a very disappointing film. So here we go, back here. All right, there.
Which he claims he never could have done without their support. These early scenes of establishing Andrus' strong bond with his friends in the past is what gives us part of the context behind his legendary line in True Colors.
That's the thing about friends, isn't it? The more you love them, the more it hurts when they go.
Yeah, I really had to emphasize that point, like, because I love that line. And it's so fitting of the character, like fitting for him as a villain, but also like emotionally, like for what he's gone through, and just as Keith David's delivery on it's so freaking good.
We've witnessed through these events of the past that Andrus indeed did love the relationships he's had with his friends, but because of this, we also learn that we're about to witness what he meant behind the pain he intended from the rest of that line.
Yep.
And due to the standard nature of the show,
yeah, I say this because this is how a lot of like plot structures in media work out.
The source of that pain is about to occur despite these good and fun time events of the episode so far. The infamous calm before the storm.
Yeah, no. Yeah, you know what? I'm gonna do this. I am going to maybe get a little like.
We continue to see.
Oh crap! Whoops. Yeah, I'm gonna do that. Unplug my keyboard, and then maybe clean my my keyboard while I'm doing this because I need something to do. So how's it going, chat? Anything new? Anybody celebrating the New Year yet? Alright. Now it's unplugged. I can start getting this stuff off and dusting.
See how much he appreciates being with his friends until King Aldrich, his father, comes into the picture. Aldrich in the next scenes after his.
Aldrich was so cool. Or they did like Aldrich, the way he corrupted like Andrews was so like interesting for his character. Yeah, I remember having like a real grind when it came to editing this, but I did my best. That's all I can say. Did my best for what it is.
His intervention speaks somewhat passive-aggressive to Andrews as we see how the king and prince interact with one another. Aldrich, through his lines of dialogue in these moments, seems to actually despise how Andrews has a form of friendship with others he considers below his son's status.
Yeah, like, I feel like there's just a lot, like, similar stuff that can be said around Bellows that you can play to Aldrich, just like the way he manipulates, like, Andrews, similar to how, like, Bellows did to Hunter and Lilith, like, it's basically just, like, kind of like the same thing. Like, so many manipulation tactics is kind of like associating, like, expectations with, like, purpose. Like, it's just big, especially when it came to, like, social norms. Because, like, the people expected, like, society expected them to, like, always be able to do, like, conquest for, like, the resources they need to, like, have the society they have these days. So it's just, like, really interesting.
Don't you think it's time to say goodbye to those childhood friends of yours, son?
Our friendship is true.
Friendship doesn't last, son.
Yeah, just like always, just like being like narcissistic, or just like the tone of like how he delivered that just says like there's just like a deeper, like, aggressive nature to that line. It's so like interesting. Like, please give actors like respect. Like, they do a lot. Like, they have to go through a lot of bullcrap to do what they do. I should know. I went through an acting class and it was like one of the worst experiences of my life.
It's also shown in this episode and through his father's insight that this is the first time Andrews came to know the existence of the core.
Oh man, one of my more recent videos, and I still do this technique where he like says the line, but I also like edit to where whoop whoop, 3 hours ago, my guy. Thanks, Captain Cheerio. Woo. Yep, I'm just getting started on cleaning my keyboard while I'm doing this. I need to do something while I'm doing this, but yeah, this has been really fun to revisit everything and whatnot. To see how far we've come as a channel and as creators. It's so satisfying. But yeah, this is I'm surprised I still do this. Like, this common technique of, like, whenever I say, like, a line a character does for a particular moment, like, I say it, like, just line it up.
Existence of the core.
Yeah, I still do that. I don't know why, but I guess it's just a common technique that I found that works.
The collective consciousness of his ancestors and the true mastermind behind all the success in their conquest.
I feel like, yeah, like, a lot of people are asking me when I'm gonna do, like, a video when talking about the core, and I feel like I've already done it. I talked about the core a really good bunch when it came to, talk about Andrews in this video, and, hopefully soon enough, in, my video talking about Season 3. I promise, I swear, a video for Season 3 is in the works. It's just so hard because it's the hardest, it's just
the being behind their society being where it is now. And this is also when Aldrich informs his son that he is to lead their next mission, which is to completely eradicate.
Yeah, this is like, just like absolute like capitalism right here. That's basically just like capitalism. It's basically what this is. But yeah, 3 hours to go. Yep, it's really been a grind. We've been streaming for 9 hours. Holy cow, this definitely is going down in my personal record for longest stream. Like, the only way I feel like I could beat this stream if I did it like 24 hours. And no way I am doing that. Nope, not again. I mean, not ever.
The population of Earth so they could take its resources for themselves. Upon hearing this, Anderson initially questions his decision of wiping out an entire species.
Yeah, Captain Cheerio, do you sure want to watch this if you're interested in watching a video? Because I'm definitely going in spoiler territory. Because I know somewhere out there, like, you were, like, I think when we were talking one time, you were interested in, like, watching Amphibia at some point. I don't remember that conversation too well, but something like that. Alright. Man. Yeah, I'm just wiping down all these keyboards.
The first time we see his hopeful moral compass before his inevitable attitude of king that we see in Season 2 of the show.
Yeah, it was just really sad to see, like, how far Andrews has fallen, like, how he was corrupted from being, like, this actually, like, gently nice and open prince into this, like, really tyrannic king. Like, it's a very real thing that happens to, like, a lot of people in this day and age. Like, with, like, just, like, how corruption is.
But Aldrich forces away his worries and questions their morality, and showing his ideology of doing the wrong things for the right reasons by saying,
"Invading other worlds is expensive."
Yeah, you just know I'm about to say, like, a line that's, you know I'm about to cut to, like, a character talking with their voice when I just say and it, like, cuts out for a second. Like, you know that's just leading up to, like, an audio clip.
All the resources we can get. For our way of life to continue, this kind of work needs to be done.
Capitalism at its finest. That's basically what this is. Like, I think somebody in my comments pointed out that, like, this is, like, a big commentary when it came to, like, other stuff, like, exposing, like, counter stuff to, like, kids or something. It was, like, some weird, obscure topic like that, so it's definitely an interesting perspective, so.
And Aldrich finally passes down the key to the music box to Andreas, and with it, the responsibility of carrying on his ancestors' work. All the while,
Yeah, just similar to what Bellows did with Hunter, just establishing, like, those expectations that need to be, like, need to be fulfilled, or else you're, like, nothing, you'll never be, like, remember anything. Like, it's just so well done with, like, how this manipulation is.
while every eye in the room is focused on the small print.
Yeah, like, every eye is seriously just looking at him. Yeah, I just want to emphasize that enough, because every eye, including, like, Aldrich's and the chorus, are all, like, on Andreas, like, right here. So, like, there's just kind of pressure and expectations, right, just being established. It's, like, terrifying.
As they expect great things from him to live up to their legacy and pride. Andreas still vowing his attack.
Pride. Yeah, remember that word pride from my last Andreas video, like the one villain scene one, because that's a big thing around this, like the whole idea of pride and expectations.
Actually, with his friends, despite getting this massive responsibility, desires to share what he's obtained through this new position with his friends. Since, as he said earlier in the episode, he believes he couldn't be where he is now without them.
Yeah, his friends were like a bigger part of his life, and he couldn't be where he is now without them. But now that they like betrayed him and defied like the expectations placed on him, that's where he got that line that like that's the thing with about friends, isn't it? The more you love them, the more it hurts when they go. Like, it's just so well done what they did with this episode.
So, now that he has access to the box and its functions, he wishes to share some of the glory with them since he believes they deserve it as much as he does. But, little did he know that because of this action, the course of his friendship with both Beryl and Leaf, and also the entire course of Amphibious history and future, would never be the same.
Yeah, I really wouldn't through, like, this vision, just because everything changed after, like, the box came into the picture. Like, the box changed everything, literally. Like it was basically the plot device that brought Anne and all the girls to Infinity. This vision was so cool. I forget the first time I saw it.
Leaf expresses terrible concern to Andreas after having a vision, even telling him in desperation that if he continues to use the box, their home may be in danger, and there may not be a kingdom or land left to call home.
That's always a scary. That's always just been the scary thing. Like, get off. Yeah. All right. So what do you think, chat? What should we do if like we get through all my videos, and there's still time on the clock until midnight? Should we like play a game, or like view somebody else's content, or what do you think? Because I think with 3 hours, we're really gonna have a lot of extra time. I'm not gonna lie, I'm getting a bit tired. Stay awake. You need to stay awake for the New Year's. Alright, here we go. Just like that. There we go.
Andreas, seeing the fear in his friend's eyes, believes in Lee's words and has her tell his father, the king, of what she saw, and asks him in an attempt to avoid this terrible fate she's witnessed, for the good and safety of their home, to put an end to their expeditions and to stop using the box. Aldrich initially shows interest in her story.
Yeah, like, this is basically like my style of editing right now. This is literally how... Like, I mean, this is like my second latest video, so a lot of my editing style is gonna remain the same or consistent for this. So.
Concerns, but pushed by the interests of the core, his past ancestors and their greed, and how they have the ideology of doing a necessary evil for the good of their society and people,
capitalism,
disregards Leaf's accusations. He is outraged that someone as simple as a gardener would dare state that they should just give up on the one thing that put their society where it is today. And
yeah, like I said in Andrew's video, a tyrant's greatest fear is one person willing to stand up, and that's what was happening going around here. He was like afraid of like what they should do if like somebody actually addressed this.
Tell him, the king, what to do.
You speak of fate and warnings, but the stones are our sacred birthright. They are unique to our world and proof that only we are destined to conquer.
The only time in the show I think we actually see his eyes, aside from when he glanced at Andrews.
But, Your Majesty...
Silence!
It's through these words that Andreas is forced into a struggle. Because of what Leaf said against Aldrich and proposing to change their current state of society, the king believes her to be a traitor.
Yeah, it's just like that one accusation, and that was just enough. Like, it's like the one person voicing their opinion, like, it's just scary. Capitalism, folks. Alright.
Andreas tries to defend his friend since he states that she's only worried about their home, but Aldrich once again brings up a reason to Andreas to only focus on his new responsibility to their people and move on from his friends.
Yeah, another instance
It
of
won't be long before
manipulating.
those two start asking for favors. Using you. You've had that key less than a day, and suddenly your friend wants to dictate how we use the most powerful object in the world.
Yeah, like so few words, but they speak volumes to like Andrew's mindscape. Like, do they really like trust me or something?
I warned you about this. It won't be long before I join the Corps, son. Our people will be counting on you.
After Aldrich leaves him
Yeah,
with
that-
this
I
statement,
remember
Leaf comes to
that.
Andreas
I
and
remember
hope that her
that.
friend or
I remember that audio editing being really rough because I just had to dig a drastic cut so it wouldn't actually like cut into a different scene.
already
So it was
knows to
weird.
do the right thing. But Andreas, still
Editing is
influenced by
hard.
the words of his father, replies to Leaf with this.
It's not that simple, Leaf. Our society is built on these expeditions.
Andreas,
Yeah, the audio editing was the hardest part of this video. I hated the audio editing.
as we previously have seen him, does generally care about the relationship that he has with both Laryl and Leaf, but he also doesn't want to have the feeling that he's failing what both his father and their people expect of him through this new responsibility of leading their conquest.
Yeah, once again, placing a responsibility or purpose upon him that it raises like expectations, being like what he needs to be or what he should be officially. There we go. Just keep struggling. Just keep struggling. Yep. Yeah. Hopefully, I'll have a clean keyboard by the end of the night. Because, like, holy cow, this keyboard is dirty.
The action that allows their society to be the glorious place it is. Through the pressure of this choice between his friends
I
and
wanted like a establish shot of just showing like how beautiful the capital actually is, and that was the only shot that I could actually fit good, fit good, and actually to tell like how beautiful it is, not just on the outside but the inside as well.
his legacy, combined with how much Leaf and Aldrich are pushing him, Andreas finally snaps.
Yeah, this is a big moment where there's a reason why it says snaps, because he just came out just tapping like that.
Look, Leaf, maybe you should just focus on gardening and leave the ruling to me, okay?
Ooh. Yeah.
This is
where
eventually what led
everything
Leaf
became
taking
different.
matters into their own hands and goes behind Andrew's back to steal the box. Cause it seems like this is the first time through their friendship that Andrews wouldn't listen to her. The first time that she didn't see her friend, she only saw the king's son.
Yeah, that was the big thing. Ever since then, ever since the box, they couldn't see each other as friends anymore. They even Andreas began to see himself like, oh man, I need to be the king's son. I need to be the prince that this kingdom needs, and it's all just happened because of how Aldrich manipulated him through how the core and the ancestors pressured him through those expectations. So it's always so good when it comes to this kind of stuff, which is probably why a lot of people wanted me to cover this.
Despite how much she still cares about Andreas, because of just how frightened she is from her vision, she has to put that aside to do the right thing.
Yeah, imagine if you had to do that. For the sake of real, you would have to betray your best friend. That's always a hard decision. Even when Leaf glanced at the key after she took it, she was super sad at herself because she knows that she didn't want to betray Andreas, but she knew she had to if she wanted to help her people.
Even if it means stabbing her friend in the back. Andreas is enraged at the sight of Leaf doing this and tries to stop her. Soon enough, he comes across Beryl
I
and
do a lot more editing around the scene, but surprisingly, it wasn't really that hard. It was just the whole scene just played out on its own.
tells him the truth.
What's the ruckus? Leaf has betrayed us.
The way Andreas says this to Beryl makes it appear that he's not just convincing his friend, but also
the tone of how Xena Robinson, yes, the Xena Robinson that voiced Hunter is it's the same voice actor. The way he delivered that line, it seems like he was just he was just trying to convince himself that this is real, this is reality, this isn't a dream. So yeah, that's how I saw it. He wasn't just telling Beryl, he was convincing himself that yeah, this is real. She actually betrayed me. Because there's no greater pain than betrayal. So
also to himself that Leaf had indeed done this. Leaf, his greatest friend and companion, had actually betrayed him. Andreas, along with Beryl on his side, do make an attempt to prevent her from escaping with the box. As she does, Beryl does manage to get ahead of Leaf for a brief moment, but because of how Beryl still cares about Leaf as a friend, and seeing that she's genuinely scared of what might happen from what she saw in her vision,
what if you saw a vision like that? Wouldn't you be terrified? I would. The world is about to end and whatnot. It'd be like freaking Grolf Ragnarok. Imagine just witnessing the end of the world and having to live with that. It's scary, man.
he stutters and lets Leaf get around him, which once again infuriates Andreas. Despite their best efforts to stop her, Leaf
Wait a minute. I just noticed something.
happened from what she saw in her vision. He stutters and lets Leaf get around him, which once
Oh, wow. I just found something that's actually genuinely interesting. Look at this. Andrews in this scene is right-handed. In the future, he's left-handed. Yeah, in the future, he's left-handed because we see, like, that scene of him twirling his sword down to his left hand. So, yeah, apparently, I think that's another choice of symbolism. Like, he was right-handed when he was young, to, like, but then he switched to left-handed to, like, switch to, like, his more tyrannic nature as a king. Wow, I didn't notice that until now. I'm still learning stuff about... I can't believe I learned that from my own dang video. Like, yeah, like, Andrews is right-handed, but in the future he's left-handed. That can symbolize, like, him switching as, like, his nature, like, intent. Like, wow, I can't believe that just hit me right now. Wow. That's actually cool.
Once again infuriates Andreas. Despite their best efforts to stop her, Leaf escapes Newtopia, and she seeks out the Olms, the people of Amphibia that take part in Fate and Prophecy, to find a means to take the box as far away as she could to keep...
We still did not get any context of where that vase came from. Can we just disclose that? We did not get any context of where that vase came from, and the show is over. So, what's going on with that?
Keep it out of the royal family's reach. The kingdom of Newtopia eventually finds out about the news, and Andreas, consumed by a sense of failure and responsibility of being
there's just a lot of parallels between young Andrews and Hunter with, like, living up to, like, a...
Box's guardian, states to both his king and his father that he'll do everything he possibly can to undo this wrong.
Another instance of me saying what the characters are saying to line it up well.
But Aldrich claims that there's nothing left that he can do. The box is now beyond their reach. He truly has failed. However, the core tells them that there is a prophecy that says the box will return in time, but how and when is unknown, so they'll just have to wait until that time comes. But, despite the new hope that Andrews has just been given...
I for this is freaking, God of War again, just because I love, like, you'll hear a lot of video game soundtracks in my videos, just because, one, it's a pretty easy way to avoid copyright, and two, like, video game music is just freaking underappreciated. Please go support, like, gaming soundtracks and whatnot. They deserve a lot more love. Come on.
The chance to make things right with time, Aldrich still ensures his son that he knows his place.
Yeah, he didn't. Yeah, he didn't need to say this, but he said this to make sure that, like, he knows that this was his fault.
Bury and preserve our glorious civilization until our birthright has returned to us, and only then can you begin to redeem yourself.
And those words would sting him for over 1,000 years to come.
Like, he can, like, I'm pretty sure that's why it falls back to that line of him saying, now I can finish the work that my ancestors started and, like, begin to redeem myself. That's, like, the whole idea, like, behind Andrews in this moment.
Andrews vents his rage after what Leaf did, and we see the first glimpse of his inevitable tyrannic nature with these words.
Her and her kind will need to be kept in line.
That's all, yeah, that's, every time I watch that episode, that's always the scariest line. Because I'm just like, oh no, this is where, like, the Andrews we come to know, like, starts to come out. Like, it's just scary, just, like, seeing the formation of this, like, evil king. Like, when he generally started out as, like, a hopeful prince.
And this is also where he expresses his disappointment in Beryl for failing him when he needed him most. Yep. So much that one of the first orders he gives with this king-like attitude that has been forced on him is sending Beryl, his friend, away. Yeah, so Andrews in this moment, fueled by his purpose to only achieve success now after failing responsibility placed on him, no longer sees Beryl as a trustworthy companion. He only sees a failed soldier.
Yeah, once again being forced upon and forced into this king-like responsibility, like seeing, like, he only wants success, and that's what the kingdom needs. He's like, I don't care about you as a person, I care about what you do. Like, what can you pull off? Are you successful? Like, it's just so sad, just seeing all this.
Now consumed by this new hatred of how his friends have failed his newly intensified ideology of him living up to the throne, he tears the painting that was once a symbol of their bond with his own hands.
Like I said, there's so much symbolism when it comes to that painting.
Throughout the course of these events of this one episode, we no longer see Andreas, the prince that had shared a strong connection with others and had a caring heart to other beings' lives. We now only see Aldrich's son inheriting his ancestors' behavior and pursuit of tyranny.
So yeah, like, he went from being, like, this gently heartfelt, like, actually kind, high-spirited prince into this, like, evil king that we unfortunately know he turns out to be hundreds of years later.
These new insights with the events of the past, of how Andrews came to be the king he is now, changes our perception of what occurs throughout Season 2, and specifically in the episode True Colors.
All this might have been a stretch. I remember writing this, I'm just like, does this actually fit? But I remember, yeah, well, it's just a part of my point, so I gotta put it in there.
Now that we know Andreas was fueled by the pain of betrayal, but also being pressured through the expectations of his father and ancestors, we can now look at his behavior as simply doing his best to not disappoint his father and ancestors' expectations of him again.
Yeah, like, once again, falling back to those, like, the whole idea of, like, social society, like, and social norms, like, establishing expectations that are needed to like needed to be fulfilled in order to actually be successful or like respected within a community. Like it's like all about like society and just stuff like that. Like I took like a human development class that talks about like all this, and it's just really freaking interesting, especially when it gets talked about in this sense.
To make it up to him for losing everything that they had, which falls
I think I actually meant to say them. I don't know where him came from.
back to this line.
I can finish the work my ancestors started.
Not his work, his ancestors' work.
Yeah, like he did. Like it was a very specific word choice to word it like that. So he did. So he would say that. Like I wouldn't finish. I could finish the work I started. I could finish the work my ancestors started. To actually like fill like, so he's just like a tool or like a vessel for them to actually like continue their work of tyranny and whatnot.
Now the new reason he felt proud and cocky towards our protagonist was because he finally got back what he wanted. His chance to redeem himself to the core and his father for losing the one thing that kept their legacy alive.
Yeah, his like one chance of redemption. Like the whole idea of like striving for that one thing. Like, I think that's, like, what made... That's another thing that, with, like, he shared in common with, like, Lilith and the Owl House. Just making, continuous, like, strive to do the thing that you want, but never actually, like, achieving it. It's just really interesting.
The chance to finally fulfill his responsibility placed on him, to continue on his ancestors' legacy of conquest. Through the pressure of what his peers expect of him, he's now come to look at his connections with others not as a bond that he can appreciate and enjoy, but rather something to exploit to get what he really needs.
Another thing that he shares with Bellows as a manipulator. He doesn't see like actual bonds that actually like lead him to happiness or like enjoyment in his life. He actually sees it just something as to exploit when it comes to his way, and that's due to how he's been corrupted through his ideology of his father and the core. And just another thing that makes him so freaking interesting.
And we witness that through the show's second season as we see him interact with our main protagonist, Anne. He initially shows a sign of a friendly bond as they first meet, and with this happy attitude of wanting to help Anne and Marcy get back home. But the more and more we get to know Andrus behind the scenes and...
Holy cow, what did I do here? Oh boy, hold up. Where do you stay?
Finally shows his true...
What do you mean like where, yeah, USA. Yep, USA for my friend. Good old US of A. Actually, like, that's like in the Midwest. Alright. Ugh. Okay, like, got dust on my mustache. Oh boy.
Nature to Anne's true colors, we just see how much he disregards her despite how he treated her and how much she's done for him. Because
yeah, like, he wouldn't have the box without Anne, period. And he doesn't do anything to acknowledge her, or, like, thank you, or, like, just do anything like that. He's just, like... I was wondering why it wasn't already New Year's, New Year's already on your side. Yeah. Yep, good old US of A. Does that mean you're, like, in a different country, my friend? So, does that mean, like, you're on the other side? Does that mean you're, like, on, like, the East Coast? Because I'm pretty sure, like, isn't it, like, East Coast? Yeah, like, on the East Coast, isn't it New Year's or close to New Year's or something? Because... Canada, I see. Like, just north of the border, I see. Not the border, like, everybody typically talks about, but yeah. Dang, I have no idea. What? Yeah, like, I see, like, a lot of people talk about, like, Canada stuff, like Crystal, the content creator that I brought up earlier, she, like, brings up multiple times that she moved to, like, Canada and got rid of everything, and now she talks about all the time about how, like, weird America is now, just being there for so long. So yeah, go check out Crystal. She's generally really great.
Because of the pressure placed on him through his responsibility as king, Andrus now sees others as an opportunity to exploit them to carry out his plans, or simply pieces of his game. A game that he's determined to do anything to win.
Yeah, I feel like this is like that instance where like Andrus is one of those people that's just like to win, like you just take off the pieces when you're not, like the chess pieces when he's not looking, because he's like, that's what I have to do to win. Like, because he just goes to extreme measures to actually make sure he actually gets king. Like, he actually threatens to drop Sprig just so he can get the box back and actually feel satisfied with that he actually succeeded in something. Like, just really freaking, like, messed up with how, like, corrupted he was with this ideology.
This corrupted ideology placed on him continues on into the infamous
like
action of him corrupting his new friend Marcy, manipulating her to do his bidding, telling her friends the truth of her motives.
It's truly tragic what Andrus did to Marcy, but it's also really it's really interesting with like a dynamic compared for the rest of the show.
And literally stabbing her in the back. Andrus.
Yeah, that to me like was like a big sign of symbolism. Him literally like stabbing her back like metaphorically and literally, he stabbed her in the back.
Throughout the course of the episode, True Colors was corrupted enough by his pride as king that he was willing to toy with Marcy and make her have the feeling of betrayal, but never did anything to physically harm her.
That might actually be a lie, because, like, I mean, he stabbed her, but that was after the box became an issue. So, that was after the box actually became a concern between them, so...
Since throughout the course of the season, he's seen to genuinely enjoy Marcy aside as a friend while she grew to the world of Amphibia, and
like, he generally actually, like, had enjoy the time that they had together. Like, he actually did seem, like, happy, like, proud to have a friend. Like, I think that's actually discussed later.
Exception from his other connections we've seen him have throughout the show. But then, he saw her steal the box. The one thing that he worked throughout this entire season and a majority of his life to achieve. So
yeah,
once again...
That life work, your entire life's work, the one thing that can actually make you feel, like, redeemed or anything in, like, your entire life is just taken away, and it's, like, at risk of being lost forever. Like, yeah, would you do something like that? Because, apparently, yeah, because, like, Andreas was willing to do that for the sake of... not laying down, like, his ancestors due to, like, expectations being placed on him for, like, social standards of his family and whatnot.
He's been forced into a pressured situation. Either keep his value for the friend he's grown to have and lose the box again, or fight for the box and forever lose his friend in the process. Again. This is literally the exact same form of pressure.
Yeah, this is like a parallel. This is like a very similar situation to, like, what happened with him, between him, Leaf, and Beryl. Like, almost exactly how it went down the first time.
That Leaf and Aldrich placed on him centuries before. Andreas, through the pressure of his responsibility and his connections, had to make the choice of either losing Leaf or losing the box. And like he did in the past, he wasn't going to let his desire for friendship be the one thing that makes him fail in living up to the expectations placed on him.
Yeah,
not again.
So yeah, this is like the whole corrupted ideology thing. He's like, the expectations placed on him by his father, the core, the ancestors. He's just like, I can't let them down again because like, who am I without them? Who am I if I'm not king or, like, my father's son?
So, he made his choice.
This moment will never not be haunting. Like, it's scary how, like,
Andreas, for the events of our protagonist finally fighting him, never wanted to do anything to hurt Marcy, but once again, being put in the situation of losing his responsibility because of a friend, which occurs because of the responsibility of his ancestors' legacy being forced upon him, he thought to himself that he wasn't going to be a disappointment twice. Through the corruption of his father and the core of his ideology through his position as king, being the vessel
is just like a kid. It's just like a young prince that was just in the wrong place due to circumstance. Like, he just had the unfortunate nature to actually want to, like, serve the core and his father, like, doing these, like, very corrupt actions against their people. Or, like,
to carry on their legacy, he made this choice of once again forcing his hand around the bond he had with a friend. He didn't want to, but because of how his peers have altered his perception, he felt like he had to.
And that's the kicker. He didn't want to, but he had to, because he felt obligated to do so due to, like, all the social standards and expectations placed on him.
The line that comes after this action confirms it.
Now look what you've made me do.
Yeah, he didn't have that line because they're... I gotta say I love how the focus of ability moved from Sasha and Marcy to Andreas to evil Marcy. I hate to break it to you, but they did not do a really great job when it came to yeah, I don't know what you mean by that. Sasha really wasn't that great of an antagonist season 1. I hate to say it. Sasha in season 1 just was not really that great of an antagonist. Like, if you ask me, like, if more, like, the villainy just moved, like, from Sasha for, like, one episode, that was, like, the end of season 2, then it moved on to, like, Andreas, and then to a degree also Marcy, with how she was revealed, and then eventually came together with Darcy, and the core eventually came to come into the picture. That's to be, like, how the flow of the villainy came into play.
Another instance where we see how much Andreas has been corrupted by his ancestors' ideology is in the episode Olivia and Yunnan.
One of the most raw episodes of the series. Holy cow, this is like a sick episode.
The notorious episode where Andreas allows Marcy to become the major victim of the core as being its new host. As we see Andreas throughout this episode, he seems to have the same conflicts he showed to his father in the past when discussing about Leaf. Just now, it's catered towards Marcy, his new friend.
Father, she's not a traitor. She's just worried.
But the device hasn't even been tested. Surely we should try it on someone else first.
Yeah, like somebody suggested in the comics that when somebody suggested that when he said someone else, he was implying himself because he'd rather be the host himself rather than Marcy, just because he cared about her that much. And maybe he wasn't even, like, sure if it would, like, actually work, and he didn't want to put Marcy at risk. But yeah, like this is the whole yeah, this is like something that somebody brought up in the comments.
Like how he still had a connection to Leaf, Andrew still had a connection with Marcy despite the hatred he had towards her for nearly making him lose everything all over again, which is why he initially tried to defend her. But
because yeah, like it's just a complicated like connection that Andrews has with Marcy. It's just like do I really want to betray my friend? Like I know she's good, but there were generally like those good times of like she generally felt like a friend. She reminded me of Leaf and like whatnot. Like I kind of don't want to lose that again. Yeah, just clean my keyboard while I'm doing this. There we go.
Inevitably ended up following the Corps' orders. Andrews continues to express his tyrannic nature put on him as he has Olivia and Yunnan attend to tasks that involve ruining the land and its people. The servants of the king eventually decide to refuse what Andrews asks and to put an end to his madness, and their plan to do so involves Marcy's skills.
Yeah, this episode was so good.
They soon enough make an attempt to free Marcy after she was in prison and being ready for her true purpose.
Yeah, I think this song is another piece done by Calamity Music.
A frightening purpose that they would soon learn. It actually seemed like they were about to succeed, but Andrews later finds out and stops them in their tracks. The Corps reveals itself after this, and Andrews allows it to take Marcy back for what they had in store for her. The Corps servants soon tell us that the reason that Marcy had been spared after her fatal wound was because the Corps demanded that she was to be their new host.
Yeah, it's like freaking scary, like how they specifically demanded for Marcy specifically just because of like her intellect and like her potential to actually be like a good host.
But right before Andrews had Marcy be connected to the Corps, he states this to her.
This is some of the more interesting dialogue.
Honestly, Marcy, I like you. Always have. I begged the Corps to consider an alternative host, but alas.
This once again is a moment.
Yeah, this is just like something really interesting. Like he begged for somebody to go, for somebody else to go, but like the Corps couldn't think of anybody different. He just wanted Marcy.
Where Andrews' perception of connections with others has been altered by his past and his ancestors. Andrews indeed showed his dedication to his ancestors by doing as they asked and bringing the Corps a host, which they even used Andrews' personal pride as an edge to have Andrews complete this action, since he states that one of the reasons he let this happen to Marcy is because he had a grudge towards her for getting the best of him in one particular instance.
Yeah, the Corps, like the Corps has done that for like a lot of the series, has taken advantage of that one thing that like Andrews has a big grudge against to do what they need him to do, like whether they he wants to do it or not. They just always take advantage of that one weakness against him.
My lord craves a host, and it wanted the best, the smartest, the only one who could beat me at Flip War.
Hey, Thomas Coles, welcome, man. Beginning, like, just keep going on with the countdown. And just looking back at all the other videos. Yeah, that freaking face of, like, the gas and Marcy, you could gently hear the fear in there.
But Andrews still showed that he valued his connection to her a degree, as he tells Marcy that he really wishes the host didn't have to be her.
But the device hasn't even been tested. Surely we should try it on someone else first.
Like, you could tell he was, like, desperate with that voice delivery.
I begged the Corps to consider an alternative host.
And that's only exemplified as Marcy is crowned with her helmet.
Yeah, Darcy is the freaking inspired by Darth Vader. You can't freaking change my mind. Like, Darcy's basically Darth Vader.
Andrews knows he has to let this happen for the hope of continuing his ancestors' legacy, finally living up to his responsibility, and to fulfill the desire of his masters.
Yeah, like deep down he knew he had to let this happen, but he didn't want to. But once again, just falling back to like those expectations placed on him because they were been enforced. Like, you need to do this or else you are nothing.
But he still cared about the bond he's grown to have with Marcy enough that he couldn't bear to watch.
Yeah, he couldn't watch. That to me was a really compelling detail. That's what made that moment so interesting. He couldn't watch
the fall of his friend because he's once again been forced to throw away his connection with others.
Look at all those interactions. He generally was happy to have Marcy around
for the good of his crown and the expectations placed on him. When the process finally ends, Andrews now has another physical figure to serve, another person to ensure that he fulfills his purpose of legacy.
So,
and
yeah,
that's
like his father reincarnated, or like the whole ideology of like what he's doing and whatnot, or why he's here.
Shown as he gives the Corps their introduction, to show that despite them being in the smaller physical form, he is still loyal to their cause and their pride.
Loyal? Oh my gosh, I swear, I struggle with some words when it comes to recording dialogue, I swear.
The time has finally come for the Corps to lead us to our destiny. But what destiny, you ask? Well, I suppose I should just let it speak for itself.
Yeah, this is such bone shit. This is really bone chilling.
Why, hello there.
Oh, man. That's so freaking creepy. Like, Darcy is so cool. Like, they deserved so much more screen time. Like, come on, give us more Darcy.
Events that occur in the present, back in the Corps of the King, as we witness how Andrews has come to serve the Corps with their newly acquired host, or now as they're called, Darcy. We see that Andreas still shows a sign of connection yet.
Yeah, this is another piece of music that came from Persona 3. Please check out the Persona soundtrack, whether that be 3, 4, or 5, they're freaking fire.
Resentment to the friends he once had by bringing attention to that same painting he had made all those years ago.
Like I keep saying, this is a major piece of like the video. That painting carries so much freaking symbolism.
And the core notices this and continues to toy with Andreas because of it.
Maybe we're not the only ones who need to let go of old memories.
Nonsense. The past means nothing to me.
Yeah, and I found this really interesting, and this is why I wanted to talk about this specific aspect in the video.
I personally found this moment very interesting for Andreas' character, since he claims that the past meant nothing to him,
But yet he stopped at the painting, and yeah, he claimed this past meant nothing to him, but he still stopped to look at the painting, even though it was destroyed.
Proved by initially scarring the painting he made in the past. But it wasn't until the core once again mentions that they somewhat despise how Andreas still seems to care about his past connections, that he finally does them justice and burns the painting.
Yeah, this is like a very common thing when it comes to like hoarders or like anything like that. So like, there's always like this sort of like emotional attachment to objects that like carry like significant events in our life. That's like for the life of us, we could just never get let go for anything. And this to me is like a big example because he was like just so forced down by all that trauma and like just emotional damage that like his friends did, but he couldn't let go of like all those good times of his friends. So like that's why he like scarred the painting to like let out part of this anger, but he didn't get rid of it because he just like emotionally just couldn't handle it. And that's why I point out like he didn't get rid of the painting until it was brought up to him again by the core. So that's why.
This moment is intriguing to me since Andreas could have burned the painting years, decades, or even centuries before this, but he chose not to do the action until he was once again reminded by Darcy or specific.
So yeah, local time, that's the time away from midnight, so right now is currently 9:35. I mean 9:34.
Specifically his ancestors of why he initially had a hatred towards it in the first place. The painting was first made as a symbol of the strength of the bond that he had with his past friends. The symbol,
like it was like the last genuine smile that he had when he was younger. Like he chose like a very like emotionally strong painting to like depict the man.
That he himself is physically and emotionally scarred.
Yeah, that's why I say it's like symbolism. It's like it's like a big symbol of like what their friendship was like.
So by still having that part of him thinking he needed to keep the painting after all these years, this may be as a way to say that despite the resentment he had towards Leaf and Beryl for betraying and failing him as their king, he possibly still had that part of him that valued the time he had with them.
For me, it's 11:35. So yeah, you're 2 hours ahead. So you're gonna get a new year faster than me.
And before those unfortunate events. So by scarring with his own hands, but not completely destroying it, the painting would still act as a reminder of his past relationships with his long-lost friends, but still expresses anger after what they did towards his crown.
I just want to give myself a bit of credit. I did this whole discussion for like the whole 5 minutes and edited it all just to talk about a dang painting, just because it carries that much symbolism.
But, like how his father manipulated him to push his friends away before in years past, Darcy once again pushes Andreas to finally get rid of it so he can only focus on living up to his crown and their desire for conquest.
Yeah, this is once again them forcing forcing expectations while getting rid of like any like emotional attachments whatsoever.
However, even though his father, the core, and the expectations of his ancestors forced him to push away those connections he once had, and he actually listens to agree, there's still—
You know what? I think I remember why this script kind of feels stuff now looking at it. I remember my second opinion couldn't watch the second half of season 3 until like it actually came to cable, because she's one of those people that can't watch anything until it comes to streaming. I was lucky because I got to watch it on cable. I was actually one of the few people that watched All In when it leaked on Xfinity. But being a good boy I am, I stayed freaking quiet about it, so I didn't freaking leak anything. But yeah, I remember, like, that was why this script was kind of rough to me, because I couldn't always go to my second opinion for what I want to write about it, because I wanted to respect her wishes when it came to, like, not talking about spoilers. So, like, for, like, this entire later half oh my gosh, I can't talk. For the later half of this video, I couldn't, like, get her to, do any revisions or anything, because it's spoiler rated, so she only could look at the first half of the, oh my gosh, why am I starting on the worst half tonight? So yeah, she could only focus on the first half of the script until, like, I had to say, oh yeah, from here on out, there's spoilers. So yeah, a bit unfortunate, but I had to work around it.
Still that smallest part of him that just refuses to move past them. The heart of that prince that still valued his bonds.
Yeah, just, like, through all that, like, freaking rough and rough stuff, like there's still that prince at the end of the day that still wants to do good.
And we see that as he watches the painting turn to ashes.
This is such a cool moment, like him standing in front of the fireplace.
Despite him being pushed to do this action to remove himself from his past connections, destroying the very thing that he was meant to show how much he cared about them, he still hears Leaf's words echo in his mind.
Yeah, like the fact that he closes his eyes and makes his face, it's so freaking strong.
We have your back. Together we can use your power for good.
Andrew shows a face of deeply considering these words, as if he really did want to do what his friend wanted.
Yeah, I still stand by that statement. He really feel like he wanted to do that, but it's just due to the manipulation and corruption and like expectations placed on him through the core for what he needed to do as their king. What they intended for him to do for like conquest and whatnot, like that's what like inspired him to like want him to do it, but he just couldn't do it.
But after looking at how far he's come from that statement,
yeah, like once again, he's like he's gone too deep. Like he sacrificed his friend to create this freaking abomination.
decide that he once again gave up a bond with someone he could call a friend to live up to the expectations placed on him through the core and his crown, he just breathes a sigh of disappointment towards himself.
Yeah, I think it's an important piece to recognize that that sigh, like it really was towards himself, just because like he's just like, here we go again.
Because he knows
like he was just like disappointed him like towards himself.
that he can no longer live up to the words of his past companion. All he could do now is serve as a reborn master. Andrews continues to give in to what Darcy expects of him, as he does as they ask in helping them remove some of Marcy's memories, and also submits to their legacy of conquest through these words.
Oh yeah,
Who's ready to finally start invading Earth?
Ready? After 1,000 years, I've thought of nothing else.
Yeah, like, look at his face, the way Keith David delivers it. He doesn't mean that. He doesn't mean it.
Andrews, as he delivers this line, doesn't exactly sound thrilled about finally getting the opportunity to fulfill the mission assigned to him centuries ago. The one thing that he's waited for over 1,000 years to accomplish.
Yeah, like, he's waited 1,000 years to do this, and now he doesn't want to do it just because, like, he realizes just how much he sacrificed. He sacrificed his friends, he sacrificed, like, his, like idea of, like, actually having, like, being open to others, like, including his people. Like, it's just gone now.
The tone that he, and specifically Keith David,
like I told you in like my last Andrews video, this is the only video I can find of Keith David behind the scenes
chose for this line, seems to imply that he's tired of everything he's done to be where he is. He just wants this all to be over.
Yeah, like you really have to pay attention, not just like the words they're saying, but how they're said when it comes to analyzing this stuff. Because just like this line could be completely different had it not been the way Keith David delivered it. Like he could have delivered it like yeah, lol. Like, yeah, different time zones exist. Like it could have been completely different if Keith David delivered it in a different tone. Oh, I forgot to switch this back to live chat. Hold up, live chat, all messages. There we go. Yeah, I don't know what happened, but yeah, yeah. So that's why like I give credit to actors when when credit is due, because like I keep saying, this line could have mean completely different had Keith David delivered it in a different tone. So, like, he could have been like, I thought of nothing else. Like, that tone right there leads to a different, like, tone, like, a different idea behind the line. He's like, ready, for 1,000 years, I've thought of nothing else. Like, that delivery intends that he actually enjoys it, but the way he delivers the tone here, it seems like he's just, and the way the animators did, like, his facial expressions, it seems like he's just like, let's just get this over with.
To just have it be done with. And at the mention of these words from Andrews, Darcy smiled.
This is such a creepy smile, and this is overall just a creepy moment.
He responds while slowly showing that it's Aldrich, his father, speaking to him, saying,
Why, son, I think I'm almost proud of you.
Like, it's so freaking creepy how they edited that, like the sound editing.
Not am proud of you. I'm almost proud of you.
Yeah, keyword almost. Like, you're just one thing away from actually being the son that I want you to be.
Aldrich, for his response to Andrews after finally mentioning that he's thought of nothing else but getting the chance to finally complete their conquest, sees that Andrews just might becoming the son he's expected to be,
yeah,
next king of carrying their legacy of tyranny. But
yeah, I still have no idea how long that painting's been up there.
He still has yet to prove it. Then we
oh, here we go, all in. This is where it gets real.
We come to the big and breaking point moment of Andrews' tyranny, the massive climax episode of the series, All In.
Technically, the hardest thing was the biggest thing come around. I mean, the climax episode of the series, because it's the one that's the series finale. Like, but this was like the big climax one. Like, they built this up as like the climax, and the next episode is like the down trough of like from the events of the climax.
This is the episode where Andros and his army, through the new confidence of the chorus gained after having a new host, finally are able to open a portal to Earth and attempt to conquer it. The chance for Andros to finally redeem himself for not doing the assignment centuries before. In this climactic episode, we see that Andros is still willing to honor his loyalty to the chorus.
Like, he still carries that charisma that the core expects him to do while doing this job.
He shows he has support in its cause of the invasion. But, like in the core and the king, he still is unable to move past the connections he has despite—
I really wish we could have seen, like, this pin, like, unintentionally, so, like, we could actually have a bit more setup to this moment, but that's fine.
The core's big efforts to force him to push him away. As we witness that Andros, while watching the conquest of Earth occur, reminisces of the time when he had first met Marcy.
I really like this interaction. Like, man, this is such a cool moment between them.
The first time in his position as king that someone's willing to be his friend. That someone is able to make him smile and laugh.
It's the first time in 1,000 years that, like I said, like, somebody made him laugh.
Andros, when first seeing Marcy's personality, immediately grew liking to her since he sees her sense of kindness and just how innocent she was, despite knowing that she was possibly one of the heroes that are destined to defeat him.
Like, who else does this look like? Like, come on, like, he knows the prophecy, like—
But Andros didn't expect one of those heroes to be so young or high-spirited.
Yeah, he expected, like, this, like, stoic, like, determined hero, but instead, he just found this kid.
He even kind of lied to Marcy about them trying to find her friends so that he wouldn't ruin the innocence he sees in her.
Oh, I remember this edit. I remember not liking this edit.
Speaking of my friends, have you seen them? I need to make sure they're okay.
We haven't, but we are looking. Liar!
But yeah, he did lie about that. Like, he literally had no idea they were even here until Marcy stepped through that door. So he kind of lied away from— so yeah, like I said, he lied to her so that he couldn't take away her, like, sense of, like, high spirit and innocence. So, like, it was something, like, genuinely nice that he did.
Andros was actually so thrilled of how nice and adventurous Marcy was in the few moments seeing her that he gave her a place to stay in his castle.
Yeah, I gave her— yeah, there's a lot of theories saying that this might have been actually leased room,
so that she wouldn't be alone in her time in the city. And as she walks away, we see that Andros greatly appreciates the gift that Marcy had given to him from this era.
Yeah, like, look how happy he is. He actually seems like, wow, like, she actually cares.
Action. But it's also revealed in this glimpse of the not too long past that Andros was also put in another conflict because of his connections versus the expectations placed on him. After—
this is always the biggest challenge when it came to Andros, just like his friends or his crown.
After first meeting Marcy and seeing how innocent and friendly she is, specifically towards him, the court demanded that Andros kill her since keeping her alive would be a risk to their plans, as she was one of the 3 stars stated in the prophecy.
Yeah, 3 stars burning bright, three heroes come to expel the night or something like that.
The prophecy that could bring an end to—
like, they completely got forgotten because it was like misleading because, oh man, like, Big Frog, like, no, it became this, like, this idea of, like, you have to face, like, a worse version of ourselves. I'm just like, what the heck?
Their reign over the amphibia. However, Andros, still having a slight interest for Marcy's friendly nature, makes a defense towards the core in Marcy's case, saying,
It's true, the own prophecy makes keeping her alive risky, but my lord, she's just a child.
Yeah, he defended her because, not only because, 1, she's a kid, and 2, she's the first person ever to actually show, like, him a sign of friendship.
Perhaps all of this is overblown.
Showing us that even after all this time, being the tyrant his ancestors wanted him to be through his position as king, he still has the heart of that prince in him that can recognize fond connections and innocence with another.
Yeah, can't keep a good prince down, for however the saying goes.
Core then asks what they should do if Andros insists on keeping Marcy alive, if he wants to still live up
the whole idea of the core, like, being in that big void whenever he's wearing the crown is just a scary idea.
To his chance of redemption for his failure centuries before, and this is where Andros finds a loophole. He convinces the core that there's a chance that they won't have to kill Marcy to receive her and her friend's power in order to use it for their desire of conquest.
Yeah. Actually, I am going to take a break to pee. I'll be right back, chat. Don't go anywhere. I'll be right back. Just going to pee. And I'm back. Alright. Yeah, take a cup of coffee or a cup of tea. Just a little break. My blanket's stuck. There we go. Yeah, gotta get my blanket. Just gotta get comfortable. We're almost there, chat. So it's this video. So we're a bit more than halfway through this video. Then it's one more video, and then all my ANVs. And the ANVs are generally really fun. And then the last video, my Love and Thunder video, is gonna be a lot of fun to cover. That's because, oh my gosh, there's so much to talk about when it comes to Love and Thunder.
Which is the series of events that we, the audience, watch play out throughout the show's second season, and the core eventually agrees to his plan. But, despite Anders showing his ancestors and the core that he's—
like, any moments where they're just like, oh yeah, you're actually proving yourself to be, like, a better king, they always ensure that, like, oh yeah, we're still the one that you have to answer to.
Still loyal to their cause of conquest in this moment, they still ensure that Anders remembers their pressure on him.
I like, muffled myself for some reason. I don't remember that.
They take the form of his father, Aldrich, the man that had put him in all this in the first place, to tell him,
well done, Andreas.
Anders was
just like, yeah, I'm your father, but we're also the one you have to answer to. Oh man, come on.
Lucky in this situation. He got away with ensuring that he wouldn't have the chance of losing Marcy, the person that for the first time in 1,000 years showed him a sign of friendship, but also having a sense of fulfilling his ancestors' responsibility of continuing their legacy of conquest, as he would still live up.
Yeah, I still want to know how the freaking box came across like Vikings or anything. Like, what was the whole story behind the base?
To their lust for power by getting the very thing they need to do so. After learning this insight of Anders's and Marcy's first meeting, we then jump back to the present, and we see that despite all that he's gone through with his new human friend, how much he actually seemed to enjoy Marcy's cup.
Oh yeah, I forgot to comment, the freaking music I was playing is from Halo 3. I think it's like Never Give Up or something. It's like, yeah, it's like a really freaking emotional song. I just thought it like fit the tone for this part of the video really well.
He still is pressure enough to show his loyalty to the core and his ancestors as he allows them to lead the charge on Earth's invasion.
Like, he at any point he could have like walk up there, unplug the helmet, and like do anything, but nope, he didn't, because he just was too scared of what they would do.
Oh, they now bear the face of his former and innocent companion.
Yeah, like seeing like that face like transition into Darcy.
Through how massive the influence the core has on him, despite him
like look at this moment. Like
through how massive the influence the core
look at this. He was actually scared. Like okay, I'll do what you say because you're actually freaking intimidating.
Has on him, despite him still having a bit of guilt for leaving all his connections behind. Anders is shown to still willingly do as Darcy asks of him. As we later see as they demand, Anders sets out to challenge Anne to help the war effort, and he does fall back into a bit of his lasting rage with this order as they're in.
Yeah, I find this moment a bit out of character for Andreas after I think he kind of got over that freaking like fight or Anne, but I guess not really, but I think I can excuse it.
Indeed, is some bad blood between him and Anne after the events of True Colors.
Now, baby, I got blood. I had to freaking do it. I actually think I remember trying to do a joke like that, but I just remember not doing it because like, no, I'm not falling to that low.
Another instance of his ancestors taking advantage of his personal pride. Anne, fueled by her determination to save both Earth and Amphibia, gives in to Andros' call to action and accepts his challenge.
Yeah, I feel like I was like writing this as like building up like Attack on like Battle of the Titans or something.
The battle goes back and forth between Amphibia's champion and the core's puppet, and as they do, Anne addresses to the audience. Oh!
Okay, so this is my way of freaking doing criticism, but in a funny way, like.
Oh, excuse me. I mean, to Andreas, all the flaws of his actions that got him here.
Yeah, like this doesn't. Oh my gosh, this doesn't just apply to this particular moment. This is something that I very regularly criticize around season 3. There are so many themes and messages that they just blatantly say that I'm just like, at this point, they might as well just be looking at the camera when they say them. It's one of the biggest gripes out of season 3.
I'm supposed to give up, stop feeling things like you.
Like this, like it's so clear what she's saying here, and she it seems like she's saying to Andreas, but she basically might as well be saying it to the camera.
Honestly, I pity you. You shut yourself off from the rest of the world. Didn't you?
Yeah, that was cool how she like empowered the sword. It basically became her version of Mjolnir.
1,000 years of suffering, of burying your feelings, of hating yourself.
Like we know that, and we see it, Andreas. You don't freaking need to address it. Like if you're just gonna say that, might as well look at the camera. It's my biggest criticism of season 3. Not my biggest, but one of my big criticisms.
That must have been hard.
Despite her best efforts, even striking a nerve as Andrews is shown to be genuinely enraged at Anne's words, and at the sight that Anne actually has a chance to win, Anne eventually grows weak after using her powers for so long, and Andrews finally sees an opportunity to end it.
Yeah, it's time to end this. I'm finally going to live up what my my family and my legacy needs.
However, Sprig comes to defend his friend, and Andrews sees this as a way to be done with both jobs that he couldn't finish before. Andrews was set on living up to what the core ordered by bringing an end to Anne and her friend.
Yeah, there's always that one factor that just sends everything in a different direction.
Finally bringing an end to the one thing that would stand his way of redemption. But there was one thing that got him to completely forget that motive and made him stop in his tracks. The mention of Leaf's name and her letter. The mention
just like Leaf? Like what?
That his past friend still has something to say after all these years of them being apart. Sprig had obtained the letter from Andrews' lost friend in his home. Since it was eventually revealed, she was an ancestor to the Planters.
I was still surprised by that, but I think a lot of people were saying, I agree with dialogue where they're so direct to show, don't tell. Yeah, it's not even just there. Throughout the entire season, and maybe throughout some portion of season 1, like, it's so obvious what they're trying to say. Like, show, don't tell. That's what animation can do. That's what, not just even animation, just film in general can do. Show, don't tell. Like, yeah, it's not even that. So there's just, like, a lot of moments where they're just, like... Yeah, it's one of my biggest criticisms of Season 3. They did a lot of questionable dialogue choices.
So to satisfy his curiosity, and as a way to possibly stop Andrews, Sprig reads the letter to the tyrant.
My dearest Andreas, this message may never reach you,
such a cool,
but I hope it does.
Letter.
I know you must hate me, but please hear me out.
I'm referring to Anne's dialogue when she was talking to Andreas. Yeah, that's why I assumed. But even outside of the conversation, there's a lot of dialogue in there that it might as well just have been like, let's just say that to the camera and just say the theme of like playing out. Like it's one of my big criticisms of the season.
After hiding the music box on Earth, I knew I could never return to the kingdom. Change was scary, and it was hard for me to open my heart to others again.
Fun fact, Leaf is actually voiced by the same voice actor or Morgana from Persona 5, so that's how I recognized her voice. So yes, that is true. Morgana, who is a male character in Persona 5, is actually voiced by a female, so...
But I'm glad I did. We spend our lives afraid of change. But after many years, I realized the beauty of life is the change. And through it all, I had such wonderful memories of you. For even though you, Beryl, and I are no longer together, the two of you never really left my side. In the end, my only remaining wish is that somehow, someday, my love reaches you.
Just because, like, you could just tell, like, there's so much emotion in her voice, and Andrew's just like, I can't believe she still considered me a friend after everything I've done. Like, it was just so touching.
So I'm begging you, my dearest friend, don't close yourself off.
Aww,
open your heart and follow it.
With love always. Your Leaf.
Yeah, I forgot about that Marcy smile.
From the words of Leaf's letter, Andrus is in disbelief that despite everything he did towards Leaf, trying to capture her, drove her away from the kingdom, and constantly having that resentment towards her for her actions, to the point that he even admits he did everything he could to try to forget her.
Yeah, imagine that. Like, he hated, like, he was so disgusted what he did towards his, like, legacy and his people that he did everything he could try to forget her, but ultimately he didn't, but he's kind of upset that now he did.
She never forgot him. Leaf, up until the very end, still considered Andrus a friend, and still believed throughout this time separated from him that he still has the heart to show someone the love that he showed her.
Yeah, the heart of that prince.
Andrus was in so much shock from this revelation that he had to remove his helmet just to see for himself that the letter, Leaf's message, was actually real.
Yeah, that was the big moment that I wanted to point out. He was just so in shock that the letter is actually real that he had to see it with his own eyes and not through a helmet.
And breaks into tears at the sight that it truly is. It was through these touching words from his long-lost friend that Andrus begins to break down, reflects, and reminds himself how much he actually cared about her. At this moment, Andrus didn't even care about the fight with Anne or fulfill.
Yeah, like at this point, he's at any point listening to that letter, he could have like ended Anne right then and there, but he didn't because he was just so emotionally struggling
to Cora's orders anymore. All he could think about now is that it was too late.
Yeah, this is still a very common thing. Me saying what the character says, like, wow.
That he wished he could have been better, could have lived up to what his friend wanted him to be. It was through these words of Leaf reminding him what made him such a good friend to have at her side that Andrus finally realizes just how much of a monster he's become.
Like, he did that without a second thought. Like, dropping Sprig, he had no idea, like, how truly evil that action truly was until he, like, Leaf pointed it out.
And there's nothing that he could do to change the centuries worth of tyranny he's done because of how he fell for the Core's influence and his ancestors' pride.
Like, I will forever praise Keith Davis' performance here. He does, it's so freaking real how he performed this.
But you're too late. The things I've done, the pain I've caused, there's no going back!
Yeah.
The Core eventually notices Andrus' sympathy and forces...
Yeah, that will always be a cool design. I'm a go. Thanks for stopping by, man. It was fun.
him to push it away to keep fighting, continuing to have command over him to do as they...
I want to point out whoever animated this hand. This is one of the most well-animated hands I've ever seen. And let me tell you, hands are hard to draw.
Say by replying,
We are all you need. We are all you will ever have.
Like, emphasizing, like, his entire past of, like, just completely controlling, Andrus.
Andrus was just about to do as the Core says as he readied himself to face Anakin. But from the inspiration of his friend's possibly last words, the reminder of how much he values all the...
Yeah, the hands, like, let me tell you, from, like, somebody who does sketches every now and then, and somebody who does, like, is very passionate about art as a hobby, hands are not easy to draw. Hands are, like, one of the hardest things to draw. They're so hard to draw. So, yeah, mad respect to whoever animated that shot. Hands are not easy.
The connections he's gained, he thinks to himself,
especially when they're, like,
not
that
this
close.
time. He's caused enough pain. He's done enough damage to himself, his friends, to his people. He's been a tool of his ancestors' tyranny for...
I really want moments like these, where I tried to draw in the past. I still sketch from every now and then. Like, I think I have my sketchbooks somewhere around here. Like, my older sketchbooks. I might get back into sketching every now and then. And it's freaking difficult. Yeah, it's harder than you think. It really is harder than you think it is. Yeah, well, really, yeah. Yeah, I really want more moments like these. Like this, it's like this kind of dynamic that I really want to see between Darcy and Andrus more. Just like that little intimidating like figure in the background, like influencing how he behaves. Like I just want to see more of this.
Long enough. He opens his armor, exposing himself, and finally was willing to accept the one thing he...
Yeah, this face to me was just like what sold it.
He's been running from for years. Punishment.
Like he could have done anything. He could move outside, but nope, he stood still. He took it like a man. Because he just let his pride for all the years.
Andrus was now defeated, and he accepts that he lost, while showing how much he actually sacrificed through his life as it's revealed that Andrus was a cyborg.
Yeah, that was a big surprise. I love that scene. He just accepted it. Yeah, that was like the moment where I was like, Andrus is probably gonna be my favorite character when all this is over, and he still is. Maybe aside from Sasha, but yeah, Andrus is my favorite character from the show. Yeah, he just accepted it. He just took it like a man. He just accepted, yeah, this is what I deserve after everything I've done towards my people.
A sign of how much he gave up for the cause of living up to his ancestors' expectations of him. However, after receiving this damage from ants...
Yeah, it was still a big surprise to me to find out he's a cyborg, but I'm just like, that still fits. Like, that explains how he survived 1,000 years.
He doesn't ask for help to get up. He doesn't call out for revenge. No. What's the first thing he does after this defeat? He looks to Anne, the person that before this he looked at as his greatest rival, and asks...
I really like the word rival, just because rivals are just always interesting when it comes to media.
As if it was with his dying breath.
Marcy, you must save Marcy.
That's like the first thing he does when he like addressed Anne why he was like...
To save Marcy, to save his friend, to free her from the Core's hold over her. Free her of his past actions of tyranny.
Yeah, like he like acknowledges like how much pain he put Marcy through now, and now he wants to take her, be free of her, like through his responsibility.
And Anne continues to be successful in his request as her and Sasha bring an end to Darcy and free their friend, bringing the ultimate stop to the attack on her.
I forgot these characters were in the show. Holy cow. I forgot these characters were in the show. Like, they're that forgettable and impactful. Just because they have, like, one cameo in, like, the first half of the season, and then they just have another cameo later on, and that's literally it. Oh my gosh. They literally dropped the ball when it came to the Earth plotline.
With Andrus's and the later Core's defeat, the invasion eventually comes to a close as they return everyone to Amphibia to bring its citizens the news that they were successful in...
I would like to point out how fast did freaking Marcy change out of that freaking outfit. Like, did she, like, cut her hair, too? Like, in, like, an instant? Like, how fast did she do that? She changed her outfit and she changed her hair. Like, how the heck?
...the conquest of Earth. That they were now free of the corrupted tyranny that plagued their land. Andrus continues on with accepting this loss, but the Core
doesn't. As a final attempt to not give up on their legacy of power, starts its ultimate plan.
This is like freaking metal, and I'm pretty sure this is inspired by Majora's Mask.
To crash the moon into Amphibia, the very thing that Leaf had foretold in her vision.
Yeah, I guess we always saw it from the beginning.
Andreas, seeing that what Leaf said was finally coming true, realizes in these frightening moments.
These lines were actually last minute additions. I didn't think these lines would actually fit what I'm trying to say because I didn't think it was actually true. But I looked over at my second page and she's just like, yeah, you can leave it in there. It could fit.
That he should have always listened to her, to have never pushed her away. But Andreas does help in trying to stop the Core's plan by telling the girls of what the Core is exactly doing. And
just giving me information like, yeah, he's been the Core's been planning on this for
they
decades.
realize that they may be the ones that could stop it for their gift of wielding the powers of the box and the gems.
This was such a sick moment when they wielded the gems.
Soon enough, the girls are turned into their
I freaking love these designs. I really wish we could have seen more of these.
Calamity forms and take to the stars to finish this once and for all.
I was really proud of how I wrote this. I wrote this as if I was writing a fairy tale or a legend. I have to say I was surprised at the finale. I did not expect the finale to be so existential and when Anne died. Oh yeah. Yeah, to me, the finale has its flaws, but I can't think of a better. Oh man, I'm struggling to talk tonight. Oh man, but the finale has a lot of flaws to it, but yeah, to be I can't think of a better way to. I can't think of a way it could have ended better. I really couldn't. It may be problematic. It's not perfect, but yeah, I really can't think of a way the show could have ended better. So
the fallen king now watches as the girls fight back against the Core's final effort to still reign as a god. The battle.
Yeah, I'm really proud of how I wrote this. I wrote this as if I was writing a myth.
Between the Core and the stars of power, as told in legends, rages on throughout the sky, and all Andreas can do is watch and see what may be the ultimate outcome of what decides all their fates. But then he hears someone call his name.
Yeah, this is
Andreas. Father, help us, save us, and you can finally join us forever.
So now you're giving him a free card to be a part of the Core now that you're in trouble, huh? So that's the whole thing. They're in danger and now they want him and he knows that.
The Core for the first time throughout the course of the show asks Andreas not to serve him, but to help him, because it knows it can't stand too much of a chance against the full power of the box in the hands of its chosen wielders.
Yeah, this is their version of Thor and Mjolnir.
And from how it initially seemed, Andreas actually was about to do what they asked. But through the encouragement of Leaf's words, what he's gone through with his past friends and Marcy, how much he regrets pushing them away, and realizing how much pain he's caused because of the influence he was following in the Core, he makes a final decision of himself and chooses to put
Andreas, the sympathetic villain. Yeah, I feel there's a lot of sympathetic villains as of late. So Andreas is definitely one that I consider to be really pretty good.
Put an end to the reign of the Core over him and all Amphibia. He does as his father in the Core demands and sends his robots out to fulfill their command. But in a noble twist to show his changed outlook, his robots
this is such a nice twist. I was really surprised by this. I'm just no way you were not. But then they actually sent him
help the girls fight back. With everything that we've seen him gone through, pressured by his father and his ancestors' legacy, befriending Marcy, and learning at least final words towards him, Andreas was fighting.
I don't know what it is with me villains. I just generally tend to like villains more.
Fighting for his people rather than against them.
Yeah, so he was finally just I've had enough of corrupting my people. This isn't who I am. I am going to actually help them now. I'm gonna make up for what I did for over the centuries.
The Core demands for Andreas to explain why he's doing this, what he would gain from all this, and replies with the final nail in the coffin to show that he is through with his tyrannic nature.
And this is another piece of criticism.
Something I should have done a long time ago. Standing up to you.
Yeah, this is a. I think I took a restoration for the girls' costumes for anime. It was very anime-like, yeah. Yeah, I think that was the big thing, just because, I think even Marcy commented, this is the most anime thing I've ever seen in my life. And, I'm pretty sure, there's a lot of other anime references. I vividly remember for Season 2, there's, a Dragon Ball reference, because Sprig is, in a hair salon, and one of the hairstyles he chooses is the freaking SSG. SSG Goku hair. The blue, spiky hair. So, yeah, anime definitely did have inspiration behind it. And a lot of the stuff I hear actually was inspired by Sonic the Hedgehog. To, all the robots and whatnot, and, I think, what else was yeah, there's literally a blue hedgehog in one episode, so that could be a song. Yeah, I think Mob Rally saw that, a lot of inspiration came from, Sonic the Hedgehog, anime, and just other stuff. Yeah, because I think like Calamity stuff could be like related to like the Chaos Emeralds or like Supersonic. But yeah, if you like go back to like a season 1 episode, it's the one where like Anne learns to ride Bessie. There's a blue hedgehog, and he really points out that this is a reference to Sonic the Hedgehog.
Now, I guess I should say this now, since I'm not sure if I'll ever talk about this scene again.
I want some freaking credit to my PC, because this all took a while to render, this freaking glitchy thing. This took a while to render.
But as great as I find this moment is for Andrew's character, it kind of feels a bit dragged down with Andrew's lines, since it's literally just a recycled line from season 1.
Yeah, they literally just used the exact same line. To me, it's kind of like lazy writing.
What are you doing? Something I should have done a long time ago.
Like, I get why they did this,
Standing
but it's
up
still
to you!
What are you doing?
Something I should have...
How'd you do the glitch? It's, yeah, how'd you do the glitch? I think it's actually just, a filter in DaVinci Resolve. I don't think you have it since you only have the free version. I think it's only a studio version thing. But yeah, that's how I did it, and let me tell you, it's, it took a while to render it. As I was
A long time ago, standing up to you.
People can consider this a parallel with certain events.
Yeah, that's the biggest offense I see around this. It's just a parallel. But if it was a parallel, it would mean like the parallel is implicit. Like it's not explicitly expressed. So like it's a parallel to actually what happened, but it's like somewhat different. So it's like not exactly the same thing. So like make Andrew's line different to what Anne said. But yeah, like I just didn't like how it was just basically the same line.
But I just think it's still kind of a missed opportunity to make what Andrew says slightly different to better suit his position as a king figure.
Yeah, it's just something I still criticize to this day about season 3. There's just a lot of stuff that really holds season 3 of this show back.
But that still doesn't mean that this moment doesn't carry some significant weight, specifically with his action of destroying his crown. As I look back at the show, I started to sort of interpret Andrew's crown as a representation of the power that the core has over Andrews and the past rulers of Amphibia.
I mean, you could say that about, I think looking back on this, you could say that about any crown in any media. That's literally kind of like what the crown represents, like the whole idea of legacy and like ruling, like responsibility or like greed or whatever. That's that's like kind of like what a lot of crowns can symbolize. But yeah, I just found it just very specific for this crown.
Like Aldrich and their ancestors. This can kind of fall back to true colors while Andrus is wearing it when he reveals his true nature to the girls. Throughout the scene of him showing our protagonist what he intends to do now that the box has returned to him, he continues to act the way the core expects him to, as the tyrant they need in order to fulfill their wish of conquest.
I wish I pointed out that even though he did this, he always did like his little fun spin on it to like doing like a little own take of like his personality into it. So like he's just like, oh yeah, I'm still who I am, but I'm still just fulfilling like what the core expects me to act.
But it wasn't until Anne disrespected him as a king and lost his crown that he completely shifts his focus from his mission.
Yeah, like I said in the one villainous scene thing, the crown losing from his head can be carry like a lot of symbolism.
To get this simple glory of revenge against Anne. Without the crown in the picture, Andrus is so consumed by his personal pride, not the pride of the core.
Yeah, like I believe had the crown stayed on his head, the crown would have told him to focus back on the box, but no, he instead focused on Anne.
That he only focused his attention on Anne to get back at her for disrespecting him. But that's what led to the box being stolen again under his...
Yeah, imagine if he still had the crown. I'm pretty sure the core would have told him to focus more on the box rather than Anne.
Watch. We didn't even realize it at the time, but this shows to us that the crown, the connection that he has to the core, is really what's keeping him on track to live up to the expectations of his ancestors and their legacy. And we see the continuous control that the core has over Andrus through that crown as the show went on.
Yeah, there's there's just a lot of context, like the whole idea of the crown, and ever since that scene where we saw the core in the room with Andreas and how it's implemented into like the storyline and how it's connected with the crown now, it's just like the core was like just starting to become way bigger, the bigger picture.
The core had demanded that Andrus kill Marcy at the first sight of her. However, Andrus had cunning thinking to work around this demand to spare his new friend's life.
Yeah, like he just I want to still make my father proud, but at the same time I don't want to lose somebody that I just found out to be who could be like a new friend.
But still had to live up to the core's expectations since they were the ones that he literally looked up to.
Yeah, this is something I like brought up in my criticism class. This is just the power of animation and what can be like done with it, because like children's media can still be still carry on in like very dark topics, like I think when we were discussing this, we were talking about like E.T. and Shrek. So he's just like, what could these films be considered children's media? And I was like, yeah, absolutely, because there's very upfront themes about like self-expression and like being open to others and whatnot. But there's still some dark themes, like he pointed out, like divorce. And there's just when I rewatched Shrek for that class, there's so many jokes that just went over my head as a kid that now as I'm an adult, I'm just like, wow, I can't believe this actually actually got into the movie. but yeah, like with like Amphibia and like the Owl House, it covers very. It's while at its core, no pun intended, I guess some like major flood vibes with the core. I think that's why I came up with the Halo music for this, just cause like I got so many like gray white voices and whatnot. Like just think about this. I think that's what led me to use Halo music for this portion, talking about the core. But yeah, anyways, there's just like a lot of dark topics that could still be expressed in children's media, like the Owl House and Amphibia. Like at their core, no pun intended, like they still could be considered children's shows because, well, with how they express some certain stuff, but they still cover dark topics like corruption, manipulation, like dictatorship, and like self-identity. Like it's just really like it's just the power of film and animation, dude. Like you gotta appreciate it.
It was by the core's orders that Andrews would make Marcy be their new host, forcing him to once again sacrifice his connections with others for the sake of serving them and their desires.
Yeah, like he had to get rid of his bonds in order to actually be like a good king in the eyes of the core.
And the final battle, the core used that crown to force Andrews to put aside his emotions and to ensure that he would not stumble or falter in doing their bidding. So by having
like that face of determination at the core, that was like the core like giving that look, not him.
During this moment, Andrews finally removing the crown of his own terms, and to finally have the strength to destroy it, can be a way to show that Andrews has had enough of his past of playing a puppet for his ancestors' greed of conquest, and willing to be the one to finally put an end to this era of their tyranny.
Yeah, like he didn't ask for like a hammer or anything. Animation's ability to explore darker themes is just awesome. That's why I recommend She-Ra, bro. She-Ra does so many cool things, like concept, like self-love, like self-identity, and just like dictatorship. Like it's just really well done. I really freaking love She-Ra because of that. Just like the philosophies of war and like psychology. Like yeah, that's why I recommend She-Ra. It does some freaking awesome stuff with this writing.
The final battle plays out, and the girls, Amphibia's chosen warriors, were victorious in saving the land.
Yeah, I didn't go into the whole detail of, like, Anne dying, because I didn't feel like that just helped the case about Andrews.
And Andrews breathes a sigh of relief, and finally seeing that Lee's fear for Amphibia's future is destroyed. It was all finally over.
Is this just what I'm doing now? Just stay in the characters' lines and just lining it up so I can actually fit it?
Soon enough, the girls had come to the point that they had to say goodbye to all their amphibian friends.
Yeah, I keep saying here, I can't think of a better way to send off the show than
See Andrews sulking in the distance and looking down on himself as he wasn't expecting any
yeah, like look at this. They're even just like, does he really deserve anything?
Or for what he's done. Even though he chose to help the girls fight the core in the final battle, nothing could change to what he did before this while under the core's influence.
Yeah, like he just thinks to himself, like, even though I helped him this particular instance, that doesn't change the fact that I'm still a monster.
What he's done to his people as their king, how he still forced away all the bonds he's gained, that he was still a monster. But Marcy, willing to see the good in his heart after helping her, Sasha, and...
This kind of was a stretch because we didn't really know exactly what Marcy was intending in the scene. This is just my portrayal of this.
And in their final battle, gently being her friend before these unfortunate events, and despite how harshly he treated her...
Like, there's a reason why he kept her alive. Like, he did it, like, he just did it to keep her alive.
Because of what the core demanded of him, she still gave Andrews a friendly goodbye.
Yeah, like, she didn't have to say anything. She could have walked away still hating him, but she was willing to say a goodbye.
We see on Andrews' face a response to Marcy's farewell that
Can we take a note to the animators how they made his eyes shake, just to show, like, his emotional shock to that response?
He was surprised and grateful that she still acknowledged him at their last possible moment.
Hashtag do it for animation, please. Like, it's those little details that we have to appreciate when it comes to animators.
Together. However, he still showed resentment towards himself for what he's done to her by looking away, but still expresses generosity towards his new friend's sympathy.
Yeah, like, look at that smile. That's generally a smile like him and having her as a friend.
Because of these words saying that he shouldn't close his heart to others, which led to him to respond with,
"Take care, kiddo."
Like, I love that freaking delivery. There's so much emotion in that.
He knows he can't take back what he did to her, but through the words of Leaf to not force his connections away again, he still hopes that even though he's caused so much trouble towards his friend, that she can still find her path and be happy despite how he treated her.
Yeah, like it seems like she did it with how she's living life on Earth now.
The girls eventually take their inevitable leave from Amphibia, and as they do, the music box withers away. Now only show
yeah, the box itself can be like symbolism too, for like how the kings viewed it as like a symbol of power rather than hope.
Knowing that this is indeed the last time our human protagonist will interact with the amphibian people, but also extinguishing Andrews' ancestors' lust for conquest because of it.
Yeah,
finally putting an end to the tyrannic and greed-filled control over the people of Amphibia.
Yeah, I like how in this moment all three characters that speak here before we like cut away to like the portal. One is a frog, one is a newt, and one is a toad, and like they all speak together just to show that now all the tyranny is gone. They're actually united now.
After everything that's happened to Anders throughout the show, the awful actions he's done under his crown, recognizing
that's freaking like Drive, just like take this, like they'll be crying, like come on, you can't tell me that's what it looks like.
Flaws in his tyrannic nature, and finally putting an end to his corrupted passive power, we see how he's come to terms with it all in the end.
I really like this scene, this final scene, seeing how he ended up. It's so cool.
He's accepted the error of his ways while being under the influence of his ancestors as king, and finally sets aside his pride for the throne and gives it up for.
So you want to know something? This clip is played backwards. It normally pans from Hop Hop into Andrews, but I started it from Andrews, and you probably didn't even tell. You want to know how you can tell? His tears are going into his face. And that's so fast you can barely even notice it, huh?
When we see Andrews after the time skip to see how both worlds have changed, he is now helping regrow their home. He's old. He's changed.
I literally spend the last like 7 minutes just talking about this one scene, just because there's so much symbolism behind it.
And overall seems happy to be where he is. Because in this moment, we don't see a king hunting for conquest like in the rest of the show. We see a man now trying to live a quiet, simple life after reflecting on himself.
Yeah, like he's just trying to become better and not be like a king like it was.
He retired his royal armor. He now uses his robots that once were used to dominate to help grow this new world.
Maybe this was done by someone else, but that's how I like to see it. This is one of his robots that he made.
And it finally is able to put the pain of his family's expectations behind him. I also think it's important to notice that despite us knowing that Anders is a cyborg, meaning that it may be possible for him to actually repair himself after the onslaught of a final blow that he received from Anne.
And now we know from like Polly, like she was like a robotic. She's like into like robots now. Like there's a lot of stuff about Frobo and actually like learning stuff. So yeah, they definitely have the capability to fix him, but he chose not to fix himself, just to carry on the pain and like acknowledge that yeah, he's flawed and he wants to be better.
At this last glimpse of him we see on the show, it seems he chose not to repair his damage from the final battle.
Yeah, he's still, like I point out here, he's still missing his arm and his leg, and I'm not sure if his tail is like. Andrew speaking like Kratos. That's literally who he is! I can't believe you mentioned that. That's literally how Kratos is. Holy cow. That is a really good parallel. Yeah, I'm not sure if he actually fixed his tail, because a bit of his tail fell off. I don't know if he fixed that or not.
Seems he chose not to repair his damage from the final battle. This decision can really be left.
Yeah, like right here, his tail was broken, so I don't know if he fixed that or not, because it's off screen.
For interpretation. So this is simply just how I see it. But it could possibly be a way to symbolize that he's moved past his desire of redemption, and is now willing to carry on the scars of his past actions.
Yeah, like scars will heal, but they never will go away. So like you can make it feel better, but you have to acknowledge that they still exist.
As stated in the aftermath of receiving his injuries in All In, he said that he had these additions to his body in order to live for 1,000 years, which was to ensure that he actually got to live to see himself fulfill his promise to his father that he would do everything he can to fix the mistake of ruining his family's legacy.
Like that he was that determined. He's just like, nope, I'm not gonna have a son or like a grandson or anything. I will do this myself and I will live to see that day happen. Like, I'm going to live 1,000 years. Like, I will live forever if I have to, if it means to, like, redeem myself for what I've done.
So now that he doesn't have to live up to the expectation placed on him anymore, he has no reason to continue.
Like, go out of your way to like find out a way to live for 1,000 years, actually just to live up to something that was expected of you that's died off thousands of years ago.
On with this artificial life, he actually comes to rest, enjoy simpler sides of this world, and for probably the first time in centuries, he feels at peace. Even when taking a closer look at his eyes, it shows his age.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, I think I added this after I saw this Twitter post about the show.
Matt Brawley on Twitter even pointing out this is because through his time after the events of the.
Yeah, so I'm so glad that viewers caught on to this. But yes, Andrew's vision is failing after the time skip. He refused all future implants repairs, and he will spend whatever time he has left healing the land. So yeah, that's like a big thing about Andrew's character. Like, he just accept that pain and he will forever live the way he is.
Before being stopped, he slowly started to lose his vision, which alongside all his other scars, shows that he's come to term with his mortality.
Yeah, this is a big piece of this character's mortality. Like, he thought, I'm going to be immortal through how I can live through the core and, like, through the cybernetic cyborg stuff so I can actually live for a while. But no, he came to accept that, yeah, one day he'll pass on.
Which, to me, is an important piece to his character in these final moments. Throughout the time that we see Anders and the core together in the show, one of the big ways the core motivates Anders to do as they command is with the mention that only if Anders fulfills their orders that he can receive the chance to join them, to join their conjoined consciousness.
I mean, who wouldn't want a chance of, like, immortality like that? It may be messed up since it's, like, multiple minds to, pull together, which is messed up, but still immortality.
To join them in eternity. Since Andrew...
I mean, like, there's a lot of philosophy saying that immortality is, like, both a blessing and a curse. Like, I think, like, I love a good redemption arc. Yeah, to be... Andrew's a pretty decent one. Like, there's like this big philosophy that immortality is both a blessing and a curse, and I think they explore this a bit with like Thor in some of the comics. Like, he's immortal, but yes, like you get to see beautiful more worlds like that ever go see like beautiful worlds like purged with life and just see how beautiful it becomes. But at the same time, you see things die. Like your friends like will die as you live on, and you'll have to make more friends, and every time that happens, that cycle happens, you are immortal and have to go through those pains of losing your friends, and you have to still move on with your memory. So yeah, that's like the whole philosophy behind that immortality is both a blessing and a curse. Immortality's overrated.
Just as stated in early episodes, that the core was a way for him and his ancestors to conquer death. This was the same temptation that they actually used against Andreas to ensure that he would have the drive.
It is a blessing and a curse.
To defeat Anne.
Oh, and Andreas, if you fail...
Yeah, this was like the big thing that like pushed him to actually go through the fight.
You can forget about ever joining your father and the rest of us up here.
You hear me, Anne? It's time for a rematch!
But now that we see Andreas has moved past that desire of immortality through the influence of the core, he's come to terms that he is immortal.
But you can see people pass on its side.
He accepts his wounds, and he accepts that one day he'll pass on from this world, just like all his friends have. It's also in this look of Andreas.
Yeah, like whatever happened to Beryl? We never got to see Beryl. Like, how did his hammer get there? Like, what happened?
There's his farm life that we see he now actually seems happy to carry the symbols of the connections he's gained throughout his journey.
Yeah, somebody in the comments recently just pointed out that the leaves in his beard could also be a symbol of like how Anne affected him like to actually think about this change, and these are like the symbols of his friends. So yeah, it's like shout out to whoever put that comment in there to like as to how the leaves could be a symbol to Anne too.
He now uses Beryl's hammer as a cane, putting his trust in it to help him walk the zoo path after choosing not to repair his leg.
Most immortals crave death at some point because it's only feeling they haven't experienced all their existence. They actually explore that in Darksiders. There's like two figures, like an angel and a demon, that want to escape the realm of souls, but they come to the Lord of Hollows so they can actually die. So yeah, it's a very real concept, like in many pieces of media, and Darksiders 3 is just like one recent example I can think of. But there's probably thousands of renditions of that kind of stuff in other pieces of media. But yeah, please go check out Darksiders. It's a freaking underappreciated gaming franchise.
Showing that he's managed to move on from his distrust of Beryl for failing him in the past. If we look closely at his cloak, he wears two significant symbols. The first being a leaf that bears a strong resemblance to the one that his friend Leaf wore with her time at Andreas' side.
There's a lot of theories saying that is the leaf, but I highly doubt that.
Showing that he's grown past her reactions towards him. Now that he knows that despite his harsh attitude towards Leaf he had because of his father's and ancestors' expectations of him, Leaf still considered him a friend and an important part of her life. With how he now holds a part of her with him, it comes a way to show that she mattered just as much to him as he did to her.
Like no matter how far they were apart, they still were connected, like down to like a spiritual or emotional level.
He won't make that mistake of trying to forget her again. The second symbol in his cloak is the charm that Marcy had gifted to him when she first met Andreas after initially arriving in Amphibia. To show that
it was so cute. That moment will forever be cute. It might have been like a bit too late of the series to show it, but it was so cute.
Even though he forced Marcy to go through so much pain, the fact that Marcy was willing to tell him a friendly goodbye.
Yeah, that was the important thing. She actually was willing to say goodbye to him.
And from hearing the words of Leaf in her letter to not close his heart to others, he listened to her words and came to greatly appreciate that.
Yeah, this is another piece by Calamity Music. She made this piece for the series ending. I'm pretty sure this actually was called Goodbye Amphibia, and this actually used to have vocals, but she released an instrumental version. That's what this is. So please go support her. It's generally a really great song.
Chance of finally finding another person he could call a friend. The first time he ever had a friend throughout his time as king for the past 1,000 years. So he carries on Marcy's pin as
I'm sure I'm gonna be using this song again whenever I do my season 3 video, which is coming. I promise. It's after I'll do it. The next after I'm done with the video I'm working on now. My next big video essay that was supposed to be released around Halloween, but like college just got in the way. So yeah, like I'll finish that video that's supposed to be that I'm working on right now. After that, the next big video to go in production will be my season 3 video, talking about like Amphibia season 3 video.
It's a reminder of all those wonderful memories he had with her, and hope that she's finding her path just like he's finding his.
It's so good to see how much the girls have matured.
The fact that he's now come to be proud to bear these trinkets of his connections shows how he's free from the expectations of his ancestors and their legacy. Now that he stood up to his father and his ancestors' greed and influence over him, he doesn't push away or exploit his connections anymore, but embraces them and feels proud to have them instead.
Yeah, he doesn't see them as like ways to just give him like benefits or like actually like something to like to abuse to gain power or anything. He sees them as just genuine ways to like actually feel connections and be connected to the world and for people and just being who he is now.
He may have had a troubled past, and even resents himself for what he's done under the influence of his crown.
But the fact that he's like here and like acknowledges like the pain that he still has, I feel like it's a big piece to like what made him such an interesting character.
But as we see him in the end as he reflects on it all, he still manages to conjure a smile. Because despite all the pain he's caused, he's glad that he finally found the courage to stand up to his ancestors' legacy of power, the source of his corruption.
Yeah, he's just like, if nobody is going to face this, then I will.
And that the ones he's come to make attachments with still manage to find their way of living a meaningful life despite his harsh nature towards them. Leaf found a caring life with the people of Wartwood, and even told that she died happy because Andrews got to be a part of her life.
Yeah, like even though like she was the reason she was living a hard life, but like outside the kingdom, but she acknowledges that without him, she wouldn't have been where she is now.
Marcy, despite Andrews literally stabbing her in the back and forcing her to become the victim of his ancestors' plans, still expressed a friendly farewell to him before leaving Amphibia. Because before all those unfortunate events of his ancestors' influence, she still had a blast at—
Yeah, like look how happy she was alongside Andrews through like a lot of the moments throughout season 2, and that seems
the side due to how Andrews made it all really feel like an adventure to her. The feeling that they really shared a bond, that she really did have him as a friend.
And they still are friends. I had Ken. They still are friends.
Andrews, before being forced by his father to follow his family's path of tyranny, greatly appreciated connections he had in his life, expressing them as some of the greatest parts of being where he is. But due to the expectations of Aldrich and the court being pressured on him, he was corrupted to either throw those connections away or to use them as a way to benefit himself or his family's plans.
Yeah, I'm really glad I picked this piece of music for this because it really fits like how I'm setting off this video really well. So yeah, please go support Calamity Music. She's generally a really great composer and musician. But yeah, that's like the whole, like the basic thing about Andrew, so like how he was corrupted. Like he just threw away like all the chances of like having a connection, instead, so like he didn't have connections, but he instead like had like deals, like he didn't do them just because he wanted to, he did it because he needed them to like actually have like a benefit towards what the core needed or what they needed as a kingdom. So yeah, it's like really interesting stuff.
Which ultimately is what led him to losing all those connections and hurting the people he cared about. However, despite everything he's done, after all the trouble he's caused, in these final moments of us seeing him on the show, he could die happy knowing he still managed to touch the lives of the people around him.
Yeah, like he can actually just die and rest in peace. I really feel like that's what's going to happen.
Even if it was so few. No matter how hard his peers tried to push down his caring nature, how hard they pressured him with his position as king, deep down, there was always that smallest speck of the loving, hopeful prince beneath it all.
Yeah, you could never outshadow the light of a hopeful prince like that.
It just took the reminder of just how much he cared about his connections with others that he finally remembered that there still was that caring prince in him all along.
Yeah, like the time.
Andrews learned that it was because of his ancestors' influence over him that Amphibia had become the wasteland we see it turn into.
And like now, see how developed it was in that final scene. It gets so good to see how far it's grown now that he's acknowledged it.
But now that he's free from that influence, he's willing to take responsibility for it, and slowly but surely helps rebuild this world he calls home with his own hands, which in his eyes now he should have done all along. Andrews, by the time we see the show end,
yeah, this is the first. Yeah, this is another thing that I was like, I'm dead set on setting off this video with these lines right here.
He's no longer carrying on the legacy of his ancestors. He's forging his own legacy, and through all his reminders of his connections he's gained on his journey, he knows what his legacy wants to be.
Yep.
To be the person that not his family, but his land, his people, his friends, and his home truly needed.
Yeah, not what they wanted, not what they wanted, like going through other worlds to get to like resources to like go through like this capitalist society. He instead sees it as like this world needs a king that's willing to get his hands dirty to actually help it grow.
This is Brax Warmer, and this has been Andrews' Legacy.
Now this is another image that I had in my mind, the way the painting is and Marcy. It's hard to earn the trust of people when you let them down. Yep. That's always the challenge, isn't it? Alright. That was my Andrews follow-up video by popular demand after my success with my 1 Will See video. So now I think there's only one video left. Aside from all of my AMVs. Yep, the Love and Thunder review. Oh my gosh. This was a hard one to make. This was notoriously hard for me to make just because I only had trailer footage to work with. It was so hard. I never want to do it again. But I just felt like I need to talk about this movie just because it really kind of sucks and it just could have been so much better. So yeah, be prepared for some hot takey kind of stuff from this, so be ready.
Warning, this video contains spoilers for Thor Love and Thunder. Please proceed at your own risk.
Andrew's experienced that firsthand, yep.
If you want my general consensus on the film spoiler-free, jump to this timestamp in the video.
Yeah, because I'm just like one of those people that's just like, here's my score for the movie if you're curious, if you don't want to be spoiled, just to see if it's good or not.
With that out of the way, I hope you enjoy. I don't think I've expressed it enough on this channel, but I'm a massive Thor fan.
Yeah, this is legit my collection. This is literally how much Thor memorabilia I have. I have 2 Jane Fosters, just because I love Jane Foster as Thor in the comics. I have one from Comic-Con for my Thor Ragnarok. I just got my Mjolnir, Lego Mjolnir not too long ago. That's a 3D printed Mjolnir I made in high school that I designed myself. That was from the Avengers pre-order, and that was a Christmas present. So yeah, I'm a big fan of like Mjolnir in general. As you can see on my vast collection of hammers.
When the MCU really started to come to the spotlight, the idea of all hero constantly having to be worthy of the power they wield just captivated me.
I will always say Thor 1 is like really underappreciated.
I remember as a kid constantly rewatching the first Thor films, it just seemed to have that magic that other films couldn't give me for some reason.
Like yeah, I don't know why people hate on this film. I really don't. Like I can see why, but I don't know. It just seems kind of overhated.
Along the way, I really started to become more of a nerd.
Yeah, the freaking nerd emoji, just because I am a nerd and I'm proud
went
of it.
further than the films to get into the actual comics of Thor.
Yeah, I'm surprised I didn't get as copyrighted striked as I did for this video, because I literally just used a lot of comic book panels that I didn't have getting copyright strikes from Marvel or anything. I'm surprised I got away with it.
I thought they were awesome, it just made me love the character more.
Yeah,
but
a lot of this stuff came from like the Jane Foster comics, the Love and Thunder run where Gore actually appears. So yeah, please go read those comics. They're generally really good comics.
One story from those comics stood out to me, and that was The Mighty Thor by Jason Aaron.
My favorite comics I've ever read. It's generally so well written by Jason Aaron.
The run of Jane being worthy of Mjolnir.
Like, oh my gosh, man. Jane being Thor in the comics was so well written. They freaking dropped the ball with her in Love and Thunder.
There was just that wonder to it that I couldn't explain. The whole concept of what if heroism was killing you just hooked me. I couldn't let go.
Yeah, like the whole concept of it was so cool, was so philosophically interesting, it was so good, and then they just freaking ruined it. They basically forgot about it in Love and Thunder.
It was a story of selflessness, self-worth, and acceptance. It was just everything that I wanted from a tale relating to Thor.
I still have yet to find a Thor line that does something better than Jane Foster as Thor, like on a like an emotional and philosophy level. Like, it's just so freaking good.
And yeah, I'm one of those people that may argue that Jane is more worthy of Mjolnir than Thor is.
Yeah, that's definitely a hot take. Like, some people in the comments have called me out on that.
But hey, this is my take and a discussion for another time.
Yeah, so yeah, tease for like a future video idea.
So I'm pretty sure you can now tell that I was more than just
yeah, I love this freaking shot. The broken helmet, the way it shattered on it.
Excited to find out that this incredible story.
Yeah, please go support the comic book artists. The art in these comics are so good.
Story would be the inspiration for a film.
Storyline,
I still remember where I was when I first watched this. I was at work, and I was at work cleaning the kitchen, like the foods area, so I was like in one of the kitchen areas. I still remember where I was, and that's where it was. I watched this there because that was the area that I was in while I was working there, and I freaked out when I saw this.
incredible. It's full of emotion and love and thunder.
Yeah, looking back on it, I'm just like, did he even read the comics? Because, like, I feel like a lot of people who actually read the comics would understand the source material and what could have been done with it. Because, like, holy cow, they really freaking dropped the ball when it came to, like, actually taking advantage of the source material. They didn't do anything with it.
And it introduces, for the first time, female Thor.
Like, I was so hyped. I'm just like, no way. Are they actually doing this? Are they actually bringing those comics to life?
So,
yeah, the music I was playing was not, like, the music they actually played. It's just me making it all the more dramatic through my video.
for us, there's only one person.
Yeah, I remember. This was before Shutdown. Yeah, I think, yeah, this is, like, this was the last Comic-Con that they had, like, in person before COVID happened. I really remember that.
Who could play that role?
Yeah, I freaking, like, Natalie Portman as Jane Foster is underappreciated in the Thor movies.
Only one. And she's here. I'm going to introduce her to you now. Please,
Yeah,
welcome to the stage,
music.
Natalie Portman.
I was freaking out when I saw this. this.
I've been super hyped for Love and Thunder the moment it got announced at Comic-Con all those years ago.
Yeah, all those years ago. That was 3 years ago. Holy cow, that takes me back.
We got
well, almost 4 years now, since we're getting close to 2023.
Taika Waititi returning to direct, the entire cast from the last film reprising their roles, and Natalie freaking Portman.
I was jumping when I saw Natalie hold that hammer.
And returning to play not only Jane Foster, but Jane Foster's Thor.
This is one of the most sick images in comics ever.
So it doesn't come too much of a shocker that my heart broke, fell, and shattered at the news that certain circumstances would have it be delayed.
Funny enough, Taika Waititi commented on this, and he said that, oh yeah, we're gonna be taking our time away because of the writing, like better and anything. It did not help. The writing just sucked. The writing just sucked from the movie. I don't know what else to say.
So I calmly waited patiently.
Yeah, that delay does not really help them at all.
For news of when the film would finally resurface, and when they did, my hype only got bigger, cause we got Christian Bale.
Yeah, they really did. Yeah, they did. Christian Bale kind of dirty with gore. Like, Christian Bale as gore theoretically could work, but they just didn't take advantage of what gore is like in the comics.
Is Gore the freaking God Butcher, one of my all-time favorite villains from the comics.
Like, look how freaking sick this is. Like, in all honesty, from what Gore was like in the comics, he could have been on the philosophical levels of Thanos for what they did with the MCU, but they just did not do that. He was just a very boring villain in the film.
With all the news that we've been getting, everything just really seems to be gearing up for this next
I was screaming when I saw this, just because, oh my gosh, it looks so cool. Like, it actually looks like the comics, but it actually fits the MCU.
All my Thor's repertoire to be big. But I am still kind of nervous with how early impressions of the film, as it was being released, say that it was kind of bad.
Yeah, this is the scary thing when I make videos like this, just building off of criticism, just because a lot of people say something is good, something is bad, and it's just like, is it actually good, is it actually bad, just because... Like I think I brought this up earlier in the stream, like way earlier, like 10 hours earlier. Like, it's just always tough expressing your opinions of film when there's like already like established hierarchy to like how films are interpreted these days. Like Jay Farrell's the critical drinkers, Saber Spark, they're the ones that say, oh yeah, this film actually is good or actually is bad. Like, if you disagree with me, your opinion is bad. Like, it's just hard to do that when trying to give fair criticism about a movie. Yeah, a little cameo by my brother. So yeah, let's keep going with that.
But I never really take those words as fact until I've seen the actual work for myself.
Yeah, I really do. I still do that to this day. I'm just like, oh yeah, I'll go see it and then I'll dictate like how I feel about it depending on all their criticisms.
So, after seeing the film at last, what do I have to say about it? Yeah, a lot of those criticisms are kind of justified.
Yeah, I was just like, I was walking out of the theater, I'm just like, oh man, they were right. This really isn't that good.
So I should address this now before we dive into my thoughts too much, but I know a majority of the harsh feelings I have towards the film is definitely due to me having such high expectations before going to see it.
Yeah, like, I had really high hopes. Like, to me, this was the movie that would make or break the MCU. That would, like, redeem or forever break the MCU. Yeah, like, I knew Phase 4 was, like, a really rough road, like, going into, like, all this, but I really had hope that, like, Love and Thunder would be amazing, but then it ended up not being that, and after that, I kind of just lost a lot of hope with Marvel.
That's my fault, so you can hate me for that. I won't blame you.
And I think some people do hate me now, so...
But it honestly just feels a bit strange with how mixed I am about this film.
Yeah, there's a lot that I like about this film, that I hate about this film.
On one hand, a part of me really liked what they did with it, but on the other, a lot of decisions I see throughout it all are kinda questionable.
Yeah, there's a lot of questionable things that they do with this movie.
Oh, and I should also say, I'm not going to go too much into the fields of the comedy versus cinema argument that's around the film's reputation.
Yeah, this freaking blew up on Twitter. Yeah, comedy's gonna, like, I think it was like, if this tweet was just like something like, oh yeah, remember before going to see Love and Thunder, sometimes you just have to turn your brain off to actually enjoy a movie. I'm just like, what are you freaking smoking? Comedies can also be cinematic around making it engage your brain, so maybe just go see it with that open mind. It says Christopher Miller, the actual Christopher Miller, aka the guy behind the Lego movie, like Clyde with the Chits Meatballs, and Into the Spider-Verse. Like, it actually took a actual freaking filmmaker to like make a stand on this discussion. Like, it's just really ridiculous. Like, turn your freaking brain off and enjoy the movie. No, that's not how it works.
But I'll say this. Yes, this is a comedy. It doesn't take itself seriously so much, and some of the jokes do land.
Yeah, I feel like a lot of the stuff that Taika Waititi does are comedies. Like, I think for my criticism class, we watched another film that he did. I think it was called, it was like In the Shadows or something? Like, We Live in the Shadows or something. It was like a mockumentary of, like, vampires. And yeah, it definitely is a comedy. I'm just like, yep, this is definitely Taika Waititi.
Like, oh my gosh, Steel the Stormbreaker, most memorable joke of the whole film.
Every now and then I still laugh about this. Like, it actually was one of the few jokes that actually worked.
I was bawling every time it happened. But then there's also some jokes that didn't really seem to work. Like Jane's takes on her own heroic catchphrases like, let's bring the rainbow or eat my hammer. Like,
yeah, like I'll even say right here, like, how I feel about it.
Yeah, I get it. It's fitting for her character and arc for the film, but still kind of felt a bit out of place for some reason.
And I actually found out, like, Eat My Hammer actually came from the comics, but the comics did it better because they actually had the context to make it work, but it just did not work for the film.
I don't know, maybe it's just me. I know other people love it. Then there's stuff like the screaming goats.
I feel like nobody likes the goats now. Nobody likes the goats these days. I thought they were okay the first time, but then after like the third or fourth time, they kind of got old. But it was just a part of like the film's identity, so I can't really excuse it that much.
They were funny at first, but it did get pretty old after a while.
Yeah, like after like the third or fourth time, people were just like, please freaking shut up.
I do appreciate that we get these jokes and made the film a fun watch, but as I said in some of my previous videos...
Yeah, this is where I card to my Amphibia 1 video, because like this is where I majorly talk about elements related to comedy.
Comedy can be really subjective, so everybody has their taste, and sometimes it works, and sometimes it just doesn't. Oh, another thing.
Yeah, like there's just some jokes that work and some that don't. It's like the nature of the nature of the genre.
I'm also not going to go over too much about how the CGI looks.
And yeah, a lot of people made a lot of dissections about how much it kind of sucks.
Since, well, I'm more of a writer and editor, CGI is really not my field of expertise. Except that freaking flowing head effect, I think almost anyone could tell that was kind of bad.
I still haven't seen it, but I heard they changed this because of the backlash. I heard they made it worse somehow.
Hashtag the visual effects!
Yeah, please follow the hashtag. It's my hashtag, but please support it. Like, visual effects freaking deserve treatment like people.
I'm just gonna majorly cover things like the writing and plot, the expression of the characters, and how they adapt to certain things from the comics into the MCU.
And they all kind of suck.
Which, to me, were the biggest things I was looking at when first seeing the film. And I could probably say that I couldn't be more disappointed with some of these elements that were used.
Like, I could see I literally know how this movie can be better. I literally know what could have been done to make it better, but they just didn't do it, and that's what sucks.
Start with the elephant in the room. The big selling point for the movie, and the one thing that the moment I heard was going to be a part of the film, instantly made me pre-order my ticket.
Yeah, like I literally got the ticket they were able to be bought. Like I was that excited to see this movie because solely because of Jane Foster being in the film. Like I was so freaking hyped because of that.
Jane Foster as the mighty Thor.
Yeah, I hate to say it, but she was the best thing to come out of the film. But even that, she was not really that good.
Don't take this the wrong way. I love Jane. I love what they did with Jane as Thor.
Like there was some stuff, yeah. Like I say here, there's generally some good stuff that they did with Jane, but like it's just really that's not all that good because it doesn't take out advantage of like the potential of like what Jane has to go through psychologically is going through God. It's something I want to bring up in a later video.
I love how Natalie Portman expressed the character.
Yeah, like Natalie Portman is generally freaking amazing as Jane. It's just that they handed her a freaking script that was kind of mediocre.
You could tell she was really happy to be back to play Jane and to do it with the hammer in her hand.
Like look at this. See, that's generally a smile that she's like, oh my gosh, I'm actually here like playing in a Thor costume with a hammer in my hand. Like, come on, that's like so cool.
I was also really glad that they actually incorporated her cancer plotline into the film.
Of course, this is like all freaking trailer footage, so I didn't actually have any of that footage at my disposal, which is why I never want to make a video like this again, where I only have trailer footage to work with. It's torture.
One of the most tragic and emotionally investing stories I personally read from the comics.
And still to this day, it's still one of the most tragic and one of the most emotionally investing. Please go read it.
Also, I know there's a lot of mixed feelings about it, but I'm among the few that actually kind of liked the post-credit scene of Jane in Valhalla.
Like that was literally a moment they took out of the comics. It's like how they ended her run to Jane.
However, I can understand
how they ended her run as Thor, which is why a lot of theories are saying in the MCU, Jane is actually gonna end up being a Valkyrie, because that's what happens in the comics.
Understand why people don't like it.
Yeah, this would be like film discussion in general. There's just like no winner. Everybody's just droning.
It does take away the emotional weight of Jane's and Thor's last moments together before she succumbs to her cancer.
Yeah, I was like, what? No way. I actually think I came close to tearing up when I saw this panel.
But I guess I enjoyed it since, one, it actually gives her a chance to be the character she deserves to be in the future of the MCU.
Or like at least give her a second chance to actually be a good character.
And two, someone pointed out on Twitter that this scene has a thematic meaning since it's said in an actual Norse myth and in the film that you can only get to Valhalla by dying in battle.
Yeah, that's true.
Which you may think that Jane didn't since she died of illness. But as this user pointed out, she was able to go to Valhalla because she was going through her battle with cancer.
And I still find that really cool to this day. It's just that everything else about it kind of sucks.
Which to me is a cool way to express such a message. It's really sweet. But how they played that cancer story throughout the film itself felt really fast and not entirely what it could have been.
They could have done so much more with this plotline. Like, why not have, like, Jane be, like, challenged of, like learning of, like, oh, yeah, like, this is actually killing my cancer, it's actually making me worse. Like, I bring up later into this video, why did this film have to be under 2 hours? It needed at least another half hour to be a good film. Like, a lot of it felt rushed, the pacing was just all over the place. There's, like, just plot, it's just called plot point, without any, like, space between, like, flesh it all out. There's, like, no really anything meant to be invested in. It's just really flawed.
Indeed, they did make it sad that Jane had to go through such a rough illness.
Like, I actually got emotionally rocked when I saw that scene in the bathroom.
But one of the major flaws to how they handled it is that they didn't really emphasize the hard balance between her sickness and wielding Mjolnir.
Yeah, like,
the heart of what made her story in the comics so great and tragic.
Like, if you don't get that to work, you don't have this character work at all. It's the heart of what the character is.
I guess they necessarily didn't need to have that balance, since, as we'll talk about later, she doesn't really have the whole split life thing going on like in the original story.
So yeah, like in the original story, she had like the secret identity as a Thor. Nobody knew who she was under that mask. They just thought, oh yeah, it's a new Thor, and it's and they didn't know it was Jane. Like, for Thor for a while, actually thought it was another love interest she had, but he was wrong, and he just went on this whole quest of finding out who it is. But yeah, so yeah, that was like a whole thing in the comics. She had like this secret identity. Nobody knew she was Thor for a while.
They did go into that form of balance a little bit with the scene in the bathroom that shows the hammer really is making her condition worse.
I really do like that shot, but it's just really not that well built up.
And the moment of her struggling to crawl to the hammer while Thor had to watch, like, wow, that actually felt hard to watch.
Yeah, like, I feel like that's me being repetitive with my words again. I really try not to be repetitive, but I guess I don't know how else to word it.
But it kind of just feels weird since the way they set it up early on into the film didn't make me care too much about the fact that she's sacrificing her life to play the hero.
Yeah, they didn't really give her a personality, or, like, actually give her, like, the life of a mortal, or challenges of, like, a normal person to actually, like, have to be challenged with this new identity of a god.
Since there's not really a life she has in the film outside of her being Thor.
Like I said to Big Sansley, they don't give her like a personality or anything just because she's just like, oh yeah, I'm Jane, oh yeah, now I'm a Thor now. Like, it's just like an instant challenge of like, oh wait, like, I'm Jane, but wait, oh, I'm Shane that can actually wield a hammer, like Will Mjolnir. Now I'm Jane that actually can be like a Thor, but now she doesn't like completely associate herself as a god or see her like totally as a Thor yet. There's no mental challenge whatsoever when it came to that.
Sure, Jane did end up being the mighty Thor by wielding Mjolnir, and with it carrying the weight of the responsibility that came with it, while making the decision to be its wielder despite finding out that it's killing her.
In like one instance, we really don't see the cancer killing her outside of like 2 instances until like the scene in the bathroom. She mentioned it to the Thor, and then at the end, like, oh no, wait, she crawls to the hammer. That's one time. So yeah, I guess they did, like, pretty okay with it.
But the thing is, as said before, they don't really give her a personality or give her something other than her cancer to be a part of her life.
Yeah, like, they didn't express her as a person. They just expressed her as, like, this strong female figure that didn't have to face anything, like, mentally.
In the comics, she was more than just a cancer victim.
Like, even when she was not a Thor, she wanted to help people overcome this, just because this is a real challenge that, like, a lot of people have to face, like, a lot of cancer victims.
Even outside of being a Thor, she still wanted to do good for the ones around her as a mortal woman.
Yeah, she literally had the courage to walk up to Odin without Mjolnir in her hand to actually face him, and I want to point out, Odin is a freaking jerk in the comics. He's freaking strong, and that just takes a lot of courage to do, and she had the guts to do that without Mjolnir in hand.
Her entire life and good nature didn't completely revolve around or was limited by that hammer.
Which is part of the reason why she became worthy.
She made the choice that despite knowing that the hammer would slowly kill her, she still chose to pick it up to be Thor.
That's the big thing that makes Love and Thunder suck. They didn't make holding Mjolnir a choice. That's really what really nerfed, like, the potential of plotline in Love and Thunder. They didn't make, like, her being a Thor a choice. Because, like, she could, like, take any time out to, like, be Jane for, like, a while and just relax for a while, but she chooses to continue to be Thor and kill herself so that the hero can still have so that the world can still have a hero to look up to. It was her choice to still pick up the hammer and kill herself with that choice. And they just really freaking dropped the ball with that.
But, more importantly, she continues to make the choice of letting it go.
Yeah, like, that's just another thing, another aspect of what explores, like, what the comics explore with her mortality.
Giving up a part of her mortal life with it. Jane Foster and the Mighty Thor on their own could be seen as two characters.
Yeah, and at one point in the comics, they literally were two characters at one point.
Two different identities. But it's Jane's worthiness and Mjolnir that ties them together.
Yeah, like, if you don't have Mjolnir work like that, it just does not work. It doesn't work.
What amplified her initial kind nature to do good as the goddess of thunder.
I freaking love this shot where she, like, gently comes down as, like she just gently comes down as if it's just, like, another Tuesday morning, but these other people are just like, wow, this, like goddess is among us. Like,
and the film, that connection just wasn't there.
It really wasn't. It really wasn't.
Jane's comic counterpart states that she chooses to make that choice to give her a sense of what she was fighting for.
Yeah, this was so hard to edit just because it's a bunch of pictures and trailer footage. Like, I never want to edit a video like this again. It was so freaking hard and just tedious.
Understand the pain that other mortals experience so she could do her best to try and prevent them from feeling that pain.
Like, she literally, like, goddess of thunder went out of her way to make sure that a mortal, like a mortal friend, like, it didn't, like, rain on her funeral. Like, come on, that just shows that she cares.
There was a reason for her cancer to be a part of her story as Thor. What she's going through with Jane Foster is what gives her the push to be the Mighty Thor.
Yeah, like, they just don't give her the motive, like, that emotional drive to actually be an interesting character or actually be, like, an interesting take on Thor that the comics does. It's just something that they really did not take advantage of.
And the fact that she makes that choice to sacrifice a part of herself every time she wields Mjolnir is what makes her so noble and interesting as a hero.
Like, it still makes her my favorite comic book character of all time. Like, Jane Foster, like, just worthy as Mjolnir. Like, it's just what makes her so interesting, and they just did not do that at all. Like, there's, like, I still stand by what I said at the end of this video. I'm willing to go on my way just to do my own dang take on a script for this movie, just because I'm confident in myself that I can write it better.
But that aspect of choice is almost completely removed from the film, at least to a degree.
Yeah, to a degree. Yeah, there's some, like I said, there's some things that they did good.
She still makes the choice to help Thor fight Gore and save the Asgardian children.
Well, not really, because, like, she was obligated to save them just because they're kids, and there's not really any emotional investment or connection between her and those kids. Like, I'm just like, why not take that extra half hour proposed to actually make it, like, a decently length film? And, like, take the time for her to actually get to know the community of New Asgard. Have her be connected to people and have her struggle to keep up with this god status that they now see her as a Thor. Like, it's just something, like, I would never get over it. Just why did this have to be under 2 hours? Just, why did it have to be under 2 hours? Marvel seriously forced this to be under 2 hours, and I don't see why. It needed at least 2.5 hours.
Along with the scenes I mentioned before to show the hammer's effect on her. But let me ask this. What did Jane have to lose before beating Thor?
I think no, nothing, because there was seriously nothing, like, that she was attached with, and they really should have done something with that. That's why I say give her some time to, like, be in New Asgard, like, connect with the people, connect with the community, and actually, like, have a personal connection with it so she can actually have a drive to actually be a Thor, understand what it means to be a god.
I mean, I guess she did have Darcy and Selvig that cared about her, but they were only in the film for, like, the first 5 minutes and don't ever come back.
Like, what? I seriously forgot they were in the film until I watched this. I forgot they were in the movie at all until I watched this again. Yeah, they're literally only in the first 5 minutes, and they don't ever come back, so what was the point?
So why should I and the audience care?
Yeah, I forgot I used this meme, just because that's literally how I feel. Like, why should I care?
They did later on show her having a life outside of them with Thor and their relationship, but all that felt so little since it was played off as a joke since it was part of a rom-com bit.
It was generally really funny, but yet again, it didn't really serve anything towards their characters. Like, I mean, it did serve something towards the characters, but not anything influential towards towards Jane or what means actually hold Mjolnir.
Which was cute and fitting for both of their characters and the...
Like, just make it to where holding Mjolnir means something. That's like the whole thing I want people to take away from this. Make Mjolnir Make someone holding Mjolnir special again.
Sense of humor that the film had, but still didn't establish enough of her character prior to being Thor that it just didn't make me feel too attached to what she had beforehand.
And like, they really needed to establish War Jane to actually make me care, or like, just have her face like, a psychological challenges, because there's like mentally, like, and like psychology, there's a lot that it comes when it comes to like dealing with like a status of a god. Because like a mortal instantly being pushed into a position as of a god, that's not easy. Like, that's taking on a massive responsibility that's bigger than yourself. So like, actually like take the time to like actually show that yeah, she definitely has the potential to be a god, or she has to face these challenges of like not being ready. Because like, I think one of those ideas for like a chain script I propose is like have her be like attached with like these kids like going through cancer as she's going through this challenge of cancer as her own, to like give her strength and like just help her out, like so that she actually has like a connection to children, and maybe that could like lead to an emotional challenge, like an emotional connection to the children of Asgard when the time comes when they get kidnapped. Like, it's just something that would lead to like emotional investment to actually be like, not actually have us be too invested, but actually have a reason for her character to care.
And what she could possibly be giving up to be Mjolnir's new wielder.
Yeah, she really didn't give up anything, because she didn't really have anything to give up.
However,
except because they didn't establish that, like I keep saying, like they didn't establish that she like has a community protector, like a symbol, or like a figure, a myth that people look up to, because that's what it means to be a god.
One of the biggest surprises I had when I watched the movie for the first time was that they almost immediately showed to Thor that Jane was worthy.
Yeah, they literally, the very first occurrence, she actually willingly takes off her helmet to show Thor that she's the one holding the hammer. I honestly think it would have been better if she, like, something accidentally knocked her hammer, accidentally knocked her helmet off, and that's how Thor found out. I feel like that could have been a lot more interesting, like, could have been more accurate to the source material, because while it's interesting because it's different from the comics to make it the overarching plot of the film more different from how it was in the comics originally, like, it still would have been, like, a bit more, like, accurate, like, a bit more, like, lovely to the source material if it had been on accident, to, like, say, oh yeah, I'm not sure if Thor would be, like comfortable with me holding his hammer, but, like, now the secret's out because accidentally, but I didn't really want to, and that would have been a challenge to, like, actually face it, but now it's not a challenge at all, because she was the one that started it. So it's just like, oh man, like, okay, hey, I'm a Thor, like, you want to hang out, like, bash hammers or something? That sounds terrible out of context. Like, bash hammers? What was I thinking?
Which, honestly, is a very interesting take to make the story slightly different from the comics.
There was a lot of potential with that, but they just didn't do anything with it. They literally did nothing.
In the comics, Thor knew about Jane's cancer, but not her worthiness.
Yeah, like, who is she? Like, this is so blurry, just because this is what I had to work with. I literally had nothing else to work with.
In the film, it's the opposite. Thor knew about Jane's worthiness, but not her cancer.
Yeah, it was generally something interesting, but then they just didn't. It was just made static for the rest of the film.
It was a change that I was excited to see play out as the film went on, but then they kind of just did nothing with it.
Yeah, like they have her have like Thor unintentionally bring up like, oh yeah, like sickness and whatnot, or like challenges that Jane has to go through unintentionally without bringing up her cancer. Like, just bring that up. Like, please, just do something with that. I can't express this enough. There's just so much they could have done to make this film special, but then they just didn't do it.
It felt like they had 1 or 2 scenes of there actually being some weight of her hiding it from Thor, but then the secret is just out and they have to deal with it.
And it really was because Thor just pushed it out at her, because he's just like, oh yeah, like, I'm not sure if I'm really comfortable talking about this, so let me just bring up a random thing. Oh yeah, I have cancer. Like, it was so freaking weird.
All that potential emotional weight from wanting to keep it hidden from Thor to not worry him was just instantly gone.
Yeah, all that potential was just gone because, like, Thor was just being like a prick and just pushing it out of Jane. It was felt so strangely out of character for some reason.
Because Thor just awkwardly pushed it out of Jane. The most prominent issue I have with Jane specifically, however, was how the film expressed her worthiness and how she exactly became the mighty Thor.
Because there was no standard worthiness needed to wield Mjolnir in the first place. They got rid of the worthiness champion, which just kind of ruined the whole aspect of her being a Thor in the first place. Like, it's just, have her be worthy. Have her, like, have this challenge of being worthy or something like that. Like, come on, bro. They did, like, there's just so much potential that could have went into this film to make it, like, truly incredible, that then they just didn't do it.
One last thing.
And I see in our time, we're officially in the last hour until midnight. So we're closing in on the channel replay. Holy cow, we've been streaming for 11 hours. Holy cow. Yeah, after this, I need to go get, like, a treat or something. I need, like, I'm starving. I only had 2 bratwursts, so.
Quark tells the audience with finishing the story that he started to tell at the beginning of the film.
A lot of people have criticized him, like, narrating it. I didn't mind Quark narrating it that much. It actually helped with the comedy of it.
Says that James showed us all what it truly meant to be worthy.
But she didn't really do anything to show that she was worthy. She was just like, oh yeah, I'm the next Will Mjolnir, so that means I'm worthy. So everything I do proves that what anybody can do to be worthy.
Which to me is kinda true, but not true at the same time.
Yeah, there's some aspects that show that she was worthy that I go over now.
Yes, she did show one aspect of worthiness by wielding Mjolnir, despite knowing that while she held it, it would make her cancer worse, slowly killing her.
Yeah, but there's no, like, moments of her, like, actually finding out that actually is making her worse or something. Like, yet again, they don't really do that in the comics either, but yet again, the comics does it way better because she faces, like, these psychological challenges of a moral being put in a god position. But I don't know, it feels like a lot of what I'm saying that could have changed the film, like, actually just, it's just, like, a hot take. Like, I feel like I'm just overhating on this film now. But yeah, that's basically how it is. I just had such high hopes of what, like, Love and Thunder could have been, but then it just didn't do anything.
And also putting her desire to help the Asgardian people over.
Like, this generally was a cute moment of her actually caring about the people. Will show, like, that growth of how she eventually came to care about the people. Like, there's no build-up to this whatsoever. It's nice to see that she came to, like caring about the people, but why does she care about the people? Is it just because she's obligated to, just now she's the next Thor because she's forced to? Give her a personal desire, or, like, a personal experience that makes her want to care about these people other than, oh yeah, she's Thor. Like, just give her something other than that. Like, come on.
For helping herself first. Those indeed are Thor-like qualities that could deem her worthy of the hammer's power.
Well, if the worthy enchantment was there, I still don't get the whole change behind how, like, the enchantment was changed by Thor.
But
which I bring up later.
Biggest problem that I have around her worthiness in the film is that prior to her being able to wield Mjolnir, there's really no justification as to why she could be worthy.
She's just, like, worthy just because, oh yeah, I'm connected to Thor somehow, so I'm supposed to be the next Thor. That's not how it works. Like, they literally just took away everything special that came with wielding Mjolnir. Like, whenever, like, somebody held Mjolnir other than Thor, it actually meant something, except for Vision. Don't fight me. Vision is not worthy. He just doesn't have a soul. He doesn't have a soul yet to be worthy. Fight me. That's how it is. Yeah, I'm one of those people that believe Vision is not worthy. He's just a robot that, like, has a soul, so, like, it's just a exception.
Now, to be fair, Jane didn't have an entire separate film to set up that origin of worthiness like Thor did.
Yeah, and, like, yeah, at this point, I wish there was, so that actually feels, like, somewhat cohesive now that she's, like, a part of this now.
So it's not like we could take super long on that topic, but I still think it could have been done with what little runtime this film had, surprisingly.
This is where I rant about the runtime.
Like, seriously, why does this film have to be under 2 hours?
Yeah, let me find this article. Like, why? Yeah, let me see if I can find this article. Oh man, let me replug my put back my keyboard in so I can do full cam. Oh man, come on, there's the ports. There you are. So like, is it this one? I'm trying to remember. Yeah, there was that one. All right. So yeah, let me see if I can find this article. Oh man. Why was love? This is hard to do without actually seeing the keys. That's the first thing that come up. Why is Love and Thunder so bad? Why is Love and Thunder underrated? It is not underrated, I'm sorry. Under 2 hours. Please tell me there's like an article. Oh, well, you know, it's actually the same article I mentioned in the video. Yeah, let me see if I can find this. Thor: Love and Thunder is out in theaters, a classic Thor adventure that shows us what Love and Thunder has been up to since Endgame. I don't know about classic Thor adventure. But the sequel isn't quite what we expected. The story was have some issues, and we already discussed the big Thor: Love and Thunder plot hole that you can't ignore. Plot hole? I'll look at it later. Turns out it might have been Marvel's fault that Love and Thunder was such mildly views, not director Taika Waititi's. Really? Really? Before we explain all the big spoilers, fall below. Is perfect. Love and Thunder isn't Ragnarok, just that, and that's understandable. Once we surprise audiences by giving Avenger a complete personality reboot, we can do it again. But we can't imagine Love and Thunder plot issues, and what the way Marvel tells the story. We hardly got to see Gore in action in this movie. They really did not take advantage of Gore as a villain. Like, they could have done so much better with Gore as a villain. I'm just Yeah, I would do full scan, but there's just a lot like ads around here. No, screw it. Let's just go do this. Like you're at full scan, right? No, there we go. Yeah, let's see. But plenty of the scenes were deleted. Oh yeah, I remember that. There were so many deleted scenes that people wanted like the Waititi, Taiko, like the Waititi cuts, or like the whole cuts of like all. Christian Bale deserves extra performance of the scenes, but he's in. But plenty of scenes were deleted. Yeah, I think a lot of those scenes were actually him killing gods, which, come on. Known from the actor that he shot scenes with Peter Dinklage and Jeff Goldblum, which never made it to the final cut, and that Portwell said that entire plan is art to the story, and we've learned from the lawsuit that Lena Headey shot scenes for the movie as well. Wow, there was, like, a lawsuit around this movie? I remember that being brought up. I don't remember that ever being in discussion. We all explained it. Well, only take a few extra scenes to forward explaining why he thinks the Avengers won't cut it. It would be silly considering they beat Thanos, Josh Brolin, but it would be his opinion, and the plot would not suffer from it. How Marvel influenced the Love and Thunder plot. Well, yeah, there's a lot of stuff in there that I feel like was just forced in there by the studio for no reason. But the final Love and Thunder cut makes no mention of the Avengers, even though Thor is facing a very serious adversary. Gore might have succeeded in taking out every god in the universe, and that could have set in motion a chain of catastrophic events. Says that Marvel might have negatively influenced the Love and Thunder plot by imposing a time limit for the story. The studio probably wanted a 2-hour runtime, and that might explain why YTD had to remove so many scenes. Why? Why did they say it had to be under 2 hours? Taika having a blank check on this is absolutely not the case. The Ringers vs. Jonah Robson said he got more leeway than he got with Ragnarok, but there was a mandate to bring this movie in under 2 hours. This comes in under 2 hours, and they cut a ton of stuff out of the movie. So why? Well, what was the mindset behind this decision? Taika's on record as not being into director's cuts, so she continued. We know Jeff Goldblum, Taylor Dinklage, Jane O'Hara were supposed to appear, and Simon Russell Bale appeared as Dionysus and had two lines in the movie, but wasn't above the line credits, so he was definitely supposed to be in this more. Gore was definitely supposed to come in and kill a bunch of other people. YT dispelled the notion of a Love and Thunder director's cut in other interviews where he addressed the deleted scenes, and it's unlikely that we'll ever see it anyway, considering that the MCU doesn't have any director cuts dates. Well, I'd love to see it for this movie. Marvel will probably release some of the deleted scenes when Love and Thunder hits Disney Plus and other. Yeah, I think we've seen some of the deleted scenes now, but deleted scenes are not canon. They never are. I highly doubt that, because something in a deleted scene was just brought up in a Christmas special for Guardians of the Galaxy Christmas special. There was a deleted scene in Guardians of the Galaxy 2 that Mantis was saying, yeah, Peter's my sister or something. I don't remember this deleted scene exactly, but yeah, so that was brought up in the deleted scene. It actually became canon, so that's kind of a lie. What Marvel can fix is the plot hole. The story probably wouldn't have to mention the Avengers regardless of the movie's length, but Marvel can explain in other movies and TV shows that Thor never called the Avengers or what they were doing while Thor was dealing with Gore. So no reason as to why. So yeah, why was it under 2 hours? So yeah, where is why? Indicates critic can touch on the restrictions to allegedly opposed concerning the movie's length. The recent episode of Ranger vs. Podcast haven't not the case, maybe more leeway. Yeah, we already saw the quote. Yeah, we already saw these quotes with Thor: Love and Thunder star and Natalie Portman, who was confirmed that significant amount of material would end up on the cutting floor. The Oscar-winning actor spoke about how characters actually sequences the entire plans were removed after YT assembled his initial cut of the film, which the Kiwi filmmaker previously mentioned was around 4 hours long. Wait, what? The original cut of this was 4 hours long. Why did it have to be under 2 hours? Oh my gosh. Okay, this even more supports my point of the runtime. I literally said with only 2 hours, I feel it's half a film. It literally was half a film. What the frick? He's you're just trying to get enough good stuff to put in the film, and this overflow, so that's usually surprising. I feel like it would have been much better if they just released the 4 cuts, because I feel like that actually would have felt like a film. YT himself recently addressed the wealth of Love Thunder deleted scenes, complaining the editing process seen on its own could be the most funniest thing or intriguing thing, but sometimes those things, if you keep them in, will just make the movie screech to a halt, so you have to do what's best with the film, including Dinklage, Goldblum. So yeah, that actually supports my point that it actually felt like half film. I wish I had brought that up now. Happy almost New Year. Yep, we're getting there, man. Yep, we're just overlooking my Thor video and articles as to why. So yeah, writing yourself. But yeah, that sucks. We could have got a 4-hour cut of this film, and I actually would watch it, just because I'm that dedicated to the characters. Relatively minor role of the Guardians of the Galaxy playing Love and Thunder. Yeah, they're basically reading out the script, and that's sad. Revealing the space-firing superhero team, the early featured more prominently in the film. I recall discussions he had with Marvel Studios about bringing the Guardians back for Final Showdown with Gordon the God Butcher, and he ultimately nixed. That sucks, man. They really should have been in the film more, because, like, what was the point of him going with the Guardians at the end game if they didn't actually do anything? Given a runtime mandate. I'm just wondering why. What was the reason why? Oh my gosh. Okay, let's just keep moving with the let's just keep moving with this. So yeah, I literally bring up this like
It felt like half a film since all they do is jump from major plot point to major plot point to major plot point without any space in between to flesh it all out.
I feel like all the space in between to flesh it all out was in that 4-hour cut, so that's a shame.
Sorry, I got a bit off track. Let's get back to Jane.
Like, despite all the limitations I have this video, I'm still really proud of how I managed to edit it all.
The only thing that Jane does before actually becoming Thor is try and find a cure for her cancer.
Which, I do. Like, there's just not really a cure for her cancer. Like, I get her push as a scientist, but, like, I think I bring up later.
Which could be unintentionally noble, since it could help other people to overcome the illness.
And this is literally Peter's mom, so that could directly, like, apply to the in-universe stuff.
But the film never explicitly mentions that that's the intent she had behind doing it.
That's why I say establish, like, a connection she has with, like, kids that have cancer, so that she can show that it's not about herself, she's actually doing this for other people.
It also doesn't help that it seems like she first saw out the hammer because she thought it could help her deal with or even heal her cancer.
Yeah, that's just not how it works. It really does not. It's not how it works. It just gives her a kind of a selfish motivation to wield Mjolnir.
Throughout the later course of the film, Jane knew that the hammer was the problem, but when she first found it, she looked at it as the cure. That's like saying Tony could wield it just because he thought it'd be cool to rule Asgard with it.
So yeah, like, oh yeah, I'm sick, let me go find Mjolnir so I can heal myself. Oh, well, that worked, and it ended up not doing that, so that's kind of ironic. And oh hey, I want to rule Asgard because I think it's cool, let me lift this hammer, hey, but hey, it ends up not being that cool, it's not how it works.
Which just isn't what Mjolnir is about. When it comes to some cases as to how individuals obtain their strength or power in the MCU, there's two different ways they can go about doing so.
Yeah, I realized during the editing process, like, that's really putting it lightly, because there's many different ways that people can gain strength in the MCU.
And each have their different outcomes. The first being that someone comes across it unbeknownst to them at first, but learns of what it is and how much it actually means to have it, which majorly leads to someone like that to play the hero.
And that's the reason why I freaking used Miss Marvel, like Kamala, did this, because freaking Miss Marvel was overhated. I don't care what people say, Miss Marvel was freaking overhated. Miss Marvel was actually a really good show.
Second way being how someone does everything they possibly can for it, and that usually leads them to play the villain.
And a very interesting villain at that, especially when it came to Thanos.
This should and needs to also apply to Jane with how she wields Mjolnir.
There's just no, like, motives to say, like, how, like, what it means to actually have the hammer. She's like, oh yeah, I have the hammer now, let me be a superhero.
One quote that follows part of this philosophy of power is, to me, one of the most memorable lines from Arcane spoken by its main antagonist, Silco.
When I bring up something related to Arcane, you know it's kind of stupid, like, kind of really flawed, because you know I really don't like to talk about Arcane a lot, because I think it's a kind of overrated show.
Silco is...
So the fact that I used this as an example just shows you how much better Thor Love Thunder could be.
As we see throughout the show, really only just a man, and yet he is feared but respected by almost everyone around him.
Yeah, I can't deny that they did a really good job with Silco as a villain.
And explains how he's garnered such a reputation with these words, quote,
and I really do like this quote.
Power. Real power doesn't come to those who were born stronger.
I used Thor and Hulk here because I just don't want to get into the argument of, like, who's the strongest Avenger.
Or fastest, or smartest. No, it comes to those who will do anything to achieve it.
I really should have, like, used the moments where he threw Gamora over. I really think I should use that clip instead.
As with that ideology that we see the evil deeds he does following that philosophy.
Because we see his motivation. Please just give Jane a motivation.
In contrast, one of the things I like to put alongside the concept of Thor as a character, or at least specifically around what it comes to wielding Mjolnir,
yep, like, this is the whole idea around when it comes to, like, being, like, wielding power.
Is true power for good comes to those that believe they don't deserve it.
Like, I'm pretty sure there's a lot of theories that saying, like, Cap could have wielded Mjolnir the whole time, but he just decided not to until the moment called for it because he think he didn't deserve the hammer.
By taking that sort of idea away from Jane's character in Love and Thunder, you take away the aspect that she really deserves Mjolnir and its power.
She's just like, question, do I really deserve to be a Thor? Do I actually deserve to have this title? Do I actually deserve to have this power? Like, where's those psychological questions that make her her so interesting in the comics versus the film.
Throughout the film, she's not nervous or speculative towards herself if she truly deserves the hammer or not. She instantly becomes the mighty Thor, is just majorly overconfident, and has almost no struggles when it comes to wielding it and being the hero that people look up to.
So like there's just never a single hard time where she's like, oh man, like this is actually kind of difficult, or wait, I don't know how to use this, like I don't know how to use Mjolnir at all. She's just like instantly a master at, like that's just not satisfying for when it comes to growth.
Which just makes her arc a bit unsatisfying. Sure, she does make up for not having that aspect slightly by looking to and asking Thor what it means to him to be a hero.
One of the things that actually did that actually really fitting her character, she's just like, Thor, what does it mean to you to be like a hero? What did it mean to you to actually wield Mjolnir? Like that's actually something that I actually liked that they did with her character.
And choosing to help others over caring for herself later in the film when she finally reveals to Thor her sickness, but is still determined to help fight Gore.
Well, yeah, that scene was so forced. I literally say, like, here, it felt so freaking forced. Like, it was generally really cute to say, like, yeah, like, I would much rather go help those kids than rather try to find a way to cure this cancer first. But, yet again, like, why should we care about those kids? Why should she care about those kids other than that they are kids? If you want to save them just because they're kids, make her care about the community that those kids live in. Make her be connected with those people first. Or, if you don't want to be, like, save them just because they're kids, like, then have her be established to have a connection with these kids, especially like Heimdall's kid. Like that had a lot of potential to me.
Which I seriously can't help but saying that scene felt kinda rushed and forced.
Because it was.
You have this big heart-to-heart scene with these characters going over what is essentially the biggest thing to come between them, that one of them was dying.
And there was this whole thing that like in the comics, Jane could have been saved by cancer because of like the kind of magic that the Norse had, but Jane refused to take it because she wanted to take it in a way that more humans do it. Because like that was the whole idea around her cancer. Her cancer is what connected her to her mortal life. Like her cancer was like her way to experience that, or be a reminder of like why she continues to be a Thor, so that nobody could experience the pain like she does.
There really was emotion going on in scenes like this, but how we got to them just didn't make it feel that emotional.
Yeah, I still say it now. Like there's generally some emotional scenes that got me really hit me in the feels and stuff. The way they built up to them just kind of felt really bad.
This is also where we get one of the biggest missed potential lines of the film. Jane tells Thor that she's still determined to help despite the cancer coming between them, and Thor comforts her by saying,
"Spoken like a true Thor."
That line could have worked if the context it built up was there, but it just wasn't.
That is a cute moment between these characters, but outside these few lines we've heard her say, Jane just doesn't feel like a true Thor.
Yeah, like she just didn't. It just didn't feel like she deserved there's no growth for her to actually be a part of this title. It just doesn't feel satisfying.
The way they just built it up and had it play out for the film made it feel like Jane wielding Mjolnir, becoming the mighty Thor, didn't feel earned.
Yeah, I seriously can't say it better. It didn't feel like she earned that hammer. She didn't do anything to actually be seen like, oh yeah, she's actually a good candidate to be the next wielder of Mjolnir. She just like, oh yeah, I'm connected to Thor since I was his Thor love interest, and Thor for some reason told me to take care of her, and it just changed the war of the enchantment all completely altered it for some reason. And I just had it's just so confusing to me. It's just one big plot hole. It's just one big idea that I'm just like, how is this possible? It just didn't seem like it should be capable of doing that.
Since stated earlier, there's no justification or reason for why she could be worthy before actually having the hammer in her hand.
Have her be a Thor without actually have her be a Thor. Have her be a position where she actually cares about other people more than herself, despite not actually having the hammer in her hand.
And also that it didn't feel satisfying for her to do these actions under the title, since they first show her as just a helpless character who finds Mjolnir and plays the hero now just cause she has to.
I seriously cannot emphasize that enough. They took away the aspect of choice of wielding a hammer. There always was a choice that she could always never pick the hammer up again, but she always chose to pick it up so she could be the hero that people would look up to. But then there was always the choice, why not just keep hold on to the hammer forever? But that would just take away who Jane Foster was. So that's the biggest thing that I just cannot emphasize that enough when it comes to criticizing Jane's character in this film. It just took away the aspect of choice.
Showing any signs of being pressured or uneased about attaining this gift.
Yeah, and that too. There's just no pressure or unease about her obtaining this newfound power or title.
It's been established in the MCU through the people and the interactions of the world that holding that hammer means something through the few people we've seen have the honor of being able to wield it.
That was the whole point of that scene in Ultron. That was it means you have to be special or actually be good of heart to actually wield the hammer. That was the whole point of that scene in Ultron.
But I guess all the standards of awareness are just chucked out the window since we later learn in the film that Jane was actually able to wield the hammer because Thor unintentionally made her worthy by altering the enchantment
on Mjolnir.
Of course, I had to say this and can't show this because I didn't have footage available to me at the time.
Which is kinda confusing. I mean, I guess it could make sense.
No, it doesn't. Because I literally bring up, after editing it and writing this, like, I literally thought of this while I was editing. I put it in.
Thor technically is the new Allfather now, so he could have the power to change the enchantment like how Odin put it there in the first place. But even that of itself is really strange.
Yeah, then I bring up like an edit thing as I was editing this, like, yeah, this still just doesn't make any sense. This is like a very last minute addition to the script.
Hey, hi, Editor Rexformer here, and I realized something while in the post-production of this video.
So like, what does it actually take to actually, so Odin, it's established that Odin was the one who put the hammer, who put the enchantment there, and theoretically could have the power to actually change it. So that means like Thor would have the power of the Allfather, which he technically is Allfather Ragnarok, but as I'm about to explain here, that happened before he was the Allfather.
Thor had changed the enchantment while he was in his relationship with Jane, meaning it happened before their breakup in Ragnarok, meaning that it happened before Odin died.
Yeah, it's just really freaking confusing.
Meaning that Thor didn't have the title of the Allfather yet, which just makes it all the more confusing as to how Thor could have changed the enchantment.
Like, it's like, come on, man, it's just so confusing. It's just like, it's just a big like question mark about this film. Like, how did he do it?
I get the message of, oh, he loved her and the hammer was simply following that intent of love, but I still just...
Yeah, it is a sweet message, but it just still kind of sucks. It just doesn't fit the world that much.
Just find it hard to make all of this make sense. So just pretend I didn't know that prior to making this statement while first writing the script, but I just wanted to say I didn't realize it then, but I do now. Okay, that's all. Back to the video.
Yeah, it took me a while to figure out how to do like this film grain thing. It took me a good solid while to do that.
Why would you change something that was cemented as a sign of true nobleness so that almost anyone could wield a hammer instead of having to earn that right?
Yeah, like almost anybody who was Mjolnir in the MCU actually had to earn it.
However, I will say it's a nice gesture to show how much Thor initially loved and cared about Jane before they went their separate ways.
Yeah, like, it generally is a good love story between them, but like the whole thing with like Jane wielding Mjolnir is just not accurate to the source material. It just doesn't take advantage of the potential at all.
But it all feels really disheartening towards what the hammer stood for, since the action of Thor altering the enchantment takes away what made someone holding Mjolnir so special.
Hey, as long as you're in love, you're gonna wield Mjolnir. That's basically what this is saying.
Because of how the enchantment's been changed, Mjolnir doesn't choose Jane because of her spirit and heart and will of sacrifice like in the comics.
Like, it chose her because she generally was, like, at the heart a really good person and actually wanted to do good. That's what made her worthy.
Or like Thor's redemption in the first film. It just chooses her since Thor told it to take care of her, which again is a sweet gesture between the characters and to fit the theme of the film.
Yeah, I can't emphasize that enough. It's something that is generally sweet to what the film was trying to tell between, like, love and, like, mortality and whatnot, but still, it's just not what the source material just offered. And like it still could have been something relating to this, but it still just did not take advantage of that potential.
But takes away what could have made Jane being the mighty Thor more special.
Yeah, like I generally believe, like Thor, like Jane, if they could have just done something similar to like the source material that they did with the comics and put into the film at all, like Jane and Foster or Thor could have, like this film generally could have been really freaking good, but they just didn't do that.
To me, having Jane eventually earn Mjolnir, or at least show some form of selfless action while going through her trial of cancer prior to her being Thor, instead of just being able to wield it because she's close to Thor.
That's literally the only reason she has Mjolnir. You have to have more than a reason than that to actually make you feel like she earns to be a Thor.
Would have led to a more investing reason for her to be a hero and have an interesting drive to face our antagonist alongside Thor.
And then this is where a lot of the hot take kind of stuff comes in, because there's like a whole discussion of defending. I forgot who it does. I really disagree with the guy. Like, he defends that Eternals is actually a freaking good film. Eternals is freaking terrible. You can fight me on that. But yeah, he's like a guy that defends that Turtles is good, and there's like a lot of other stuff that like Earth's Mightiest Heroes and whatnot, and like he defends that like gore in this film was actually a good adaptation. Like, he is okay, like he serves his purposes for the film, okay, but it's just not gore. It's just not what gore should have been, if you ask me.
Which leads to my thoughts on Christian Bale's gore.
I will forever fight. Like, I saw a tweet, like, saying, I can't believe, like, it was a tweet by some random user. I think I literally have it saved on my phone, because it was just that funny of a tweet to me. Like, I can't believe that, like, Christian Bale's and, oh my gosh, Russell Crowe's worst performances are in the same movie. I'm just like, don't blame the script. Don't blame the script, not the actor. Like, it's not that they didn't act their... It's not that they didn't do bad acting, it's just that they were handed a mediocre script to work with. Like, don't, yeah, like, that's all I can say about all of that. Blame the scripts, not the actors, because these are generally really good actors. It's just that they had really weird characters and weird, like, really interesting, like, unique characters that, like, had to be uniquely expressed when it came to, like, adapting to this particular film. But it's just that the script behind it all was just really freaking mediocre.
Which, aside from Jane, was probably the biggest letdown for the film to me.
He was such a disappointing villain. He just was so, like, uninteresting and boring. He just lacked everything that made the comic book Thor, like, cool.
I'm not throwing shade at Bale's performance as a character. He did a great job playing the main antagonist of the film.
It's one of the few times where I actually see Christian Bale, like, play the villain. I don't know, is there any other roles that, like, Bale plays the villain? Christian Bale, yeah, like, Christian Bale villain characters. Yeah, like Christian, Bale, villains, villain characters. Where are you? Villain characters. Yeah, there's Batman. Oh, there's American Psycho. Yeah, it's one of the few times where we get to see him play a villain. Or like actually like a legit villain, like just straight up like god tier, like a god villain. I don't want to say god tier because he just was freaking mid.
It's just that when it came to how he expressed Gore and adapting him from the comics, it wasn't exactly what I was expecting.
I'm not saying that's necessarily bad. I will forever say it. Just because something is different from the comics does not immediately make it bad. It's how it adapts it and like adapts and takes up what made the character from the comics cool in a different direction that makes it bad. That's why I don't really get the hate around Moon Knight. I really don't. Well, yet again, I haven't read the Moon Knight comics, so yeah, I can't really critique the Moon Knight comics, Moon Knight that bad, just because I haven't read the comics, so...
I
remember, I say Moon Knight is cool, but like I said, I haven't read the comics.
More that Bale, while in this role, had a lot of inspiration from Heath Ledger's Joker from The Dark Knight.
That was the biggest criticism when it came to his performance. Outside of like the name Gore, it just felt like a god version of Joker. That was the biggest criticism when it came to Bale's performance.
And yeah, after seeing his performance, I could definitely see that inspiration in action, specifically with his character's behavior and how he speaks and uses specific mannerisms in certain scenes.
Yeah, like there was just a lot of stuff that I'm just like, yeah, he definitely got this from Heath Ledger.
The only thing that kind of rubs me the wrong way is that it's not really what I had in mind when it came to adapting the character to the big screen. So
yeah, there's just a lot of interesting things that they just didn't implement to introduce the Gore's character from the comics into this film.
Because in the comics, Gore was more of an anti-messiah type figure rather than an unhinged maniac.
Yeah, he really wasn't just crazy, he actually was just like sound, but he just had like, went lunatic when he tried to face when God's got in his way.
I want to say that it felt a bit too Joker-like, but there were times while watching that I was thinking, this wasn't Gore, or at least the one I knew.
And that was the line that I put in there last minute just to make that defense of that one video, just like saying like, oh yeah, like it's Gore, but it's not the one it's not Gore, or at least it's not the one that I knew from the comics. Like, I'm not saying that's a bad thing, but still, you have to take care of, like, you have to carry over like a lot of elements of what made the character good in the comics to actually make it look like be good in the film.
However, the major thing I found that quote-unquote butchered the potential of his character...
Yep, me trying to be good at jokes, but this is literally me acknowledging that I'm just bad at making jokes.
Get it? Butchered? Cause he's the god butcher?
Oh, brother, this guy stinks!
Like, I'll forever acknowledge that my jokes are just bad. I just have I just do not have the capability to make good jokes.
Anyway, what I found that kind of butchered his character for the film was how they changed the motives of his bloodlust as the titled God Butcher.
Yeah, they changed it enough to where it just didn't feel like the same thing. Like, it still felt similar, but they just changed it enough that it wasn't the same.
In the first moments of the film, we're introduced to Gore suffering on his home planet.
And of course, I didn't have the footage available at the time, so I had to take advantage of the
trying to help and care for his daughter, and constantly prays to their gods for food and water.
Yeah, another big difference. In the film, he has a daughter. In the son, it was a son.
Those prayers would go unanswered, however, as Gore had to watch his daughter die in his arms from thirst and starvation. After having to bury her, he then immediately finds the god he worships and sees how selfish the deity truly is. Gore is shocked to see just how little the god cares for Gore, despite how much praise and hope he saw in this figure. But because of this new intent and revenge towards his god, he's cursed by the Necrosword and becomes its new wielder.
Yeah, like this, it was so stupid. Like, cursed by a Necrosword? That was so freaking stupid.
With the Necrosword now in his hands, corrupting him to do its bidding, he makes a vow that all gods will die.
It's such an intimidating line for the trailer, and it just didn't live up to that.
Takes the god's life, the first of many more to come. Even though this is literally the only time in the film we see him actually kill.
Yeah, that was the only god he killed, even though he's called the God Butcher in the film. He literally kills only one god. It's unfortunate. So that's why I want, like, the director cut it, like, 4 4-hour-long Love and Thunder, just because I want to see those scenes of him actually being a god butcher, you know?
That's what gives him his drive to kill the gods, which I could say is pretty similar to how he became the god butcher in the comics. But I just feel like this setup didn't have everything it needed to have Gore be an interesting antagonist.
It helped him be it helped him be a antagonist, I'm not sure, an interesting antagonist.
What made Gore such an interesting villain to the world of Thor is that you could see that he is kind of right with his allegation towards the gods.
Yeah, he like actually challenged like a lot of philosophies, like gods, like the whole idea of like, oh man, gods lead to like this whole like battle among mortals and just like unnecessary like thoughts of like tyranny towards like different faiths and like whatnot. It just was a big challenge. It was a big challenge to like the philosophy of gods, and that's what made him so interesting. And they just did not do that with him.
Even Thor himself came to believe that Gore had a right to pursue this dream of a godless universe.
It's what literally led him to be unworthy, and that's what led Jane to be a Thor. Gore was literally the reason Jane became Thor, and that's why I had such high hopes of what this film could do with Jane and Gore being in the same film. But it generally had me interested to see, oh my gosh, like one of my favorite like heroes in the comics and one of my favorite villains comics could be in the same freaking film. Please do something interesting with it, and they didn't do anything interesting at all.
But in the opening scenes of how it sets up Gore as the big bad of the film, just takes away that interesting background.
Yeah, like it was just dumb like revenge and cursed item story. It just wasn't really that interesting like how it was in the comics. It just wasn't that good.
It's just a simple revenge and cursed item story instead of something that was philosophically interesting.
Yeah, there were so many things that they did good, like philosophy-wise, when it came to Gore in the comics. Like Jason Aaron's just such a legendary comic book writer. Oh, yes, I had to take a big gulp. I haven't drank water a couple hours. But yeah, they did so many like good philosophy things when it came to Gore. I freaking dropped something. Give me a second. Something slipped out of my hand. But yeah, there's just so many things they could have done to make Gore such a more interesting villain, but they just didn't do that.
Gore was an interesting villain in the comics because it wasn't that he specifically hated the gods themselves. He hated the principle of the gods.
And that's what the films failed to set up. It looks like he just specifically hated the gods themselves because of how, like, their attitude and whatnot. He didn't actually hate the idea. I mean, they do express it in some scenes with I'm actually creating peace, but then he didn't actually show him like seeing that like as on a philosophy level.
He actually believed that he was doing all his fellow mortals a service by bringing an end to the gods throughout all space and time.
Which he does bring up in like one scene, but that's it.
So they wouldn't have to experience pain or abandonment through his perspective of how gods treat the mortals that praise them. And Gore in Love and Thunder just didn't have that interesting aspect to him. A lot of people.
Yeah, like I just don't like they just could have done so many more interesting things with Gore to make him like such a better villain. Like I think I bring up right now.
People like here say that Gore has become the best villain in the MCU, and I kinda have to disagree with that statement. But
yeah, and I still disagree with that. But
he could have been.
Yeah, he could have been an incredible villain. I'm here to take a 30-minute break before finishing my editing on a video of mine. Dang. 30 minutes, you're gonna be in time for midnight, my friend.
I mean, yeah, I see why people will say Gore is incredible. Taika did say that he was going to make Gore a sympathetic villain. Mission accomplished. I felt bad seeing him have to watch his daughter die.
It was generally really sad. That generally hit me in the feels. Like, I was like one of the most emotional scenes of the movie, and it was at the beginning of the movie.
And Bale did a great job in expressing his sadness of that sight as Gore talks about it throughout the film.
But like, he brings it up multiple times throughout the film.
But that to me isn't what made Gore a sympathetic yet scary antagonist originally.
Yeah, like Gore on some level was generally freaking terrifying.
What made Gore a relatable villain in his original rendition was how some of us can relate to his feeling of abandonment.
Yeah, like he was literally abandoned by his gods and he felt like he just weren't there, but then he found out, oh yeah, they're there, so like you did nothing. I traded for everything. I did everything for you, and you did nothing. Like, that's an interesting aspect that led him to go on this rampage of killing gods, and they literally didn't do anything towards that in the film.
Gore put everything he had towards the gods, but it brought him nothing. He lived his whole life in service to his gods, but he still had to suffer. He lost his wife, his child, his home, everything.
Like his tribe literally kicked him out for saying that like he didn't believe in gods. That's literally why his tribe kicked him out.
Which brought him to the point that he believed gods don't even exist. That he was alone.
Yeah, he literally was just like, just kill me. Like, he was just so fed up just feeling abandoned and alone.
That all that time he did in the ways of the gods was wasted, only to learn towards what he thought would be the end of his life, that they were really there, and all they did was watch and do nothing. And Love and Thunder's take on the character just didn't seem to have that kind of relatability. I know this is kind of just a rant at how Love and Thunder changed Gore's character.
Yeah, this is literally my statement to like, yeah, it just not everything has to be the same in the comics, but you still have to keep the elements of what make the comic book characters good.
Differently from how it was in the comics. But I'm not saying that that's a bad thing. I mean, for crying out loud, Gore's appearance in the film isn't 100% accurate to his appearance in the comics, but it still works.
Like, I generally like the costume design. I don't really praise this. I do really like this film winning awards just because it doesn't really deserve that many awards. But I was glad it got at least nominated for costume design because the costumes in this game were actually, the costumes in this film were actually really good.
Almost nothing in the MCU is entirely accurate to the comics, but that doesn't mean
like the whole story behind the snap is vastly different from the comics, but they made it work for the MCU differently.
that certain aspects of it can't at least have some elements from the comics that made his character's world so iconic.
Yeah, like they changed I think they changed like the original the origin around Mjolnir and like the context behind where it came from for Jane's storyline, but actually still like fit the theme of what makes Mjolnir special. So like it still fits.
I will say Gore's most slightly followed a unique aspect of him wanting to rid the gods of the universe, and did serve as an okay antagonist for the purposes of the story. But
outside of that, he was just kind of just a boring villain.
Other than that, Gore just didn't stick out as much as I think he needed to as a menacing villain. I also found it
I barely say he's barely even menacing.
strange that the characters seem to talk about Gore and the Necrosword as if they're a thing that exists, but they just don't care about.
Yeah, like they were just like, oh yeah, the God Butcher that could possibly kill us all. Like they just are just like, oh yeah, like we're not scared about that at all. We're just gonna stay here and like have like a big orangey everywhere. It's like, oh my gosh, bro. Like you treat him as if he's like nothing.
Which to me really takes away what made Gore a frightening presence. Gore,
like he was literally like a ghost. It was like a ghost story. Like it's like something that you think, oh yeah, that's just rubbish, until you actually see it for yourself, and you're just like, oh wow, it's actually real.
Gore is more like a myth or ghost story type figure, something that's scary yet funny to think is real until you actually find out it is real and see that it's truly terrifying. But
yeah, like in many moments throughout the comics, like I almost completely revived my old video. I almost lost the footage to previously. Oh dang, that's always the scariest thing as an editor, bro.
But nope, he's kind of just been there the whole time, and no one seems to care.
Like it's just like you just take away like his presence. That what makes you just make Thor relevant. Like even when he's not on screen, you feel like he's always just there, looming over your shoulder, just like always, just like, oh wait, oh man, are you going to be the next god I kill? Like it's just like that form of terror that that Gore freaking lacked.
The rest of the characters in the film were just fine to me. Thor is Thor, Valkyrie is Valkyrie, Korg is Korg. They have their problems, but I don't think they're worth mentioning like the ones I have with Jane and Gore.
Yeah, they have a lot of problems, but they're just all okay, and I really don't have much else to say about them.
But even outside the characters, there were just a lot of things
I feel like and every problem I do have with the characters, I feel like everybody, like a lot of other people brought to light with other videos.
Were strange for the plot. Like, why did Gore take the Asgardians kids specifically?
Like seriously, just why the kids? The kids were just so freaking weird, the plot.
He does state later that he uses them as bait to have Thor bring him Stormbreaker, but there are many other suitable and meaningful candidates for such a role. Like, I don't know, maybe Sif.
They literally brought Sif back. They finally brought Sif back, and they did nothing with her. It's so freaking pathetic.
The plot kinda didn't take advantage of her finally coming back, so having her be in the clutches of Gore would at least give her some purpose for the story.
Yeah, like, I really feel like that could have made... Just give Sif, like, that... Just make Sif be, like, Gore's hostage. That would have been so interesting. Like, have him, like, torture Sif to, like, tell him where Asgard is. Like, that would have been so much more interesting.
Or what about the Guardians? Thor seemed to care about them barely when the film started.
But yeah, like, what was the point of, like, the Guardians being here? They were just here because, oh yeah, like, Thor was with him with Endgame, or, like, there was, like, not really that much of a relationship.
But like Sif, kinda just pieced out and got forgotten from the script altogether.
Like, I firmly believe they were written out of the script on purpose because they just had no idea what to do with him.
If we had them be the ones to be captured instead, we, the audience, would be more invested in these characters being under threat, helping us to be engrossed in the direness and urgency of what the characters are going through, instead of trying to make us care for these kids that we just met.
Or here's an idea that I brought up multiple times throughout this, like, commentary. Just spend the time to make us actually care about the kids.
But either way,
have this not be a freaking 2-hour movie.
We got the kids, and yeah, they're kind of just there, and apparently Heimdall has a son.
This is so one of the most dumbest things. Heimdall has a son, he never brought it up.
Which, I don't know about you, but I remember him ever bringing that up in the previous films.
I remember that edit. I remember finding that edit. I just remember doing that edit, and I was just like, oh yeah, I thought this was funny.
I guess he's just being introduced here so he can serve a purpose for the bigger picture of the MCU, but
like, I feel like if he doesn't serve any other person in the MCU, I'm just like, why introduce him here? Why have him be like a big plot point of the film? He just feels pointless.
But it still just feels bizarre. Even with this new addition, he doesn't really have anything anything to offer for the grand scheme of the story. He's just a plot device so Thor could have a means to talk to the kids that got captured.
I seriously can't remember anything else he offered the film outside of that, so that kind of just tells you like how little impact he had on the film itself.
There was also not really too much of a point as to why Omnipotent City was a part of the story.
Unless they spent a lot more time here, like, interacting with gods, or, like, another thing I propose in my take on Love and Thunder, have Jane be on her own, and, like, be, like, stressed about being a god, and, like, pretending to be, like, oh yeah, I'm a god, but, like, I'm also mortal, like, have her be nervous, have her be challenged, have her be stressed about becoming a god. Like, it's not easy, like, taking on massive responsibility like that. It's not, and I hate how they don't, like, go through, like, any philosophical or, like, mental challenges like Jane could possibly go through. They just didn't do anything of that.
I mean, I guess it was to show that the person Thor looked up to as a hero and figure inspiration, the Greek god Zeus, was still a coward and afraid to fight.
It was generally really interesting what they did with that, but other than that, there was, like, no point to us coming
But
here.
aside from that, we really didn't get much out of this portion of the movie, except maybe Russell Crowe as Zeus. He was honestly really great and funny while in the role.
Yeah, he was, I will forever fight. Russell Crowe was actually really great as Zeus.
Our characters went to the city to recruit an army. They find out they're the only gods that actually care, and then they just leave. Like, what was the point of this second act?
Like, I showed this edit to my second opinion. They could have done the opposite of Thor's arc with Jane from the first film. What do you mean the opposite? Go from selfless to selfish? Is that what you're saying? Yeah, like I showed this edit to my second opinion, and she was dying laughing just because it was so perfect. Because she's just like, that's how I felt. I was as confused as these guys.
I guess they did walk away with Zeus's Thunderbolt, but that
Never mind, that did not come out right.
didn't really seem to offer too much help when the heroes fight with Gore, since they literally just lose to him in the next encounter.
Yeah, I'm just like, why go and get a weapon, help fight Gore, and then immediately lose to him? That just makes going after the weapon feel useless.
I guess it was just so Thor could have a weapon after he lost Stormbreaker after Gore took it from him. Another thing I found extremely weird. Why of all the things Gore needed to carry out his plan was Stormbreaker?
Yeah, it was so weird how Stormbreaker was actually a plot point.
If he needed Stormbreaker to fulfill his plan that's probably gone on for centuries, why not just go to Nivalir and make Atri forge it for him?
I'm hoping I'm saying that right. I hope I'm talking about the same place, like Nivalir. That's the realm of the dwarves, and that's where they actually forged Mjolnir.
Did it just have to be Stormbreaker so Gore would have a reason to fight Thor at all?
It's seriously just like a plot convenience thing. It literally has like no other purpose than that.
It just felt very strangely convenient that Stormbreaker, something that is a relatively new thing to the MCU, would be a big plot point like this.
Like, it literally just, like relatively speaking, like, Stormbreaker's been in the MCU for 5 years. Or, yeah, 5 years, because, Infinity War came out in 2017, right? Oh, it actually came out, no, I think 2018. So, yeah, like, 4 years, relatively speaking. That's not a very long time for something to be, like, in like, a film universe that long, and to have it be served that big of a purpose. But, like, it has been in the MCU, like, chronologically, like 10 years or something, right? Yeah, something like that. Yeah, like 8 years or something. Yeah, like 8 years. 5 years or something. It's like some weird thing like that. So yeah, Stormbreaker's not been around for a long time to actually be that significant. That's what I'm trying to say.
There's also just a lot of stuff that seemed to be forced in the script that didn't feel like it really needed to be there.
Yeah, there was a lot that the studio forced into the script to be there just for the sake of building the MCU, but then they end up just cutting the film straight in half. This literally, like the original, I literally just read the article. The original cut of Love and Thunder was 4 hours long, and it ended up being 2 hours when they cut it down. Like, it literally was half a film.
Like, I thought the whole thing with Eternity and the One Wish for his spiner was weird.
That plotline was so freaking forced. It felt so freaking weird.
I've already talked about Heimdall's son feeling really random, along with just the whole plotline with the kids being kind of the dumbest part of the film.
I literally feel like the kids were there just so they could make the joke of them winning the power of Thor with just toy bears and whatnot. They literally did that whole point just so they could make that joke.
And a lot of the emotional moments do feel strong, but there are just so few of them that it just seemed like I couldn't care or guess invested in the world and characters that much.
Like, there were some there are generally just some good moments that actually get me to hit me like in the feels when it comes to like these characters and whatnot. But yeah, like I said, there's just spread out in so few of them. Like, I just don't feel that emotional.
To me, is really what this film needed. I really wanted to not just like, but love this film. I really did.
Yeah, even to this day, I want to love this film, but I just can't. Because I was just like, finally, Jane Foster, like, is being played by Natalie Portman. as Thor, like wielding Mjolnir, but then they just dropped the ball when it came to the writing and just like a lot of the other like all the elements that went to the film. Like there's just so much that they dropped the ball with when it came to this.
But I just can't seem to get over all the faults that I see with it.
And even to this day, I'm beginning to see more faults with this film.
It seemed like the film genuinely had something awesome to offer, but I don't know if it was something like studio interference.
I'm pretty sure it was studio interference I'm pretty sure it was studio interference at this point after reading that article I just read.
Or something getting overlooked, but just
like look at this! Look at this!
Interference or something getting
Where,
overlooked.
like this was literally not in the film. Them riding the goats? That would have probably been hilarious and like charming between the characters, but that was cut from the film for some reason. Like what happened? It literally was cut. Like where was this? Dude, come on. Like, I would kill for a director's cut, just because I want to see what that 4-hour cut of the film was. I really would love to see it. Yeah, give us the YTD cut. Apparently, YTD refuses to give it to us. I'm just like, bullcrap, just give it to us. There are film nerds that freaking devote their lives to this Snyder cut. That's like, what, 3 hours long? Or is it actually 4 hours long? So yeah, it might as well just be the Snyder cut of the MCU. Just give it to us, Taika.
Looked, but just felt like there was something missing.
Yeah, kind of like a writing, like actual decent writing team.
Another one,
and like actual like stuff that takes advantage of the source material. That's what's missing.
One of the biggest lines of missed opportunity to me was when Gore was essentially interrogating Thor and Jane.
Oh yeah, like that was probably one of the coolest scenes, but it still had so much mixed potential when it came to Jane and Thor being together.
And I don't remember exactly what Gore said, but he said in regards to Jane along the lines of, "You're dying, we share the same fate."
Oh my gosh, the moment hit me, I'm just like, this is what I wanted. This is what I was hoping they'd be doing. Like, challenging the philosophies of Jane and Gore as characters from their outlooks of mortals having, like, wielding, like, godly, like, weapons. Like, it's just... But then, like, as I say here...
Like, there it was. For the slightest moment, there was that magic that I was hoping was going to be throughout the whole film.
When that line was said from Gore... my eyes literally lit up like I was a kid in the theater. Like, I was like, no way. Released on Disney Plus, that's where all other Orthodox release from Marvel is done. Please just do it. Just do a streaming service. I would literally pay for Disney Plus by myself to see that, like, the YTD cut of this film. Like, please, I would just kill to see that. But yeah, like, when I heard that line of, like, you're dying, like, we share the same fate, like, for the once they're actually, like, challenging the philosophy between Jane and Gore as, like, mortals wielding godly powers, I literally, my eyes literally lit up. Like, I was like a kid in a candy store. I was like, this is what I wanted. This is what I was hoping was going to be a part of the film. But then it's just basically forgotten.
The chance to make Jane's dynamic alongside Gore is so investing and interesting.
Like, they really dropped the ball when it came to Jane and Gore. Like, there's just so much you could have done with, like, the dynamics between them.
But then it's basically completely forgotten afterward.
Because it was forgotten afterward.
You brought all these cool characters from the comics of the MCU, but you left behind all the elements that...
Just look at this. Look at her face. Like, emotionally challenged of actually lifting that hammer.
Made those characters so unique and interesting in the first place. Jane's no longer this noble hero willing to die so the world could still have a Thor to look up to.
Because there actually was thought and effort put into the writing when it came to her character in the comics.
She's just Thor's ex with his hammer. Gore's no longer this interesting anti-messiah that you can understand his feeling of abandonment.
Yeah, like he does all the things that would make him a god, but he doesn't consider his god himself. So yeah, like that's what eventually made Gore the god of hypocrisy.
Now he's just a sad man with a cursed blade. Everything leading up to this film just made it feel like it was going to be something truly epic.
Oh yeah, like the trailers, the music, the editing, like there was just so much I had high hopes for. Like the trailer music, like what they were expecting, what they were teasing for film, it really made it feel like it was gonna be Marvel's next big jam. But then it just ended up being like the biggest bomb of the Phase 4.
The cast, the inspiration, the passion of its crew. I genuinely thought with everything behind it that Thor: Love and Thunder would be Marvel's next Infinity War, or at least be Marvel's next big gem.
Yeah, it really could have been that. It really could have been the next Infinity War, but it just ended up not being that. It just sucked.
But to me, after seeing it from...
Yeah, I really was intending to, like, walk out of that theater saying it was my favorite, the best MCU film, but it ended up just being not that.
Myself, I can't help but saying that it was just good or even okay and nothing more.
Like, it genuinely hurt for me to, like, not say that. Like, I really wanted this to be the best MCU film because it could take, like, one of the most, like, interestingly written characters in comics history and just ended up not taking advantage of it.
I really hate saying this, but this film is officially the project that made me start to actually lose hope for Marvel.
Luckily, Wakanda Forever gave me hope that Marvel could still be great again. Wakanda Forever gave me hope. brought back hope that Marvel can still be good when it comes to some of their films. It just took Wakanda forever to do it, like, surprisingly.
Which is just a shame, since I love the stuff the studio does.
Like I said, I will defend Miss Marvel till the day I die, but Marvel is generally a really good show.
Well, mostly.
Oh yeah, Eternals will forever be trash. You can't fight me on that. Eternals just sucks.
I knew that Phase 4 of the MCU has a really split reputation when it came to people.
Yeah, like, there's a lot of opinions about Phase 4 at this point. I think, like, opinions are still going around. And even to this day, I'm just like, how can people actually defend like Eternals is good? Like, I think at the 1 year anniversary of Eternals, like, yeah, when Eternals turned 1 year, a lot of people were defending that Eternals is actually a good film on Twitter. I'm just like, what are you freaking smoking? Eternals is just really not that great. Like, the whole thing about MCU 4 is that it just feels like we haven't gone anywhere. Like even with Phase 1, there was like a step to like teasing like what could be like coming in like the next phase. Like, there was like the end credit scene teasing that like Iron Man might get associated with the Avengers. And at the end of the Hulk, Iron Man wanted to bring Banner into the team. Like, Scarlett Johansson eventually got in Iron Man 2 that introduced War Machine and Black Widow. Like, there's always just some step, but it doesn't feel like we've gone anywhere. It just kind of sucks. That's the biggest thing about Phase 4.
And I really didn't mind them that much. But then I watched Love and Thunder. Personally, one of the most disappointing films I've seen in a long time.
Or, honestly, at this point, it might be my most disappointing film, period. It was so... It's just that it had so much potential to be something truly incredible, but just ended up not being that. It sucks.
And, yeah, I know how those people feel now.
Yeah, I got in on the bandwagon of how people felt about Phase 4 now after watching this movie.
So, what score would I give Thor Love and Thunder? An unfortunate 6.5 out of 10.
That honestly might be dumbed down to a 6 or a 5.5 now.
In all honesty, that feels like me being generous after going over everything I've talked about.
I feel like despite everything I hate about this movie, I'm really generous to it because there is generally some stuff that I do find good about it, despite everything that I hate around it.
Massive missed potential, the majorly bumpy road that was its plot, and overall making me think to myself while walking out that theater and on the drive home, what happened?
Yeah, I didn't go see this with my family. I actually because I pre-ordered my ticket. I went the day before it actually was supposed to release to the public because I got a Thursday airing, a Thursday viewing. I mean, so I literally pre-ordered my ticket. Got the soonest day I got my ticket for the soonest day as possible, which was Thursday, and that's where I went. I went all by myself. It was the first time I ever went to a theater by myself, and it could have been. It could have. There seriously could never. Any film could have been better to see to the theaters. Like, I just had so much hope. I really wanted this film to be cool. I really did want it to be awesome, but it just ended up being crap.
But I guess I can't overlook that there was some good effort put into it in certain areas.
Yeah, there was generally some good effort put into the production. Remember how excited you were for this film? Man, what a mediocre mess. Yeah, I'll forever praise that there was generally some good stuff that went into the production, like the costume designs. I'm generally happy that I was nominated for an award for costume design because the costumes are really good in this film. But yeah, the visual effects, like, please just preach your visual effects artists like they're actual people. Please, hashtag you do it for visual effects. That's why I put it in this video. Please support it.
The cast did a good enough job on the roles.
Oh yeah, like the cast did fine. Like, if you think that if they did bad with their performances, blame the script, not the actors. Like, fight me on that. That's literally how it felt. Blame the script.
I like the bright colors used in some scenes with the environment. Really remind me of the vibrant vibes Ragnarok had.
Yeah, it was very colorful. I really liked that.
And this definitely is a Taika Waititi film.
Yeah, it definitely is Taika Waititi with like his sense of humor and like his takes on jokes and whatnot. It definitely is a very Taika Waititi film.
It just carried his sort of energy and humor throughout the whole thing, which stated earlier can have its ups and downs.
And that's just natural to comedy.
Also, I honestly really liked the creative choice of what they did for the Shadow Realm.
Yeah, it was really cool what they did here. It's just that they didn't really utilize it as much as they should have.
Literally everything was covered in a black and white filter except for certain things like Gore's eyes and all the weapons that our heroes had.
They did do this with, oh my gosh, Wolf by Night, I think that's what, yeah, Werewolf by Night. They did that and it was generally really freaking cool. So they did utilize that a bit more in that, but yeah, I really feel like they should have done this a bit more, actually, like, serve like a plot purpose.
It was genuinely really cool to see.
Yeah,
it's just
like,
sad
just for like an editor and ours, it was just really cool to see.
to say that all this good wasn't enough to outshine all the bad.
Yeah, the bads just outweigh all the goods when it comes to this film.
At least for me. After writing this review, I'm honestly tempted to make another video or even a series of videos going over specifically what could have been done to fix this film.
Yep, offer still stands. If all of you want this series to happen, just let me know. Just let it down in the comments, or just like get it like a trend on Twitter or something. I will do this series because I generally think I could have wrote this film better than what it actually turned out to be, and I firmly believe that.
Heck, I'm willing to go out of my way to write my own dang take on a script for this movie.
Yep, still stands.
Just because I'm that passionate about these characters, Jane and Gore specifically.
Like I'm just so passionate when it came to the comics around Jane and Gore. Like I just really would love to write the film myself about them.
Since I saw and continue to see so much potential with what this film could have done with them.
Yeah, there's just so much they could have done better, but they just didn't.
So, let me know if you'll all be interested in something like that. But until then, this is Rex Former, and this has been Thor Love and Thunder. Good fun, but greatly disappointing.
And even saying that is kind of generous. Yeah, even saying that is kind of generous at this point. But yep, that, my pals, was all the content I did in 2022. Man, what a year. Holy cow. It's freaking stressful when I get college. It's just, like, IRL crap going on. But yep, that was my year of 2022. Holy cow. I promise, there is a video in the works right now. I am getting there. I re-recorded the commentary. I'm editing commentary right now, so I can send in my second opinion to be sure that, it's, like, concise and better than